Chapter 301, A sword worth 300,000 taels. Mr. Songhai leapt uneasily. I originally thought that facing the physical body that he had just left, the little Taoist priest might not have the heart to destroy it with heavy hands. But when Li Chu pointed his halberd upward and shouted, "Sword control!" a strong sense of crisis suddenly arose in his heart. Danger! 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 He could almost see the large bloody characters popping up one after another above his head. But it was too late to escape. Never imagined. This little Taoist is more than just a heavy hand. Li Chu was extremely angry. It's a dead hand. Look at this intensity. It's just rushing to crush the bones and spread the ashes. The pure yang sword dragged the surging tail flames through the space. Due to the narrow space and the short time, it only made a world-shaking roar in an instant. Mr. Songhai shouted in his heart. No! Wrong. Something's wrong. I have just been resurrected. And I have broken and stood up again. Becoming a land god. Going back further, one can say that he was born in poverty, was gifted, worked hard, and came back to take revenge. What I got here were obviously protagonist scripts. How come? He just made a comeback and is dying again? Could it be? Times have changed. Is the protagonist no longer like this? Thinking about his own life, he boasted that he had done everything he could and never left out anything. The only mistake I made was probably that I seriously underestimated the strength of this little Taoist priest, even though I had tried very hard to overestimate him. But what is the origin of this little Taoist priest? It's not clear at all. When he saw the other party exerting 3 points of force, he already treated it as 7 points. Later, when the other party exerted 10 points of force, he quickly treated the opponent as 20 points. I never thought that this was just the tip of the iceberg. There are tens of thousands of power hidden behind the little Taoist priest. Is this still a human being? He didn't know what else to say other than, I will die here. Of course, if there was anything, it was too late. Because there is not much time left for him. Noon has arrived. A sword worth 300,000 taels. A flying sword is coming. Boom. Rumble. There was only one explosion. But the echo echoed among the mountains for a long time, reaching all the way to Shenlua City. This is the season. The two elders from the Wei and Jin dynasties at Chaotian Palace, the young monk from Bailong Temple, and then even Duan Gong, etc. Anyone with a little more advanced knowledge can feel the violent fluctuations coming from here, which is faintly frightening. The higher the cultivation level, the stronger the feeling. In the Buddhist hall, the young monk frowned. Good luck. Could it be that Xuanwu came back again? But the breath is not the same. Who can stand a big man making trouble every now and then? In the hundreds of years of practicing in Bailong Temple, for the first time, the thought of, should I move, came to his mind. But that's all for later. Immediately, he stood up and took a step forward. When he rose to the sky again, he saw that half of the Tianlu Peak seemed to be missing. Yesterday, he slapped part of it away with his palm. And now the other half is missing. Now there is only a narrow section of this mountain peak, which seems to have become a large lightning rod. On the remaining peak, there were several people standing alone. That's right. At that moment, the pure yang sword struck unstoppably at Li Chu's body, which carried Lord Songhai's soul. Destroy God with one sword. It's like an old question. The strongest spear in the world attacks the strongest shield in the world. What will be the result? Although all the sword energy hit the human body, in an instant, there was a rumble of aftermath behind Mr. Songhai. The mere damage from the splash shattered all the mountains behind where he was standing. Cause a collapse. The ground on both sides also began to crack, and deep cracks appeared in the blink of an eye, and then broke and rolled down. Landslides and landslides. Dust rose and thick smoke billowed, quickly obscuring everyone's sight. From a distance, it looks like a haze covering this place. Chaotian Quili. Mr. Wei and Mr. Jin fought with the two demon kings from Golden State yesterday. Although Xuanwu left shortly after, the two demon kings fled without causing any damage. However, these two guys came to Tai Lao several times to cause trouble, which completely angered Chaotian K. Mr. Wei and Mr. Jin have already applied to the peak for a demon king hunting order. This is different from an ordinary wanted order, but the most significant reward for the demon clan in the entire Halua dynasty. It is effective against both humans and monsters. From now on, even if these two demon kings return to the territory of the demon clan, it will be difficult for them to move forward. Today, the two elders are lamenting that there have been many things going on recently, and they have finally settled down. As a result, a sound like this was heard. Mr. Wei quickly stood up. looked out the window, and said solemnly, "It's Tianlu Peak again. Could it be that another divine beast has arrived? Or is it a powerful battle?" Mr. Jean also frowned. The two old men did not dare to rush over and take a look. Instead, they used their spiritual sense to explore. Through the smoke and dust, they only detected a brilliant heat wave. It was as if a sun had fallen. At this time, Duan Geng pushed the door open and entered. "Someone just sent a message. Someone kidnapped Miss Jiangli and asked Taoist Priestley to go to Tianlu Peak," he asked. "Is the sound over there now related to this?" After hearing this, the two elders of Wei and Jean looked at each other and sat down together. "Oh, Mr. Li is over there. That's okay." Duan Geng was stunned for a moment. But then he thought about it. "Really?" The young man in white robe, who had just escorted the guard general out, fell to the ground, looking miserable. In his heart, Song Haijun has always been regarded as a god by him. Even if he suffered some setbacks, he still could not shake his extreme admiration for Song Haijun. But that sword just now, not only did it shake him, it almost knocked him out. After a long time of fussing, I believe that Mr. Songhai turned out to be just for fun. The little Taoist priest is the eternal god. He looked at Li Chu not far away in horror. This was just a soul. It was obviously just a sword control technique. The power is so huge. Is this common sense? Wait for the smoke to clear. The figure with the sword was still standing, with its back against the empty cliff. It looks like an eternal rock. That's right. The pure yang sword is pressed against this figure's chest, making it difficult to make an inch of progress. Such an awe-inspiring sword, with almost divine power, did not penetrate even a trace of flesh. No defense. The boy in white robe almost showed a hint of joy. But the next second, this joy stopped abruptly, and he rolled back and crawled to the ground. Because he discovered again that what was standing was Li Chu's physical body. Still fair-skinned and extremely handsome. But the soul inside is obviously dead. Yes, although the physical body is so powerful and can offset most damage. But just a few fluctuations transmitted to the body have already shattered Kang Haijun's soul. The young man in white robe felt that there was a huge gap between his perception and reality. In the previous 10 years of his life, he had always felt that even if Lord Songhai was not the best in the world, he was one of the rare top powers in the world through his combination of wisdom and cultivation. Why suddenly turned into a piece of trash that breaks into pieces at a touch? What's wrong? Li Chu walked forward slowly, facing his empty body, and suddenly said, "Perseverance is a good thing. But you have obsession, but no sense of right and wrong. All your hatred is essentially out of anger at your own incompetence. It's good to be able to do business, but not everything in the world can be regarded as business. If you always weigh the importance and exchange at equal value, you will inevitably miss what is truly important. You couldn't be more wrong." Wei Jiangli saw that he was speaking to his own body and seemed to be speaking to Song Haijun. He came up to him timidly and asked, "Xiao Taoist Priestley, is the bad guy dead?" "Yes." Li Chu nodded. "Then what else did you say to him?" Wei Jiangli was curious. "What needs to be said is what needs to be said," Li Chu said. "I just want to speak the truth while he is alive." Not safe. Chapter 302. The old man just wants a child. Does it matter whose child it is? Bang! 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 3 cannons were fired in succession, and dazzling fireworks exploded under the night. Extremely brilliant, the lanterns and stories filled the sky with fire and rain, as if they were stars that were shaken down by the cheers in Shenluo City. Tonight is the final night of the Huadu Conference. This year's unique Flower City Conference opens with peonies blooming in winter, and the popularity is far greater than before. The price of this year's floral silk has reached as high as 700 taels per square foot. At the final moment of suspense, long floral silks were paved into 10 paths on the flower street, and sisters walked along the flower paths. These 10 flower paths made of real gold and silver will belong to the most dazzling courtesans this year. What is somewhat surprising is that when the two extremely popular oirans Hua Qilue and Wei Jiangli were absent at the same time, veteran oirans such as Ma Xingxi and Yuan Yai did not fill in. Instead, Shang Yuya and a new generation of oirans like Qiao Xingzi have ascended to high positions. And the number 1 scholar in the flower kingdom is still Xie Shirong, with a shocking 10-mile road of flowers directly paved under her feet. The floral silk she collected alone exceeded 10 million taels. This terrifying ability to attract money has once again refreshed the record of the Huadu Conference, which is enough to be recorded in the history of the Fengyu industry. But, as the saying goes, some people are happy and some are sad. Some people are happy to walk along the flower path, while others are sad to climb the heights. Master, why are you standing so high? Du Lank raised his head and said loudly. Come down quickly. Yes. Fox Girl also shouted worriedly. Aren't you cold? How strong the wind is on the rooftop. Puck. Puff. 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 The baby thunder dragon also let out a series of long shouts. This little guy should also tell you. Wang Longqi translated. Tonight, the people watching from Diyun took long out to see the flower path. When they came back, they found that Li Chu was missing. Everyone went out to look around and saw him on the top of a tall attic nearby. The little Taoist priest stood facing the wind, his face full of vicissitudes of life. You don't have to worry about me, he said to the people below. I'm fine. After saying that, he took another step forward. Hey! Du Lank said anxiously. Master, don't go forward. Oh, don't think too hard. Master, you are still young and have a lot of life left. Isn't it just that you lost money on your investment? It's only a few 100,000. Tu woo woo woo. Before he could finish his words, Wang Longqi and Fox Girl tightly covered his mouth. Old Du, just don't open and lift the pot. Really? After listening to what he said, Li Chu took 2 more steps forward. World. Not worth it. After struggling all night, Su Wan and Wei Jiangli came early the next morning. I heard that Taoist Priestley was in a bad mood last night. Su Wan asked cautiously. Is it because of the Huadu conference? No. Li Chu shook his head expressionlessly. There are always a few days like this every month. The 300,000 taels. Li Chu added. For those who practice Taoism, money is no more than the things outside the body. Although Yu Langchuan suffered heavy losses this time, Taoist priest Xiao Li did lend a helping hand in the crisis. Due to emotions and reasons, we cannot let Taoist Priestley lose all his money. Su Wan added. Huh? Li Chu grabbed the corners of his clothes with both hands, and his pupils instantly dilated. Is there still a chance to get back my money? Yu Langchuan is currently suffering from internal and external troubles. It is really difficult to get so much money. Tu Wan said. But if Taoist Priestley is willing to give us some time, we should be able to repay the money after the Huadu conference next year at the latest. Next year. Su Wan saw this and smiled again. If Yu Langchuan wants to spend so much money now, I'm afraid it will go bankrupt immediately. If Taoist Master Li is really unwilling to wait, just take Jianli away. Wei Jianli's face turned red. Hearing this, Li Chu pondered for a moment, seeming to be seriously considering something. After a while, he raised his head and said seriously, Of course I can wait, but the interest will have to be calculated at an annual interest rate of 4%. If the silver price fluctuates, it will be calculated separately based on the average price of Halua. If you cannot repay the loan when it is due, if you extend it further, the interest rate will increase, or the property will be mortgaged. Su Wan smiled again. Taoist Priestley really has a lot to think about. After Su Wan and the others left, Du Lank came back. He came to Li Chu and said, Master, I have thought clearly about the matter you asked me to consider. Now that the matter in Shenluo City has come to an end, it is time for Li Chu and the others to return to Yuhang Town. But Du Lank is different. His hometown is in Shenluo City, and he is a native of this city. Although the city is not very big, it has mountains, water and woods. Lao Du may not be willing to leave. So Li Chu asked him if he would choose to go with them or stay here to support Du Yunfengwan alone. Du Lank was really confused. At his age, he does have some resistance to leaving his hometown. But when he gave up his identity as the master of Nancheng Temple and resolutely joined Diyun Temple, he just wanted to follow Li Chu. If he stays here now, he will become the master of an empty Taoist temple. It is equivalent to changing jobs, and the only gain is to start from scratch. It's hard for him to believe it if he doesn't have something in his mind. Oh, Li Chu asked. How have you considered it? Du Lank solemnly said. I have thought about it carefully. Although our Diyun Temple can be said to be if we are united, we are invincible. But if we are divided, each of us will be King Dot. But after all, I am just a young disciple who has just started. I want to practice more with the Master, and I also want to go back and admire the Master's grace. So I decided to go south with the Master. Okay. Li Chu nodded, expressing support for this decision. Du Lank smiled again and said, Then I went out to do some research just now. If our house is sold now, the price will be at least twice as high as when you bought it. This sentence made Li Chu's eyes light up again. It's normal when you think about it. Because the reason why you could buy the big house in Shenluo City at a low price was because it has been haunted for many years. But now, the gap in the ghost country has been filled unilaterally by the ghost country unprecedentedly. In this way, the normal selling price can naturally be restored. Even because it is the old address where Li Chu lived, interested people are willing to pay a premium to buy it. It was like providing help in the snow, adding a touch of warmth to Li Chu's cold heart. This incident once again confirmed the unbreakable truth in his mind. There is really nothing safer than buying a house in a big city. Other investments may result in loss of money or even all your money. But there is absolutely nothing wrong with this. Not long after, another girl with pretty features came to the door. It was none other than the girl Lanji. After some diagnosis and treatment at Xuanhu Villa, their physical condition had returned to its original state, and they would no longer be affected by Xuanin's energy. So they returned to their respective homes. After Miss Lanji returned home and reunited with her family, she learned that her family had been marked by Diyun. But it was Li Chu who saved her later. So she came to Diyunfeng again to express her gratitude and meet Wang Longqi again. Wang Longqi was also very excited to see the first true love he met after coming to Shenluo City. The two cried with joy and embraced each other passionately. And they separated after a long time. He pulled Miss Lanji to the crowd and introduced her. This is the Lanji I often tell you, and whom I miss deeply. She is the purest girl I have ever met. Li Chu nodded slightly. He was very impressed. The extremely pure girl Lanji, with very clear eyes, had known Wang Longqi for 3.5 days before she was willing to spend the night with him. Oh, if you praise me in front of so many friends, they will be shy, Miss Lanji said with a blush. Dullin smiled mischievously and said, Then she shall. You shouldn't be going back to Hangzhou with us. Right? Of course. Wang Longqi said with a smile. I will stay here with Lanji for a while, and then take her back to Hangzhou to meet my family. You're evil. Miss Lanji hit him again and said shyly, Who promised to go back and meet your family? Wang Longqi chuckled. Aren't you willing? Miss Lanji lowered her head coyly. At least you must meet my family first. And they must also like you. I am not the kind of woman who takes things lightly. Yes. Wang Longqi had a slight headache. Your family members are quite fierce. No way. Lanji shook his arm again. Actually, my parents and elders have a pretty good impression of you. After they wronged you last time, they are willing to accept you. It's just that my two sons still have a good impression of you. I've never met you, so I don't know if they will like you. Haha. With my young master's charm. It's just 2 kids. Wang Longqi was about to say something with a smile, but suddenly paused while smiling. Etc. 2 sons? He turned his head in surprise. You didn't say you were married? It is true that I have never been married. Miss Lanji blinked innocently. Does this conflict with the fact that I have 2 sons? Clam? Her tone was so natural, as if it was something commonplace, which made Wang Longqi feel a little unconfident. Oh. Miss Lanji shook his arm again. They are very cute. Didn't you say that your parents really want children? You can just bring 2 of them back. It will be a double surprise. They will not be happy to death. Wang Longqi was confused. But this is not mine. The old man just wants a child. Miss Lanji blinked her extremely clear eyes again. Does it matter whose it is? Chapter 303 Return to Diyun Temple. Wang Longqi left, taking a taxi overnight. He felt that the people watching in Diyun were too slow to pack their luggage. So he rented a 4-horse car and drove, traveling 1,000 days and 800 nights, and hurried to Hangzhou. The people in Diyun's audience gathered slowly for 2 more days, especially Lao Du, who also wanted to say hello to the neighbors and say that his buddies were going south to make a fortune. And then Shiran left. As the Taoist scriptures say, whether you have money or not, go home to celebrate the new year. In fact, if it were Li Chu himself, although he had never tried to wield a sword for a long distance, there should be no problem. At worst, we need to take a break, and it won't take long to get back to Hangzhou. But if you still have to carry 3 burdens, it won't work. With the strength of his sword, if someone sits on it for half an hour, it is unlikely that he will survive. It will really ascend to heaven. But anyway, there were still some days before the Chinese New Year, so the few of us were not in a hurry, and slowly headed south, just like enjoying the mountains and rivers. When I went there were only 2 people, Li Chu and Fox Girl. But when I came back, there was an old man and a young man, which was quite strange. When we arrived at Yuhang town, it was entering the 12th lunar month. although it is not as windy and snowy as in the north. The winter in the south of the Yangtze River is even more bone-chilling. The car reached 10 Miles Slope and turned around the Duyun Temple. The fox girl suddenly let out an exclamation. Wow! Li Chu opened the car curtain and took a look, and was a little surprised. There is a tall Taoist temple standing high on the 10 Miles Slope, surrounded by continuous courtyard walls, and the size of the backyard has obviously expanded a lot. The interior and exterior decorations are all new. It looks gleaming and magnificent, and it really looks like a famous Taoist family. In a daze, I really couldn't recognize it. Immediately, Li Chu felt a little bit happy. With a larger scale and more manpower, the Taoist temple would be able to accept guests from now on. Before a few people got off the bus, several people came out of the view. There was an old Taoist priest with an immortal demeanor. His clothes were fluttering, and his masterly demeanor spilled out all over the mountains and valleys. It was Li Chu's old mentor, Yu Qian. Behind the old Taoist priest was a lively and beautiful little girl, with bright white eyes and a smile like a crescent moon. It is the mascot of Duyun Temple, the little koi. Behind the little koi was a simple-looking young man with a warm and innocent smile. It is the hard-working workers who fly thousands of miles away. It can be said that he moved less than half of the bricks in this brand-new Duyun Temple. Seeing Li Chu and the others coming back, Yu Qian coughed lightly and waved her hand. The people behind them divided into two teams. Of course, there were only two originally. Little Koi and junior brother Sha separated from the queue and clapped together. Welcome, welcome, warm welcome, 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 warm welcome. Li Chu also smiled. Master, why are you putting on such a battle? Not only do I welcome you home, but I also welcome the new members of our Taoist temple. Yu Qian stretched out his hands towards Du Lang and Xiao Fei Long. Welcome. Du Lang was flattered and said repeatedly, Don't dare! Don't dare! My disciple Du Lang has met his master. Yu Qian waved his hand proudly. Hey, what's your name? Master? How much older am I than you? Just call me Brother Sheng. He looked young, and Du Lang looked old. Standing together, they looked like two brothers. Du Lang said again and again, Don't dare! Don't dare! He really didn't dare. If he called Yu Qian on brother, what would he call Li Chu in the future? To each his own? The little fat dragon was also very happy and kept saying, Pa! Pa! Oh! Yu Qian smiled brightly. The little guy is quite polite. Did he go to school? Huh? The fox girl looked at him. Master, do you also understand dragon language? Hi, Yu Qian waved his hand. I understand a little. I understand a little. I think back when I traveled around the world. I also had a few friendships with the dragon clan. I learned a little bit at that time. So I just wanted to have more skills than I can handle. The scenery of the backyard is almost the same as before, retaining the small and cozy configuration. An old locust tree, a tightly covered well, a stone table, and several stone benches. Everyone sat around the stone table and slowly talked about what they had seen recently. Although there is a magic weapon that can communicate thousands of miles away, Yu Qian must be given incense every time he uses it. After all, it is not as convenient as face-to-face. After listening to Li Chu's summary, Yu Qian nodded happily. Disciple, you did a good job this time. You successfully rescued my son and saved Shiluo City. It can be said that your merits are immeasurable. Du Lang next to him asked curiously. Master, are you really Gui Xiaobao's father? Yu Qian glared. Of course. But Du Lang scratched his head. The leader of the Gui party in the north. Yu Qian said meaningfully. That's his father. Du Rank, ? You are still young. Yu Qian patted him on the shoulder. If you hang out in the world for a few more years, you will gain experience. Du Rank nodded. Really? In the past few months, he has learned more from this pair of master and disciple than he has in the past few decades. All aspects. After chatting for a while, Li Chu asked again. Master, I have another question. Both master and disciple are very familiar with this pattern. In the past, when Duyun Temple was not so big and lively, the young Taoist priests would often suddenly ask questions to the old Taoist priests like this. Yu Qian also raised his hand. But it doesn't matter, Li Chu asked. Master, do you know what immortal fate is? Oh. Yu Qian smiled slightly. It seems that the great monk from Bailong Temple told you a lot. It's a young monk, Li Chu said. Yes. Yu Qian slapped his forehead. That's a good for nothing. Every time he regains his peak cultivation level, He rushes to be reincarnated before he grows up, as if the only meaning of his life is to refresh the world. The record of the immortal's reincarnation. But do you know why he reincarnated so many times? Li Chu naturally didn't know, so he shook his head. Of course he won't tell you, Yu Qian said with a smile. Because there has been a saying in the past that the so-called immortal fate is destined on the day of birth. Although it may not be something. If it is not there, it is not there. So when he finds that he seems to have no hope of gaining immortality in this life, he will give up continuing to practice and practice again in the next life, hoping to gain the favor of immortality. His cultivation level is indeed quite high, and the reincarnation technique of Buddhism is unique. He actually cultivated it for 8 or 9 lives. Li Chu nodded and understood. It's just like, do you keep opening small numbers to draw prizes in order to increase your chances of winning? And what the immortal fate itself is, I naturally don't know, Yu Qian continued. If I knew, how could I stay here? But I know that immortality is definitely not the same thing. Not a thing? Li Chu repeated. That's right. Yu Qian twirled his beard. It is not something that can be fought for, but a kind of fate that can only wait to come. It will come to this Jiangnan within 100 years. But where exactly it is, no one can figure it out anymore. Even the most famous divination god and old man in the sky. Even though he risked his life, he can't go one step deeper. Li Chu showed a slightly thoughtful expression. Yu Qian asked back, do you want immortality? No. Li Chu shook his head and replied, the disciple is just curious about what form it will take. What he didn't finish was, in fact, he has some doubts about whether the so-called immortal fate may be a time travel or a system for defeating monsters and upgrading. In this way, his own strangeness seems to be explained. Yu Qian smiled again. Why bother thinking about it? Since it is a destiny to become an immortal, it is naturally a way to become an immortal. Yu Qian looked at Li Chu and seemed to understand his thoughts. On the day when you are going to become an immortal, you will naturally know it. Before that, even if you don't, how can I come up with the answer after all the hard work and effort? Li Chu nodded slowly. Master is right. This is something that is impossible to figure out the answer to. But I just need to continue to upgrade. And maybe I can see the answer. The people in Diyun Temple here were chatting happily. And suddenly, there was another shout from the front hall. Li Chu. Just hearing 2 words, you knew it was Wang Longqi, who had just been separated for a few days. Li Chu looked over. We haven't seen each other for just a few days. Why is he so anxious? With a bang, Wang Longqi rushed to the backyard. He tripped over the threshold and almost fell down. But he couldn't care less. He staggered and shouted at the same time. Li Chu. Something happened. Something happened to my father. Something happened to Li Chu. Li Chu. Something happened to my dad. My dad? Don't worry. Please explain clearly first. The old Taoist priest raised his hand and comforted softly. Did something happen to my apprentice? Or did something happen to your father? Or is my apprentice your father? Chapter 304 Wang Longqi and his fathers. Master Yu. Wang Longqi looked at the old Taoist priest with tears in his eyes. We're at this point. Let's not play around with ethics. Right? Yu Qian smiled. Sorry. It's a professional habit. Du Lank on the side silently remembered this scene in his heart. I thought to myself, it seems that if I want to gain a foothold under Diyun's sect, I must increase my efforts and become proficient in the traditional art of ethics. Li Chu asked Wang Longqi to sit down, and then asked, what happened? Well, Wang Longqi let out a long sigh. I'm still to blame for this matter. If I hadn't quarreled with my family and ran to Shenluo City, my father wouldn't have been unhappy. If he wasn't happy, he would have gone to Tianan Prefecture to collect medicine. Who would have known that this trip ran out of trouble? Then, he began to speak slowly. As mentioned before, the Wang family is mainly engaged in the business of collecting marine goods from the East China Sea and transporting them inland. They do a lot of business, and their main business is a pharmacy. In addition to the East China Sea, I sometimes go to Tianan Prefecture to collect medicines. After all, the types of medicinal materials grown along the coast and inland are completely different. Wang Longqi's father traveled all over the country when he was young. Now that he is getting older, he rarely goes to battle in person. He just has no time to spare and has to go out with his assistants from time to time. A while ago, when Wang Longqi was not at home, he went to Tianan Prefecture with others to collect medicine. The territory of Tianan Prefecture can be roughly divided into 2 parts. the vast southern land in the east, and the rugged wild mountains in the west. Jiangnan Prefecture crosses Yinang Mountain and is southern Xinjiang. Their team to collect the medicine this time consisted of 3 old shopkeepers who knew each other well, each with 1 or 2 assistants, and an experienced Taoistson from Hangzhou Prefecture was invited to escort them. This kind of exchange may occur dozens of times a year. Everyone is very familiar with it, and it is just like a sightseeing tour, which is very relaxing, because we had gained a lot in the past few days, and everyone was in a good mood. We walked west for 2 more days, and went to a slightly unfamiliar village. In that village, they saw a strange scene. In a cemetery outside the village, there is a new-colored grave. In broad daylight, there are actually 7 or 8 wild dogs surrounding it, digging at the grave. Although everyone was passing by, they did not stand idly by and stepped forward to coax the wild dogs away. Those scrawny wild dogs all had a fierce look on their faces. If Dao Chongson hadn't killed one of them with his flying sword, I'm afraid they would still be unwilling to leave. When everyone was wondering, Taoistsen's expression suddenly changed. It turned out that he saw that large areas of yellow sun grass had grown around the new tomb. Several old shopkeepers also recognized this kind of grass. It often grows in places with abundant spiritual energy. It is a very valuable companion grass. I don't know why Mr. Tsen was so shocked when he saw it. I heard Dao Chongson frowning and saying, "People eat medicine, and medicine eats people. Sun grass grows in the dark house, and wild dogs dig new graves." Wang Longqi and his father didn't understand. So he asked, "You are so smooth-talking. Do you want to take the top prize?" Taoistsen was not joking, and told everyone that there was a legend about people eating medicine that has been circulating in southern Xinjiang. Since ancient times, people have taken medicine, but I don't know when. When some precious medicines developed their own spirituality, they also wanted to eat people. People who have been eaten by these medicines will turn into something similar to medicine residue after death, with a strange aroma, which is very attractive to wild dogs in the mountains. And where their corpses are buried, yellow sun grass will grow. When these 2 characteristics appear, it is very likely that a drug-eating case has occurred. They quickly went to find the village chief and gathered a group of villagers, old and young, to inquire about the tomb. After asking, I found out that the owner of the tomb was called Heiju, a strong man. When he died a few days ago, the villagers were also surprised, because he was found in the bathtub when he died. His body was soaked in water and was almost red and rotten. It looked like he had been boiled alive. As for the murderer, they all suspected it was his new wife. Yes, half a month ago he, a poor man, married a beautiful young lady from nowhere. He was so mysterious at that time that he rented a small sedan chair at night and carried the bride home without taking off her hijab from beginning to end. The reason why he knew that the bride was beautiful was because one of the people he asked to help carry the sedan chair, lazy, took advantage of the wind to catch a glimpse of the bride's face. He saw that her skin was as white as jade, and he was immediately shocked. This was how the news spread in the village. Everyone was still envious of Heiju's good fortune. But who knew that he would die so miserably within a few days, and the bride whose origins were a mystery would disappear? After hearing this, Taoistsen suddenly understood that the so-called lady of Heiju must be the legendary medicine beauty. That is, the human body formed from the elixir in the mountains. With these few words, they determined the evil spirit, and a scabby young man over there suddenly knelt down and shouted, "Taoist master, save me!" It turns out that this young man is the second leper, and the missing bride of Heiju is hiding in his house. After the woman killed Heiju, she went to Lazy's house. She said that Heiju treated her badly and often beat her when he was drunk. So she kept adding firewood to the drunk Heiju while he was bathing and boiled him alive. She was desperate and said that as long as Lazy took her in, she would be willing to take him as her husband. Lazy was also a poor single man, so he gritted his teeth and agreed. Just after 2 good days, I learned today that the woman was the incarnation of evil spirits, and I immediately no longer dared to protect her. Upon hearing this, Dao Chongson lifted up Lazy's sleeves and took a look, and sure enough he found a red mark between his wrists. No one knows. Taoistsen explained that in the past, herb collectors would tie a red string around the elixir that was not old enough. When the elixir was mature, they would come back to pick it. Later, when the medicinal beauty wants to harm someone, she will also plant a red line on that person. This red line will gradually grow. When it completely surrounds your wrist, it means that you are mature and can be removed. This line can be said to be a mark or a curse. The red line on Air Lazy's wrist was just a hair away from closing, as if he was about to die soon. Immediately, there was no need for the villagers to plead with him. Talisman had the heart to eliminate demons and defend the Tao. He followed Air Lazy with his sword. And the villagers, old and young, followed behind with sticks and pickaxes. But this group of people rushed to nothing in an aggressive manner. Air Lazy's house was empty, and the woman had long since disappeared. Air Lazy felt as if he was mourning for Air. Even if his real wife was lost, he would not be so sad. That night, Talisman stood guard outside Air Lazy's house with his sword, waiting to see if he could wait until the evil spirit came to take his life. It was a calm night, but when he knocked on the door again, he found that the second leper in the house was gone. The villagers went out to search and finally saw his body on the barren mountain. He died in a miserable state and was almost crushed to pieces with a heavy hammer. It would be difficult to identify him without his clothes. There was nothing Talisman could do. He could only say that the evil spirit was serious and asked the villagers to ask for help. They and the medicine collectors then returned home. But who would have known that before returning to Hangzhou, they discovered a red line appeared on everyone's wrist, including the 3 shopkeepers and several clerks, including Dao Chongson. The upright Talisman was angry. This evil spirit has a vicious heart. I can't wait to see injustice on the road and act righteously. Before I can save the man, he is actually resented by it. Don't panic. I will turn around and ask my senior brother in the temple to see how to subjugate this person. Evil spirit. This impassioned speech made several shopkeepers feel reassured. Then Talisman died the next day. He died tragically in his Taoist temple. His body was dark and almost burned to charcoal. And his senior brother was obviously helpless about this. Now the others were in a panic. They reported it to Chao Tian-Kai and spent a lot of money to invite experts. However, in just a few days, not many people could be invited. Some practitioners made it clear that they had nothing to do with it as soon as they heard about it. Others are paid to do things and stick to their employers. But the other 2 shopkeepers and their assistants still died tragically one after another. I can't hold it at all. The red line on Wang Longqi's father's hand is growing slowly. But it has grown by nearly half in 7 or 8 days. If it continues like this, he will not survive another 7 days. It was a gloomy time for the family in the past 2 days. When Wang Longqi heard that Li Chu was back, he felt like he was grasping at a life-saving straw and hurriedly came to ask for help. After hearing what he said, the Taoist temple's backyard fell silent for a moment. Li Chu looked directly at Yu Qian and asked, Master, do you know the root cause? What's this about? The old Taoist priest twirled his beard. I know. But to solve it, whether it is difficult or not, it is not easy either. Xiao Wang, let me ask you. He raised his eyes to look at Wang Longqi and asked very seriously, how is your relationship with your father? Wang Longqi was speechless for a long time. No matter whether the relationship is good or not, everyone must have a father. Yu Qian pondered again, and then raised his eyes again. Do you think I can do it? Please be a human being. Taoist priest you. Wang Longqi couldn't help but yelled. If you really have an idea to save my father, I really don't mind accepting a thief as my father. If you have no idea, don't use me to relieve your boredom here. Okay. Hi. Yu Qian waved her hand. Shouldn't I relieve the depressing atmosphere? Can I have no idea? You must be looking down on me. Father! Wang Longqi said simply and neatly. Then please save my real father. Ha ha. Yu Qian smiled and said leisurely. If you want to get rid of the murder barrier, you still need to go to southern Xinjiang. Chapter 305. I'll help your father bury him in peace. The ancestral motto of southern Xinjiang is, don't go out after dark. Taitu always obeyed obediently. No way. Southern Xinjiang has been a land of evil spirits since ancient times. Witchcraft, evil spirits, 72 barbarians, and all kinds of strange things have never stopped since ancient times. And because of the power struggle between the court and the aristocratic families, the Halua court had very little control over this land. And Chao Tian-Kai did not have much of a presence here. In addition, most of the land is barren. There are few cities, and the land is vast and sparsely populated. Therefore, the people living on this land have long developed the habit of being cautious, such as not walking at night, not going into dangerous places, etc., which is just one word. Go. Cherish your life. Don't be shabby. But Taitu didn't expect that something would come to his door while he was sleeping at home. Tuck tuck tuck. The rapid knocking on the door sounded again. The sound of wind outside the window. The sound of swaying branches. And the roar of distant mountain beasts could not cover up this small beeping sound. Taitu huddled his whole body under the quilt, not even daring to expose his toes. He only held up a small gap and looked at the door with a pair of eyes. Trembling. There has been a knock on the door for a while. But no one in the village would visit other people's homes at night. Even if there is a serious emergency. You have to speak out. Right? Although Taitu was a strong man 8 feet tall, he was extremely timid. He was afraid that if he spoke out, he would reveal that there was someone in the room. So he waited quietly. And the things outside seemed to be very patient, knocking on the door without saying a word. Tuck tuck tuck. Tuck tuck tuck. The sound lasted for about half an hour before it stopped. Taitu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his patience had won. Before his heart could drop from his throat, he suddenly heard a fierce bang bang bang. The thing outside changed to hitting the door with its body. The small broken door of Taiatu's house immediately let out a creaking whine. My door. Taitu felt distressed and couldn't help shouting. Who are you? It was suddenly quiet again. After a moment, an extremely hoarse and deep voice answered. I am your father. I am your grandfather. Taitu was angry. The clay figurine is still angry. I respect you as an evil spirit, so I am polite to you. Why are you still cursing? Iron-headed boy. The voice sounded again. I am really your father. Eh? Taitu was stunned for a moment. Although this voice is a bit muffled. If you listen carefully, it seems to be a bit like my father's voice. Especially the affectionate name, Taiatuba, which only his father would call him like this. Hearing that it was his biological father outside, the Taitu boy became even more afraid. Father, he asked in a trembling voice. Don't scare me. I personally buried you 3 months ago. It was quiet again outside. It seems that the dad outside is not very smart, Taitu thought. Although his father's brain was not very smart before, he would not have to think for so long about a sentence. After another moment, another dull reply came from outside. Dad misses you. My mother. Taitu grinned and almost cried. He didn't know whether he was scared or moved. Listening outside, another voice came. Taitu boy, do you miss your mother? How about me? No. 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 Taitu shouted quickly. No. I miss you too. But in the middle of the night tomorrow morning, I will go to your grave to see you and burn paper for you. Why don't you go back and rest tonight? Bar? Dad is worried about you. Another voice came from outside. Have you got a wife? Taitu had a headache. Good guy. It's almost the Chinese New Year. And you're always crawling out here just to get married? If nothing else. If you have only been gone for 3 months, and I have a wife here, will you be happy or unhappy? He couldn't help pleading. Dad, I just finished your white stuff. How can I have time to do my red stuff? That's not how good things come in pairs. Right. This time no sound came back. After waiting for a long time, Taitu tried to call again. Dad? No respond. It seems that he has left. Call. Taitu then let out a sigh of relief. After he calmed down, he remembered all the benefits his father had done during his lifetime, and that he still missed him even after his death. But he didn't even dare to open the door and look at him. I always asked for things from him, but never said thank you to him. I didn't understand how difficult it was until I grew up. His eyes couldn't help but become moist. He gritted his teeth secretly, thinking that if his father came back again, he would open the door and give him a hug no matter what. Otherwise, you will be ashamed to be the son of man. Then I heard another beep beep outside the door. Taitu's shoulders trembled, and he immediately retreated into the quilt again, leaving all the warmth behind him. He wailed, Dad, what's the matter? Immediately, a young man's voice was heard outside the door. Huh? The voice said in surprise. Are all the people in southern Xinjiang so polite? Then a slightly more experienced voice said, 10 miles south has different customs, and 5 miles have different customs. Do you think there are some rural areas where people are particular about calling strangers daddy? That's quite polite. How should we call people like this? When you are in the country, do as the Romans do. Then Mr. Chi, you come first. Good guy. Lao Du, why don't you come first? 7th young master, you have more fathers, so it's not like you are short of 1 or 2. What's the word? Dad, why don't you feel overwhelmed? Listening to the lively chatter outside the door, it seemed that it was no longer evil, let alone his father. So Taitu stuck his head out again and asked, Who are you? Hello. A gentle and pleasant voice sounded again. And just by hearing 2 words, one knew that this person must be extremely handsome. We are Taoist priests from Dayun Temple in Hangzhou Prefecture. We are going to southern Xinjiang to collect medicinal materials. We are passing through a precious place and would like to stay overnight. Is it convenient? Stay overnight? Taoist priest? As soon as Taitu heard that they were staying overnight, he wanted to tell them that they were going to another place because he had nothing to entertain them. But then he thought he was a Taoist priest. So he stopped talking. After a pause, he stood up and said, "Wait a moment." After putting on his clothes, he walked over, leaned on the crack of the door, and took a look. He really saw the color of the Taoist robe. And then he opened the door with confidence. Ah! As soon as he opened the door, Taitu couldn't help but cover his eyes with his hands. So dazzling. Among the 3 people outside the door, the one on the left is a black-faced Taoist priest with a long body and long hands. His face looks full of vicissitudes of life. The one on the right is a young man in rich clothes with thick eyebrows and big eyes, with a slightly sad look on his face. One of them is the most remarkable. He is wearing the same Taoist robe as the black-faced Taoist priest, but the clothes look so fitting and neat on him. Not to mention his face. He was so handsome that Taitu couldn't open his eyes for a long time. He squinted his eyes for a long time to adapt. And then, he could barely look directly at the little Taoist priest's face, and stretched out his hand to let the 3 people in. These 3 people were none other than Li Chu, the founding and closing disciple of Yu Qian's temple at Shilipo and Dayun Temple in Yuhang Town, and Du Lank, the founding and closing disciple of Li Chu. This time I came to southern Xinjiang to accompany Wang Longqi on a journey to save his father. According to Yu Qian, the red line on Wang Longqi's father's wrist was not a simple mark at all, but a curse. Although Taoist Master Natsun had some understanding of the matter of eating people with medicine, his understanding was not complete after all. This red line is not the mark of the medicinal beauty killing people, but the method. As long as the red line grows on the wrist, that's when the curse will come. No matter how many cultivators guard it, it is useless. The cursed person will still die. It is said that the person who tied the bell needs to untie the bell. The only way to break the curse is to find the source of the curse. That is, the magical beauty who cast the curse that day. Even after a few days, they still had to go back to the village where they collected the medicine to investigate. So the 3 of them set off immediately. And when they arrived at the village, it was already dark. After climbing over a tall black mountain ahead, we reached the target village of this trip. If you turn over it, you may not be able to ask anything at night. The 3 of them discussed it, and decided to stay overnight in this village until they could cross the mountain tomorrow. This is how the current scene happened. Taitu led the 3 people into the house and sat down, poured 3 bowls of water, and said at the same time, "I happen to have an empty room at home, but it's a bit small. If you don't mind it, you can rest there later. Brother, just don't mind disturbing me." Du Lank smiled and nodded, and asked at the same time, "Brother, do you know where Shanbei village is?" "Shanbei village." Taitu raised his hand and pointed. "You can follow the village road and cross the Black Mountain. You can see it at a glance. Do you want to go there to collect the medicine?" "Yes." Du Lank nodded, but did not say anything about the curse. "Then I advise you guys not to go." Taitu was also kind-hearted and reminded directly. "There was also a group of medicine collectors a few days ago. After they passed by our village, they also went to Shanbei village. Later I heard said, something happened over there, and there should be no cure now." "Oh." Li Chu looked up at him. "Do you know what happened to them in Shanbei village?" Although Wang Longqi's father has already told the general story, listening to it from another perspective may help to investigate the origin of the medicinal beauty. "I heard that it's something related to evil spirits." Taitu lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "I know a little bit, but I can't say it now." "Why?" Wang Longqi asked. "Our rule here is, don't talk about weird things after dark," Taitu said carefully. "It is said that there are some evil spirits with high moral standards. Once others mention its name or talk about it, even if it is hundreds of miles away, it can hear it and will come looking for it." Li Chu blinked. Is there such a good thing? Wouldn't it be possible to just sit at home and listen to stories without moving, waiting for evil spirits to come to your door? "In this case," he said to Taitu, "then I would have to trouble you to explain more. Perhaps you have never heard of the name Little Taoistly. In the whole country, there is no evil spirit who can take a single blow from his hands." Wang Longqi said, "If you are evil spirits, Just lure him here and kill him. That's right. Du Lank nodded. My master's nickname is Zhongyuan Girl Jincho. Oh no. It's Ghost Jincho. You can rest assured. This. Taitu is still a little hesitant. After all, people who travel in the world will inevitably blow the whistle. This little Taoist is young. If you say that he is a genius with a high level of cultivation, you can barely believe it. You said that no evil spirit has ever been able to take advantage of his sword? This is an exaggeration. Only a fool would believe such a thing. Right? But thinking that he still wanted something from them, he finally said, Okay, then I'll tell you. Taitu went over to cover the door first, then came back and spoke in a very low voice. First, there was a man named Heiju in Shanbei village. He married a wife and died soon after. It is said that he was an alcoholic and often beat his wife. So his wife took the opportunity to boil him alive. Then he ran to the same village as a leper he hid in his home. No one noticed it at first. But who knew that the group of customers who were collecting medicine passed by a few days ago? And there was an old Taoist among them. He happened to see Heiju's grave on the mountain. And he said it was some kind of medicine beauty who was causing trouble. A group of people talked for a long time, and finally decided that the woman hiding at Air Lazy's house was evil spirit. Air Lazy took them home. When the old man came in and saw the woman, he killed her with a talisman and a sword. But after killing her, he discovered that there was no evil spirit. It was clearly a person. It's a pity that such a beautiful young lady was killed. That Nyobi was killed alive. Hearing this, the three of them were surprised. This is completely different from the version told by Wang Longqi's father. It is difficult to detect a monster's transformation. And if you wait for it to reveal its demonic aura, it is sometimes easy to lose the opportunity. Therefore, there have been precedents of accidentally killing good people in the past. But why did Wang Longqi's father lie? Or are the villagers in Shanbei village lying to the outside world? The candlelight was dim, but Taitu didn't notice the expressions of several people, and continued to preach. When things got here, things started to get messy. Air Lazy grabbed the old man and asked him to compensate his wife. The customers who collected the medicine were all rich people, so they compensated him hundreds of taels of silver to settle the matter and then left. It stands to reason that the daughter-in-law was not his in the first place. He was simply harboring the suspect and made 100 taels of silver in vain. People in the village don't know how envious she is. But the next day, he was found dead on the mountain. Moreover, the condition of his death was extremely miserable, with his flesh and blood all broken into pieces. When I went to see his house again, the 100 taels of silver were gone. So the villagers believed that someone was coveting his windfall and dragged him to the house in the middle of the night. He was killed on the mountain and the money was taken away. And not many people knew about it that day. It was most likely someone in the village who did it. Now people in Shanbei village are beginning to suspect each other. If we don't find out who did it, everyone will be suspected. Our two villages are not far apart, and many families are related to each other. So the news quickly spread here. After hearing about it, the surrounding villages were afraid to interact with people from Shanbei village. After Taitu finished speaking, he shook his head and sighed. 100 taels of silver is a lot less. But how much can it be if it's a lot? How can it be worth such cruelty? Alas! Li Chu and the other three looked at each other for a few times, and they all felt that something was fishy. But I'm afraid we still have to go to Shanbei village to find out what the inside story is. After telling them the story they wanted to hear and chatting for a few more words, Taitu said again, Seeing that the two Taoist priests have advanced cultivation, I actually have something to ask of you. I don't know if it's inconvenient. He was a little embarrassed, because there were not many cultivators in the countryside, and he couldn't afford big prices, so he was embarrassed to ask others to do things. But Li Chu just smiled gently. But it doesn't hurt to talk. That's right. My father passed away a few months ago, Taitu said again. But just before you guys came, someone knocked on the door and said he was my father, and he was back. And his voice, the tone is very similar. Although I didn't dare to open the door and look, I can almost confirm that that's my dad. But how can the dead come back to life? This is obviously evil, Taitu begged. So I would like to ask some of you to help me find out what is going on. Also, if my father really became a ghost, he would probably be a good ghost. I hope you won't harm his body. It would be best if he could find his way back and rebury him in peace. Taitu reminded filially. In the simple concept of rural areas, it is still hoped that the whole body of a loved one will be left behind after death. What he was most worried about was that these cultivators acted violently and directly overturned his father's physical state. Therefore, it is important to keep the body intact. Resurrected from the dead? Lao Du frowned again. This is a strange thing. I heard people say that there are many evil spirits in southern Xinjiang before. I was doubtful. But now I am really convinced. But we are in a hurry to go to Shabei village. So we can't delay. It would be easy to kill an evil spirit. But if investigating this kind of thing is complicated, I don't know how long it will take. Wang Longqi turned his back and whispered to the two of them. His father is already dead. But my father can still be saved. It's better than this. Li Chuzi thought for a moment and said, Lao Du, you stay here and investigate this matter for now. Wang Longqi and I will go to Shabei village tomorrow. Okay. Du Lank responded. In his opinion, this is the master's recognition of his own ability. As a new disciple in his 40s, he was very happy. Tai Tu is a little skeptical. Although this Taoist priest looks older. Between master and apprentice, the master is definitely more reliable. He heard that the young Taoist priest was leaving only an old apprentice here. He didn't know the inside story, so he couldn't help but feel that the other party was perfunctory with him. Du Lank saw his concerns, so he patted his chest and said, Don't worry, little brother. There is nothing to be afraid of. Although I am a young disciple in our Diyun temple, but I was in Shiluo city before. But I have been the leader of the temple for more than 10 years, and I am considered a famous ruthless man in the south of Shiluo city. He is also the main figure in several battles to eradicate evil spirits in the city. Really? Tai Tu then showed a simple smile. Then I'll trouble the Taoist priest. Don't worry, Lao Du said again. If nothing else, our team encountered a walking corpse just at the entrance of your village. It might harm the people in your village, so I eliminated it. I used a sword controlling technique to disembowel him, and then used my sword to bring him back and decapitate him. But I have always been careful in my actions. I was worried that its Yin Qi would not be extinguished. So another fire talisman hit it and burned it into a ball of ashes. Ha ha. No bones left. The entrance to the village? Tai Tu blinked. Isn't that very close to my home? Yes. It's not far in front of your house. Lao Du touched his chin. Speaking of which, the zombies seem to have come from the direction of your house. But it's not important. He waved his hand again. Anyway, it was all destroyed. We'd better think about how to help your father get laid to rest. Chapter 306. I saw it with my own eyes. The three of them were invited out of the house by Tai Tu. Because, after listening to Lao Du's description, Tai Tu's simple smile disappeared in a second. He realized that the walking corpse that the black-faced Taoist priest was talking about was probably his old father. The person he loved most. I was begging people to keep my father's body intact for burial. But it turned out that they just scattered all the ashes. But you can't say that they did something wrong. After all, as a cultivator, if you see an inexplicable walking corpse appearing in the village, it is very reasonable to kill it in order to prevent harm to the villagers. In a battle, you will kill it with one sword and two swords, and you will be dead without a complete corpse. Is also very common, out of stability. It doesn't seem to be a problem no matter how much you lose your ashes. But I am still very sad. In this complicated mood, Tai Tu politely said, Get out, a few times. Respectfully pushed the three of them out, and then slammed the door and locked it with enthusiasm. The three people outside the door looked at each other. After a long while, Du Lank shrugged, spread his hands and said, Isn't it a coincidence? Wang Longqi patted him on the shoulder and said, It's okay. How about we go directly to Shabei village? I don't really need to rest anyway. In fact, there was nothing wrong with the two practitioners, Li Chu and Lao Du, who came all the way. Wang Long was tired all morning. But Tai Tu's story just now made him realize the truth. People must cherish their father. So the three of them climbed up the Black Mountain overnight. From Tai Tu's village to the village on the other side of the mountain. There is a mountain path in the middle. It only needs to climb a short slope, so it doesn't take too long. But as soon as the three of them got closer, they noticed something was wrong. Black Mountain is as its name suggests. And the soil and rocks of the entire mountain are a colorful black color. At this time, the mountain looked particularly tall and hazy in the night. The most conspicuous thing was that the entire mountain was shrouded in a thin red mist from top to bottom. This red mist is as strange as blood in color. Thin but not dispersed. Even if the wind blows, it will only ripple, just like water, through the mist. You can vaguely see the outlines of vegetation, mountains and rocks, hidden in it, like ghosts with teeth and claws. Suddenly, there seemed to be a black shadow passing by. The roar of beasts coming from the mountains was actually somewhat powerful in shocking the soul. There is something wrong with this mountain, Du Lank reminded. My consciousness cannot penetrate this red mist. Needless to say, Li Chu had already noticed it, because his mind could not feel the breath in this red mist, which could isolate many things. At this time, suddenly a staggering black shadow walked out of the red mist. The clothes are torn, the face is blurred, and the whole body is rotten. Only half of the skeleton is left, and only the human shape can be vaguely seen. Another walking corpse. Although this kind of walking corpse looks terrifying, its combat power is really not strong. Especially this one looks even worse than the iron-headed boy's father, with its limbs already missing. When it saw the three of them, it screamed like an instinct and wanted to rush over. However, before its legs could get closer, it was already pierced by the pure yang sword. Boom! Leave no trace in a blink of an eye. The negligible experience value left Li Chu with no fluctuations in his heart. After reaching level 79, the experience tank expanded again. The experience value gained from killing Lord Songhai's soul last time was not even half filled, let alone such a body. Little walking corpse. It seems that there is something strange about this red mist, Li Chu said. The iron-headed father was also buried on this mountain before, and it was no accident that his body was suddenly raised. Want to go up and take a look? Durank asked. You have to get over this mountain. Li Chu said something and walked over first. Yes, Wang Longqi said. Only by climbing over this mountain can you hear my father's story. Before the three of them plunged into the red mist, Li Chu held his breath and reminded. This red mist is weird. It's best not to smell it. Yes. Du Lank obeyed his master's orders and used his skills to hold his breath, and a dragon of energy instantly condensed into his nose. For cultivators in the Shinha realm, a breath of true energy is so long that it can only last for half an hour. But Wang Longqi was dumbfounded. He tried to hold his breath, but his face immediately turned red, and he asked for help. You all can hold your breath. What should I do? Du Lank said. How about you tear off a piece of clothing, soak it in child urine, and block your mouth and nose? A child is peeing. Wang Longqi was startled. This is a bit too difficult for me. How about Li Chu? Give it a try? Huh? Li Chu frowned. This is not good. If it really doesn't work. Lao Du blushed slightly and said with a shy face. Actually, I can also help. No. Wang Longqi blinked. I mean if you try to dispel the red mist. What are you thinking? Li Chu. Duran. Gone. Turning his head, Wang Longqi looked at Lao Du with his eyes empty. How come there is an unexpected gain? Hee hee. Lao Du. How old are you this year? Early 20s. 20 years and 10,000 days. A poor Taoist devotes himself to practice. But your cultivation level is not high either. Pindao doesn't have that kind of worldly desire. Who can even say something like drinking bath water? Go to HL. Just when the two of them were trying their best to attack and defend, Li Chu had already started his attempt. He raised the pure yang sword and let it enter the red mist. The thick red mist suddenly trembled, and indeed dispersed slightly. From the look of it, it didn't look like the mist was retreating, but rather like it was avoiding. Efficient. When Li Chu saw this, he slightly increased his spiritual power, causing the body of the Chunyang sword to burst into flames. Boom! The Chunyang sword suddenly burst into brilliant red flames, and the surrounding red mist seemed to explode, and it suddenly retreated 3 feet. In an instant, an empty circle with a radius of 3 feet was opened. The three of them walked into the red mist under the protection of the flames of the pure yang sword. When I first walked in, there was a faint scent on my nose, as if the red mist around me had a strange medicinal fragrance, which was not only harmless, but also refreshing. After just a few steps, another group of surging fluorescent green flames floated out in front. When Li Chu saw it, he let out a sigh. Lantern monster. There is a cemetery on this black mountain, so it is not surprising that some lanterns appear there. The strange thing is that this lantern monster is as tall as a man, and its flames are ridiculously strong. There was a constant crackling sound while walking, and if you look carefully, there seemed to be a few bones burning in the lantern at any time. The so-called meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Seeing the lantern monster, Li Chu almost reflexively waved a kind sword. Boom! Even if it is a mutated large lantern monster, it cannot withstand the ravages of a red dragon. The experience of this lantern monster is at least 10 times that of ordinary lantern monsters. Li Chu looked at the red mist around him, and began to seriously think about the possibility of replicating it in Shilippo. As soon as the red dragon emerged, the surrounding red mist was like snow meeting boiling water. It dissipated in an instant, reflecting the way down the mountain. If your vision is good enough, you can see the outline of Shanbei village in the dark ahead across the path. The whole village was dark, exuding a dead silence, without any lights. Li Chu looked at it, with an ominous premonition in his heart. The red mist only filled the black mountain area. The mountain path they traveled through was only a small area of the mountain, and they were quickly climbed over. As for what secrets there are in this mountain, Li Chu is not in the mood to explore at the moment. He plans to solve the curse first, and then look back at this place. That glance just now made him feel that Shanbei village seemed a little strange. Sure enough, when the three of them went down the mountain and walked into Shanbei village, they found that the village was eerily quiet. Not even the sounds of roosters, dogs, or livestock moving around were heard. Although the village where Taiatua was just now was closed, there were still a few lights on, and it was obvious that the village was popular. But this village was obviously deserted. Li Chu glanced around with his mind's eye, and sure enough, every house was empty. Even the chickens, dogs, cattle and sheep were gone. Strangely enough, my mind suddenly caught a hint of, "Chi, the location is actually very close." He turned around and looked, and heard a rustling movement over there, and a human head suddenly popped out. Ah! Wang Longqi was the closest and screamed in fright. This man's hair was messy. His skin was brown and old. And the most terrifying thing was that his eye sockets were actually black. It was as if one of the eyes had been gouged out by life. Then, a neck came out from behind the head, and then a body. It turned out to be a living person. "Is someone here?" The old blind man suddenly appeared and asked. "Who are you?" "Old man," Du Lank responded. "We are Taoist priests from the Yun Temple in Hangzhou Prefecture. We came to Shanbei village to check something out." "But what happened here?" "Ah, Taoist priest." The old blind man rushed out urgently. "You guys, hurry up and save the people in the village. The whole village has been captured and taken to the Black Mountain Sheep Slaughtering Cave." "Slaughtering Sheep Cave?" Du Lank was puzzled. "It's a large cave in the south of Black Mountain, just below Sheep's Head Peak." The old blind man guided thoughtfully. That conscientious attitude seemed to come specifically to guide them in completing their tasks. Li Chu was a little surprised when he heard the old blind man's words. So he asked, "Old man, are you sure that the whole village has been caught there? How can it be false?" The old blind man said loudly, "I saw it with my own eyes." Chapter 307 Plants vs. Walking Dead. Li Chu looked at the old blind man and couldn't help but be silent for a moment. This person. There seems to be no awareness of being a blind man at all. Li Chu asked again, "Old man, are you also from this village?" The old blind man replied, "If I were also from this village, wouldn't I also suffer? I am just a witness." Wang Longqi asked, "My father-in-law, do you know what happened in Shanbei village a few days ago? About the medicine beauty?" "Medicine beauty?" The old blind man repeated, and then said, "I know that the people in Shanbei village were arrested because of Yao Marin, because someone wanted to refine a big medicine in the Black Mountain, and wanted to add Yao Marin to refine it. And the people in Shanbei village people will be arrested and tortured only after they know the news about Yao Marin. As for what happened in the past few days, I don't know." "Oh." Listening to what he said, it seems that the thing about medicinal beauties does exist. Li Chu asked again, "Do you know who captured the villagers?" "Then I don't know you." The old blind man shook his head again, and then urged, "If you don't go to the Tuyang cave quickly, those people may also be refined." Li Chu frowned and glanced in the direction of the sheep slaughter cave he mentioned, and nodded. Turning back, he asked the old blind man, "Do you need any help here, old man?" Because there was no one else here. The old man was at least nominally a blind man. He was worried that the old man would be in trouble after they left. So he asked specifically, "No need." The old blind man refused decisively, with a cold attitude of, "The plot has been introduced. The mission, saving Shanbei village, has been released. Life has no other meaning. And you don't need to pay attention to me anymore." Before leaving, Wang Longqi glanced at the old blind man suspiciously, and asked Du Lank intentionally or unintentionally, "Lao Du, look at me and Li Chu standing together. Who is more handsome?" Before Du Lank could react, the old blind man burst out laughing. "Bah!" Wang Longqi burst out, You still say you are blind? What? The old blind man immediately pretended that nothing happened. You don't know what we look like. Why are you laughing? Wang Longqi asked. The old blind man said with a straight face. I think of happy things. There is definitely something weird about this old blind man. On the way to Tuyang Cave, Wang Longqi made a positive sound. Li Chu naturally also knew that this old man had come here strangely. The entire Shanbei village had been taken away. Why was he the only outsider left there? And he was still fine after knowing everything? It's not really a guide who only appears for the plot and missions. But time was running out, and they had no time to delve into the old man's purpose. It was obviously impossible to give any clues in the empty Shanbei village. So I had to take a look at it with some confidence. They walked non-stop and followed the direction mentioned by the old man for a while. As expected, they saw a mountain peak that looked like a sheep's head. And the strange red mist in the entire Black Mountain is the richest here. The origin of the red mist is most likely here. Go up and have a look. With a bang, Li Chu raised his hand and raised the pure yang sword, opening the way forward. They walked up to Sheep's Head Peak from the side and climbed all the way along the ridge. When they were about to walk up to the Sheep's Head, there were strange calls of wah coming from the front, and they were very dense. Li Chu Xuanchen looked down the mountain wall. His eyes suddenly condensed. On the mountainside of Sheep Head Peak, there was a huge black cave entrance, and gurgling red mist came out of the cave entrance like thick smoke. And outside the cave entrance, a horrifying scene was happening. The peak is named Sheep's Head because of its shape, and this big cave is right below the sheep's head, which is considered the neck position. There is a hole in the neck, so it is called Slaughtering Sheep Cave. Today, there are 72 cave barbarians on the land of southern Xinjiang. But a long time ago, there were far more than that. There may be hundreds of barbarian tribes in the entire southern Xinjiang. It was only later that due to wars, massacres, plagues, fusion and other reasons, it evolved into the 72 barbarians today. It is said that Tuyangdong was once the ancestral land of a barbarian tribe. Even now, many years later, the people around Montenegro will never go near this place easily, because it is said that coming here may be contaminated by the ghosts of the barbarian ancestors. But now, the outside of Tuyang Cave is full of people. Of course, although those figures are human-shaped, it is no longer accurate to call them people. It's clearly the Walking Dead. That's right. There are hundreds of zombies surrounding the cave entrance. Some of them have intact limbs and are walking slowly, while some of them have broken limbs and are crawling on the ground. What they have in common is that they all seem to be frantically trying to rush into the cave. A cave entrance. It seems that the red mist has a fatal attraction to them. Li Chu thought for a moment. Maybe their resurrection was indeed related to the red mist. But it was not a real resurrection from the dead. It just turned the corpse into a walking zombie without any intelligence. Like the iron-headed baby's father. There should be very few people whose intelligence can still support memories. And this is also the reason why he chose to go home instead of coming here. It is also possible that the longer he died, the lower his intelligence would be. The old blind man said that someone was trying to refine a powerful medicine in Montenegro. And it was very possible that the red mist was just a side effect. And none of these ferocious zombies can really get close to the entrance of the cave, because there are circles of strange arrangements around the entrance of the cave. At the front is a row of tall rocks, arranged very closely, like a copper wall. Even if 4 or 5 zombies attack with their hands, feet and teeth, it will be difficult to destroy them quickly. But after these zombies were resurrected, their strength also increased greatly. As they continued to attack, sooner or later they would smash these rocks into pieces. Outside this row of rocks, there is also a circle of hard barriers growing like pumpkin LS. Compared with the rigid and fragile rocks, they are obviously much tougher, thus forming a double protection. The plants in the second row are extremely scary. It's obviously a grass, but it has a big mouth with fangs, and shaking his head around, as if he was extremely thirsty for food. The 2 rows of teeth are as sharp knives. They can swallow the whole walking corpse in one bite, and they can also make weird swallowing movements. Even if some zombies are lucky enough to climb over the rocks in front of them, they will never be able to pass this level. The 3rd and 4th rows are a kind of green plant with slender stems and leaves, hole-shaped flowers, and a rather obscene shape. This plant spits out a green pellet every few breaths, which seems to be their fruits. This fruit seems to have spirituality. Each one can pass over the rocks in front and accurately hit the walking corpse. The crackling continues. The speed of projectiles fired from this fruit is not weaker than bullets. And it is extremely powerful. Even if it hits a walking corpse that knows no pain, it can instantly break part of its limbs. When these two rows of plants were fired together, it was a hail of bullets. No matter how thick-skinned the walking corpse is, it will be difficult to get close, and will be broken into pieces. Behind this green plant, there is a row of plants with the same shape but bluish color. The fruits they produce are not only extremely powerful, but also seem to have an enchantment effect that can freeze the zombies they hit, and greatly slow down their movements. This strange plant array firmly blocked the densely packed thousands of zombies from the entrance of the cave. If there weren't too many zombies, they would have been cleared away long ago. Looking at the bloody scene below, Wang Longqi and Du Lang both looked surprised. This is simply hell on earth. There must be something weird in the cave. Li Chu looked at it calmly, and then said, the situation is unknown. Let's sneak in secretly, and don't make too much noise. Although he was quite tempted by the large number of zombies outside, he did not take action rashly. If the purpose is simply to exorcise evil spirits, then just ignore it and kill them. But the current goal is to investigate information, so we should not be too public about it, so as not to alert others. So the two of them dragged Wang Longqi and flew directly over the flora in the front row, landing outside the cave entrance. Presumably, when the cave owner set up the formation, he only wanted to deal with the walking corpses and did not consider the existence of flying creatures. Snapped. The three of them landed on the ground and were about to raise their heads to take a look at the situation in the cave and sneak in carefully, when Durange's feet suddenly made a crisp sound. I think I stepped on something, he whispered. Li Chu had long looked down and saw a pair of red plant fruits at Lao Du's feet. Most of them were buried in the soil, but only a small part was exposed. When he stepped on them, they shattered. A dazzling red glow suddenly spread. Oops. This thing will explode! Wang Longqi also shouted from the side. But the second half of the sentence was lost. Boom. Chapter 308. Our cave is a garden. Don't cry! Don't cry! Those who cry will be fed flowers. In the huge dark cave, an extremely open space, the sound of fear and crying filled both inside and outside. Under the mountain wall, nearly 100 plainly dressed people, young and old, were tied up and thrown to the ground. They looked miserable and could only moan helplessly. Around them, there were dozens of piranha flowers with jagged fangs, each with their mouths open and salivating. On the other side of the cave, there is a huge stone pit that occupies 2/3 of the entire cave. It is filled with red, boiling, mist-shrouded liquid. The red mist emits from here through the cave. A tunnel above the wall discharges gurgling water outwards. Between the stone pit and the corner, there is a high platform. Standing on the high platform is a middle-aged man in civilian clothes and a black hat. He looks quite kind, with a warm smile on his face. But what he said was extremely horrifying. People in the martial arts world call me Medicine Master Demon. You can call me Master Medicine Master, the middle-aged man said with a smile. But no one cared what he said. The middle-aged man frowned slightly, snapped his fingers, and pointed at a young man who cried the loudest. Eat him! Ouch! A piranha flower that was close to the young man immediately turned scarlet, opened its bloody mouth, and swallowed the young man whole. Ah! Ah! No! Help! Ah! Because the piranha swallowed very slowly, the young man's upper body was swallowed. When the roots of the piranha propped up the shape of a person, everyone could still see that his lower body was slowly sliding down, and his legs were helpless. They were kicking around in the air, and the muffled screams were endless. When this horrific scene appeared, the captured villagers immediately became angry, and did not dare to speak out again. They only stared wide-eyed, trembled all over, and sweated profusely. For a moment, the only sounds left in the entire cave were the screams of the young people, and the gradual swallowing of the piranha. Ah! Ah! Gula gula. Horrible. Stupid people. If you don't kill the chicken to scare the monkeys, will you never know how to be afraid? The middle-aged man named Medicine Demon shook his head, still smiling warmly. Is it quiet? Okay. I'm going to ask you some questions next. A few days ago, a medicinal beauty appeared in your village. Right. The villagers looked at him in fear, almost staring, but no one dared to answer. There is no need to answer this question. I know. Medicine Demon waved his hand. Although you fabricated another story to erase the existence of Medicine Beauty out of some fear, I can still confirm that she appeared. What I want to ask now is that she must have been attracted by something when she entered your village. How did she get here? Just like before. No one said anything. The group is silent. The medicine demon frowned again. If no one speaks up, then I will feed one person to the flowers every 10 times. Not only will your body be devoured as nourishment, but your soul will not be able to escape. Do you know how these living plants are grown? Only a pair of feet of the devoured young man over there were left exposed. And the screams became duller and weaker, deeply stimulating the hearts of the villagers. Then an old man finally said in a trembling voice, "There was a Yao Empress passing by, but she was brought to the village by Heiju, and Heiju is already dead." The medicine demon's eyes were focused. Who else knows her origins? Master Pharmacist. Apart from Heiju, there are Air Lazy and Shou Fu who went with him to get married. Air Lazy is also dead. Now only Shou Fu in the whole village knows about it. Another man replied. Very good. Medicine Demon smiled. Who is Shou Fu? Come forward. The group was silent again. The villagers' eyes slowly turned to the exposed soles of the piranha's huge mouth. Stand? It should be impossible to stand. Hack. The medicine demon's expression changed. Spit it out. However, the piranha flower has already swallowed the person whole and is about to start digesting it. There is no way to spit out the things that are about to reach the stomach. Call. The medicine demon quickly flew to the ground, grabbed the feet with both hands, and at the same time kicked the roots of the piranha with his feet, and said viciously, Open your mouth quickly! Bang! 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 After a moment of hard work, with a bang, the swallowed young man emerged again, already dying and unconscious. The poor piranha had everything that was about to reach its stomach pulled out, and the deep part of its throat was rubbed repeatedly. It hung its head to the side slumpedly. Half dead? Medicine Master Demon's expression changed several times. Killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. I almost killed the only useful chicken, leaving behind a bunch of useless monkeys. He glanced at the villagers over there angrily and said, Speak earlier next time if you have anything to say. After that, he took out a small porcelain bottle from his arms, frowned and took out one, and stuffed it painfully into Shofu's mouth. He felt relieved when he watched the other person's face gradually turn around. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind that when he asked what he wanted to ask, none of these villagers could leave. All their souls must be planted into flowers to make up for the loss of this life-sustaining pill. Certainly, he had no intention of leaving anyone alive. At this moment, an explosion was heard outside the door. Boom! The medicine demon's eyebrows instantly became sharp. It's impossible for the walking corpses awakened by the red mist to break through the several major formations he carefully laid out. Someone else broke into the cave. Sure enough, as soon as this idea appeared, there was a rustling sound, and 3 figures appeared at the edge of the cave in an instant. There is a black-faced Taoist priest on the left, thick eyebrows and big eyes on the right, and the one in the middle. So dazzling. The light in the cave was always so dark that the medicine demon squinted his eyes before he could barely look directly at Li Chu's face. Yes, it was Li Chu and the other 3 who came to Tuyang Cave. The original plan was to sneak in quietly, but who knew that a powerful mechanism was deployed outside the door. At the moment when the explosion occurred, Li Chu grabbed the other 2 people and dodged forward to avoid the damage of the explosion. Just this way, without any precaution or worry, the 3 of them appeared in the cave. Li Chu quickly observed his surroundings, zooming in to the entire cave. In addition to the piranha surrounding the villagers, there are actually dozens of other strange-shaped plants distributed in different places. What they all have in common is that they all smell dangerous. Apart from these dangerous plants, the only enemy seems to be the middle-aged man under the high platform. Next to him are a dying piranha and a dying young man. There is also a large pool of mucus under him, which seems to be undergoing some indescribable horrific punishment. Who are you? The pharmacist Moin asked calmly. While asking, he also picked up a bunch of fingertips in his hand. After all, we are facing the intrusion of uninvited guests, and we must seize the opportunity. He secretly thought to himself. If he cannot give a reasonable explanation, then you will soon know how stupid it is to break into this cave. In terms of pure fighting, it is not his strong point. But in this cave that he has been running for many days, he has already made countless arrangements. This is his home court. The medicine demon is full of confidence. Boom, boom, boom. But as he turned his fingers, there were countless weird sounds, and vibrations came from the sky and the earth at the same time. Many exotic plants seemed to have been catalyzed, and became alive instantly. Countless flower vines hang down from the stone wall above the head. The huge mouth of the piranha hangs down. Many seemingly dead tree stumps around are ignited with strange fires. The fruit shot by the long-mouthed peas will be attached with flames when they pass through them. What's even more dangerous is that there are many bright red fruits bursting out of the ground. And powerful explosions can happen at any time. In an instant, a dragnet. The enchanting atmosphere soars into the sky. Li Chu's eyes tightened. Dangerous. While the other party was asking questions, he had already summoned so many strange plants. Which meant that the other party was very hostile. Or if you give a false answer, saying that you have no hostility and are just passing by, the other party will definitely not believe it. Unless he is a big fool. Then the fight will begin. Either answer truthfully and say that he is here to save the villagers in Shanbei. Then the other party will definitely stop him. Then the fight will still start. Anyway. Open. 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 The other side's question is basically a declaration of war. Once a battle begins, Wang Longqi and Du Lang may not necessarily be able to withstand such an overwhelming attack. Even facing an unfamiliar magical power, Li Chu was not sure whether he would be safe or not. He couldn't bear it twice and try to hurt it. To sum up, now is a life and death moment. At the critical moment, Li Chu made a decisive choice. As the Taoist scriptures say, hesitation will lead to defeat. The manipulator of these strange plants is obviously the middle-aged man in front of me. In this case, he was not sure whether subduing it with his acupuncture hand would immediately relieve the crisis. So he pointed his halberd forward. Boom! A flying fireball flew across the sky. The medicine demon instantly exploded into a ball of brilliant fireworks. From the moment the two sides met to the end of the battle, a full 3 seconds passed, but it was nerve-wracking enough. Li Chu secretly warned himself not to be so merciful next time. Once the opponent is given time to launch an attack, the results may be disastrous. After the pure Yang sword returned, Li Chu was a little puzzled, because killing this person does not bring him experience points. According to past experience, as long as the white light does not light up, it cannot be regarded as killing the enemy with certainty. But the enemy had disappeared after all. And Li Chu didn't think much, but focused on the strange plants around him. Although the cultivator controlling them was dead, he was not sure whether these strange plants could attack on their own. If there is still danger. Huh? As his eyes turned around. See you soon. All the terrifying and ferocious plants around them changed from their previous bared fangs and claws, and suddenly restrained their fangs and weapons. The piranha closed its mouth tightly, adhering to its duty as a flower, and was beautiful alone. The fruit bomb silently retracted into the soil, as if it had never emerged. The long-billed pea lowered his head obediently, showing off his cuteness. And those tree stumps were even more exaggerated. A few roots actually emerged from the soil, as if they were raising their hands. They hurriedly slapped them, extinguishing all the flames above their heads. Then he shook off the ashes, quickly retracted the roots, and pretended that nothing happened. Li Chu suspected that if he didn't pay attention, they would probably run away without hesitation. The whole cave. Suddenly it turned into a large and quiet garden. The flowers in the garden are so bright. Wang Longqi blinked and exclaimed, "These things can still steer according to the wind. Save people first." Li Chu greeted, although he wanted to see if these weird plants had any experience points. Saving people was more important at the moment. After the villagers in Shanbei village are rescued, these plants and the walking corpses outside will be disposed of. Isn't it beautiful? The three men untied the Shanbei villagers on the ground one by one. After being rescued, all the villagers knelt on the ground and shouted thank you to the immortal master. Li Chu helped the old man in front of him up and asked, "Who was that villain just now?" "Ah?" The old man in Shanbei village was startled. "I bet you didn't even know who that was. So you just gave him a crushing blow?" Li Chu saw his surprise and explained, "We received news that the people in Shanbei village were robbed here, so we came to rescue them. The situation was so dangerous just now, so I didn't ask any more questions." "Ah?" The old man in Shanbei village was startled again. From their mortal point of view, it was obviously the medicine master demon who asked who you were, and the little Taoist priest immediately burned him. How dangerous is this situation? But after all, Li Chu saved them. Even though they felt weird, the villagers of Shanbei village answered all his questions. They don't know much about the identity of the medicine master demon. A group of people ferociously kidnapped the entire village at dusk, where the medicine demon was waiting, and the reason why they were kidnapped. Although there was some hesitation, the villagers still said it because of Yao Meiren. Not many villagers knew about this matter, because several elders in the village were worried that the story about Yao Marin would spread and attract some bad things. So they made up another version of the story. In fact, Yao Marin killed the 2 people in the village and then disappeared. It's a pity that bad things still happen. What the medicine demon wanted to find was actually similar to Li Chu's, which was the whereabouts or origin of the medicine beauty. Only one person may know this. The villagers pointed at the miserable thin man. Although medicine demon's elixir brought him back from the brink of death, he was still unconscious. After all, the experience of being swallowed by a piranha for so long was not a good one. Li Chu stepped forward, picked up the small Bodhi mantra, and gave him a Bodhi initiation. Call out. In fact, Li Chu is quite restrained in using the little Bodhi mantra nowadays. The reason is simple. If he uses the little Bodhi mantra here, the bell of Bailong Temple will ring. If the bell of Bailong Temple rings often, it will be difficult for the brothels in the city to do business. If it is difficult for brothels in the city to do business, then Yulangshuan cannot be alone. If Yulangshuan is not managed well, then the consequences could be disastrous. Therefore, according to Li Chu's current calculation, using the little Bodhi mantra is almost equivalent to throwing money. It's just that the current situation is really urgent, and there is no other way. As for the effect, there is no doubt about it. Shofu soon woke up in a daze. Never in his life had he opened his eyes to see so many people staring at him. Everyone gathered around him with smiles and asked, "Are you awake?" He blinked and suddenly remembered that he was eaten by a piranha flower, and jumped up again. Li Chu held his shoulders, comforted him, and explained the current situation to him before asking questions. Where did that medicinal beauty come from? It's Mizunohara. Shofu thought about it for a while before giving the answer. Seeing that Li Chu and the others didn't know, he first explained, "It's a wilderness to the east of our village and north of Aizawa. There are some green spaces and some lakes with many medicinal herbs in them. Many people in our village collect medicinal herbs for a living, and they often go over there. According to Heiju, that's where the woman fell into the water and was rescued by him before committing herself to him. Later, we also followed Heiju to pick up the woman in Mizunohara, where her home is." He scratched his head. "The woman wanted Heiju to pick her up and leave Mizunohara before the sun rose. So I went to pick her up overnight, and I was very surprised at the time. Later I found out that she was a monster. Maybe because she was afraid of the light. Mizuno morning sun." Wang Longqi muttered and touched his chin. "In order to save my father, I must go and take a look." Chapter 309. Don't think I won't hit you because you are handsome. Dark night, dry mountain, and a deep pool. The pool was filled with dark water, a bright moon, a lone star, a broken lamp. Under the lamp was a white skeleton. The shape of this white skeleton is weird. Half of its body is glazed and half is ivory. It looks like a humanoid, but judging from its height, it is close to 2 feet. It is definitely not a physique that ordinary people can achieve. A head was also pale and ferocious, with 2 strange fires flashing in its eyes. The left eye was as pure as glass, and the right eye was as dark as ink. The body was covered with armor, glowing with a dark and dangerous luster. On the right-hand side is a large sword like a door panel, sharp and bloodthirsty. It sat there quietly, as if it were the remains of an ancient hero. At a glance, it was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Gulu, Gulu. 2 bubbles suddenly appeared in the deep black pool in front of him. Soon, more and more bubbles appeared, and the entire pool seemed to boil in the blink of an eye. Then a head suddenly surfaced. It's like bean foam floating in a hot pot soup. "The bone demon. We suffered heavy losses this time." The bean bubble continued to rise, and soon revealed its entire figure. It turned out to be the medicine master demon who had been killed by Li Chu's sword earlier. He actually resurrected from this pool of water. He rose from the deep pool, stepped on the water on foot, and came to the shore, while complaining again and again. "All the plants I arranged into Yang Cave, as well as the great rejuvenation medicine I refined, were all wasted." The big white skeleton didn't seem to care about this. It just held the big sword beside it, rubbed it, and asked in a cold voice, "Who killed you?" "I don't know," Medicine Master Demon said with lingering fear. "I only know that he is a little Taoist priest, and his characteristic is that he is handsome. Extremely handsome. Why did he kill you?" The Bone Demon asked again. "I don't know either." The Medicine Demon shook his head again. "They don't follow the rules very well, and didn't say anything before they started." "Then what do you know?" The bone demon looked at him like he was looking at trash. "You can't blame me," said the medicine demon with a very innocent expression. "They suddenly broke in. And I asked, 'Who are you?' He raised his hand and struck out with a sword. Very quickly. The matter at the Fuhuan tomb will be over soon," the bone demon said. "If that body is found and your resurrection medicine has not been prepared yet, the city lord will be furious. There's nothing I can do about it. No one could have expected this accident. Besides, I have always been doing the refining of the medicine by myself, and I don't have any strong helpers. The main medicine has not been caught yet." The medicine demon stood there with his hands spread out in an aggrieved manner. "The city lord asked me to practice. How should I practice?" The bone demon nodded his huge skull. "I know you are indeed in trouble. My work there is basically over. If you need help again, just ask. The white bone demon is indeed my good brother." The medicine demon seemed a little moved, and then said, "Then can you lend me some money? I just came out of the pool, and I am completely empty. You know, those plants cost a lot of money. Suddenly I remembered that I seem to have something else to do." The bone demon suddenly stood up, picked up the big sword next to him, and strode away. "The clothes hanging at home were confiscated, and there is still soup on the stove." The medicine master curled his lips. "Superficial, brothers. The night is not over yet, and everything in Mizuno Plain is completely silent. But in the endless gray night, there is a cluster of psychedelic lights. If you look carefully, you will see that it is an exquisite 3-story pavilion. It appears in this wasteland and looks very abrupt, but it is also unreasonably desirable. On the second floor of the attic, there are red candles, and people are drinking wine. A man with a rosy nose, loose hair, and dirty clothes was wearing a ragged cotton coat. Although he was incompatible with the gorgeous decoration around him, he was sitting at the top of the table. Beside him was a middle-aged lady who still had charm. Sitting on the opposite seat were 3 young women, each with their own shyness. They were all fair-skinned, beautiful, and pretty. These 3 girls and the woman were all wearing transparent gauze clothes, which were so thin and feminine that they were dazzling. "Although the young master saved my daughter's life in the big swamp, our family is not just a family." The woman gently pushed the man a glass of wine and said, "If it weren't for your talent, young master, I wouldn't have made the decision to betroth my daughter to you." "Yes, yes." The man nodded repeatedly. Every time he lowered his head, the candlelight hit the top of his head, shining brightly, reflecting the light of a talented person. The 3 girls opposite them all covered their mouths and chuckled. "Look," the woman pointed again, "how happy they are when they heard they could marry you." "Understandable." The man smiled so hard that his mouth almost went behind his ears. "Our place is closed after all, and the girls may have never seen a young man as outstanding as the young master." The woman flattered her repeatedly, and then raised her hand. "Jinjin, love, love, pity, who are you to marry this young master?" I'll come. The girl named Lien Lien was the first to stand up. "Young master saved my life, so I should pledge my life to him. How can that be done?" The girl named Ai pressed her down and stood up. "There is no reason why the younger sister will get married first before the older sister leaves the court. It's better for me to do it. Second sister is right." Jinjin stood up. "I am the oldest here, so I should marry first." "Huh?" Ai glanced at her and puffed up her chest. "That's not necessarily the case." Jinjin looked at Ai's deliberately raised chest, then looked down at herself, and said, "Mom, isn't she bullying others?" Compared with this, among the 3 sisters, Ai is indeed the only one. It is only slightly inferior to the original Maojiu. "Well," the man was a little confused. "Which one of them is older?" The woman chuckled and said, "They are triplets. According to the order of birth, Jinjin should be the eldest sister. But in fact they are about the same age. But now they are all vying to marry you. I'm afraid they still have to let you go. Choose. This is unacceptable." The man waved his hand. "No matter who I choose, I will hurt the feelings of the sisters. Young master is kind-hearted." The woman was about to say something else. Then the man continued, "Can't I marry 3 of them together?" Forehead. The woman was startled, looked at the light reflected on the man's head, and smiled. "Young master, you have a lot of ideas." "How?" "Well, there are only 3 daughters in my family. If you marry them all together, wouldn't it cost me my life?" The woman said with an apologetic smile, "Young master, you'd better choose one as soon as possible." "Okay." The man looked slightly disappointed, then raised his eyes to look at the three girls, and said, "Although I am a woodcutter and a herb collector, my ancestors also came from a scholarly family, and can compete with the 7 families. She's a relative. I want to marry a wife, so I have to find someone with substance." As he spoke, he pointed to the centermost love. "I can see at a glance that you have the most content. I'm exhausted, and all the work was in vain. There are so many stinky men, but they still like the ones with big breasts." Jinjin complained. Lian smiled and said, "I don't know what kind of toad that person is, but he also wants to marry the three of us together." Humph. Jinjin pouted. So ordinary, yet so confident. After the banquet, AI led the man up to the 3rd floor. The remaining mother and daughter stayed in the hall chatting. Lian stood by the window, looking out boredly, and said, "Speaking of which, I am the one who went out to lure you this time. I will never be able to steal the second sister. Next time I'm outside, I'll suck in the yang qi." Jinjin muttered, "No." The woman immediately rolled her eyes. "There are many cultivators in the world. It's too unsafe for you to rashly inhale people's yang energy outside." "Oh." Jinjin stuck out her tongue. "Mom, someone seems to be coming outside." Lian, who was standing at the window, suddenly shouted, "Huh?" The woman raised an eyebrow. "Who is here?" "2 Taoist priests and a rich young man," Lian said. "Taoist?" The woman thought for a while. "It's better not to provoke them. If nothing happens, just let them pass. But this Taoist priest..." Lian's voice became a little strange. "He does that well." Tuck, tuck, tuck. There was a knock on the door downstairs. "Go and open the door. Be careful." The woman gave him a look. "I'll go." Lian rushed downstairs. She quickly ran downstairs, took a deep breath, and opened the door. As soon as he opened the door, he saw an extremely dazzling face. Ah! Lian was so nervous that the first sound that came out of her mouth was actually a moan. She quickly covered her mouth, then blushed again and asked, "Is there something wrong with the little Taoist master?" The Taoist priest outside the door smiled faintly. "I am coming from Hangzhou, heading to Qishan City in southern Xinjiang. I am passing through this place. I want to stay overnight and leave at dawn. Is it convenient? My family is full of women." Lian blinked and whispered, "It's very convenient. The Taoist priest outside this door is naturally Li Chu. He, Du Lang, and Wang Longqi learned from the villagers in the north of the mountain that the place where Heizhu and Yao Marin met was in Shuiyuan. So I followed the villagers' instructions and came here. Sure enough, I saw a pavilion like this." "Little Taoist priest, please come with me." Lian took Li Chu upstairs and asked at the same time, "My little girl's name is Lian. What should I call her?" "Li Chu." 2 more voices sounded from behind. "Ignorant Duran. I'm Wang Longqi." "Ah." Lian was shocked. "Why are there 2 more people? This is my disciple. And this is my good friend. They came here with me and entered the door together." Li Chu explained. Lian smiled at him. "No one has seen it." His tone was as if he hadn't noticed anything insignificant. Not 2 living people. And even if he was reminded, he seemed to have no intention of taking a look. Lao Du and Wang Longqi looked at each other, relatively speechless. Only 1,000 lines of tears. When Lian led the 3 of them up to the 2nd floor. The hall had been completely renovated. There were no more remnants of seats, and everything was filled with brand new wine and delicacies. The woman and Jinjin stepped forward to greet him. "The Taoist priests arrived just in time. We ladies have just arranged a banquet and haven't started it yet." "Oh, Mom is interested." Feeling the familiar atmosphere, Wang Longqi suddenly smiled. Lao Du immediately grabbed him. "Qi Xiao, don't forget what we are here to do." "Sorry." Wang Longqi quickly woke up. "Professional habits." Li Chu raised his hand towards the woman and said, "No need. In fact, the main reason we came here is to inquire about some things." "Oh." The woman's eyes flashed. "What do the Taoist priests want to ask?" "A medicinal beauty entered Shabei village the day before yesterday, killed 2 villagers, and planted many curses." Li Chu asked, "I want to ask some of you if you know about this." The faces of the 3 women suddenly changed color and became gloomy. The woman stared at Li Chu for a long time and then said, "Of course we don't know. But according to the testimony we received earlier, the medicinal beauty did get married from here. If you insist on not telling the truth, then I will have to take some more drastic measures." Li Chu said calmly. Humph! The woman raised her eyebrows. Are you threatening me? Yes. Li Chu admitted without hesitation. He admitted so frankly that the woman was speechless. Then, there was a burst of anger. She took a step back and said angrily, Don't think I won't hit you because you are handsome. Bang. There was an explosion. And a burst of colored smoke suddenly popped out from the woman's body. And 8 long, hard, sickle-like claws shot out from her back. Her 2 daughters also transformed at the same time. In an instant, Ying Yin transforms into a spider spirit. The gorgeous hall was originally the Ponzi Cave mansion. The enchanting atmosphere skyrocketed. Li Chu was not alarmed by this. He raised his finger and breathed out softly. Ding. 1, 2, 3. Blockhead. The mother and daughter froze in place one after another. It was like 3 huge spider specimens. But in the blink of an eye, the fierce look of claws and teeth was gone. Become cute and pitiful, easily disabling the enemy's fighting ability. Li Chu allowed the woman to speak again and asked, Didn't you become a spirit with precious medicine? No. The anger on the woman's face disappeared. And she said in an extremely gentle voice, We are just a few little spider spirits in the Mizuno plain. What happened to the medicinal beauty? Li Chu asked again. This? The woman hesitated, as if weighing the pros and cons. But she soon figured out that there was no trade-off. Life is not only about dangers in the distance, but also about the little Taoist priest and the sword in front of you. So she said directly, It was done by Yao Yang and has nothing to do with us. Medicine Queen? Yes. Yao Yang is the biggest monster in Mizunohara. She has been practicing here for a long time. She has a weird temper and great magical powers. And we are all afraid of her. Little monsters like us don't dare to kill people. We usually just lie. Passers-by come in to inhale the yang energy, which will at most make them sick. But Yao Empress doesn't care about this. She often uses very cruel methods to kill people and other monsters. The woman's eyes trembled. Obviously very scared. I don't know if she's afraid of Li Chu or the medicine lady she mentioned. I remember what happened last time. She lied to the herb gatherer and said she was getting married. But she didn't have her own cave. So she just borrowed my place. I'm a humble person. So how dare I not borrow it? Li Chu had scanned the 3 mothers and daughters with his mind before. And there was no resentment on them. It can be seen that they may attract people's yang energy. But they have not killed anyone. So they are so gentle in their methods. Listening to what she said now, we can see that it is probably true. He asked again, Then do you know where to find her? The Medicine Queen is a precious medicine in the world. All creatures in the world covet her. So her whereabouts have always been erratic. And no one can find her whereabouts. The woman replied. Li Chu frowned slightly. As a result, the clue will be broken again. No, Wang Longqi said in frustration. What should I do about my father's curse? If you want to cure the curse of the Medicine Queen, I actually know it. The woman suddenly said again. Huh? Do you know how to solve it? I know something. The woman rolled her eyes and said, I can tell you. But Taoist priest, you have to promise me that after you finish telling me, you won't kill our mother and daughter. You yourself have never harmed anyone's life. So your crime is not worthy of death. Li Chu agreed. The woman nodded, and then said, I don't know how to understand it. But I know that the curse of the Yao Empress is to bind a person's life to a medicinal herb, which is called the life medicine. Then the herb tied to the life of the person is sold. Many cultivators are ghosts, and can use this to practice. As long as the life medicine is mature, and how the life medicine is disposed of, the person whose fate is bound will die. If you want to save that person, but you are really looking for it, if you can't find the Medicine Empress, you might want to consider getting that life medicine back. Life medicine? Li Chu asked. Then where does she usually sell life medicine? Those who need to buy this medicine are ghosts. So the Medicine Queen will sell them to the ghost market. The woman said. Ghost market? That's right. The underground ghost market in southern Xinjiang. The little Taoist priest's eyes couldn't help but light up. Is there such a place? Chapter 310. Is it right or wrong? Ghost market. Once upon a time, it was a term that was spread throughout Hulua. When young people walk on deserted roads in the middle of the night, old people will warn them to be careful not to end up in a ghost market. There is a market for people, and there is a market for ghosts. Although the ghost market is not entirely filled with ghosts, and is dominated by evil spirits that cannot be seen in the light, a small number of heretic cultivators are not excluded. They were conducting some nefarious transactions under the cover of night. And they were once very rampant. Especially when the world is in chaos. Ghost markets can even directly sell living people. Later, Halua Dingding took 100 years to stabilize the political power. And from then on he began to crack down on organized crime and eradicate evil. Existences like the Demon Gate and the Ghost Market are key targets. After hundreds of years of brutal suppression, these two words can no longer be heard anywhere outside Tianan Prefecture. Many people in Halua no longer know what this is. But Tiananmen is different. Although the laws of Halua do not allow ghost markets to exist, it is allowed under the rule of the Tianan 7 families. Even every ghost market here has the participation of the Tianan 7 families. The Chaotian Palace here exists in name only, and it is not enough to suppress it. If it hadn't been for Spider Jing's introduction, Li Chu and the others wouldn't have known that such an ancient underground illegal trading place existed in southern Xinjiang. This shows how separated Tianan Prefecture is from other parts of the Halua dynasty. It is not that difficult for Li Chu and the others to sneak into the ghost market. The reason is simple. In an underground place with this kind of ingredients, it is impossible to have too strict identity checks. Otherwise, few people would dare to come. As long as there is no trouble inside, even a mortal can go in and take a look. But it's not without risks. It is said that one has to go through a long, ghost gate to enter and leave the ghost market. Once any problem is discovered in the ghost gate, it will be directly erased. It is said that some disciples of the immortal sect wanted to sneak into the ghost market, and they disappeared directly in the ghost gate without seeing anyone alive or dead. When you encounter flowers on the mountain shore, you will travel when you encounter white. Wang Longqi recited the instructions given by the spider spirit to find the way under the barren mountain. Many formations or secret realms will look different at different times. The smaller one looks like a spider spirit's cave. Whenever the sun rises in Mizuno, it changes from a gorgeous attic to a silk cave. And somewhere at the foot of this barren mountain, there will be a ghost market road only when the moonlight rises. Ah! It must be here! Turning around the corner of the mountain, there is a quietly flowing mountain stream ahead. And in the middle of the mountain wall and the stream bank, there is a quiet patch of flowers. In such a remote place, the extremely rare moon-reflecting flower is planted. That is, under the sun's light and under the moon's light. They are two completely different colors. At this time, under the moonlight, the color of the flowers has changed. Most of them have turned into light yellow, and a small part has turned into pure white. The pure white part is paved in two straight lines, vaguely like a road between them. Go over and have a look. The path was narrow, and Li Chu walked at the front. The three of them were all wearing loose black robes and black hoods covering their faces, which was standard equipment when entering the ghost market. Du Lang's black face was particularly scary at this moment. If he didn't smile, he would look like a cloak floating at first glance. Of course, if you smile, your teeth will be floating. The moonlight shines above. Among the pure white flowers, three figures in black robes slowly walk through. And there is a darkness like thick ink in front of them. In the darkness, there is a lingering fog. Standing in the thick fog is a terrifying existence with eyes like rays of light. There's something wrong with these three people. The existence's voice sounded like thunder, making the surrounding fog billow like a boil. Lord Tongyu, are you talking about these three people? There was a small black figure below, using his claws to push away the thick fog, revealing the shadows of Lian Chu. That's right. The voice of the terrifying existence sounded again. Erase them. Cold and heartless. It's like saying to kill 3 ants. Yes. Other small voices responded. As he walked, Li Chu keenly noticed that everything around him seemed to be distorted. The space seems to have undergone strange changes. And the wind, water, and air are gradually becoming different. This change is very slow, and he might not have noticed it before. But after entering the secret realm several times, he was already familiar with this feeling. This is the twisted feeling before entering the secret realm. It turns out that the ghost market is actually built in a secret realm. He could see those white moonflowers still in front of him, but he could also clearly feel that he seemed far away from them. Although it's so close, you can't even reach out and touch it. Is the so-called gate of H.L. the space passage before entering the secret realm? He opened his mind, and although it could cover the farthest distance, it seemed like there was nothing. It was a place outside the world. Whoosh! Just as he was about to retract his mind, suddenly, a breath flashed past. Li Chu suddenly became alert. He said softly to the two people behind him. There's something weird. Be careful. At the same time, my mind was tracking the breath, and it was getting closer and closer. When he opened his eyes, he couldn't see anything, but he felt it clearly in his heart. The experience is somewhat similar to an invisibility charm. When this happens, the superiority of the mind's eye over spiritual consciousness can be demonstrated. Just when the breath was less than 5 feet away from the three of them, Li Chu felt that he had entered a dangerous distance. So he looked over and asked, "What do you want to do?" This sound shocked both Wang Longqi and Lao Du. Of course, they are not the ones who are most afraid. When an invisible ghost quietly approaches a person, suddenly he raised his head and said loudly, "I saw you." The ghost will not be less frightened than the person after it succeeds. That aura was like this. And when Li Chu asked such a calm question, he suddenly became confused. But after the chaos, it made the wrong choice. It rushed towards Li Chu. The moment he took off, his figure was briefly revealed. Looks like some kind of large insect. A praying mantis or something? There are several thin wings on its back. And it carries a sharp blade. He is an assassin walking in the void. Since its attitude was so unfriendly, it was naturally impossible for Li Chu to be polite. He quickly drew out the pure yang sword. Because he was outside the ghost market, he was worried that making too much noise would alert others. It would be bad if the opening of the ghost market was disrupted and the things you were looking for were taken away. So he used his latest magical power. Secret skill. 1/8 of a silk spiritual power sword. That's right. After studying hard recently, Li Chu finally refined a trace of spiritual power from 1/4 to 1/8. In this way, the power of the weakest sword can be reduced by half again. This is a landmark progress. Li Chu is very proud of this, because this is the result of his exploration after overcoming many difficulties. Don't think that weakening yourself is easy. Whether it is a small cultivator in the Qi realm or an earth immortal in the Tontian realm, it is easy to extract a trace of his true energy. If you ask him to refine it, not many people can do it. This is a subject that most people ignore. In other words, this can be said to be a unique skill created by Li Chu. Roar. Swinging out a sword with 1/8 of his spiritual power. The red dragon was still unmatched. There was no way. Even though his spiritual power had been subdivided, he had been upgraded compared to before. So the basics were there. Boom. The red dragon swept past, and the assassin naturally disappeared from the world. But the fragile space wall behind also trembled. This is the lightest sword that Li Chu can do, but it is still almost beyond the endurance range of the overlapping part of this space. Looking at the ripples, Li Chu was really worried for a while. Thankfully it held up in the end. The little Taoist priest patted his chest gently. Fortunately, a 1/8 silk spiritual power sword was used. It seems that if it was a 1/4 silk spiritual power sword, it might be necessary to break the space wall. In that case, people in the ghost market will definitely be alarmed. In that dark fog, the terrifying being remained silent for a long time. A long time. Only then did a hesitant voice say, "Lord Tongyu, those 3 wrong people have passed through the gate of H.L. Huh? The cold voice suddenly asked. Is there anything wrong with anyone? Didn't you, Lord Tongyu, just say that there is something wrong with 3 people and you want to kill them? Oh, I don't feel right about those people at first glance." That thunderous voice immediately drowned out all doubts. But look carefully. It feels right again. Chapter 311. It's okay to take yang qi, but kissing is not allowed. The sky is dry and things are dry. Be careful with the candles. There was a bang on the old city wall. Thick ink-like darkness flooded the surroundings, and only a pale lantern hung on the city gate tower, illuminating a small circle of light a few feet in radius. An old lady with a stooped figure and a staggering step walked into the city gate wearing a black robe and carrying a basket covered with black cloth in her hand. When we walked to the city gate, a baby suddenly cried out from the basket. Wow! The high-pitched cry was piercing. "Oh! The baby is awake!" the old woman said in a coaxing tone. "Don't cry! Don't cry! If you cry again, Grandma will feed you." The cry suddenly stopped. I don't know if she used some other means, or if the child understood the polar reversal between eating Grandma and eating Grandma. There was a skinny old man sitting at the gate of the city, carrying a clapper. When the old woman passed by him, she nodded, and the skinny old man nodded in response. After a while, in the darkness ahead, another slender figure came over. When passing by the old man, he stopped and asked, "Grandpa, I want to get some infant spirit blood. Is it available in the collection today?" It was a feminine male voice, and when speaking, a bright red tongue fell from the shadow of the hood and swung back and forth. "The old lady cat just brought one in. I don't know if there is a stall, You can go and have a look. The old man known as Taigong chinned slightly. Thank you, Grandpa. Long Tongue thanked him and walked into the dark old city. Immediately, 3 more people walked out of the darkness. These 3 people also wore black robes that were standard in the ghost market, and their faces were covered by hoods. So their faces and body shapes could not be seen clearly. But it can still be seen that the person in front is extremely handsome. The old man looked at these 3 people and raised his eyebrows. Li Chu walked out of the ghost gate and came here. When he saw the old man sitting at the gate of the city, his eyes paused for a moment. But he didn't look much. Just walk over. Suddenly I heard the old man calling. Stop! The 3 of them stopped and Li Chu turned around. The old man asked, What are you going in for? Buying something. Li Chu replied. What to buy? The old man asked again. Medicine. Li Chu replied again. What medicine did you buy? The old man asked again. Life medicine. Li Chu replied again. The old man squinted his eyes, like knives, and wandered between the 3 of them. After a moment, he said, After entering the door, go east. There is a little girl setting up a stall selling life-saving medicine. Thank you. Li Chu thanked him, then turned and left. The old man looked at their backs, thought for a moment, then suddenly stood up and walked into the darkness. This darkness was like sea water, and as soon as the old man entered it, he seemed to have become a swimming fish, and his body instantly swam far away. There seemed to be 2 lanterns hanging high in front of them. When they got closer, they realized that they were actually a pair of eyes. A pair of miraculous eyes that can see into the blue sky. I'm afraid you need a body like a mountain to have such big eyes. Lord Tongyu. When the old man saw those eyes, he immediately landed respectfully. I just saw 3 people entering the market. Something seems wrong with them. Oh! The terrifying existence in the darkness just made a soft sound, and there seemed to be big waves rolling around. But nothing seems wrong to me. But the old man hesitated. I have been guarding the ghost market for more than 100 years, and I can spot people like this at a glance. Then, Master Tongyu interrupted him. There is something wrong with you. This, the old man was stunned. Anyway, don't mess with him. Lord Tongyo's voice seemed to contain anger. The old man immediately did not dare to argue anymore, and turned around obediently and left. Tongyu is a remnant of the ancient times. The ancestor was once a being who could be called a mythical beast. He had a powerful innate supernatural power. That is, knowledge of ghosts and gods, and could see through many things that ordinary people could not see. It is precisely because of this innate magical power that Tongyu was chosen to guard the ghost market. With it, no one with evil intentions can sneak into this ghost city. I actually questioned Lord Tongyo's vision of knowing ghosts and gods. After the old man left, I couldn't help but feel annoyed for my stupidity just now. After Li Chu and the others entered the gate tower of the ghost market, they followed the old man's guidance and walked eastward. On both sides of the road, there are many stalls covered with old animal skins, which are far apart from each other, at least 5 or 6 feet apart. The people behind the stalls were all wearing black robes, so it was hard to see their appearance, except for some really weird ones. They all look similar in human form. There are not many people like Li Chu who can be seen as handsome even if they cover their bodies and faces. Although there were many stalls and even more customers coming and going, the atmosphere here was still desolate and cold, with a thin mist filling the air and darkness as the background of everything. Everyone came closer and whispered, and there was almost no sound. As for the things displayed on the stalls, they were even more bizarre. The severed limbs and arms, eyeballs, tongues, and internal organs of all kinds of creatures are just ordinary. There are also some pots and jars with yellow spring water, grave rice, mighty ashes, and so on. A meal of strange stuff. There are also fish that keep cowdowing on the land, dead monkeys covered with talismans, and the most conspicuous thing is a solitary human head, lying on the ground, eyes rolling around, and still calling for help. I don't know who would buy this kind of thing. As for talismans, magic weapons, and strange objects, there were countless of them, but most of them were unknown to the 3 of them. They were not very curious about this. They just wanted to quickly find the life elixir that tied Wang Longqi's father. Without stopping, I soon found a stall. There were several medicinal herbs on the stall, but they were all covered with yellow paper with birth dates written on them. It is exactly the same as the life medicine described by Spider Spirit. It should be here. They looked at the stall owner, slightly confused. Does the old man call this a little girl? The person sitting at the back of the stall, judging by the bulge in her figure, Could tell that she was indeed a woman and could even be said to have a pretty good figure. But what's on the head is a huge fish head. It was covered with blue scales and stretched out fins. And even a hood couldn't cover it. A mermaid with a fish head and body? When the fishman saw someone approaching, he turned his head. Of course, this is not disrespectful, but because the eyes of the fish head are on the side. What do you want? It asked, listening to the voice. It's really a woman's voice. Wang Longji leaned down and took a closer look at the 4 life elixirs placed on the stall. He scanned the birth dates on them, pointed at one of them, and said excitedly, "This birth date belongs to my father." No wonder he was excited. After running all this time, I finally found the result. As long as he gets this medicine, his father's life can at least be temporarily saved. As for how to undo the curse, that is a question for later. Li Chu looked at the 4 life elixirs and said, "I want them all." "Oh." The fishman looked at them. "This life medicine was collected from the medicine queen. They are all mature and very expensive. Make an offer," Li Chu said calmly. "It has matured, which means that each of these life medicines is a human life and must not fall into the hands of evil spirits." So his tone was very firm. "I want," the fishman's big eyes rolled, "the ghosts of 4 mysterious Yin sunflowers." Li Chu replied without hesitation. "No. No matter what is Xianyin Kue Shui Ming. It is impossible to trade it with Yin soul, since it is a barter market. It is normal to not be able to get what you need at the moment. So there must be more than the same demand for setting up stalls." When the fishman heard him say no, he changed his words and said, "Then 40 beautiful faces must be freshly peeled off within 7 days." Li Chu frowned slightly. "No." The fishman also seemed a little displeased. It added, "Then the heart of a dragon descendant. At least the 2nd generation blood descendant of a true dragon. There is indeed one in Diyun Temple. And it is the real dragon itself. Just a little smaller and a little fatter. Of course, it is impossible to give it. After all, what it mentioned is not something that can be obtained through formal means. And it is impossible for them to do that kind of thing." So Li Chu shook his head again and said, "Not even this." The impatience was clearly visible in the fishman's big eyes. "At first, I thought you were a wealthy person based on your tone of voice. But it turned out that you weren't here or that. You must have wanted to have sex for nothing. Right? Do you want to give me a try next time?" It said angrily. "Why do you come to the ghost market with nothing? Last but not least, I want the yang energy of a living person. If there is no more, you don't have to ask any more." Li Chu Meifeng gathered together. In fact, when he came to the ghost market for the first time, the situation was unclear, and he didn't want to cause trouble. So he planned a full 20 taels of silver for this operation. If the transaction can be completed within this amount, everyone will be happy. Like now, if the other party doesn't want money at all, and the deal cannot be negotiated, then we can only resort to some rude methods. Wang Longqi next to him suddenly pulled him and held his shoulders. Then Wang Longqi turned around and whispered, "Li Chu, don't worry. It's our first time here and everything is unclear. We should try our best to talk if we can. But it's really not possible." He had a look of humiliation on his face, as if he was about to make some huge sacrifice. "Say it." Wang Longqi looked at the ferocious fish head with a woman's body, gritted his teeth and said, "I can give you Yang Qi, but I have a request. When taking Yang Qi, you have to wear a mask. And no kissing allowed." Chapter 312. I didn't see anything. At that moment, many voices echoed in Wang Longqi's heart. That was the earnest teachings of the ancient sages, and it was the education imprinted deep in his soul since childhood. For example, filial piety comes first. Father is kind and son is filial. 24 Filial piety. Filial piety is like thunder, and filial piety is overwhelming. Thousands of words combined into one sentence. "Father, for you, my son risked his life." In ancient times, there was a story of lying on the ice to beg for a carp, and strangling a tiger to save the father. Today, let me, Wang Longqi, add another filial piety to the 24 filial piety. Follow the fish for your father. But the next second, the fishman's eyes were full of disgust, and he shouted loudly, "What are you thinking?" Looking at the fear in its big eyes, it seemed like it was about to cover its chest with both hands. Forehead. Wang Longqi blinked. "Don't you want Yang Qi? I'll give you Yang Qi." "Humph." The fishman snorted coldly and said angrily, "I want Yang Qi for 100 people. Can you give it to me?" Wang Longqi scratched his head. I will have to live for more than half a year for one person. He turned his head and looked at Li Chu. If Li Chu is taking a photo of me, unlimited refills are not impossible. Impossible. Li Chu flatly refused. Oh, then I can't stand it. Wang Longqi responded immediately. How could I be with you? The fishman was still angry. I want you to go out and take back 100 people's yang qi for me. Wang Longqi was a little unhappy now. Why do you seem to dislike me when I hear your talk? Otherwise? The fishman stared at him and said, then turned to look at Li Chu. If you can still discuss it, this is another price. Wang Long replied 7 times. Li Chu didn't want to continue discussing this topic with him. So he shook his head and said, no matter what, it is impossible for us to steal people's yang energy. The fishman simply turned around and faced them squarely. Then you can go. No need to discuss the deal. Seeing the other party's resolute attitude, Li Chu had no choice but to show his utmost sincerity. Let me tell you the number. He stretched out 2 fingers and said, 20 taels of silver and 4 life elixirs. How about it? The fishman's big eyes were stunned, as if he was a little confused by his extremely serious expression and nonsensical words. He hesitated for a long time before uttering a word. Roll. Sincerity was rejected by the other party, and Li Chu had no choice but to sigh. He readjusted his attitude. His face was expressionless, and when he spoke again, he had a slightly threatening tone. Do you know who we are? Huh? The fishman sneered. So what if I don't know? You still dare to be here? Before he finished speaking, Li Chu raised his hand and shouted, sure! Bang! The fishman's fish-headed body suddenly froze. It doesn't know who we are. Take the life-saving medicine and run away. Li Chu done shouted. The surrounding stalls were far apart, and Li Chu acted quickly and quietly. In addition, the stall owners were indifferent to each other, and no one seemed to notice their actions. Du Lang packed all 4 life-giving medicines in wooden boxes, put them in his bag, and the 3 of them got up and left in a hurry. As for the fishman, even if he doesn't do many evil things, he is definitely not a kind person. So just leave it here to fend for itself. Actually, not only was the fishman's body immobilized at this time, his head was also completely confused. How many years? How many years? It's been hundreds of years since I've heard of anyone committing evil acts in the ghost market in southern Xinjiang. In the past, those ghost markets with lax supervision would sometimes have gangsters taking advantage of others, and some people would even fight in the market. However, as the Tian'an 7 families strengthened their supervision of the ghost markets, each ghost market was guarded by a powerful figure, and no one dared to act wild here anymore, especially in this ghost market guarded by Lord Tongyu. Not to mention robbing goods. Even petty theft has never been able to escape. This group of people dared to do such a thing here. Don't they want to live? Etc. The group was almost out of the city. Why hasn't Master Tongyu arrived yet? Report to Lord Tongyu. The old man guarding the city gate hurried into the darkness again. There were far more eyes at the market than Li Chu and the others imagined. No one was paying attention to the surrounding stalls simply because it was none of their business. Everyone felt that these 3 stupid young men would definitely be suppressed by Master Tongyu. But? What's wrong? Tongyu's voice was filled with faint anger. Those 3 wrong people. The old gatekeeper was a little speechless, because according to past experience, Lord Tongyu knows everything they know, and Lord Tongyu also knows everything they don't know. So there is no need to report it in detail. But what happened to Lord Tongyu this time? The situation was urgent. But he still said, those 3 wrong people were robbing the market. They stole the goods. Our market has not seen such a bad thing in hundreds of years. What's wrong with this? Tongyu suddenly asked. Oh? The old man was stunned. This is robbery. This is not robbery. Tongyu's voice sounded like thunder. They just forcibly completed the transaction without the consent of the stall owner. Eh? The old man was stunned again. Is this the statement recorded in Emotional Intelligence? After thinking about it, he tried to argue. But they didn't give anything to the stall owner. Why not? Tongyu said in a deep voice. Didn't you give it a mobilizing spell? While the old man was speechless, he was also muttering in his heart. Damn that. Could it be that he is a relative of Lord Tongyu? In fact, the actions of Li and Chu were secretly watched by many people, including a man in a black cloak on the street corner. His cold eyes stared at Li Chu and the others as they left, and he snorted. Lun Tu-Ching, let's see how you die. This is not unfounded resentment. On the one hand, he had just encountered an unfortunate incident recently and lost all his wealth. So he raised some resources again, and came to the ghost market to replace what he needed. And the life medicine that had just been snatched away by those 3 stupid young men was also one of his targets. These life medicines can not only help him practice, but also find clues about the beauty of the medicine. But he came a step too late. So when the 3 people were squatting in front of the stall to trade, he was watching beside them. Seeing that the transaction was about to fail, he was still secretly happy. But unexpectedly the 3 men started to rob it. On the other hand, the leading one among the 3 people, although his face and figure cannot be seen, is still so handsome. This made him very unhappy, because the person who made him bankrupt before was also a dazzlingly handsome young Taoist priest. That's right. The black cloak in the corner is the medicine demon who has just been resurrected. He had just arrived at the ghost market to regroup when he saw such a scene. He had only one thing to say about it. Although he is not a local evil spirit, he also knows that Tongyu is guarding this place. It is a mythical beast that knows ghosts and gods. These 3 people will definitely die if they act like this. And the life medicine will definitely fall into his own hands in the end. But the development of things was somewhat beyond the medicine master demon's expectations. The 3 people had already walked through the city gate tower in a swagger. But it seemed that there was still no ghost market guard coming. And even the original gatekeeper at the city gate was missing. Why don't you stop him? The medicine demon was a little anxious. It turns out that the security of the ghost market in the world is already so bad. In broad daylight and at night, if you rob the bad guys' things, you can just walk away with impunity. Right? He hurriedly caught up. If these people are allowed to leave the ghost market, it will be too late to find them again. Because the design of the ghost market originally took into account the problem of gangsters and gangsters after leaving. Although there is only one way in, there are countless exits. After passing through the gate of hell, when leaving, you may appear anywhere within 100 miles. So when Li Chu and others walked out of the city gate, the medicine demon couldn't help but step forward and shouted, "Stop! Li Chu turned around and looked at medicine master demon. This voice felt inexplicably familiar. Although the medicine master demon himself is not good at fighting. He comes from an extremely mysterious place after all. And his own cultivation level is not low. So he is still a bit arrogant in the ghost market of the human world. He said coldly, "I want what you just snatched." "No." Li Chu flatly refused. "You name a price, and I won't let you suffer a loss." Medicine demon said again. "Impossible." Li Chu refused again. After all, this life medicine is now equivalent to Wang Longqi's father. No matter how much money is paid, it is impossible to sell Wang Longqi's father. If not too much. "You?" Medicine Master Demon said in a deep voice. "Do you know who I am?" Upon hearing this, Li Chu suddenly became alert. Is this guy going to try his best to take advantage of others? But the Medicine Master Demon didn't seem to have this intention. He just lifted his hood and revealed his face. "I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary evil spirit, but I didn't expect that what I got in exchange was indifference and rejection." The Medicine Demon said slowly. "I don't want to pretend anymore. I am one of the 8 demons sitting down under the Lord of the Killing Immortal City. The Medicine Master Demon. I'm showing off my cards." With this lift of the hat, the pressure suddenly appeared. That is the magical power of the superior. Even Du Lank was a little surprised. Could it be the Immortal Killing City in the demonic land? This is such a big deal. Wang Longqi didn't know what Immortal Killing City was, but muttered, "Why does this grandson look familiar?" That's right. Of course it looks familiar. Li Chu had already drawn the pure yang sword. The Medicine Master Demon, who had just shown off his cards, was shocked. This sword looked very familiar. Although he didn't even see the sword clearly before his death. He deeply remembered the brilliant fire of the sun. "You?" He pointed at Li Chu and exclaimed. But Li Chu has never had the habit of talking nonsense before hitting someone. One sword has already fallen. Because this enemy is a little weird. He was obviously killed by his own hands last time. But he appears again alive. So Li Chu made a heavy move this time. 1/2 silk spiritual power sword. Roar. A terrifying heat wave caused the temperature in the entire ghost city to rise suddenly. Boom. The red dragon swept over the medicine demon's body. This time he only shouted one sentence. "Who the hell are you?" This was indeed the biggest doubt in his mind. In such a short period of time, he had already reached 0 and 2. And he had just resurrected and bought equipment and died again. He still didn't know who killed him. Everyone will have some resentment. As this shout came out, his whole person disappeared from the world again. As if he had reappeared yesterday. The red dragon couldn't be restrained for a moment, and struck hard at the city gate tower. The ancient and dilapidated city gate tower collapsed. Hiss, Wang Longqi said hurriedly. It seems like it's a big deal. Li Chu was also a little helpless. It seems like every time I try to sneak into somewhere quietly, something unexpected happens, and something goes wrong. All I could do was say, "Let's go!" The three of them turned around and hurriedly entered the ghost gate, leaving behind a messy ghost market. Report to Lord Tongyu. The old man guarding the gate was full of panic. Those people are really too much. What happened again? Tongyu opened his eyes from the darkness. Didn't you see? The old man said in surprise. Just now, they openly killed people at the gate of the ghost city and knocked down the gate tower. He was even more angry at the latter, because he has been guarding this door for hundreds of years. He never thought that this day would come. He is still there, but the door is gone. Tongyu was silent for a while, and then said again. What a coincidence. I just happened to be concentrating with my eyes closed, and I didn't see anything. Chapter 313. The world is full of blessings and Dad's family is full of blessings. After leaving the ghost market, the three of them rushed back to Jiangnan Prefecture. Although this trip to Nanjiang was in a hurry, what he saw and heard left a deep impression on Li Chu. Compared with other state capitals of the Helua dynasty, Tianan Prefecture does have a barbaric feel, like a lawless land. Apart from other things, the medicine demon actually dared to rob an entire village of people for interrogation. If this kind of behavior happened elsewhere, it would be a shocking case. But in southern Xinjiang, there was no sound. If they hadn't happened to bump into it, I don't know how many days it would have taken for someone to track it down. This also made Li Chu feel a little bit more disgusted with the so-called 7 Tianan families. The existence of these ancient aristocratic families prevented the imperial power from entering and controlling this land. But they themselves obviously failed to fulfill their obligations as managers. When we returned to Yuhang town, it was already dark. Just in case, Li Chu also came to Wang's house. As soon as Wang Longqi entered the hospital, he shouted, Brother! Brother! I'm back! Dad is saved! Shaoqi, are you back? Wang Longqi's eldest brother, Wang Dalong, hurried out of the backyard, so excited that he didn't even put on his shoes. Yes! We finally got it after all the hardships. Wang Longqi nodded repeatedly, but he couldn't explain clearly for a while. So he only paused and asked again, Is Dad okay? This was what he was most worried about along the way. Although I have the life medicine in my hand, what if the spider spirit is not accurate? Or maybe the fishman is a liar? He can only feel relieved when he sees that his father is safe and sound. Wang Dalong's face suddenly looked ugly. He murmured, I don't know whether it's okay or not. I'll call my dad over first and let Taoist Priestley come and take a look. As Wang Longqi's eldest brother and living in Yuhang town, he already knew Li Chu's strength. Okay. As soon as Wang Longqi heard that his father was still alive, he felt that the matter was reliable and nodded happily. After all, if the life medicine thing is false, I'm afraid Dad has already suffered. But Li Chu keenly caught something wrong in Wang Dalong's words. Dads? Is this some strange name from the Wang family? Maybe it's similar to buddy, to express affection? Later, Wang Longqi's father was called over one after another. That's right. Just one after another. Successively, one by one after another arrived. At first, Wang Longqi was sitting in the hall. When he saw his father walking and wearing a cotton coat, he immediately jumped up and ran up to hug his father. Shopkeeper Wang was very moved when he saw his son like this and patted his back. Son, you're back. Dad? Me. At this juncture of fatherly kindness and filial piety, Wang Longqi was preparing to say something, when his words suddenly stopped, because he looked over his father's shoulder and saw another shopkeeper Wang wearing a cotton robe coming in the door. Ah! Wang Longqi was so shocked that he took a few steps back and immediately became unable to show his filial piety. How is this going? The two shopkeepers Wang smiled bitterly together, and before they could speak, another shopkeeper Wang came in through the door. Then, another one. A total of 4 shopkeepers stood lined up at the door. Fortunately, they were different clothes. Otherwise it would be difficult to tell them apart. They looked at each other, shrugged, spread their hands, and said in unison, I don't know either. Wang Longqi suddenly had a head as big as a bucket. After Wang Dalong informed his fathers, he also returned here and said with a wry smile, Now you know what's going on. Right. The Wang family father and son looked at me, and I looked at you. The atmosphere was very awkward for a time. It was Lao Du who broke the silence in time. He smiled and said, "No matter what, I still have to congratulate you. Qi Xiao. Originally, I just wanted to save a father. But now it's better. I'm happy. It's not like the more the better," Wang Longqi said with a bitter face. "It's all you who said I'm too busy to be a father. Now it's become a prophecy." "Right." Du Lang didn't say much. Turned to look at Li Chu. "Master." This. Li Chu had never encountered such a weird thing in his life. So he asked first, "Has anything strange happened in the house since we left? If you want to talk about strange things, there is one," Wang Daolong said. "Yesterday evening, a young scholar suddenly came to my door. He said that there was a strange and deadly energy in my mansion, and he was afraid that someone would be harmed by the evil curse. He gave me 3 freshly kneaded clay figures and asked me to place them among the cursed ones, under the bed, saying it can ward off this disaster. Who knew it would be early the next day? 4 of my fathers came out, but 3 clay figurines disappeared." Wang Daolong also looked confused. Then among these 4 people, maybe 3 are clay figurines? Li Chu scanned the past with his mind's eye, only to find that the auras in the 4 people's bodies were almost the same. And he was not familiar with shopkeeper Wang in the past. So naturally, he couldn't tell which one was the main body. "What about the young scholar?" Li Chu asked again. "He didn't leave his name, and I don't know where he was from. And where can I find him?" Wang Daolong said angrily. "I was also worried about my father's curse at the time. So out of desperation, I went to the hospital for treatment." Du Lang asked, "What about that curse? The real shopkeeper Wang should have that red line curse on his wrist." "That's right," Wang Longqi said. "Not everyone has the curse." "Right." He quickly went to check the wrists of several shopkeepers Wang, and found that there was indeed a red line on each wrist, and they were all exactly the same as the curse. "It's useless," Wang Daolong sighed. "I tried all the tests on physical appearance and private family matters before you came back. All the fathers are the same and answer questions fluently." His. Wang Longqi took a breath of cold air. "Where is the bloodline?" Li Chu suddenly said. "Even if evil spirits transform, they cannot copy the bloodline. People in the royal family use this test." The reason why he mentioned this was because he remembered what happened to King Jiang and before. This. Wang Daolong's expression changed again. The expressions of the 4 shopkeepers also changed one after another. It's like some strange human-to-human transmission phenomenon. "I have used my blood to identify relatives one by one before." Wang Daolong hesitated. Seeing his disappointed look, Wang Longqi asked, "Are all 4 suitable?" "No." Wang Daolong shook his head and sighed. "None of the 4 can match up." The air was suddenly quiet. "Well," the 4 shopkeepers sighed in unison, "if this incident hadn't happened, I'm afraid the old maid in the house wouldn't have told me the truth." One of the shopkeepers once said, "When Daolong's mother was alive, I was so good to her. I can't believe it. I can't believe it." Another shopkeeper Wang also shook his head. "She actually went to find another man behind my back and us." Faced with the common tragic experience, several shopkeepers Wang suddenly became angry with the same enemy. "But don't worry, Daolong." The last shopkeeper Wang comforted his son. "The affairs of the older generation will not involve you. The 4 of us will always be your only father." Wang Daolong touched his forehead with his hand, not knowing whether to cry or laugh for a moment. Wang Longqi, on the other hand, showed an expression of sudden realization. "I used to wonder why I was so unlucky and was cuckolded. Now I know it's hereditary." The 4 shopkeepers stared at him. "You brat. If you can't speak, don't speak. Can this thing still be passed down from generation to generation? Go to H.L. Never heard of that." After a while, Li Chu left first, leaving Du Lang to take care of him. "If it is just the incarnation of evil spirits, then you should find a mirror to look at evil spirits, or go to Shuangfei Temple to ask a monk with divine eyes. And you should be able to tell whether it is true or false." But according to Wang Daolong, the young scholar said that this could offset shopkeeper Wang's disaster. It doesn't seem that simple. After thinking about it, Li Chu thought it would be safer to go back and ask the master first. Wang Longqi sent him away from the house. "Look at it." Li Chu saw that he was a bit worried and comforted. "A little more is better than nothing." Wang Longqi rubbed his temples. "I was a little scared at first, but now I'm a little bit more relaxed about it." He sighed. "You're right. It's better than nothing. In the past, my dad always said that our brothers didn't like to accompany him. But now it's better. I can put together a table of mahjong by myself." "That's it?" Li Chu asked tentatively. Of course not. Wang Longqi almost knelt down immediately and pointed to the couplets at the door. It's almost the Chinese New Year. So the Spring Festival couplets in my house have to be changed to Fu Man Qian Ku and Dad Man Man Men. Please save my brother. With this question, Li Chu returned to Diyun Temple. The scenery of Shilippo remains the same. After passing through the front courtyard and arriving at the backyard, I find another guest in the courtyard, drinking tea and chatting with Yu Qian. Seeing Li Chu coming, the man turned around. He was suddenly a young scholar in white clothes and a Confucian crown. He faced Li Chu and showed a warm smile. Little Taoist Priestley, I have admired you for a long time. Chapter 314 Invitation from the National Preceptor. But I saw that this scholar was about 16 or 17 years old, with a scholar's crown and cloudy temples. Although his appearance was not extraordinary, he had a gentle and jade-like temperament for no reason. Under the locust tree, with his clothes fluttering, he could vaguely look like an expert 1/8 of Yu Qian. This is otherworldly enough. Disciple, you came back just in time. The old Taoist priest chuckled. Come and see this one. The old Taoist priest raised his hand and introduced. This is the current national master of the Hulua dynasty, Li Maoqing. Mr. Li? Oh! Li Chu was slightly surprised. Hulua Imperial Master is a really big shot. In particular, the current national teacher Li Maoqing has been famous for more than a century. He holds a high position in the court and is highly respected in the world. He is a household name both inside and outside Hulua, and there are many anecdotes about him among the people. Unexpectedly, he has such a young image. This reminded Li Chu of the young monk from Bailong Temple. He must have lived a second life if he didn't have a magical way to preserve his beauty. Suddenly, Li Chu thought of what happened to the Wang family just now. That young scholar. Could it be him? Thoughts flashed by. Li Chu's hand nodded slightly and saluted. I have met the Imperial Master. Hey, I don't dare call you sir. Li Maoqing stood up and returned the courtesy without any pretense. Little Taoist Li is about the same age as me. We can just talk about our friendship as equals. Li Chu sat down and asked first. Master Imperial Master, have you been to the town before? Taoist Priestley said it was about the Wang family. Li Maoqing indeed knew. Yes. Li Chu nodded. Little Taoist Li also found something wrong with his family. Li Maoqing seemed to be very interested in Li Chu, looking at him with a glint in his eyes. That's not true. It's just that the 7th young master of the Wang family is my good friend. Immediately, Li Chu told a series of experiences of the Wang family. Li Maoqing smiled when he heard this. It's true that when I arrived here earlier, I saw the evil spirit there, so I couldn't help but meddle in his own business. So I thought of a little way to ward off the disaster for him. I transformed into 3 bodies as a clay figurine so that when the curse comes, I can share most of the evil force for him and save him a life. But he will still be seriously injured, compared to Taoist Priestley, who actually took the life-saving medicine like this. It is still lazy and easy. Li Chu is not proud. Li Maoqing's statement is obviously full of emotional intelligence. In fact, compared to the hard work of going deep into southern Xinjiang, he was able to resolve the fatal crisis with ease, which was definitely much more subtle. Even the master doesn't know this. Li Chu glanced at the old Taoist priest and saw a smile on the master's lips. A calm expression, and nothing unexpected. It doesn't seem like the master doesn't know this method, but he just can't do it for the time being? He asked again. In the current situation of the Wang family, how can we distinguish between the 3 clay figures? Li Maoqing immediately took out a yellow talisman from his sleeve and said, the memory appearance of the 3 clay figures is the same as the original body, and he will not know that he is fake. Turn this talisman into a bowl of talisman water and give it to each of them. For people pour it on their heads, and the spell will be resolved by then. Li Chu took the talisman and put it into his sleeve, and couldn't help but sigh. The thousands of Taoist methods and magical powers in this world are truly miraculous. After all, I am just a primary school student who has just started on the path of spiritual practice. The handover of matters concerning the Wang family has been completed. Yu Qian opened his mouth and said, the Imperial Master came to my little Taoist temple and only said that he was looking for my disciple. Now that my disciple is back, what can you say to me? Yes, Li Maoqing said. I really came here because of its reputation. Master Imperial Master, have you ever heard of me? Li Chu was a little confused. Of course. I heard 3 people mention Mr. Li. Li Maoqing said with a smile. The first one is Gong Sunjie, an official from Dali Temple in Chaoga City. Li Chu also had a deep impression of the former county magistrate. He was a very good official. And now he has been reinstated. It is not surprising that he works in Dali Temple and has contact with the current national master. Speaking of which, Gong Sunro wrote a lot of letters after arriving at Chaoda. At first, Li Chu would read it carefully and write a polite but cordial reply. But later on, I often traveled out. And when I came back, I could accumulate a mountain of letters from girls from all walks of life. And gradually I read less and less. He said that you, Taoist Masterly, are a man of integrity and profound Taoism. You are a dragon and phoenix in the world that is rare to meet in 100 years. Master Gongsun is ridiculously complimentary. Li Chu responded. It's quite pertinent. But people who don't practice have a narrow vision after all. The old Taoist priest smacked his lips and said, My apprentice's appearance and talent are not only rare in 100 years. It's not an exaggeration to say that he only happens once in 4,000 years. He is indeed the lightest. Li Maoqing said with a smile. The second one is the python robe of Chao Tian Ke, Duan Lulong. The father of the Duan brothers? Li Chu didn't have a deep impression of him. He vaguely remembered that he was a senior member of Chaodiang who had a bad temper at the beginning. But after getting in touch with him, he found that he was easy to get along with. If you think about it seriously, Li Chu has encountered many people like this in his career. Many of them are not human beings. They seem to be difficult to deal with at first. But after getting to know them, I find that they have good tempers. He said that you uphold the right path and have high cultivation. Although your actions are often unexpected, you always have unexpected results. I think you are in another realm. When Li Maoqing retells it, his tone is calm. But when Duan Lulong said these words, his expression should be very exaggerated. Huh? Yu Qian chuckled. Although he is just a python robe, he still has some eyesight. Li Chu nodded in agreement. Duan Mangpeo is okay. Li Maoqing looked at the master and apprentice and started talking. Although he is the current national master and is close to reaching the top of the temple and the world, wearing a python robe towards the sky still has considerable weight. Why do these two masters and disciples talk like cats and dogs on the street? But after all, his character was extraordinary, and he had no desire to complain. He continued. The third person is Master Jin and a Bailong Temple. Little monk? Li Chu thought of this land immortal who joined forces with him to scare off Chuanwu. Although he seems inconspicuous, he is also a real big shot. Such a big thing happened in Shenluo City. It was normal for Li Maoqing to go investigate as a national master. This should be how he communicated with the young monk. Right? He only has one thing to say about you. Li Maoqing's eyes turned profound. He said the future is yours. Oh! After hearing this, Li Chu didn't have much emotion. It's not that he doesn't care. It's just that he understands that other people's comments are just other people's comments after all. So just listen to them. Before the college entrance examination, all the teachers in the school said that the number one scholar was yours. So what? It's not like I've encountered the biggest Waterloo in my life. Yes. Yu Qian twirled his beard and nodded. Although this young monk has mediocre talent, mediocre cultivation, and mediocre wisdom, what he said is quite right. Li Maoqing blinked. I can't help but want to say, good guy. This old Taoist priest. What kind of person must he take seriously? If Li Chu hadn't been sitting here, he would have definitely regarded this old Taoist priest as a charlatan who spoke nonsense. But with such a powerful disciple here, he suddenly felt that this old Taoist priest was mysterious and unpredictable. A cool breeze blew. Li Maoqing still turned his attention back to Li Chu. After all, the old Taoist priest was not here for his purpose. My trip was originally to investigate some things in southern Xinjiang. I came here specifically because I wanted to see Taoist priestly. I would like to extend an invitation to you by the way. Invite? You are invited to participate in the CNN Imperial Examination in Chaoda City next year. Li Maoqing said slowly. He handed over a letter. With this handwritten letter of mine, you can skip the preliminary examination and directly enter the second round of the CNN Imperial Examination. CNN Imperial Examination. Li Chu naturally knew about this matter. It was held once every 4 years, and was more eye-catching than Anka's recruitment. It was a grand event that attracted the attention of the whole world. After all, a test of magical powers is much better than an economic article. But Li Chuan refused. Master Imperial Master, I am not interested in this. The biggest function of the CNN Imperial Examination is to become famous. That's right. This is because the Cultivator Institution that the Hulua dynasty relies on most is Chaotian-K. And it is unlikely that the talented disciples of various immortal sects will join Chaotian-K or change sects after they shine in the imperial examinations of the immortal sects. The significance of this is to demonstrate the power of Hulua to the surrounding countries, and to show the prosperity of the immortal sect to the people of the world. At the same time, it gives young people a stage and the most direct opportunity for the immortal sects to compete, where the geniuses of all walks of life collide directly. The winner becomes famous. The loser lives in dust. As for the outstanding ones in the imperial examinations of the immortal sect, most of them ended up with a false position in the court, and then returned to their respective families. After giving the name to the court, it can more or less win over the feelings. Li Chu has already suffered a lot from his reputation. Now he is in Yuhang town, and can barely walk on the street normally. Wherever he went, he was constantly being chased, which was becoming extremely annoying. His rejection seemed to be expected by Li Maoqing. But seeing the Imperial Master shaking his head, he said with a smile, "This time the Immortal Sect Imperial Examination is different from the past. If you get a good ranking this time, you will have a real chance to serve the Imperial Court," he explained. "I have been silent for more than 10 years. The reason I came out this time is to strengthen the Landscape Division for the Holy Master." Li Chu had only heard of the name Landscape Division. It seems that in name, it is to inspect the landscape of Hulua. But in fact it is an organization created by the Hulua royal family to replace Chaotian Quebec. It's just that for many years, he didn't make any noise. The security of the Hulua dynasty still fell on Chaotian-K. In fact, everyone finds this situation embarrassing. Chaotian Palace actually hopes that someone can share the heavy responsibilities on its shoulders. And the court does not want to rely entirely on a fairy gate that is not that powerful in control. But things cannot be done with intention. As long as you stand out in this Yan'an Imperial Examination, you can enter the Shanshui Department. The Shanshui Department will adopt a new model and will no longer be run as an independent CNN. I hope it will not only replace Chaotian Palace, but also replace Chaotian Palace. Li Maoqing as he said that, he suddenly stopped talking and smiled. There is no need to say so much. Next year is the first time to select candidates, so we need help. As for Taoist priest Xiao Li, I am very optimistic about you. As Master Jin Tan said, the future is yours. As long as I do well in the Shanshui division, my position will be. Li Maoqing looked directly at Li Chu. The meaning is obvious. As long as you have the ability, you can be the successor of the national teacher. Li Chu and him looked at each other, but without much thought, he shook his head. It still doesn't work. He smiled and said, I am willing to be a law-abiding Hulua citizen. But if I want to hold a public office, I think life in Deyungwen is quite good. He pushed the letter back gently. Li Maoqing looked at him with a pity in his eyes, but he still nodded. Everyone has his own ambitions. Since Mr. Li is determined to be an idle cloud and wild crane, I can't force him. He stood up tall and handsome. In this case, I won't stay any longer. Master Yu, Taoist priest Xiao Li, we will see you later, Li Maoqing said, and walked out of Deyun Temple. Li Chu went to see him off, and saw him walking through the vestibule and out of the gate. The front foot stepped out of the door, and the next step his body disappeared. His whereabouts were vague, and his head and tail were missing. He is indeed an expert. Li Chu turned around to the backyard and saw the old Taoist priest giving him a thumbs up. You are so generous, apprentice. Huh? Li Chu was stunned for a moment, not knowing what kind of compliment the master was. In the second round of the Immortal Sect Imperial Examination, there was at least 1,000 taels of silver bonus in previous years. If you enter the Palace Examination, it will be a bonus of 10,000 taels. Since they are so big next year, maybe they will add more. The old Taoist clicked his tongue. With this push, you can push out at least 1,000 taels. Ah. Li Chu sat down and said lightly, they are all external things. Really? The old Taoist priest looked at him suspiciously. Yes. Li Chu answered affirmatively. Do you regret it? The old Taoist priest suddenly asked again. Li Chu's shoulders slumped. Yes. Chapter 315. No matter how poor you are, you can't afford education. After Li Chu got the talisman, he went to Wang's house without delay. After all, this was the only important thing. When he saw Wang Longqi, he asked, Where is your father? One is sleeping. 2 are playing chess. And 1 is fishing in the backyard pond. Wang Longqi answered naturally. Li Chu said, Ask your father to come over and gather. Is there a way? Wang Long was delighted and immediately went to inform his fathers with a smile. After Wang Longqi's father arrived, Li Chu then turned a talisman into a bowl of talisman water and poured a little on each of the 4 people. Because the 4 shopkeepers all believed that they were real, they did not resist. Really, 3 of them, shopkeeper Wang, immediately melted into a puddle of mud as soon as they were poured with talisman water. Seeing this scene, people can't help but be amazed by Li Maoqing's methods again. Naturally, the Taoist priests were not responsible for the remaining mess in the Wang family. Li Chu and the others said hello to Wang Longqi and left on their own. Returning to Shilipo, we caught up with the little Koi and the fox girl returning hand in hand. It turned out that Yu Qian registered them at the school in the town a few days ago. Little Koi went to school for a while, and fox girl also went to school as soon as she returned from Shilipo City. Nowadays, Diyun Temple has a very good reputation in Yuhang Town. Even if they know that they are a couple of little fairies, not many people would reject them, especially for the little Koi. It is said that good things happen to all the students who sit close to her, and everyone is vying to play with her. Li Chu was very happy about this. After all, no matter how poor he is, he cannot afford education. If the little fat dragon didn't really know how to speak human language, he would have wanted to send his child to school. However, although you don't have to go to school, you still have to read books. After all, a certain sage named Lu once said that raising a dragon without studying is worse than raising a pig. Ever since, a certain dragon cub, who had just returned from playing with Wanli Facia at the riverside, with dry mud on his face, a fish in his right paw, and a silly grin, was suddenly locked by Li Chu's calm eyes. The little fat dragon was excited. Wrong. There's something wrong with that look. Get away. It turned around and was about to run away. But the little devil's Taoist priest was locked on him so that the poor, weak and helpless baby dragon could not escape. The next second, Li Chu had already appeared in front of it. The little fat dragon's chubby figure froze and paused for a few seconds. Then he smiled and picked up the few live fish he had caught and handed them to Li Chu. Ouch! Flattery. Li Chu didn't appreciate it. He grabbed it by the horns and dragged it into the house. He said to Lao Du, "From now on, give it a few hours of study time every day and teach it to read. Read and understand. It doesn't matter if it progresses faster. With its IQ, I should be able to learn independently soon." "Okay." Lao Du agreed immediately. "I want to learn too," Wanli Facia suddenly said from behind. In fact, he was also envious of Xiao Kui and the others being able to go to school. But he was a bit older and was too embarrassed to go with them. Although seriously counting the 2 of them, they are much older than him. But after all, humans and monsters are not the same algorithm. Li Chu looked at Wanli Facia and was a little surprised by his ambition. But think about it. With his brain, he probably suffered a lot from being uneducated. So Li Chu said to Lao Du, "Then let's teach Lao Sha together, so the progress may have to be slowed down, and let the baby thunder dragon accommodate him." Thousands of miles of flying sand. Although I felt very unhappy, I couldn't find any reason to refute it. At first, the excitement in the Taoist temple made Li Chu a little uncomfortable. After all, for a long time, there were only 2 masters and apprentices here. Moreover, the members who were added later were all children at heart, and they made some noise. Yu Qian's attitude towards the children was that of letting them go, always sitting there and watching with a smile. Only Lao Du was worthy of his appearance, had a mature and prudent attitude, and would discipline them like an elder from time to time. But it just so happens that his seniority is the lowest in the entire Diyun Temple. In the dead of night, he also considered whether the people in Diyun Temple were human beings or not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then he took a breath of cold air. Decide who you are? You can't dwell on this matter. Not 2 days after the peaceful days, another guest came to the Taoist temple. A regular customer, Shen Huaji. Although he hadn't seen him for many days, Li Chu still recognized him at a glance based on his familiar tongue coating. Shen Huaji, the guard of Chaotian Quexuanii with ordinary appearance. Sharp eyes, enlarged nostrils and thick tongue coating, showed a warm and innocent smile when he saw Li Chu. "Xiao Taoist Priestly, I miss you so much." He shook off his tongue as soon as he came up. "I heard that you went to Shiluo City some time ago. I was worried about what I would do if I couldn't see you when I came back this time. I didn't expect that I would actually run into you. This is really fate." "Brother Chen." Li Chu quietly pushed the teacup over. "Let's talk about something." since they met Chen Huaji during the prison robbery. They have done things together several times, and they are considered old acquaintances, so Li Chu is not polite to him at all.
Okay.
Chen Huaji smiled sarcastically and said,
I really want to ask Taoist Priestley to help me this time. But it doesn't matter.
Li Chu raised his hand.
That's because the thing I committed last time was too bad. Although I was in prison for many days, and later showed that I had made amends, the sect still sent me to southern Xinjiang.
Chen Huaji scratched his head and said, what he committed was to rescue Miss Xiaolu from prison. Although it later turned out to be an own goal, and did not cause much damage, it was still very bad. Not expelling him directly from the court was a very kind decision. So later, he worked very hard to participate in several cases. For example, when Li Chu was leveling up in Jiangnan Palace, he was always accompanying him to take notes. In the end, the matter was settled, and the result of Chen Huaji's punishment was that he was sent to the Qiqian city garrison in southern Xinjiang.
You may not know something. In our Chaotian Palace, being sent to Tianan Prefecture is almost equivalent to giving up on you completely.
Chen Huaji flattened his mouth and looked pitiful, because Tianan Qijian never allows other people's hands to reach into their arms. Therefore, Chaotian K only symbolically built 7 stations in 7 cities, and each station only had a few people, just as a formality. Even if there is a mystery case in Tianan Prefecture, it will not be Chaotiank's turn to deal with it. According to the rules, people from the 7 Tianan families will take action. Therefore, it is almost impossible for the Chaotiank disciples in Tianan province to have tasks, nor to have any merits, nor to be respected by anyone, which is equivalent to being relegated to the Coal Palace. Considering Chen Huaji's previous mistakes, it is not surprising that he received this kind of treatment.
You don't know how difficult the life there was.
Chen Huaji recalled painfully.
There was nothing to do every day. When I first arrived, 3 colleagues welcomed me warmly because I could finally gather the manpower to play mahjong. We play mahjong there every day and have hot pot at night. The only difference every month is that on the day when the salary is paid, we all go to the brothel together. It sounds like
Yu Qian, who was at the stone table, interrupted.
This life is pretty good? Indeed.
Li Chu also nodded.
It's pretty good for unmotivated losers.
Chen Huaji sighed.
Then are you motivated?
The old Taoist priest asked suspiciously.
Not at all.
Chen Huaji shook his head without hesitation.
That's enough.
The old Taoist priest spread his hands.
What's wrong with being a waste? It's good. But if you have the chance to leave, you still have to work hard.
Chen Huaji smiled.
Less than 3 months after I went there, a once-in-a-lifetime event happened. Our station actually received a mysterious case. With the 7 stations in Tianan Prefecture combined, we may not encounter a single case in 2 years. I encountered it not long after I went there. Several colleagues said that it was my good luck and gave me the opportunity to make meritorious deeds. Then let me handle this matter. But this mystery case is actually a bit tricky.
Chen Huaji frowned and said,
I realize that I may not be able to handle it. If I ask my colleagues to help or ask someone from above to send someone, then the credit will not be attributed to me alone, and it may not be possible by then. I can be transferred away from Tianan Prefecture. There are not many other sects in Tianan Prefecture. If I want to find help, I can only find help from the 7 Tianan families. Then I will be a disgrace to Chaotiank. After thinking about it, I remembered you.
Chen Huaji looked at Li Chu and stuck out his tongue again.
In my heart, there is no one more trustworthy than you.
Hey, Li Chu raised his hand and motioned for him to wait before licking.
Let's talk about the mystery first. My master happens to be here, and you can listen to it. Okay.
Chen Huaji nodded repeatedly.
That's right. This mysterious case happened in a manner in a small town outside Qiqian City in southern Xinjiang.
He slowly recounted.
This matter has been abandoned for a long time. The owner of the family has been an official in the court for many years. A while ago, the owner of the family got old and went home from work. He wanted to come back to the old house to live for a while. And then he discovered that the entire manor already dilapidated. And the strange thing is that the garden is not only dilapidated, but there are also many dead bodies of wild cats and dogs hanging there. I don't know what kind of pervert killed them inside. He ordered his servants to clean it. But who knew that someone would hang himself in the manor the next day? It was the servant who was keeping watch inside. It was just a murder case. The owner didn't think much about it. He just thought it was a homicide. So he sent extra people to watch the night. Who knows the next day? All the people who participated in the night watch were found hanging all over the manor. That's when they suspected that it was the work of evil spirits. The old master has been in power for many years, and is loyal and upright. He refused to ask the 7 Tianan families for help. Instead, he insisted on asking me to handle the case at Châtillon, Quebec. So on the 3rd day, I dismissed their vigil team and escaped into the manor alone to see what the evil spirit was. Young hero is so brave,
Yu Qian praised. Chen Huaji smiled sheepishly. And after a while, he said,
Okay. Actually, I was watching from the wall and didn't dare to step in. I also made up my mind that if things go wrong, I'll turn around and run away. Of course, it's not important. What's important is that I waited until midnight and didn't notice anything strange. I started to yawn.
Chen Huaji's voice gradually lowered.
Suddenly, there was a sound of flapping, and a crow fell into the garden. Before I could react, I heard the crow make a particularly miserable cry. When I turned my head, I saw a very horrifying scene.
His pupils shrank continuously, obviously because of the lingering fear.
What?
Yu Qian quickly asked curiously.
What eye?
Chapter 316 Illusion also requires basic methods. Gulu. Gulu. Gulyulu. Puff. The deep pool, as dark as thick ink, boiled instantly, and then a head sprang out of it. Wow! The medicine demon jumped out and landed on the shore. On the shore, the bone demon holding a big sword looked at him quietly. The medicine demon raised his eyes and looked at the bone demon. A crow flew across the sky with a strange cry. Medicine demon. Bone demon. Medicine demon. Bone demon. The scene seemed to reappear yesterday. The atmosphere was very awkward for a while. After a long while, the bone demon broke the silence and asked coldly,
Why is it you who died again?
Medicine master demon said weakly,
Ling Gang Air is careless. Who did it this time?
The bone demon asked again.
I'm ashamed to say that I'm still the same little Taoist priest last time.
The medicine master said devilishly. The bone demon asked in a deep voice.
Still you didn't say who he is? I asked him if he had anything to say.
The medicine demon lowered his head and poked his index fingers nervously.
The matter at Fu Huang Tomb is over. Next, I will try my best to help you prepare the resurrection medicine. However,
the bone demon said,
there is one thing that needs to be dealt with urgently. Is it more urgent than the resurrection medicine?
Medicine master demon was surprised.
Yes.
The bone demon nodded.
Blue Imperial Master Li Mao Qing has arrived in southern Xinjiang.
Master Halua, Yao Mo narrowed his eyes.
Is he very powerful? We are in the same realm as the city lord. Do you think he is powerful?
The bone demon stood up and carried the big sword.
But the city lord cannot leave the demon soil. So the 8 of us can only use the immortal killing formation to cooperate with the Wooden King and try go deal with him. This battle is crucial. Okay, we'll leave now.
After hearing this, the medicine master demon did not dare to neglect any more and hurriedly followed the bone demon. There are countless secret realms in the world, among which the 4 oldest and most mysterious secret realms are also known as the 4 immortal hidden places. They are
Chinqiu, Demonic Land, Long Yuan, and Ghost Valley.
In the deepest part of the demonic land, there is a legendary place of the beginning demon. The largest force in the first demon land is named Kill the Immortal City. The Shin family manor is located on the outskirts of Sanchi town outside Chiqian City. This place has been a famous haunted house since more than 10 years ago. It is said that people nearby often hear miserable screams coming from it, and they can't tell whether it is a beast or a human. Gradually no one dares to approach it. I don't know why Mr. Shin, who was an official in Chaoda, wanted to go back to his hometown all the way after retiring. If he hadn't sent people to clean up the manor thoroughly when he came back, he wouldn't have known that there was something like this hidden in it. Fear. In Chen Huaji's description, he saw a huge eye appearing on the trunk of a tree that night, and the crow was landing on the tree. And when it was caught by the eye, it immediately let out a miserable cry, and then stood still. The next second, a set of black rope loops hung from above, tightened instantly, and hung the crow upside down on the tree. From start to finish, it never struggled at all. After being looked at by those eyes, it seemed to turn into a strange wooden sculpture. Due to the angle, Chen Huaji did not see the whole eye from the front, but he had a vague hunch that if he saw it, he might not even be able to leave. From his description alone, Yu Qian couldn't tell what it was. It might be some kind of pupil magic, or it might be some kind of monster whose shape resembles pupils, or it might be that one of its eyes has become a spirit. In the end, Li Chu had to come over with him to take a look. When we arrived at the outskirts of Sanchi town, it happened to be dusk. Li Chu and Qin Huaji did not follow the procedures and entered the Shin family manor directly. Although this dilapidated manor had been cleaned for several days, only the front courtyard at the entrance had been cleaned. As soon as you enter the large manor with a courtyard and a garden, the front porch is paved with simple green bricks, covered with wet moss, and the garden behind is filled with rammed earth roads. Collapsed courtyard walls and decaying debris blocked many passages, and one could only reach the backyard along a path that the family reluctantly opened. Li Chu used his qi-gazing technique to scan the entire manor, and then looked back and forth, and found nothing wrong. In this case, if there is an evil spirit in this garden, it may be some kind of ghostly ghost that is difficult to find during the day. Just as it happened, after conducting this series of searches, it was getting dark. The last ray of sunlight fell into the mountains and sea. The cry of tired birds returning to their nests rang out in the distance. Qin Huaji couldn't help but be a little scared.
Shout, Taoist Master! Why do I have an ominous premonition? There is a lot of resentment here,
Li Chu said.
It should be that some injustice happened in the past, which caused negative emotions to linger in this land, which attracted the evil spirits to move in. The evil spirits killed people here, which aggravated the resentment here and made the mind unstable. If you do, you will indeed be easily affected by this. Then what should we do?
Qin Huaji asked again.
Consist with all changes by remaining unchanged,
Li Chu said. The two people came to a dilapidated lobby and sat on the floor. Li Chu closed his eyes and monitored the land closely with his mind. As long as there is a trace of evil breath flowing out, it will never escape his eyes. Qin Huaji looked around nervously, with mixed feelings about the evil spirit. I'm afraid that it won't come, but I'm also afraid that it will come randomly. While I was thinking wildly, I suddenly heard a knock on the door.
Huh?
Qin Huaji frowned.
I have obviously told Mr. Shin that no one will be allowed to come near after dark. Who else will come back?
From the entrance to the lobby, across the vestibule, he could see the door directly, and he subconsciously looked outside. At this glance, my heart was shaken. On the door outside, a huge eye suddenly appeared. This time I really saw it. It was about 5 feet long, with a white outer ring and black pupils. There seemed to be deep emotions in the eyes. This is clearly a raised human eye. Qin Huaji looked at this eye and saw himself reflected in it, and also saw a very terrifying scene. The Li Chu behind him was no longer Li Chu, but suddenly transformed into a demon, turning into a pale white woman with disheveled hair. She stretched out a bony claw and slowly grasped her neck. Qin Huaji suddenly felt that he was really dead. At the same time, a black rope hung from the ceiling, locking his neck and tightening it immediately. But he didn't resist at all. At the moment when Qin Hua's fate was at stake, Li Chu also noticed the strong yin energy appearing instantly. He opened his eyes suddenly, and saw Qin Huaji looking outside and not moving. While the black rope loop had fallen, Li Chu was about to draw his sword and cut off the rope loop first. Suddenly, he saw a huge eye on Qin Huaji's back suddenly opened. That's right. Li Chu's eyes were on Qin Huaji's back at this time. And just where his gaze fell, a huge eye suddenly appeared and met Li Chu's gaze. Hard to guard against. Boom. Got hit? For a moment, Li Chu almost thought that he was also under an illusion. But soon, he discovered that was not the case, and that he could still move. It's just that this eye is open to Qin Huaji. It's a bit tricky to cut it off with one sword. And in the moment of thinking, he saw the world reflected in those eyes. A woman in white with disheveled hair appeared behind her, and stabbed her neck hard with her hands and fingers. Click. There was a crisp sound. 10 fingernails snapped. Li Chu clearly saw that there was a trace of obvious confusion in that eye. It may not be wise enough to understand. Illusion also requires basic principles. Then Li Chu raised his hand and shouted,
Watch the move!
He held a magic formula and suddenly burst into a ball of strong golden light. A little sun. The eyes were stabbed and closed tightly, disappearing on Qin Huaji's back in the next second. It obviously didn't expect that this move was really for seeing. With a pop, Qin Huaji fell to the ground and immediately woke up. But Li Chu didn't have time to take care of him, so he immediately flashed out and chased him. Russell. That yin qi is escaping quickly in the manor. If you slow down a little, it may be hidden again. When the yin qi stopped again, it was under a dry pond in the backyard. Li Chu came to the pond. Before he could go down, he saw a huge eye suddenly appeared in the dry mud in the center of the pond. Suddenly the light and shadow changed. The scene reflected in his eyes turned into a stormy night. A woman in white was wailing miserably by the pond, while a man in black ruthlessly reached out and gouged out her eyes. The man in black took the eyes and left. When the woman in white raised her head again, only a pair of empty eye sockets were left shedding blood and tears. She stood up, groped forward, and accidentally fell into the pond. Soaring resentment accumulated. I see. While watching the background plot, Li Chu did not forget to draw the pure yang sword. Chapter 317. Isn't this the national preceptor? The light and shadow reflected in the eyes may be the past encounters of this evil spirit. Here, a woman lost her eyes by a demonic cultivator, and then she lost her footing and fell into the water and died. The resentment of losing the eyes gradually accumulated in the water and turned into a resentful spirit, which took the form of an eye. But if it were an ordinary resentful spirit, its power would be too great. Just when the plot had finished and Li Chu's pure yang sword was about to fall, another storm broke out in the lake. Boom! It was obviously an empty pool that was dry and withered. But after seeing Li Chu, water started to gush out again. The iron trees are blooming. The dry ponds are flowing. And it is so terrifying. The water flowed out from the center of the eyeball, like blood and tears, with a bright red color. The blood quickly overflowed to the bottom of the pond. And then a huge shadow was reflected. Drink. This phantom looks like a god of war standing tall on the sky and the earth, with his eyes moving like clouds and lightning. And his punches are as powerful as wind and thunder. A fierce punch suddenly hit Li Chu. It's a pity that Li Chu didn't get used to him before the phantom's fist could be swung down. The red dragon of Chunyang's sword energy roared out, because he felt great pressure from the phantom. Li Chu took a heavy shot this time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This sword adds 5 strands of spiritual power. Boom! The surging sword energy of the red dragon collided with the upright Fa Xiang, creating an illusion of even power in an instant. But that was an illusion after all. And the next moment, he lost all his strength and was swallowed up by the sword energy red dragon. And the raging sword energy penetrated into the bottom of the pond, and the eyeball was swallowed up by it. The eyeball actually let out a piercing scream. How miserable! Rumble. Because the sword energy red dragon overflowed too much energy. With the pond as the center, in the short time of one breath, the entire Shin family manor was enveloped by a ball of red gold light. The heat wave scorches the sky. The loud noise reached Chitian City in the distance, and the people in the entire town were awakened. Many people were so frightened that they rolled out of bed, thinking that there was a big earthquake. Some people dragged their mothers-in-law or other people's mothers-in-law, and some held their own children or other people's children, and ran out of the house quickly to escape. But at the center of the disaster, the Shin family manor, the battle has come to an end. Li Chu dodged outside the manor to avoid the aftermath of the explosion, while Qin Huaji ran away immediately without anyone having to worry about it. He emerged from the soil in a flash, and said with lingering fear, "This resentful spirit is so fierce." Li Chu said, "Its origin is a bit complicated. If I guess correctly, it should be a powerful person with strong cultivation during his lifetime. After his death, one of his eyes became a spirit, and it happened that someone here had his eyes taken away and died. Die and turn into a resentful spirit. The pupil of the eye wants to find its owner, and the resentful spirit longs for the eyes. They just combine together to form such a strange and powerful evil spirit. After killing this eye pupil, the experience gained is considerable, which shows how powerful this eye pupil is. If it were an ordinary resentful spirit, Li Chu would not feel anything now. After experiencing so much, he is no longer as sensitive as the young boy he once was. When the heat wave completely subsided, the entire manor had long since disappeared, leaving only a deep pit. Just then, a servant of the Shin family came over to see what was going on. When he saw Qin Huaji, he hurriedly came up and asked, "Qin Shuani, what happened?" Qin Huaji looked at him, laughed and said, "It's all done." The servants stared at the huge pit with their malice agape, wondering if this was a graveyard for my old man. "The evil spirits in the manor have completely disappeared," Qin Huaji explained. "There were some minor accidents during the exorcism process, and then the manor was gone." At the same time that the whole town was awakened, a misty shadow descended on Tianan military town hundreds of miles away. Among the 9 military towns stationed in Heluijiuzhou, for are the most important, the Tianan military town that intimidated the southern barbarians and aristocratic families, the Yumen military town that guarded the fortress in the western region, the Hangzhou military town that suppressed the northern slaves and northern rebels, and the Donghai navy town that confronted the 9 barbarians in the East China Sea. These 4 military towns respectively guarded the 4 portals of the dynasty. And the generals sitting here all had great military exploits and reputations, and were known as the 4 famous generals of Alua. General Qin Jinghu is one of the 4 famous generals, and is in charge of Tianan military town. The reason why he was able to gain a foothold in Tianan prefecture, a place with surging undercurrents, was not only due to his personal abilities, but also had something to do with his origins. Qin Jinghu was born in the Qin family of the 7 families in Tianan. At the same time, he was also a disciple of the national master Li Mao Qing. Master! In the light of the attic, the general came to meet a young man with a scholar's crown without taking off his armor. This young man has warm eyes and an extraordinary temperament. He is none other than the national master Li Mao Qing, who had stopped by the Yun Temple before. Opposite him stood a tall man with his head held high. Qin Jinghu is dressed in dark black armor, with a resolute outline, tiger eyes and sword eyebrows. He looks young, but he is extremely powerful. In fact, he is indeed the youngest among the 4 famous generals. Since you arrived at Tianan military town, my master and apprentice have exchanged letters from time to time. But this is the first time they have met in person. Li Mao Qing sat on his seat casually and said, "It has been more than 10 years in a flash. All right? Master has been in seclusion for the past few years and reincarnated into a second life. Disciples dare not disturb him. Otherwise, he would have to visit Master when he went to Chowda to report on his duties." Qin Jinghu paused and replied, "I'm not blaming you." Li Mao Qing smiled. "I'm just sighing. Time flies by. Back then, Daetuking, who acted recklessly and without care, has now been in charge of one side for more than 10 years, and I don't know how much has changed." Huh? Qin Jinghu also smiled and said, "The disciples' respect for the master will never change." Yeah. Li Mao Qing's smile suddenly faded. He stood by the window and looked at Xinghua outside. "Then what are the recent changes in your Tianan army town? Unusual movement? You don't know how many pairs of eyes are staring at your Tianan military town. I wish you had just issued the order to mobilize troops. But before it reached the military camp, someone over there had already sent it to Chaoga. It is impossible to hide any of your actions from those people, let alone the Holy One," Li Mao Qing said slowly. "Now those people say that you are acting suspiciously and have evil intentions." Uh-huh. Qin Jinghu smiled and shook his head. "Master must be talking about sending troops to Gaoqiao Cave. It is indeed against national policy to participate in the disputes among the barbarians in the 72 Cave. But the opportunity cannot be missed. I am here after giving the order to send out troops." He sent a letter to Chowda to inform the Holy One of the matter. The Holy One has agreed to send troops to Gaoqiao Cave. Li Mao Qing turned around. "But in the process of sending troops to Gaoqiao Cave, what is your intention of sending other people to excavate the Fu Huang tomb?" Qin Jinghu's body trembled, and his eyebrows gradually became serious. Chen Fu Huang was a peerless demon 500 years ago. The world only knows that he fell in the southern wilderness, but no one knows the location of his tomb. Even the disciples of the demon sect probably don't know much. But you know Fu Huang. To find out the existence of the deserted tomb, we used the power of the army to dig deep into the mountains to find it. Even after digging the tomb, all 3,000 soldiers were slaughtered. When the Holy Lord told me this news at first, I was skeptical." Li Mao Qing looked directly at Qin Jinghu. "But after seeing you, I had to believe it." "Master," Qin Jinghu seemed to be arguing. "You don't have to say it." Li Mao Qing suddenly smiled again. "Qin Jinghu is my disciple, so I know he wouldn't do such a thing. Only after meeting you did I understand why. Because you are not Qin Jinghu at all." Battle of the Tigers. "You," Qin Jinghu's eyes suddenly narrowed. "I don't know who you are. You actually dare to use deceitful means to impersonate a military general and forge military orders. You are committing a heinous crime. Thank you for my personal inspection today. Otherwise, you would have mistakenly blamed the good person." Li Mao Qing's eyes were extremely clear and penetrated people's hearts. "Since you have made such a big plan, you probably haven't made preparations for my arrival. Right?" Qin Jinghu seemed to be stung by his gaze, and frowned before saying, "You have finished speaking. What should I say? You shouldn't be able to deal with me yourself. How many others are there? Call them out." Li Mao Qing rolled up his sleeves. "If not, I will go home for midnight snacks." The Qin Jinghu stood up, looked at Li Mao Qing coldly, suddenly turned around, and in the blink of an eye, the glory faded. It turned into a humanoid monster with strange dark blue skin. At the same time, the black smoke swirled in the attic, and 7 other strange monsters emerged. The Bone Demon and the Medicine Demon were also among them.
The demonic energy in your body is very pure.
Li Maoqing looked at these strange shapes with interest.
Could it be that you are from a demonic land? Excellent eyesight. Worthy of being a national master in the human world.
The White Bone Demon said in an eerie voice.
We are the 8 demons under the command of the Lord of Immortal Killing City. We came to the world this time to bring Immortal Killing City back to the world. The background is bigger than I thought.
Li Maoqing nodded.
I have another question.
The monster that had transformed into Qin Jinghu asked.
How did you see through me? Absolutely no one can decipher my transformation. Your transformation technique is indeed somewhat mysterious. But as soon as you started talking, I knew something was wrong with you.
Li Maoqing replied.
My disciple has been vulgar all his life. Even as a master like me,
he has always used curse words in every sentence. If you are so polite, it must be fake. Hack.
The monster couldn't help but curse.
I still suffer the disadvantage of being educated.
Before he transformed into Qin Jinghu, he actually observed him carefully for a period of time and understood his general style and habits in life. So he did not reveal his flaws in front of his subordinates. However, he did not expect that Qin Jinghu himself would not hold back at all when facing his master.
Hey, this looks like it.
Li Maoqing pointed at him.
Faceless demon. Stop talking nonsense to him.
The Bone Demon suddenly shouted.
We must not let him go today.
Okay. The Faceless Demon shouted.
We must not let him leave here. It must be suppressed.
The 8 demons shouted loudly. And the momentum was extremely strong for a while.
Then,
no one takes a step forward. The Medicine Demon blinked and looked around.
You guys are going up? Are you waiting for him to surrender?
It was the Bone Demon again. And he waved his sword like a big brother.
There is no need to talk about moral principles when dealing with such a good person. Let's all fight shoulder to shoulder.
Following this order, the 8 demons each showed off their power. And their demonic aura soared to the sky. But there was no response in the entire military town. It was obvious that a ban had been placed to isolate this space from the outside. Li Maoqing, on the other hand, always showed a calm attitude, not in a hurry to escape, as if he still wanted to suppress the 8 demons with his own power. But I saw that he was holding the sword in his right hand. The sword finger of his left hand was raised between his eyebrows, and he was reciting an obscure magic formula in an unknown language. Then I heard a series of bang 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 sounds. Amidst the explosion, his figure suddenly transformed into 2, 3, and 3. Countless makings opened the attic and spread across the air, instead surrounding the 8 demons. Moreover, these thousands of clones each fought and released countless magical powers at the same time. They rained down like raindrops, and the 8 demons were instantly defeated. A critical moment. The Medicine Demon shouted to the sky.
Wooden King, if you don't take action, our cooperation will not be possible.
Immediately, a response was heard from the air.
You can't beat 8 against 1. Boom.
A surge of pressure suddenly fell from the sky, forcing all the clones around him to the ground. A huge body descended slowly, and it was almost impossible to see the whole thing in the night.
What we came to the human world is only a part of the demon body. If it were in the demon land, like you, I would not take it seriously.
The Bone Demon shouted without showing any weakness.
Stop arguing now. Come and form an array.
The Medicine Demon grabbed it and shouted.
To deal with this person, we may have to rely on our 8 demons killing immortal formation.
After that, the 8 demons formed a circle and chanted the formation formula in unison.
I am arrayed in the east. I am arrayed in the west. I am arrayed in the south. I am arrayed in the north.
On the other side, Li Maoqing looked solemnly, looking up at the figure descending in the sky.
That time in Shinshu 30 years ago, I didn't kill you completely, he said coldly. It was indeed a disaster for thousands of years. Yes, it's been 30 years.
The terrifying shadow that descended slowly said,
I have been waiting for 30 years for such an opportunity. It is not to prove how great I am, but to tell you that I will definitely take back what I have lost.
Boom! Heaven and earth are in a state of terror. The next morning, Li Chu was preparing to leave Sanji town. On the small road at the entrance of the town, Chen Huaji shook off his tongue and thanked him profusely.
Little Taoist Priestley, thanks to you this time. If I had come by myself, even if I came in a white robe, I would have to explain it here. If I can be transferred back to Hangzhou, I will go to Yongwen to visit you from time to time. From now on, in my heart, you are my eldest brother, And Guanju Yu is my second brother.
Li Chu smiled and waved his hand, indicating that it was easy for him, and there was no need to lick more. The two were about to separate, when they suddenly heard a voice coming from the mountains not far away. Help! Who's calling for help?
Li Chu and Chen Huaji followed the sound. And at some point, there was a deep pit on the hillside. At the bottom of the pit was a young man who looked like a scholar, shouting feebly, "Help! Help! Help!"
Huh?
After seeing the young man's face clearly, Li Chu couldn't help but be surprised. Isn't this the national master Li Maoqing? Why are you pulling your hips like this after not seeing each other for a few days? Chapter 318, it's my turn to make a contribution today. Not far from Tianan military town, the 8 demons from Immortal Killing City were floating in the sky.
He actually managed to escape like this.
The ghost fire in the white bone demon's eyes was dim and dull, as if it would go out at any time. And the sword was full of cracks.
The Wooden King even sacrificed a demon body of the heaven-reaching realm. And we formed the 8 demons slaying immortal formation. But we still couldn't keep him.
Medicine Master Mo also wiped his sweat.
This human master is indeed extraordinary.
The faceless demon next to him glared at him.
If you weren't a bad guy and couldn't hold your position, how could he escape? Is that because I can't hold on?
Medicine Demon spread his hands.
It's just that he insists on charging at me. It's the same if he charges in your direction. He naturally chooses the weakest point of the formation to break through. Dare you try to come from my side?
The faceless demon has been operating here for a long time. This time Li Maoqing escaped. He suffered the greatest loss. So he was quite reluctant at this time. The medicine demon looked aggrieved.
If I hadn't died twice in a row and lost all my seeds and magic weapons, how could I be weaker than you? You are so proud of dying twice in a row. Do you want to give you an award?
The faceless demon sneered, mentioning the previous 2 deaths. The medicine demon became even more anxious.
You really can't blame me. That's really unlucky. Anyway,
he shouted angrily,
it's not my cup of tea. I'm being targeted. Okay.
The bone demon waved his hand.
We are all working for the city lord. Stop fighting among ourselves. That's right.
Medicine demon nodded in agreement.
I am your teammate, and he is your opponent. The operation failed. And if you don't scold him, why are you scolding me?
The faceless demon's eyes widened. But for a moment, he couldn't think of a good word to retort. And his blue skin turned red with anger.
It's not uncommon for a strong man of this level to have 1 or 2 life-saving backups. But he shouldn't be able to escape far.
A soft-looking female monster next to him came out and said,
Let's not quarrel. We may not be able to catch up now. Yes.
The faceless demon said viciously, we have used the 8 demons slaying immortal formation to refine his cultivation. And it will definitely be difficult to recover in a short period of time. We must take advantage of this time to find him. Take advantage of his illness and kill him.
Yes. The bone demon also nodded in agreement.
He is no different from a mortal at this time. This opportunity is rare. We act separately and must kill him in southern Xinjiang. If he returns to Chaoga City, this plan will be dangerous. I don't know how many more years we have to wait until the next time it comes. He has the aura of our immortal slaying formation on him. As long as he is close to a radius of 3 to 5 miles, he will be able to sense it. We each search in different directions until we find him.
Yes. The 8 demons shouted. Then it turned into streams of light and dispersed in all directions, like a brilliant firework exploding in the sky.
Master Imperial Master. This is
on the hillside outside the town. Li Chu and Chen Huaji pulled up Li Maoqing, who looked like a young scholar from the pit, and sent him to the town inn to freshen up before sitting together in a circle. Look at him curiously. Although Chen Huaji didn't know Li Maoqing, he could guess a thing or two just by hearing what Li Chu called him. Today, there is only one person in Halua who dares to call himself a national master. His tongue couldn't help but move.
This little brother has a refined appearance and extraordinary handsomeness. Could it be that he is the national master who is respected by everyone and loved by the people in the Halua dynasty today?
Chen Huaji asked exaggeratedly.
Although he was asking, he already knew in his heart that you are.
Yes, I am.
Li Maoqing nodded, then smiled.
I made you two laugh. Don't dare. Don't dare.
Chen Huaji said hurriedly.
No one is unlucky at this time. Your Majesty, the national preceptor is just like a dragon swimming in shallow water and a tiger landing in the sun. He just happened to meet us.
Li Chu blinked. This sounds weird. Li Maoqing looked at Chen Huaji and said in surprise.
This young hero is... Oh, The younger one is the Shwani guard stationed at Chitian City in Kaotiang. Shinhuaji. The one who is in trouble.
Li Maoqing nodded again. After meeting him, he sighed and said,
It's a long story, but it's actually a treacherous conspiracy. The day before yesterday, I was summoned by the Holy One and learned about the changes of Qin Jinghu, the general of Tianan Army Town. Qin Jinghu used to be my disciple, and I have blocked many criticisms for him since he was stationed in Tianan. The Holy Emperor told me about this matter in private because he wanted me to investigate it personally and prevent this matter from becoming a weapon used by the powerful minister Yang Dingtian and his party to attack me.
Li Maoqing spoke slowly and revealed a little about the situation in the court. There is always a rumor among the people that the current emperor blindly favored the powerful minister Yang Dingtian, which led to Yang Dang's arrogance and domineering behavior. In fact, as a superior person, most people have considerations that ordinary people are unaware of. For example, while relying on Yang Dingtian, supporting the lineage of national masters to compete with him is also one of the methods.
Last night I arrived at Tianan military town, and when I saw Qin Jinghu, I discovered that this person was not my disciple at all, but a monster in disguise. Then I fought with the 8 demons from the immortal killing city. Slaying immortal city?
Li Chu heard this familiar word again.
Yes, the immortal killing city in the demonic land,
Li Maoqing said.
They colluded with the Wooden King, one of the 5 Dharma kings of the demon sect, and wanted to keep me there. The Wooden King and I have long had a grudge. Provoked, I killed him in the divine ruins back then, because I didn't want him to have any other secret skills that would have left him a chance to survive. Not only that, this time his Taoism is even better than before, and he has already entered the realm of land gods. Although my cultivation is higher than his, the 8 demons next to me join forces and form a great formation to kill immortals, which is really difficult to resist. I was killed by that killer. The power of immortality transformed into a whole body of cultivation, and he tried his best to escape with life-saving means. Then he hit the hillside and smashed out the pit. Unexpectedly, he was so weak that he couldn't even climb out of the pit, and 2 more people were required.
Helping hand. When he said this, he kept his eyes on Li Chu and kept his right hand hidden in his sleeve. Not without some nervousness. A helpless national master can be sent to many places to obtain unimaginable benefits. It's just that he had some understanding of Li Chu's character before, and probably wanted to verify it. So he was willing to tell the truth about the situation. If Li Chu shows the slightest bit of unfriendliness, I'm afraid Li Maoqing will run away again immediately. Things like running away are muscle memory for every big shot. Hearing this, Li Chu thought for a moment and said,
Then what does the Imperial Master want now? Should he find a place to recover safely, or should he rush back to Chaoda City first?
Li Maoqing pondered for a moment, and said,
I can't go back to Chaoda now. At this time, my cultivation is completely lost and I have no reliance. If I go back to the chapel, I may not have a chance to see the Holy Master, and I may die. In the end, I will die. It's better to find a place to recover some cultivation first, and then make other plans. If that's the case,
Li Chu said,
then how about coming to our Diyun temple? Sir?
Oh, Li Maoqing asked.
Little Taoist Li, aren't you afraid that I will bring trouble to your Taoist temple?
Li Chu smiled lightly and said,
My master is here in our Taoist temple, so there is no need to worry. My master's cultivation is astonishing. Oh?
At the same time, the medicine demon flying in midair was angry. While flying, he muttered something in his mouth.
How can you blame me? The scene was so chaotic at the time. I had already tried my best to stabilize the formation, and then I felt that he was about to rush me. I had already asked for help, but no one paid attention to me. I couldn't get any feedback, and my hands kept shaking.
Was complaining. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar feeling. The power of killing immortals. This power is different from all the power in the world. It is the most evil power condensed from pure demonic energy. Only the monsters from the immortal killing city can sense it. At this time, apart from the 8 of them, there was only one person who could possess the power of killing immortals. It is Li Maoqing, who was refined by the 8 demons slaying immortal formation overnight. The medicine demon's expression immediately changed, and he couldn't help but reveal a smug grin on his face.
You can't find it even if you wear iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get it.
Make you look down on me. But the sky has eyes, and this Li Maoqing happened to run into my hand. It's my turn to make a contribution today. Chapter 319. I understand Taoist priest Li's aloofness. Thank God. Thank Earth. Thank fate for letting us meet. The medicine demon's mind is haunted by ancient songs. The eyebrows are filled with joy. Of course, Li Maoqing is a land immortal after all. Although his cultivation is completely lost. He doesn't know if there are any other backup methods to save his life. Therefore, after the medicine master demon sensed the power of killing immortals, he did not hesitate at all. As soon as his true energy surged, he immediately accelerated and rushed over. He made up his mind that once he saw Li Maoqing, he would not say another word of nonsense, and would kill him with just a raised hand. He must be killed instantly like the little Taoist priest killed himself. Don't give him the slightest chance to escape. Whoosh! He controlled the wind and broke through the air, pulling out a stream of arrogance in midair. Boom! So much so that when it hit the ground, it made a big hole in the hard mountain stone road and splashed heavy dust. Before the dust dispersed, the medicine demon let out a wild laugh.
Li Maoqing, are you still alive this time?
With a bang, the medicine master demon had already sprung out of the dust haze, raising his right palm high. Fall gently again. What followed was an afterthought. On the side of the mountain road, Li Maoqing, who looked like a young man, was sitting by a fire, holding 2 skewers of chicken wings and turning them over carefully on the fire. Next to him was a guard in Xian wearing a Chaotian uniform, with a flattering smile on his face, grilling 2 chicken legs. Next to it, it was a familiar, terrifying, and stunningly handsome face. The little Taoist priest was holding the flaming sword and adding fire to the pyre below. Judging by that, he must be a little short of firewood. Then the medicine demon came down.
He's from Immortal Killing City.
Li Maoqing's face turned slightly solemn.
Little Taoist priestly.
If his cultivation had been intact before, he would not have taken any of the monsters in the Immortal Killing City seriously. But now that his cultivation was completely lost, he was inevitably worried. As for Li Chu's cultivation, he had never seen it with his own eyes, so it was better to remind him to be more cautious. But Li Chu is obviously much more cautious than he thought. And he is not the kind of foolish young man who is easily arrogant. Before the medicine master demon finished beating his spirit, Li Chu had already pulled out the pure yang sword from under the roasting chicken rack and stood up.
The one I passed by.
Medicine demon waved his hand, turned around and wanted to run away. But Li Chu's sword had already been raised.
No, brother. You can't do it if you don't hold it.
The medicine demon was incoherent again.
We can't do it again and again. It can be discussed. You can't kill just by staring at one person.
Right. The sword rises.
Even if you want to kill me, it's okay. Can you tell me who you are?
Please. Laugh. The sword falls. Roar. Relying on his rich
experience in killing medicine master demons,
Li Chu only used a quarter silk spiritual sword to resolve the battle this time. The red dragon instantly swept across the medicine demon's body, and a dark shadow disappeared in the thick red gold in an instant. And even the mountains and forests in front were washed away on a path of destruction. The corners of Li Maoqing's eyes trembled. This sword was so satisfying. Looking at the little Taoist priest, it seemed as if he sneezed, blinked, and then swung his sword casually. It can actually be so powerful. It's a bit outrageous. Even among those peerless sword cultivators, who are in seclusion on the snowy mountains, there should be no more than 3 or 2 who can strike out with such power with just one sword without knowing the technique or accumulating strength. How old is this little Taoist priest? In fact, for Li Chu, this sword was really not as simple as the so-called
just a sword,
because Li Chu worked very hard to divide his spiritual power and suppress the power of this sword. Otherwise, if he really swung his sword casually, a trace or 2 of spiritual power would be revealed, and the whole forest might be destroyed. That would affect too much and harm the world. Seeing Li Chu put away his sword, Li Maoqing smiled and continued what he had just said.
Little Taoist masterly draws his sword very quickly. First time. Second time familiarity.
Li Chu responded calmly.
This is the 3rd time I have met him. And I don't want to.
Li Chu didn't say the following words. I don't want to kill him either. I don't have experience in killing him. But he was too proactive.
These monsters all come from the demonic land, and they should have arrived here through some kind of forbidden technique that tears apart barriers. Therefore, the demonic body can still be reshaped after each death. Because this is not the original body,
Li Maoqing explained.
But this kind of reshaping the demon body will inevitably cost a lot of resources. And every time he is killed, his remaining power will be weakened. In addition, it can also interrupt their evil plans. So you kill this monster, Not entirely meaningless. That's it.
Li Chu nodded clearly. Although he has no experience and no explosive equipment, at least he has weakened a little bit of the evil power. And even worse, he can interrupt the enemy's growth. It seems that next time we meet, we will have to kill him reluctantly. The rest of the journey went smoothly, as Chen Huaji sent the two of them back to Diangwen. Li Maoqing was in awe when he met Yu Qian this time. The last time I saw him, I thought he was an old Taoist priest with a loud mouth and an unknown identity. He was even suspected of being a charlatan and was very serious. But after really seeing Li Chu's sword energy, Li Maoqing began to take the Diyun Temple seriously. To be able to teach such a disciple, this master must have a great background. How dare you neglect him? Not to mention, I might have to live in someone else's care for a while. As soon as he settled down, he found Li Chu again.
Little Taoist priestly, I have one more request,
Li Maoqing said hesitantly.
It's still related to the matter in southern Xinjiang. But it doesn't hurt to talk,
Li Chu said.
I thought carefully today that they are looking for Fu Huang's tomb. Probably because they are coveting Fu Huang's body,
Li Maoqing said.
Chen Fu Huang was a giant of the demon sect 500 years ago. He was a terrifying being who cultivated his body to the highest level in the world. Later in his career, even the 4-elephant-level beasts did not dare to confront his physical body. At that time, the supreme martial arts master of Tianhuang Mountain in a decisive battle with him. He killed him with 3 punches. The eminent Buddhist monk, who had already attained the status of arhat, had his golden body broken to pieces by him. His realm fell, and he relied on his physical body, making him almost invincible in the world. Fortunately, the physical cultivator could not live out his second life. He finally died in Tiannan Prefecture. The location of his tomb has never been revealed. It is said that only his descendants know it. There are rumors in the world that Chen Fu Huang made another breakthrough before his death. His physical body, it has reached the point of shattering the void. Such a body will probably not decay for 500 years, and its power will not fade away. I suspect that they may want to do something with Fu Huang's corpse, or even use the power of that body to break down the barrier between the demonic land and the human world.
Li Maoqing slowly expressed his suspicions. The demonic land among the 4 great immortal treasures has only one entrance and exit. It is firmly guarded by Yunfu Temple and the 7 Tianan families. After thousands of years of arrangement, it has countless sealing mechanisms and is completely impossible to break through. If the immortal killing city wants to come to the world, it can only find another way. Thinking of the Fu Huang tomb, he came to such a guess. The city of killing immortals is the largest force in the land of the first demon, possessing the purest demonic energy. If they are allowed to appear in the world, I am afraid it will greatly increase the arrogance of the demonic path in the world, Li Maoqing said.
I was entangled before. If I invite others if the forces take action, the news of my complete loss of cultivation will most likely be leaked out, and chaos will inevitably arise in the court. But if we don't take a closer look, there may be a big disaster. I just saw that little Taoist priestly has a high level of cultivation, and I was wondering if I could ask you to go to southern Xinjiang to investigate. If they really want to use that Fu Huang corpse, they must not be allowed to succeed. If it is to protect the human world, it is our duty as cultivators,
Li Chu said without hesitation.
Taoist Master Shaoli helped me save my life today, and he upholds the right path and has such a high sense of justice in this matter. I will definitely be richly rewarded,
Li Maoqing said solemnly.
Master National Master, there is no need to be like this. Those of us who are cultivators eliminate demons and defend the Tao for the sake of justice, for peace in Halua, and for righteousness. How could it be for the reward of tens of thousands of taels of silver? Or for how many properties are you paid for?
Li Chu said very seriously. His tone was sonorous and resounding.
Ah,
Li Maoqing was startled, then paused heavily.
I understand how noble Mr. Shaoli is.
That night, dry mountains and deep pools. 7 grotesque monsters surrounded the edge of the pool, all of them looking evil. A while passed. The calm pool water suddenly started rolling, making gurgling sounds, and soon it was boiling. But nothing appeared. After a while, the boiling bubbles gradually subsided, and nothing seemed to happen. At this time, the bone demon among them suddenly spoke and said angrily,
Medicine demon, come out. We all saw you. Stop hiding.
Chapter 320. It's you who should be afraid, right?
Gulu.
Gulu. A burst of bubbles appeared, and a bean bubble-like head surfaced again, with its mouth just exposed. The medicine demon looked around nervously. All 7 demons were present and captured on the spot. The medicine demon blinked weakly.
If I go out now, you will definitely spray me. Do you think we won't spray you if you don't come out?
The faceless demon looked disdainful. Hey, the white bone demon stopped it and said,
The 8 demons slaying immortal formation is indispensable. Without any one of them, it cannot be activated.
Then, he turned his head and said to the medicine master,
We are all brothers. No matter what happens, we will forgive you. Really?
Medicine master demon seemed a little doubtful and said,
I have reached 0 level in 3, and my remaining cultivation level is less than half of my original level. The resources brought by the demon soil have also been exhausted.
The bone demon said with emotion.
Victory and defeat are common matters for military officers. It would be nice to start over. And it's been 3 times. And I don't even know who killed me.
The medicine demon said again. The bone demon said,
Let's go together to find that person and avenge you. Also, I discovered Li Maoqing at that time. Because of greed, I sent him up without notifying you.
Medicine demon continued. The white bone demon's sternum heaved violently. But he still said,
He won't be able to recover for a while. If you seize the time to refine the resurrection medicine, you can still make up for it.
Medicine master demon's eyes were solemn.
You really don't want to criticize me? No squirting. Yin and yang are not good either,
he added.
Okay.
The medicine demon seemed to be relieved, and his body gradually emerged from the pool. At the same time, he said the last sentence.
You establish a written evidence.
Deep mountains, sparse outlines, black mist and strange rocks.
Are you scared?
Li Chu looked at Du Lang strangely. Lao Du shook his head, stiffened his neck and said,
Follow the master. What should I fear? Then why are you holding my arm?
Li Chu asked.
It's not that the mountain road is difficult. I'm afraid that you will fall. Master,
Lao Du explained.
But you're still shaking?
Li Chu asked again.
Maybe it's because of the cold weather. Although the weather in the south is not as cold as in the north, it's still quite cold on this mountain,
Lao Du said.
Since you're not afraid,
Li Chu looked down at Du Lang's legs that were lying limp on the ground.
You should stand up and walk. Oh?
Lao Du grinned and looked like he was crying. At this time, the 2 masters and apprentices were halfway up a vast and desolate mountain. Sad clouds shrouded their heads. The wind was howling in the valley ahead. But strange laughter was floating around. This is the closest mountainous area on the edge of southern Xinjiang. And this boundless valley is famous far and wide, and is called the Uncanny Valley by nearby mountain people. Thick clouds shroud the valley all year round, making even the daytime seem as dark as night. Most mountain people who have walked to the edge of the Uncanny Valley will see some strange scenes or creatures. And few people who enter this valley can return alive. Even if there are, most of them become crazy. This is where the Fuhuang tomb was located, which Qin Jinghu sent troops to search for. 3,000 people searched in this mountain for more than a month before they found the legendary Devil's Tomb. Those sergeants were all killed afterwards, so no one knew the specific location of the tomb. Li Chu brought Du Lang here, and he could only go to the mountains to search.
This mountain is too evil. Master.
Lao Du tried his best to stand up and looked around in panic.
I don't know why, but I feel inexplicably frightened as soon as I come in. It seems like there is always someone breathing behind me, and my consciousness is also. You can't explore out, so you can only rely on your naked eyes to find the way. Moreover, there is great terror here. Huh?
Li Chu asked.
How do you know? Nah.
Du Lang raised his hand and pointed. I saw a towering tree in front of me. A piece of bark had been scraped clean, and there were several crooked words written on it.
There is a great terror here. This looks more like a prank no matter how you look at it.
Li Chu was speechless for a while. He had used his mind's eye skill earlier to scan the surroundings, but the aura could not penetrate well into those places blocked by the thick black mist. The entire canyon is still a map covered by fog. Although Li Chu's mental skills can cover a large area, the judgment is still very low, as long as there is something that isolates the breath. No matter how high your mental vision skills are, if there is no breath, you will not be able to sense it. In the final analysis, it is because the mind's eye technique is not essentially a technique for exploring vision. Compared with long-distance detection, it focuses more on the attribute of gaining energy. However, Li Chu was not worried. According to past experience, foggy maps often have surprises. It's just that this mountain seems to have other weirdness besides the fog. The most intuitive thing is that Lao Du is a senior cultivator who is close to the peak of Shinha realm. Even if he is afraid in his heart, it will not be so bad. Something seems to amplify the fear in your heart? It's just that Li Chu can't feel it at all. So he can't empathize with it. He can only take one step at a time. The two masters and apprentices went up the rugged mountain road. The mountains on both sides became taller and steeper. The shapes of various strange peaks and rocks became more and more terrifying. And the weird laughter in the wind became clearer. Master! While walking, Lao Du suddenly raised his hand and exclaimed, Look there! Li Chu looked up and saw a row of thick mountain vines hanging on the mountain wall in the light mist. And there was actually a corpse hanging on one of the mountain vines. This corpse was dressed in old gray and yellow clothes, which did not look like today's attire. It was unknown when it died here, but it had never decayed. It's just a corpse, Li Chu said indifferently and continued to move forward. After walking for a while, Lao Du exclaimed again, There it is again! Li Chu had already noticed it before he shouted. In front of a vine-entangled place, a corpse was hung by the vines on a towering old tree, hanging by the neck, and died in a miserable state. Just looking at the clothes and appearance, it seems to be the same as the one just now. This, Li Chu pondered for a moment. It seems to be the one just now. Could it be that it has been following us? Delank said horrified. It's better to strike with a sword first and then talk. Li Chu didn't bother to think too much. When faced with something suspected of being evil, he would cut it with his sword first. At least there would be nothing wrong with it. As soon as he drew his sword, the corpse opposite him suddenly raised his head and opened his eyes. There seemed to be a little panic in his eyes. It is indeed evil. Li Chu didn't hesitate and roared out with his sword. Boom! 1/8 of the spiritual sword pierced through the air, creating a smooth road filled with flames. There is no road in the jungle. But when there are more people with swords, it becomes a road. Some experience points enter the body. And at the same time, a little red light seemed to fall from the corpse. Li Chu flew over and caught it in his hand. It was found to be a very small blood crystal. Although I don't know what it is. It seems to contain an extremely pure energy, which is almost as pure as Li Chu's spiritual power, shining with valuable light. Li Chu couldn't help but be a little surprised that this kind of evil spirit in the suburbs could explode items. He called to Du Lank next to him. Hurry up! Let's go take a look in the fog ahead. Du Lank blinked, vaguely feeling that something was wrong. I don't know if I saw it wrong, but it seems that the master is more excited than the ghost when he meets a ghost in this mountain? Although the painting style is a bit strange, I have to admit that the inexplicable fear caused by the influence of the strange existence in the mountain has indeed been greatly alleviated by the presence of Li Chu. White bones scattered all over the ground, and tree trunks mottled with blood stains. Everything shows the horror of this place. The master and apprentice walked through carefully. Suddenly, an old human face appeared on the big tree behind. Blood and flesh. While it made a vague sound, dozens of tentacle-like vines sprang out, trying to entangle the two of them. Once a person is controlled by these tentacles, the end is foreseeable and must be extremely miserable. But before Li Chuan could turn around, he had already drawn his sword. Roar! With one move of the red dragon, the front area was cleared for more than 10 feet in an instant. A slightly larger blood crystal fell, and Li Chu caught it in his hand, then raised his eyes and looked around. Hua la la! The surroundings seemed to be blown by a whirlwind, and the leaves of many trees shook together, as if they were shaking. Immediately, there was a banging sound, and there were actually more than a dozen giant trees nearby pulling out countless roots from the ground. These roots are like their feet, but they are not trying to rush over and attack the two of them. Instead, turn around the tree. Run away. Want to leave? Swordsmanship! Li Chuchen shouted, and the pure yang sword flew around the field like a flying fireball. Really, the haze in Du Lank's heart was all gone. Not only was he not afraid at all, he even wanted to smile evilly. The master is here. It's you who should be afraid. Right? Chapter 321. What is the price of a priceless thing? In the dark mountains where day and night are unclear, weird moans, calls, and strange laughter echo for a long time. As long as there is a seed of fear in people's hearts, it will be infinitely amplified until they are defeated. Before setting off, the elders of the clan had warned her about this. So Mulan always guarded her state of mind and never had the slightest fear. She kept reminding herself that as long as you are not afraid, the ghosts here are just ordinary evil spirits and are not invincible. The rustling sounds behind her never stopped. And coupled with those strange moans, Mulan knew that she was being followed by a ghost. It tries to scare itself, but it was destined to disappoint. Mulan was halfway through the dense forest when she suddenly rushed forward, lowered her body, and laid down in the bushes, not caring about the sharp branches that scratched her skin. Before entering the uncanny valley, all 9 of them acquired a lot of knowledge about ghosts. She knew that ghosts were not omniscient or omnipotent. It can lock itself. It must be because it has released something. So she stood still, held her breath, and concentrated, as if she had merged into the jungle in an instant. This is the talent of the Gaoxiao people, and it is the key to their ability to be passed down from ancient times to the present day, and to be among the best among the 72K barbarians. The mountains and forests are their home field. Mulan's skin is bronze, and her figure is not slim, but has very smooth curves. Although the weather was very cold, she was only wearing a simple animal pattern bra and bottoms, and she was flexing her slender and powerful legs. It looks like a leopard charging up to hunt. Her eyes are also like those of a wild beast, with strange and clear pupils, dangerous and seductive. Dark brown lines were rubbed all over her body. When she held her breath, the breath of her body instantly merged with the surrounding trees, blending into one. She lay down quietly like this for a long time, and the rustling around her never stopped. And the things seemed to be approaching her, getting closer and closer. When both parties to a hunt are in the shadows, the impatient one becomes the prey. Finally, the ghost appeared. It seemed to be a little boy. It was wearing shabby clothes, with disheveled hair and pale skin, floating out from the depths of the jungle. The dark pupils moved around, as if searching for something. Its body is less than 3 feet away from Mulan. Coming. Mulan remained motionless. After a long time, the little boy seemed to be tired of looking for it. He turned around and left in another direction. It's now! Mulan's body rose up from the bushes, kicked off his legs, and with great strength, he shot out like an arrow from the string. At the same time, her left hand already held up a bone knife ground with white bones and covered with talismans. Laugh. The bone knife fell through the wind. But at this moment, the little boy's hair suddenly spread out. Under the hair on the back of his head, there is actually a face hidden. The eyebrows and eyes of this face are similar to the front, but much more mature. And it is the face of an adult man. Putting it on this child's body is even more terrifying. Mulan was horrified. The bone knife was originally intended to cut open the head of the ghost, but at this moment it fell into the mouth of the ghost. Click. The bone knife was bitten by it. However, in addition to Mulan's own true energy, this sword also carries the talisman refined by the elders of the clan, which has a strong restraint effect on ghosts. As soon as there was a stabbing sound, white smoke came out of the ghost's mouth, and it quickly let go of its mouth, squeaking. "Daddy!" cried the childish face in the front. Mulan didn't hesitate at all. Taking advantage of this moment, he struck the ghost on the back with another knife. Ah! A scream came out, but it was not the 2 faces above. Behind its torn clothes, another face of an adult woman was revealed. At this time, there was a bloodstain in the center of the woman's face, and she was screaming. "Mother!" The face of the child in front suddenly turned back. His eyes were scarlet. The screams from the 2 faces behind him seemed to make him go berserk. Mulan didn't expect that at such a young age. It would be carrying the entire family. Roar! The child's face suddenly rushed towards him, and Mulan stabbed him again with his backhand. Poof! The child held the blade tightly with both hands. It was instantly burned to the point of white smoke, but he never refused to let go. The 2 faces behind it were suddenly torn apart, with a stream of sticky skin and flesh, screaming and biting at Mulan. In desperation, Mulan had 2 choices. Abandon the knife and dodge the blow. Don't dodge, and use all your strength to chop down the knife. Mulan naturally chose the latter. In this kind of fighting, giving up one's most powerful weapon is the same as death. Hee. Several streaks of blood burst out in succession. The 2 faces bit into Mulan's left and right thighs, instantly filling them up, as if they were sucking Mulan's flesh and blood. Mulan's bone knife also broke through those hands and landed on the child's body. With one strike, the ghost's body was cut open. There were no spines or internal organs inside, only a faint white glow. Ah! 3 faces screamed at the same time. Mulan mercilessly slashed dozens of times in an instant. The words Jing, loyalty, repay, and country were cut out on the dry and thin body. Bang! Finally there was a loud bang, and the ghost exploded. A small red light fell. Mulan staggered to catch the red light, carefully put it away, and then fell to the ground without holding it. Blood gurgled from both legs. Although he was only bitten twice, the ghost had a powerful ability to suck flesh and blood. In just a moment, Mulan had 2 hideous holes in his legs. Mulan first used her Jinchi to help herself stop the bleeding, then dragged her body to pick 2 herbs from one side, chewed them up, and applied them to the wound. The burning, stinging sensation made her cry out in pain, and at the same time, she was secretly frustrated. With such an injury, her battle for the Holy Sun would probably end here, and it was not even certain whether she would be able to leave here alive. Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly heard another set of footsteps coming from the front. Mulan was shocked. The ghosts in the uncanny valley obviously have their own territory, so why would they come again after just killing one here? It was already difficult to hide such a strong smell of blood. Mulan directly picked up the bone knife and prepared to risk his life against the enemy. Crash. The first thing that popped out was a dark face, dressed in the color of a Taoist priest, carrying a bulging luggage on his back. Mulan's knife was raised high. Bring it on! Let me show you this evil spirit. There are no weak children in Gyeokyedong. But then, another white face popped out, carrying an indescribable feeling. That feeling. At that moment, 1,800 adjectives flashed through Mulan's mind. But in the end, only 2 words were the most appropriate. Handsome. Mulan couldn't help but moan. The daughter of Gyeokyedong suddenly felt soft in her heart. There was only one thought left in her mind at the moment. Even if he is a ghost, that's probably a good ghost. Master, this girl seems to be a person. That black-faced Taoist priest suddenly shouted. The handsome Taoist priest behind him looked at Mulan and nodded lightly. That's right. My name is Mulan. I am from Gyeokyedong. A moment later, in a clean clearing in the jungle, Mulan raised her eyes shyly and spoke softly. According to you Halua people, they are one of the 72K barbarians. Hello. Li Chu nodded gently. No matter what tribe he is, it is quite friendly to meet a human being in this valley full of ghosts. Du Lank asked. Miss Mulan, why did you come to this uncanny valley? This is a competition for our Gaoxiao cave to select a new holy sun. Mulan replied. Our last holy sun. As she said that, she watched the 2 people's eyes change, and finally said, I died in the battle with your Huangmu cave 2 days ago. The main reason for our defeat was that your Halui General Qin Jinghu sent troops to help a rocky cave. This matter, Li Chu guessed a little. So he said, it is very likely that there are villains from the demon sect who are obstructing it, and it is not the decision of the Halua court. The inside story will definitely become clear in the future. Yes. Du Lank nodded immediately. It's still unclear whether that bastard is General Qin himself, and the military order he issued was without anyone's consent. Miss Mu, don't do anything to us as a whole in Halua because of this. Bias. Unexpectedly, Mulan nodded. We know that our clan leader has sent people to Chaoga City to report the situation in southern Xinjiang to your emperor, including the actions of General Qin in the Valley of Fear. This is a very familiar place for us Gaoxiao Cave people. He thought those actions were very secretive, but in fact we discovered them. It turns out that the news about Chao Gu was passed on by you. Li Chu understood. It's just that our holy sun has been sacrificed, and we need to quickly select a new holy sun. Mulan continued. The way our tribe selects the holy sun is to send the best of the new generation of young people into this uncanny valley, who can finally get out alive and bring out the most blood magic crystals is the new holy sun. Hey! Du Lank exclaimed. You guys are pretty wild this way. Do you want to come here to practice your courage? It can also be said that the biggest trick to entering the uncanny valley is to forget fear. Mulan said. The elders of our tribe all say that there are devils here who specialize in devouring human fear. So they try every means to make people scared. The more scared you are, the more fearful you are, the more powerful it becomes. And their power will condense into blood magic crystals. Blood demon crystal. Li Chu noticed the word she mentioned twice. What is that? It is the essence of the power of all the ghosts in the uncanny valley. The specific source is not clear, but the more powerful the ghosts have, the larger and purer the blood magic crystal. This blood magic crystal can be transformed into the inheritance on the altar of our tribe. Power. So it is very precious. Mulan carefully took out a few small, finely divided red blood crystals and showed them to them as if they were treasures. She did not dare to hand them too close, as if she was afraid that they would snatch them away. Seeing the blood magic crystal in her hand,
Li Chu and Du Lang were silent for a moment.
The power it contains is amazing and rare. Right?
Mulan thought they were shocked by it and said,
"If you have the chance to kill the ghosts in this valley, you can get it, Miss Mulan."
Li Chu asked.
"You said this thing is very precious?"
"Yes." Mulan nodded.
"It is priceless to our tribe. What's the price of this priceless thing?"
Li Chu suddenly asked again.
Ah?
Mulan was startled. Do all men in Haloa chat like this?
Suppose someone wants to sell this thing, and you spend money to buy it.
Li Chu said seriously.
What price can I get?
Huh? Mulan smiled.
How is it possible? Such a rare thing?
Her words suddenly stopped. Because at Li Chu's signal, Du Lang opened the package behind him with a clatter, revealing a lot of dazzling, pure blood magic crystals. The big ones are as big as fists, and the small ones are usually as big as quail eggs, shining in the dim light. In comparison, the few diamonds in Mulan's hand suddenly became worthless diamonds. Chapter 322. Let me see whose fear is this? The night was as thick as ink. The stars and moon were dying. Only the strong wind and thunder continued, and the giant trees around them were swaying endlessly. Qi Shan held a long bone gun in his hand and hurriedly passed through the forest. Although his face was expressionless, there was unconcealable panic in his eyes. Turning around the hillside, there was another dangerous spot in front of us. We faced a big tree with 3 scratches carved on it.
Ah!
Qi Shan suddenly paused and exhaled.
This is the 3rd time.
The panic in his eyes became more intense, and he looked around. Then he gritted his teeth, picked up the bone gun in his hand, and swung it in the air. Wow! A 4th mark was drawn on the tree trunk. According to Gaoqiao Caveman's understanding of the mountains and forests, it was obvious that he shouldn't get lost. He could be sure that he was walking in a different direction. But I will come back here every time. Ghost hits the wall. The word came to him. He slightly regretted that he shouldn't have been so rash. But Qi Shan was also very helpless. There are more blood demon crystals in the depths of the uncanny valley, but the ghosts are many times more ferocious. They all know this. Therefore, candidates for the Holy Sun have always dealt with ordinary ghosts outside and slowly accumulated blood magic crystals.
But something happened to the uncanny valley recently. He walked around the outside for a long time, but he didn't meet a single ghost. It was as if everyone had been wiped out. Weird. With no choice, he had to take the risk and go deeper. Unexpectedly, as soon as we got deeper, we encountered this unusual ghost. Qi Shan walked around, thinking for a moment, and then sat down with his back against the big tree. Since I can't get out no matter what, I won't leave. Although it is difficult to see clearly day and night in the uncanny valley, the yin energy is strong at night, and the power of ghosts will be somewhat stronger. When things turn around, I may not be able to break through here. Thinking this, he gradually calmed down. Click. A flash of lightning suddenly flashed, and everyone was shocked. Qi Shan suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure in the jungle not far away. He jumped up suddenly and raised his bone spear.
Who?
When the other party didn't respond, Qi Shan locked his eyes and simply stepped forward, advancing all the way. In the darkness, the person on the opposite side was vaguely wearing the animal pattern clothing of Gaoqiao Caveman, and his figure was blurry. Qi Shan asked in a deep voice,
Who is it? Shui Jian? Mulan? Is it you?
Click. Another bolt of lightning suddenly illuminated again, and Qi Shan could clearly see the person's appearance. That's a headless corpse. Not only was the head missing, but the entire right arm was missing as well. Standing straight there.
Ah!
This mutilated corpse made Qi Shan scream, turn around and run away. But suddenly Jia's laughter came from the shadows ahead.
You're scared.
Qi Shan paused in his steps, picked up his spear, looked in the direction of the sound, and then looked at the body standing behind him, with a look of horror on his face.
Why are you afraid? He is obviously your companion.
The voice was hoarse and old, like a night owl imitating human speech. It was extremely unpleasant. An old man wearing a linen robe floated out of the forest.
I'll fight you.
Qi Shan finally saw the ghosts in this area, and he immediately shouted and was about to kill them. But the old man laughed sinisterly again.
There is something wrong with you.
Kara Law. A strange sound sounded from Qi Shan's chest. He trembled all over. When he lowered his head, he saw a pale hand coming out of his heart. Behind this hand was a head. The face was pale and stained with blood, and his eyes were staring, full of unwillingness and anger. Aoyama is instantly recognizable. That was also one of the people from Gaoqiao Cave who participated in this battle for the Holy Sun. Qingshan's childhood playmate. Huzi.
There is something wrong with you.
The old man's voice seemed to penetrate into the soul, constantly echoing in Qingshan's ears, reminding him of many scenes. Just a few hours ago, on the outskirts of the uncanny valley, he met Huzi. Because they have always been good friends, they still chose to go together even during the battle for the Holy Sun. But Qingshan gradually became evil-minded. Huzi's strength has always been above him, and he has collected more blood magic crystals than him. And he has been busy all day, but he hasn't gained much yet. If this continues, he will definitely lose. So he took advantage of Huzi's unpreparedness, flew a spear, and cut off his arm. Huzi, who had almost lost the ability to resist, was quickly beheaded by him. Qingshan buried Huzi's body on the spot, and continued on the road with the blood magic crystals he had accumulated. This kind of thing may happen in every battle for the Holy Sun. But no one will pursue the past of the winner. And he has no fear of being discovered. This is why, just seeing a broken corpse, he will instantly lose his power, and be invaded by fear. Because he has a ghost in his heart. Now this ghost has emerged. Such moments of fear happen from time to time in this valley. In the world invisible to the naked eye, there are countless threads connecting every area of this wild mountain, forming an infinitely vast spider web. Whenever fear arises, a black smoke will gradually be transmitted along the silk thread to the center of the valley. There is an ancient and strange altar there. The altar is surrounded by several huge pillars of unknown material, and mysterious scrolls are carved on the pillars. In the center of the altar, there is a figure who seems to have been like this since ancient times, sitting here cross-legged. His body seems to be cast from some kind of dark blue metal, not like a physical body. If Li Chu were here, he would probably find this existence familiar. The evil spirits he had encountered before. It's just that this evil spirit is not that evil spirit, as the last few mysterious beings left by the witch god in the world. Their sources of power are different. The source of the evil spirit's power was luck. After Li Chu killed one body, he managed to survive with another body. Unexpectedly, he was summoned by his own believers to descend and came to Li Chu again. He was brutally killed for the second time. Now the grass on the grave has changed several times. And this one feeds on fear. That's why it used this land soaked in demonic energy to transform its own uncanny valley. The fear of intruders is its most enjoyable delicacy. For others, this place is only scary. But for it is a paradise. People outside vaguely knew that there was such a fear-devouring existence here. But few people had seen its true face. They gave it a name.
The Terror-Eating King. The great fear that people have before death is really delicious.
The fear-eating king slowly opened his eyes.
Just what's going on?
It looked at the threads on the east side. The threads coming from the east of the valley were broken in large areas. Each thread represents a ghost. And some breakage is normal. But such a large number of breaks in a short period of time, which almost caused the entire east side of the spider web to collapse, is very abnormal. So its line of sight extended along the ethereal thread, gathering everything in its eyes wherever it passed.
Did we meet a ghost and hit the wall?
Mulan said guiltily. After all, she exists as a guide in this small team. Previously, after meeting two Taoist priests in the forest, she was shocked by the large number of blood magic crystals collected by Li Chu. Li Chu hopes to sell these blood magic crystals to Gaoqiao Dong, and the wholesale price can also be negotiated. But how can Mulan make the decision? She can only say that after the battle for the Holy Sun is over, she can take Li Chu to Gaoqiao Cave and have a detailed discussion with the elders of the clan. Later, she learned that Li Chu was looking for the legendary tomb of the Demon King in the Uncanny Valley. She recounted that according to old legend, it was the existence of the tomb of the Demon King that caused the Uncanny Valley to become like this. Therefore, people in Gaoqiao Cave generally believe that the closer you are to the depths of the Uncanny Valley, and the more ferocious the ghosts, the more likely you are to be close to that tomb. Master Li Chu and his disciples didn't know much about the Uncanny Valley, so Mulan proposed that she could be their guide, and the reward would only be some small blood magic crystals. Although it may be very risky, there is no other way. With her injuries, it would be almost impossible for her to participate in the battle for the Holy Sun again. But a little leakage from Li Chu's fingers was enough for her to win. Mulan could only bet that this little Taoist priest had a high level of cultivation, and could defeat the most terrifying existence here. Li Chu was happy to have someone lead the way. Since the price was just a few worthless diamonds anyway, it was an instant hit. Before leaving, the little Taoist priest had already opened Mulan's eyes. I saw him holding up a small sun in his right hand. Under the golden light, Mulan's injuries were wiped away in the blink of an eye. Mulan watched in surprise as the two huge, dried flesh holes between her legs were filled up in no time. The legs become smooth and strong again.
The hole was filled up like this,
she murmured in disbelief. Li Chu didn't say anything, but Lao Du jumped out at the right time and said,
"Isn't it amazing? There are many great things about my master." "That's great."
Mulan swung her legs and praised sincerely. After that, he led the master and apprentice to continue deeper. He encountered several ghosts along the way, but Li Chu always killed them instantly without waiting for the ghosts to show any tricks. In the end, he could only judge their strength based on the size of the blood magic crystals they dropped. Mulan couldn't help but open his eyes. After turning around the hillside, they continued to move forward. After walking for a long time, they actually came back here again. Mulan was a little embarrassed, worried that she had taken the wrong route, and very suspicious that she had encountered a ghost.
"Are ghosts attacking the wall?"
Li Chu heard this and looked around.
"It's possible, because I can be sure that the direction I'm walking in is definitely not going in circles,"
Mulan said.
"It's possible that it's an extremely powerful ghost that has unknowingly changed everything around it." "It doesn't matter,"
Li Chu said calmly.
"I have special skills in dealing with ghosts hitting the wall."
In fact, he doesn't have much experience in dealing with ghosts, but he has never failed before, so he is very confident.
"That's the direction we're going to." "Right."
He raised his hand and pointed ahead.
"Yes."
Mulan nodded, and then realized something was wrong.
"Wait, what are you going to do?"
Li Chu inexplicably pulled out his sword and raised it to the air.
"As long as there is no wall, there will be nothing to fight against,"
Li Chu said calmly. Then the sword fell lightly. With his sword, his power was changing the terrain, so he used half of his spiritual power. It's just that the level is now high, and it's not inferior to the full-strength sword of the past. Boom! An indescribable pillar of sword energy burst through the air. The waves of air surged, and even though they were behind Li Chu, Mulan and Lao Du were knocked to the ground in an instant. They didn't even bother to stand up. They just looked at the sword in shock. Durang was a little better, although he didn't know the upper limit of his master's power. But he knows that there is no upper limit to a master's power, so he wouldn't be too surprised by anything Li Chu did. Mulan was immediately dumbfounded. "You call this a skill?" Looking at the extremely thick, extremely hot, extremely long and almost invisible red sword energy pillar. "What kind of skills do you need to have this?" She couldn't help but think of a sentence in her heart. "Grandpa, it turns out you didn't lie to me. It turns out there really are gods on the other side of the mountain." Rumble, rumble. This sword cuts all the way forward. Not only the dense forest blocking the road, but also the dense fog, stubborn rocks, steep slopes, hundreds of feet in front of the mountain, including half of the mountain, were directly cleared. It wasn't that the mountain was cleared, but that half of the mountain was connected. There was only a path of rolling heat. The surrounding thick black fog slowly flows in, and will be evaporated by the continuous heat wave. At the same time, nearby, beside this wide sword energy path, a somewhat sneaky figure was also revealed. It was an old man wearing a linen robe, with a stooped figure and a haggard face. He was standing on the edge of the path, standing on his own with one golden rooster in an awkward posture. As a fierce ghost, it should be quite shameful to be seen in such a scene. But there was nothing he could do. If he hadn't retracted 1 foot in time, he might have been affected by the sword energy and evaporated. The sword energy was so terrifying that he even forgot to put his feet down. Just when all the blocking things in front disappeared, he was suddenly exposed to the sight of Li Chu and the others. And the atmosphere was quite subtle. Li Chu looked at him. He looked at Li Chu. After a while, he blinked and said in a sinister and hoarse voice, You have something going on in your heart." It's just that this sentence was said intermittently, and the tone was somewhat unconfident, and it was really a bit forced.
"When did you stop reading your lines? Don't you know how to run?"
Du Lang clicked his tongue and gave him a thumbs up.
"Dedication."
"Oh." The old man was so frightened that he suddenly remembered it when he reminded him. "It's important to escape." He turned around, opened his robe, and floated away like a big bird. But the next second, a flying fireball quickly traveled past. Plop, plop. It seemed like something was beating violently, and something seemed to be tightening violently. In the center of that ancient and strange altar, the fear-eating king happened to take in all this scene, and was silent for a long time. Suddenly, it felt a faint black smoke covering itself. This was the smoke of fear. Almost subconsciously, it feeds on this fear. But strangely, this fear did not increase its power. Huh? Its thoughts were interrupted. The king of terror eaters is very strange. He actually cannot increase his strength after swallowing it. This is the first time I have encountered this situation.
Let me see whose fear this is. Oh, it turns out to be my own.
Chapter 323 Running Away with a Bucket and Seeking Death. Run away? A distant and unfamiliar word appeared in my mind. The fear-eating king fell into deep contemplation. When it was born, it followed the side of the witch god, and was originally very stable. But the witch god left the world without saying a word, leaving all the evil spirits he had created here. They suddenly became iron orphans in the true sense. It is true that we have gone through a period of chaos and separation, and at least half of the evil spirits died during that turmoil. Because if they want to practice cultivation, they must rely on some unhealthy methods. So they are like rats crossing the street everywhere. If they make a little noise, they will be yelled at and beaten by everyone. In the end, the remaining evil spirits learned well, and did not dare to make big moves anymore. They only cultivated secretly, so that they can survive until now. How much business can it do if it operates this terrifying valley in the vast mountains of southern Xinjiang? It's not easy to make money, but I feel comfortable being familiar with people. If you let it go, it really doesn't want to. But, then again, to run or not to run, that has never been a question. This is not something you can choose at all. Those three outsiders were simply running towards the center of the uncanny valley. If he hadn't run away with such a sword, even his body cast by the witch god would. Although I haven't tried it, I think it is unbearable. With this thought in mind, the king of food fear brought out a small bucket from the side of the altar. In the barrel was the blood it had taken out from the terrifying demonic body in that tomb over the years. That demonic body contains extremely terrifying power, which is still incalculable even hundreds of years after its death. All the weirdness around it is caused by the demonic energy escaping from it. After the fear-eating king discovered this treasure place, he made those ghosts work for him to absorb the fear he needed. On the other hand, it is also trying to get something from that demon body. With the hardness of the demonic body, it was impossible for the terror-eating king to obtain some solid matter. It could only work hard to squeeze out some liquid. So it took it hundreds of years to drill a tiny hole in the demon body. And it took another 100 years to finally absorb half a bucket of the demon body's blood. This blood is crimson and deep, containing infinite power. It cannot even be contained in any restriction or space. It can only be contained in this way. As long as he has this small bucket of blood, the terror-eating king is confident that he can create another uncanny valley like this one. Maybe it won't last that long, but after a few years, I can still come back. Run away with a bucket. But looking at the bucket of blood, the king of horror eaters suddenly pondered again. I am just an ordinary little evil spirit who lives in peace with the world. Why did he provoke such a powerful human cultivator? This is unreasonable. Unless this strong man also came for that demonic body. The terror-eating king couldn't help but think of a group of monsters who came from the demon land slaying Immortal City a few days ago, and spent a lot of effort to find this demon body. It was said that they had a big conspiracy. It naturally tried to stop it. But that group of monsters was very strong. After several rounds of testing, both sides did not want to risk their lives in the fight, and finally reached a deal. The group of monsters promised to give it a treasure, a psychic magic bead, and it was not allowed to stop its plan. Even if they were allowed to take away the demon body, this uncanny valley would still last for hundreds or even thousands of years. So the terror-eating king finally agreed to the deal. Because even if he doesn't agree, he may not be able to stop them with the immortal killing city behind them. The lord of the killing immortal city was quite aloof, making it very fearful. Now that I'm running away with a bucket, I probably won't be able to get this psychic magic bead. But after all, life is still important. After some tangle, the fear-eating king still chose to run away. To live a long life, the most important thing is not how strong you are, but how stable you are. But just when it was about to leave, a stream of light suddenly fell down and landed accurately on the altar. The light faded away, revealing a smiling face.
Are you the medicine demon?
The terror-eating king recognized the person at a glance. He was the weaker one among the 8 demons of Immortal Killing City. Moreover, the horror-eating king doesn't know if it's his imagination. After not seeing him for many days, the medicine demon seems to be weaker than before. How come there are still people who keep coming back as they live? The medicine demon only came here at the beginning and never appeared here again. So the horror-eating king was not very familiar with him.
Ha ha. I am exactly the same.
The medicine demon rubbed his hands.
I was sent by the organization to hand over to you. And I will take away the body of the Fu Huang demon today. No one can move that demonic body,
the terror-eating king said. He suddenly remembered something and said in surprise,
Has your resurrection medicine been made?
The 8 demons once revealed to it that there is a resurrection medicine in Immortal Killing City that can rejuvenate the demon body and re-explode the power it had before birth.
We don't have the complete resurrection potion yet. We just urgently refined a temporary potion that can resurrect the demon body for a quarter of an hour, which is enough for transfer,
the pharmacist said devilishly. He further explained,
There have been some mistakes recently. We are worried that the location here will be exposed, so we have to move it in advance.
As he spoke, he took out a black magic bead the size of a fist. This bead seemed to be filled with a pitch-black night, and there seemed to be scattered stars floating around, but no light could be seen.
Is this the most precious psychic magic bead in Killing Immortal City?
The king of fearful food asked.
That's right. With this orb, you can communicate with the demonic land in the human world and recruit monsters to fight. It has endless magical uses, and you can be innocent of deception,
Medicine Demon said with a thumbs up. The terror-eating king took the magic bead in his hand and put it away, and then said,
Go to the tomb to resurrect the demon body. I won't stop you anymore. Just...
What? The medicine demon asked when he saw it hesitating.
It's just that a powerful enemy has come to this uncanny valley. You'd better hurry up. He may be coming to kill you a little later,
the king of fearful eaters reminded.
Oh, who is he?
Medicine Demon asked.
I don't know.
The fearless king shook his head and said,
I only know that a Gaoqiao caveman led them up. Huh?
Medicine Master Demon sneered. Those barbarians.
That man can melt half a mountain with one sword,
the king of food fear said solemnly. The medicine demon looked a little serious, but after a moment, he showed a confident smile.
So what? What I am about to resurrect is the #1 demon body in the ages. Even if it only lasts for a quarter of an hour. That means I will be invincible for a quarter of an hour. Anyone who dares to provoke will definitely not end well.
The terror-eating king thought of the terrifying existence buried in that tomb. If he could be resurrected, he would be worthy of the words,
invincible in the world.
So it nodded and said,
Indeed. If there really is a strong man seeking death, then let him sacrifice his blood to support the demon body.
The medicine demon flew into the tomb while letting out a crazy and weird laugh.
GG.
Chapter 324. Are you playing me? The vast mountains have more than 100 peaks, are more than 1,000 miles across, and are more than 10,000 feet tall. But just because a corpse from 500 years ago was buried somewhere under the mountain range, the entire place was soaked in demonic energy and became a place of horror. Even the medicine demon, who came from the land of the first demon, must be in awe of such an existence. The terror-eating king led the medicine demon around the altar, flying along the mountain wall, and soon heard a rumbling sound like thunder. It was a rolling waterfall falling from the mountain in front. It flowed straight down from the top of the mountain and was extremely wide. The king of food fear stepped forward, waved his hand, and the waterfall immediately opened to both sides, revealing a gap. And then he plunged in. As the saying goes, when you go over the mountains and through the forest to open a curtain of water, there is a cave behind the curtain of water. After the waterfall is a dark and deep corridor, and the king of food fear advances with ease. Together with it, the medicine demon felt the surrounding demonic energy becoming more and more sinister, and also knew that he was getting closer and closer to his target. When we reached the end of the corridor, a faint light came from the front, and then it suddenly became clear. Even though he had been here once before, the medicine demon couldn't help but marvel at it. Ahead is an extremely open place, almost hollowing out the belly of a mountain to excavate such a grand tomb. But this tomb is very empty. There are no messy burials or decorations. There is only a high platform that is almost endless in length and width. Although it is a tomb, there is no coffin, only this high platform. The demonic body was placed in the center of the high platform, quite casually. From this, it is not difficult to see the temperament of the demon giant back then. It's just that the demon body on the high platform does not look like a human corpse at this time, but is hundreds of feet tall. Even when lying down, it looks like a continuous low mountain, and the whole picture cannot be seen clearly. The medicine demon can probably guess why. When a human body is alive, his power will be suppressed by himself. But after his death, his physical body became less and less able to control the huge power. and would be affected by the power in turn. The most common thing was that it gradually expanded. It's just that it's unprecedented to expand to this extent.
Go!
The corpse of the Food Terror dynasty stretched out his hand, indicating that the medicine demon can do whatever he wants. The medicine master demon flew up quickly and took out the great resurrection medicine that contained the supreme mystery. The so-called resurrection, of course, does not really mean resurrecting people. All he can awaken is this, flesh. For this first demonic body throughout the ages, only the physical body is needed. After so many years, this body is still lifelike, as if it was just drunk and taking a nap here for a while, and will wake up from time to time. The strong demonic power around him can still make mortals faint at the sight of it. The medicine master demon stepped forward and poured the resurrection medicine from the demon's nostrils, and then flew back towards the terror-eating king. Boom! Unexpectedly, before he could fly far away, the entire cave suddenly shook violently, as if an earth dragon turned over or a long whale vomited water. A burst of invisible ripples spread out, and the huge air wave lifted the medicine demon into the air and turned several somersaults. It was just the first heartbeat of that demonic body. Boom! The violent vibration also spread to the entire horror valley, and Li Chu and his party, who were heading towards the center of the valley, were also shocked.
Why do you suddenly feel palpitation in your heart?
Du Lang touched his left chest and felt his heartbeat speeding up for no reason.
Me too.
Mulan also touched her chest with her hands, feeling frightened.
Let me see if we can dance equally fast.
Lao Du stretched out his hand with a serious look on his face.
Get out.
Mulan scolded seriously.
Okay.
Lao Du nodded solemnly. In this solemn atmosphere, Li Chu also felt a slight sense of crisis, but his feeling was more intuitive, as if something terrible had been born in the mountain, or resurrection. He thought of the legendary first demon body throughout the ages. Could it be that those demons had achieved their goals? If that body that was once invincible in the world is really resurrected, then you have to be careful. After all, it is a supreme existence that can rival the four images with its body alone. At this moment, Mulan suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed forward.
Is that an altar?
It turned out that the three of them encountered gods and demons along the way and were advancing very quickly. They could already see the altar of the terror-eating king.
Master, do we still want to go there?
Lao Du was a little panicked. Li Chu also hesitated a little. The purpose of this trip was to investigate the situation of Fu Huang's demon body. If the demon body had been resurrected, then going forward would only increase the danger and would be too unsafe. But we cannot rely solely on conjecture. The surroundings began to be filled with screams of ghosts, and the wind was full of shrill wails. It seemed that countless ghosts in the valley had sensed the danger and were running away. After thinking for a moment, Li Chu said,
You stay here and don't move around. Huh?
Lao Du suddenly raised his ears and keenly smelled the smell of ethics. But Li Chu didn't buy oranges. Instead, he said,
I'm going to check it out alone. It's too dangerous ahead, so don't follow me. But it's easy to run into a lot of ghosts when going down the mountain at this time, so don't act rashly for the time being.
Master,
Lao Du was filled with guilt for a moment.
My disciple is useless, and I can't help you. It's okay, Li Chuyan said calmly. I've long been used to it.
After that, he turned around and headed towards the altar.
Well?
Lao Du was startled and said to himself,
Is this considered comfort? Just take it as such.
Miss Mulan said from the side.
Who I am?
The huge body was half sitting up, like a mountain, almost touching the top of the mountain. If it stood up, it would break through the space.
Ah!
Medicine Demon's eyes were filled with excitement. He finally awakened the demon god with his own hands, although it only lasted for a quarter of an hour. 1 moment was worth $1,000. His understanding of the resurrection potion was far better than others, and he knew that Fu Huang's demonic body was in an ignorant and primitive state at this time. When it comes to the perfection of the physical body, it is better than those of the walking corpses. But in terms of the degree of spiritual recovery, it may not be as high as those of the walking dead. After all, those walking corpses had been dead for at most 3 to 5 years, and the consciousness of this demonic body had been dissipated for 500 years. If you want to control this demonic body, you must provide guidance at this time. Plant the thought of manipulation into his mind before he opens his eyes.
You are my friend.
The medicine demon flew to the ear of the demon body and guided him.
I woke you up.
The friend. Demonic body always closed its eyes and seemed to be repeating. Wake up. Unconsciously.
Yes. I am your good friend, and I woke you up at all costs. And you should also help me.
Because of the resurgence of this demonic body, the mountains outside were in turmoil, and the gods and ghosts were restless for a while. But inside the cave, there was an eerie silence. After a long time, the demon body slowly opened its eyes.
My friend?
Call. The demon body opened its eyes. The medicine demon looked at the body of the Fuhuang demon. The appearance of the big demon back then was not surprising. He looked like a rough man. The only striking thing about him was that he had one eye. That's right. Fuhuang's demonic body only has one eye. This first gaze that had been silent for 500 years carried a frightening pressure in its turbidity. Even the medicine master demon himself felt weak in his legs and couldn't help but want to retreat. But he still withstood the pressure and kept telling himself to be strong. The first glance after the dead is resurrected is extremely important. Whoever you see at this time will be deeply impressed by your instincts and will be the key to controlling the demon body. Sure enough, the demon body didn't show any hostility towards him, and even showed a little trust.
The time you can awaken this time is very short. It's very dangerous here, so you have to follow me to another place.
The medicine demon boldly landed on the demon body's shoulder and said to his ear,
Another place.
Fuhuang demon body was like a child learning to talk, instinctively repeating the medicine demon's words and stood up as ordered.
Boom.
But he only stood halfway before his head hit the top of the cave. Fuhuang demon body frowned. The next second, he suddenly lifted his body and jumped upward. Boom, bang, bang, bang. This huge body smashed through half of the mountain wall and burst out of the air. The momentum shocked the heavens, ringing thousands of miles, stepping through tens of thousands of cloud mountains. At this time, Li Chu was walking along the altar of the king of food fear, when he suddenly heard the sound of thunder and saw the mountain wall collapse. A huge figure jumped out from behind the waterfall, rolled in the air, and stirred up a powerful wind and thunder. For some reason, he suddenly felt that this scene was a bit familiar.
It would be even more perfect if there is a background music from the first appearance of the Monkey King. The Fuhuang demon body broke out of the mountain, carrying a terrifying pressure, overlooking the terrifying valley below. There is also the medicine demon on his shoulder, and the terror-eating king following behind him. 3 people, 5 eyes. Suddenly they all looked in the same direction. In the midst of the grassy and rocky mountains, there stood a handsome figure, so dazzling, eye-catching, and otherworldly. The medicine demon standing on the giant's shoulder trembled subconsciously. At this time, his fear of the little Taoist priest had become muscle memory, and the king of horrible eaters couldn't help but feel afraid, because the person it saw wielding the sword before was this person. In fact, Li Chu didn't want to attract their attention. But there is no other way. The existence of some people is like the sun, which cannot be ignored no matter what. So he simply held his head high and looked at the demonic body calmly. But when he took a closer look, he suddenly felt that this demonic body was somewhat familiar. It seems that in the Shun family manor in Sanchi town, the enchanted I once summoned a powerful phantom and swung his sword to collide with the phantom's punch. It was actually able to persist under its own 5 strands of spiritual power. A full half-second is considered a powerful enemy rarely seen in life. Now look at the one eye of this demonic body. Could it be that the eyes that turned into spirits were his? If the owner of the physical body is so powerful, the probability of a certain part of the body becoming a spirit on its own is much higher. It seems that only one eye of this demonic body has become a spirit. At least the other exposed parts are not missing. And the one eye of the demonic body also reflected Li Chu's figure. And the turbid eyes seemed to be even more confused. I don't know if he remembered something in his instinct or felt some strange aura. And the medicine demon, after his initial thump, he calmed down again, although the fear of Li Chu was already deep in his bones. The more he became afraid, the angrier he became. After being killed 3 times and humiliated 3 times, his hatred for Li Chu doubled. At this time, Fuhuang's demon body is under him, and he can do whatever he wants. Although the happy time will not last more than a quarter of an hour. Because of this, we should cherish it even more. Medicine Demon's eyes narrowed. He pointed at Li Chu fiercely and shouted, "My friend, he is here to prevent your resurrection. Kill him, and you will be free if you kill him." Kill him. A hazy mist seemed to float in Fuhuang's single eye, making it increasingly obscure. "Yeah. Go kill him quickly, and no one will stop you anymore." Medicine Demon's voice was full of bewilderment. Li Chu stood with his sword in hand, his eyes gradually becoming serious. He could feel that the demon body of Fu Huang could bring him a sense of crisis. And he could also sense that the demon body was in a strange state at this time. If it were an ordinary enemy, he would not hesitate to strike first and directly eliminate the threat. However, when dealing with this demonic body, its level of danger is by no means inferior to that of Xuanwu back then. On the contrary, he did not dare to act rashly. But Li Chu looked at the medicine master demon, who was supporting the demon's body and constantly bewitching him. It was still necessary to get rid of this guy. Although I don't know what state the demonic body will enter after he disappears. It has eliminated part of the threat. So Li Chu quickly picked up his finger skills. Kill him! Kill him! Fu Huang's demonic body seemed to be still in an extremely entangled state. In addition to the fog in his one eye, wind and thunder gradually rolled up. And the collision was very fierce. That's right. Kill him! Seeing that he couldn't control this demon body, the medicine demon couldn't help but became a little anxious. And shouted, If you don't go now, then you'll have to wait until later. Boom. Snapped. Suddenly, there was a roar. And then everything was silent. Everyone in the venue was in a daze. The Fu Huang demon body frowned tightly, and was slightly angry. Referring to his behavior and eyes. His inner subtext at this time should be, Are you teaching me how to do things? The loud noise just now was caused by him. Under the urging of the medicine master demon, he raised a horizontal palm and slapped his left shoulder. He beat the medicine demon to pieces. Li Chu watched this scene happen in wonder. He had just picked up his fingers. But he felt lonely after all. Only, this scene seems familiar. Fu Huang's demonic body at this time is very similar to Xuanwu, the second and fifth son, who suddenly swallowed Kang Heijin that day. Why are histories so strikingly similar? After swatting the medicine master demon to death like a fly, Fu Huang demon body's anger seemed to have eased slightly. His one eye turned around Li Chu for a moment, and then suddenly punched the night sky next to him. Bang! Kara Law. There was a very dull explosion, followed by a vague sound that sounded like a mirror shattering, and a ripple-like crack appeared in the air next to him. Shattered. Then the Fu Huang demon body suddenly stepped into it with very firm steps, as if it had already found a place to go. This shattered void is a higher level existence than the laws of space. There is no way to trace its trajectory. But in an instant, it has completely disappeared. Then the cracks in the air slowly grew and became a flat space again, like a slowly healing wound. In just a short moment, all these sudden changes happened so suddenly, and in such chaos, that no one could figure out what exactly happened and why. A blink of an eye. Only the King of Fear and Li Chu were left in the room, facing each other from a distance. Eh? The two of them let out a cry of surprise at the same time. Although Li Chu had seen the horror-eating king before, his main attention had not been on it. After all, the Fu Huang demonic body was too eye-catching. But now there was only one left. And Li Chu remembered it. This guy also looks familiar. Back in Hangzhou, an evil spirit with a different color and similar model also provided me with a lot of experience. Thinking of the evil spirit that sucked luck, and then thinking of the legend of swallowing fear here, Li Chu suddenly connected. He shouted and asked, Are you the king of food terror? If the food fear king were a human, it would be sweating coldly. It showed a helpless smile and said, Just call me Xiao Wang. Indeed it is. Make waves here. Drive ghosts to create fear, and harm people who enter the mountain. So as to practice, Li Chu slowly raised the pure yang sword. And at the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little grateful in his heart. At least I still have you. Young hero, we have something to discuss. The king of horrible food couldn't help but wave his hand. Although it couldn't understand the situation just now, it obviously had the word danger on its head now. It couldn't help but be a little confused. What does this matter have to do with me? It was obviously someone else who lured the Japanese here. It's over. Now one of them went to the spring to be resurrected, and the other just sold out and left me alone to watch the excitement. In the end, I'm going to die? No. Are you just pretending to be me? Chapter 325 Transaction. The Rules of the World. The King of Food Fear walked peacefully, when Li Chu saw that the whole place suddenly emptied out, leaving only one evil spirit. His mood was moved. His hands were trembling, and his sword energy was surging. I'm afraid it's too late, and I'm going to blow you up. Watching the pure yang sword raised high draw traces of death, the King of Food Fear was extremely frightened. But as an evil spirit that has survived for countless years, it understands that at this time, compromise is useless. If you don't explode in silence, you will die in silence. So he fought back. He picked up the seals of both hands and pointed forward fiercely. Boom! The surrounding sky suddenly became distorted, like a crumpled ink painting, suddenly becoming mottled and worn. This distortion spread forward rapidly and fell to the ground in an instant. The vegetation and rocks in the mountains suddenly became old, broken, and withered. It's like there is an invisible but clear line that separates the weird and the real. And this line was heading towards Li Chu's location at an extremely fast speed. Bang! But when the line reached Li Chu's feet, it suddenly stopped as if it had hit an indestructible wall, because Li Chu's sword has already been swung down. Roar! A red dragon flew across the sky, breaking through the strange line in an instant, and rushed away in the air. In an instant, the king of food fear was swallowed up. As expected, it died in silence. In the brief moment in front of the red dragon, everything in the king of horror's heart was despairing. It didn't hate Li Chu for being too harsh, nor did it hate the medicine master for luring the devils into the village. It only hated itself for not carrying the bucket earlier and running away. If there is an afterlife, remember to watch less excitement. Maybe he would be the only one getting beaten while watching. Boom! The terror-eating king exploded into a brilliant firework in the air, and a black brilliance fell. Li Chu had sharp eyes, and immediately flew over to catch it. Taking it in his hand, he found that it was a black magic bead as big as a fist, which was deep and mysterious. Holding it in the palm of my hand, I feel like it contains a big world. It feels like a big baby. In addition to the considerable experience points given by the terror-eating king, there are also the blood magic crystals in Lao Du's bag. This trip was actually quite fruitful. However, he did not rush into it and try it because he didn't know what effect this treasure had. If it were some kind of one-time powerful explosive, wouldn't it be asking for death? It's better to wait until you go back and ask the master. He turned back to the altar and saw Lao Du and Mulan hiding in the jungle. Seeing Li Chu approaching, Lao Du jumped in front of Mulan, opened his arms, and said impassionedly, "Don't be afraid, Miss Mulan. I carry the glory of Diyun Temple on my shoulders. I will definitely protect you to the end. Diyun's disciples will never back down." Card. Li Chu walked closer and stopped his performance. Fu Huang's demon body was finally awakened, and I don't know where it went, Li Chu said and looked at Mulan again. Miss Mulan, I'll trouble you to take us to Gaoqiao Cave to discuss the deal with the blood demon. It's about Akira. Oh, okay. Mulan nodded, but his feet did not move. His expression suddenly became a little awkward, and his face suddenly turned red. Miss Mulan, what's wrong with you? Du Lank asked strangely. Mister, Mulan twisted the corners of her animal skin close. This is the first time I have brought a man back to meet his elders. Du Rank. Li Chu. Lao Du solemnly said. Miss Mulan, are you thinking too much? These days, a marriage may be a business, but a business cannot be a marriage. Huh? You're the only one with a long mouth. Mulan glared at Lao Du, turned around and led the way. Gulu. Gulu. As soon as the water in the pool boiled, a figure jumped out vigorously and then walked close to the ground. The dog is wandering. Cough. A slight cough. Before the medicine master demon left the edge of the pond, the white bone demon and the formless demon had already surrounded him. Hey, hey. Before he said anything, the medicine demon grinned and said, Don't scold me yet. You will never guess what happened. What happened? Your mother lives in a spring? And you were asked to come home often? The faceless demon said sarcastically. No. The medicine demon scratched his head. Water has a source. Trees have roots. And there is a reason why I have 0 and 4. Hee hee. The white bone demon and the formless demon both hugged their shoulders and sneered on their faces. That Fu Huang demon body is just a kid. The medicine demon shouted again. Hee hee. The bone demon and the formless demon continued to sneer. Really? Said the demon medicine master. Obviously the first thing he saw after his resurrection was me. But he betrayed me for that little Taoist priest. A little Taoist priest again? The faceless demon frowned. Yes. Medicine demon analyzed carefully. He may have been ordered by Li Maoqing to go to Fu Huang tomb, but he happened to bump into me. Then you were killed by a sword again? The bone demon asked. No. The medicine master demon smiled proudly. I stand on the shoulders of the Fu Huang demon. How dare he draw his sword at me? Then how did you die? Didn't I tell you? That Fu Huang demon body was a young boy. I asked him to kill the little Taoist priest, but he slapped me to death. The medicine demon spread his hands. I can't bear one sword after another.
I can't bear it even with one palm after another.
But you can't blame me, right? Without the body of the Fu Wang demon, the plan to come to the immortal killing city has been interrupted. If I don't blame you. Do you blame us?
Said the Wuxiang demon.
Haven't I been explaining all this time?
The medicine demon looked frightened.
Are you listening? An explanation is an explanation.
The bone demon also said seriously.
But you still have to bear the blame. Hey, even if I have to blame, I should blame the little Taoist priest. He keeps squatting on me, and I am helpless.
Medicine Master Demon was furious and his hands kept shaking.
Is this the reason why you have 0 points and 4?
The faceless demon showed no sympathy.
0 bar 4. Do you still have the nerve to scream? You have 0 points and 4.
The medicine demon looked at his companions who were spitting out fragrant fragrance, wishing that he could have some great magical power to block out everything these two people said. Especially for someone with a foul mouth like the faceless demon. He should be allowed to speak only 5 sentences a day. Gaoqiao Cave. It is a tribe that lives in the mountains of the southern wilderness. Both men and women in the tribe are brave and good at fighting, and are especially famous for being good at fighting in the mountains and forests. Among the 72K barbarians, they were relatively powerful and had more contact with the Halua dynasty. Not long ago, during a fight with barbarians from another cave, Qin Jinghu suddenly sent troops, which made Gaoqiao Cave extremely nervous. At this time, Gaoqiao Cave had entered a wartime state. Mulan introduced enthusiastically.
Little Taoist priestly, this mountain is where our Gaoqiao people live. So it's called Qiao Mountain.
Yeah. Li Chu nodded.
It sounds very healthy.
Mulan pointed to one of the peaks and said,
this peak is our largest settlement, called Qiao Peak. A very domineering name.
Li Chu nodded again. Looking over at this time, Qiao Mountain is flat and flat, with no trace of habitation at all. But Li Chu could feel that by scanning with his mind. Every giant tree here seemed to have a depressing aura. I don't know if they live in the trees, or if they are hiding here.
Elder Shurchen,
Mulan called affectionately as she walked through the dense forest and came to an open space. There was no one in the center of this clearing. Only an old tree with an extremely dense crown. After Mulan arrived, the old tree suddenly transformed into an old man with pale face and white hair, wearing linen and brown clothes. Li Chu's eyes lit up. No wonder experts say that among the people, this is not an ordinary blind trick. Just now, his mental skills have swept across it, and he didn't notice anything wrong with the qi of this tree. The magical power used by this elder is clearly an extremely high-level transformation technique. Even among the 12 immortal sects, there are very few people who can master such a change.
Mulan, you are finally back.
The elder Shurchen glanced at Mulan with concern.
In this turmoil in the barren mountain, thousands of ghosts fled, and our candidates for the Holy Sun in Gaoqiao Cave also suffered heavy losses. Counting you, only 3 people came back. And I thought you also.
Ah. Mulan also dimmed her eyes. The turmoil is so serious this time. Those who can escape should have come back long ago. If they haven't come back yet, there is not much hope. Of the 9 candidates for the Holy Sun, 6 were lost, which is indeed a rare big loss.
There is no need to be too sad. Life and death are determined by fate. They just returned to the embrace of the mountains.
Elder Shurchen said,
let's not talk about other things. First, take out the blood magic crystals you collected.
Mulan handed over a small cloth bag from her waist. Elder Shurchen took it, and his expression changed.
Oh, what a harvest.
He opened the cloth bag with bright eyes, and saw countless blood magic crystals scattered inside. And he immediately felt like he had found a treasure.
I haven't gained as much as you in the past 10 years. It seems that the Holy Son of Gaoqiao this time must be you.
Yeah.
Holy Son Gaoqiao.
A few children jumped out of the woods nearby, jumping up and down. It seemed that Mulan was usually very popular with them.
Holy Son Gaoqiao. Holy Son Gaoqiao.
Surrounded by everyone, Mulan's face turned red, and she felt a little embarrassed.
Where is this going?
She lured Li Chu and Du Lankover.
I was able to come out this time, thanks to the help of Taoist Priestly and Taoist Du in addition. They also wanted to talk to us about the blood demon crystal.
Oh! Elder Shurchen looked at the two of them. Du Lank immediately unfolded his luggage and flashed his light outside. The hill of blood magic crystals was shining brightly, and it was even more spectacular than when she showed it to Mulan in the forest. Especially when a few more were added later that were bigger than a fist. They were simply eye-catching.
Ah,
Although Elder Shurchen is old, he has never seen such a scene in his life. At that time, his hand shook and Mulan dropped the small bag of blood magic crystals on the ground. And the blood magic crystals inside scattered out. But it doesn't matter. They are all broken diamonds. Elder Shurchen looked at the pile of blood magic crystals in surprise, then raised his hand tremblingly and looked at Li Chu. Then the source of the turmoil in the mountain is not you, right? After a while, in a rough but warm tree house, Li Chu and Du Lang sat quietly at the table. Opposite was Elder Shurchen, and behind him stood a large group of young and old men, probably all the important people in the Gaoxiao tribe. But he still seemed a little lacking in confidence. After all, Mulan had just told them about the encounter in the Terror Valley. This man was the man who single-handedly killed the legendary terror-eating king. Although he was not the source of the unrest in the mountain, it was very likely that he was driven away. Although he looks very young, he has no problem calling him powerful. Jiang is still very old, and Elder Shurchen only took half an hour to control his trembling hands and eyes. It's just that the face of the little Taoist priest and the pile of blood magic crystals next to each other complement each other, and it's hard to tell which one is more eye-catching. Little Taoist priestly. Elder Shurchen still spoke with difficulty. First of all, I want to thank you for your help to our Gaoxiao tribe. Without you, Mulan might not be able to come back this time. There is no need to mention it as it should be. Li Chu smiled. We are also willing to trade these blood magic crystals with you. Elder Shurchen continued. It's just that you may not understand the effect of this thing on our Gaoxiao tribe. Li Chu nodded slightly and motioned for him to speak. This object is the power crystallization formed by the demonic energy overflowing from the mountain and condensing in the virtual body of the ghost. In essence, it is actually a combination of the power of demons and ghosts. It has considerable negative effects. Elder Shurchen said slowly. We sent the warriors from the tribe to the Uncanny Valley. After retrieving the blood demon crystal, we transformed the power into the power of inheritance and injected it into the body. Because he hunted these blood demon crystals himself, so he can carry the power backlash. But it will eventually have an impact. Warriors who are infused with the power of inheritance will generally become more cruel and indifferent. This is also the price that must be paid for the strength of the clan. But like Mulan, her blood magic crystal was exchanged with you. She may not be able to carry so much power, and she will suffer backlash. In the early years, there was such an example in our clan. At that time, the ancestors of the clan did not understanding this characteristic. We gathered the strength of the entire clan to create the strongest warrior. The final result was that while the warrior gained super strength, he also lost his mind and became a madman. The process of going into the mountains to hunt for the blood demon crystal is both a competition and an experience for them. Compared to the result, the process is actually very important. That's it. Li Chu finally understood. So, Elder Shurchen said, although the large amount of blood magic crystals you brought is still extremely precious to us, but no one can carry so many, and it is impossible for us to inject the power of inheritance into everyone in the ethnic group. It can only be kept here to be injected into the warriors every year. But every year the warriors have to enter the Uncanny Valley to hunt for themselves. So it's quite tasteless. Oh! Li Chu raised his eyebrows. Especially if you want to trade gold and silver. Elder Shurchen said again. In fact, most of the tribes in Tian barter with each other. There is not much gold and silver in Gaoxiao Cave. So we can't afford it at all. Require. Li Chu looked at Elder Shurchen and felt that he couldn't see through the old guy's heart. He didn't know whether he was deliberately lowering the price or telling the truth frankly. Or both. But it doesn't matter. He directly used the most powerful negotiation method. That being the case, Li Chu handed it over with a look. And Lao Du immediately started rolling up the package with quick hands and feet. Then don't bother us anymore. Let's go out and find another buyer. I believe that this kind of crystal stone containing powerful power will also have a certain market in Jiangnan. Seeing the master and apprentice getting up to leave, Elder Shurchen immediately stretched out his hand to stop them. Don't be anxious. Taoist priestly. I haven't finished speaking yet. Elder, are you still interested? Li Chu sat down again. Yes. Elder Shurchen smiled. I just said that if you trade gold and silver, even if our entire tribe works for you for 20 years, we still won't be able to get the amount you want. But we can trade you for something else. Oh! Li Chu blinked. What is it? It is the most precious thing in our Gaoxiao Cave. Elder Shurchen raised a finger. A magic spell. Chapter 326 What a Handsome Tree. 8-9 Mysterious Skills. Elder Shurchen slowly said an answer that made Li Chu quite excited. The 89 mysterious skills are ever-changing. There are literally tens of thousands of magical powers with the power of transformation in the world. However, most of those methods of change are blinding methods and illusions. Anyone who is more sensitive to breath can easily detect them. So they can only be called small changes. There are not many magical powers that can be called big changes. Li Chu is very clear about the difference between small changes and big changes. His mind's eye technique can easily detect small changes when performing small changes. The caster is in a state of maintaining magical power at all times. Whether he is a cultivator or an evil spirit, his aura will be exposed. So, anyone who had little changes in front of Li Chu was arrested on the spot. But the real big change is enough to completely change the caster's own form. In this way, the breath will be exactly the same as the changed object, as long as it is not revealed. There will be no flaws. This kind of big change can only be detected with special treasures such as demon mirrors, or natural eye skills such as the divine eye monk's wisdom eye. The most common big change technique in the world is to transform people into evil spirits. Because if you want to achieve a big change, you must get the approval of heaven. It is equivalent to a kind of license between heaven and earth called Tao Seal. All living things have their own seal. If you want to transform into this kind of creature, you must obtain its unique seal. After Xie Sui has undergone arduous training and survived the Thunder Tribulation, he will be favored by heaven and rewarded with a human race seal. Therefore, ordinary monsters can only be hidden when they take the form of humans. The reason why the seal rewarded by heaven is from the human race may be related to some kind of rules in the dark. Tens of thousands of years ago, this seal given by heaven may have been from the dragon race. However, human beings do not have the opportunity to obtain the Tao seal after surviving the Thunder Tribulation. So it is common for monsters to transform into humans in the world. But it is rare for humans to transform into others, because it may not be difficult to learn a magical power. But if you want to achieve big changes, you must get that seal. This is the key to transforming all things. I have said before that there are not many ways to make big changes in the world. The 8-9 mysterious technique is undoubtedly the strongest among them, because this is an immortal method. Of course, it is impossible for Elder Shi Chen to master the complete 8-9 mysterious techniques, because the complete 8-9 mysterious skills in ancient times had 36 heavenly gangs and 72 earthly evils, with a total of 108 variations, which included 108 seals. This combination of heaven, earth, and evil can also be ranked at the pinnacle among immortals. But after experiencing all kinds of tribulations, there is no longer a complete 8-9 mysterious technique in the world. Only in the ruins of the gods. 1 or 2 incomplete seals can occasionally be found, but the recipients will never make them public. This has led to the current 8-9 mysterious technique. Although it is known as 108 changes, there may only be dozens of changes spread in the world. And each of the immortal sects inherits 3 or 5 methods, and that family inherits 1 or 2. Extremely fragmented. If you can master one of these seals, it will be a great opportunity. There are 8 or 9 mysterious arts hidden in Gaoqiao Cave. Li Chu was also a little surprised when he saw the big tree transformed by Elder Shi Chen earlier. He thought it was very exquisite, but he didn't expect it to be an immortal method. About 1,000 years ago, our ancestors had the opportunity to meet a great demon Sephora ancestor. Elder Shi Chen recounted. Huaizu. Li Chu thought of the origin of Jingqi Academy again, and the presence of this Huaizu was quite strong. This great demon taught our ancestors the 8-9 mysterious skills that transform trees into trees, allowing our clan to thrive in the mountains and forests. And it has only grown stronger since then. Elder Shi Chen looked at Li Chu and said, if Taoist Priestly agrees, then our clan can use this technique in exchange for those blood magic crystals. Okay. Li Chu naturally had no hesitation. Although it is only a seal in the 8-9 mysterious techniques, and the transformation into a tree lacks some spirituality, it should belong to the 72 transformations of the lower reaches of the earth. But, after all, it is an immortal method. The weight of the word, immortal magic, is enough to overwhelm everything else. No matter how precious the blood magic crystal is, it can only be obtained by killing 2 ghosts. Immortal magic is not something you can just learn if you want to. When Elder Shi Chen saw Li Chu's agreement, he very carefully took out a piece of parchment from his sleeve. This is the inner method and seal of the 8-9 mysterious gong. Li Chu took it cautiously. It took 10 years for the fastest members of our clan to practice this mysterious skill. Nearly 30 years for the slow ones. And it took 20 years for the old and inexperienced people to master it.
Elder Shurchen warned.
Little Taoist Priestley, remember not to be too impatient. If you cannot control the Tao seal and force the change, it is likely to cause a catastrophe. And it is even possible to completely turn into a tree and never come back. I remember.
Li Chu nodded. That night, the master and apprentice stayed here. Li Chu studied this 89 mysterious technique all night long. And it was indeed very mysterious. Think about what you have learned before. The iron claw shirt, the acupuncture hand, and the walking steps all make you feel amazing when you come into contact with a small Bodhi mantra. At this time, compared with the 89 mysterious skills, to put it mildly, it's all garbage. This magic power, which is in line with the great avenue of heaven and earth, contains countless combinations of rules, all of which are areas that Li Chu has never touched before. It was like a child who just learned multiplication and division yesterday suddenly saw a world-class mathematical problem. Fortunately, he didn't need to solve it. He just needed to remember the answer, and it was, okay. As long as you follow the inherent path. Run the Zhou Tian mental technique, and then integrate it with the Tao seal. You can achieve the purpose of change and unlock new skins. Li Chu recited the entire magical power several times, and felt that it seemed feasible to try it, but did not find anything that could not be implemented. But Elder Shurchen clearly said not to act too hastily. Later, he asked specifically, and Elder Shurchen said that obtaining the approval of the Taoist seal was a long process. Among the Gaoqiao tribe, they have been playing in the mountains and forests since childhood, and they also have to train their children to consciously blend into the mountains and forests, imitating the breathing of the trees and getting closer to the trees. Even so, after starting to practice, it will take many years to master the seal technique. There are many tribesmen who can perfectly integrate into the mountains and forests, but they still cannot be recognized by the Taoist seal. Forcibly controlling it will only cause disaster. Pretending to be a tree? Acting method? Li Chu walked out of the tree house, walked through the open space, and came to the jungle. Feel the rhythm of the surrounding wood and the breath of nature, and then try to move the Tao seal. Boom! The sky and the earth suddenly turned into a blue color. But that Tao seal seemed lifeless and had no reaction. Those Scions were also very indifferent to him. No one paid attention to him. And the Scion, Qi flowed everywhere, all around him. Is this the will of the trees on this mountain? Li Chu frowned slightly. He tried to inject a small amount of spiritual power into the Tao seal. Boom! I don't know whether it was because he conveyed a hint of displeasure, or because that trace of spiritual power was extremely attractive. But the Tao seal seemed to be ignited and started to vibrate. The wood between heaven and earth also suddenly changed, and they all converged on Li Chu. He suddenly became the center of the endless vortex. From this point of view, this seal seems to be quite friendly. It's not at all as cold as Elder Shurchen said, and he has to work hard to get recognition. I just showed a little bit of spiritual power, but its attitude changed drastically, and it even started to lick me. Change! There was a clear drink, a flash of light, and a tree appeared in the forest. But the endless vortex of wood energy continued to pour in, and the tree continued to grow in size, and it quickly grew roots, branches and leaves, as well as more and more canes of the ivy. Although he had no eyes at this time, Li Chu could still sense his own shape with the help of his spiritual thoughts. He secretly thought that it was bad. If he continued like this, he might turn into a thick and strong tentacle monster. So he activated the Tao seal again and tried to release the excess wood. In a blink of an eye, the tree's shape became normal. This feeling of adjusting one's own form at will is really interesting. Li Chu couldn't help but immerse himself in it, and was fascinated for a while. The next morning, Elder Shurchen's granddaughter, a little girl with twin ponytails, walked out of the tree house and suddenly shouted, "Grandpa, why is there an extra tree in the forest here?" "Silly girl," Elder Shurchen said with a smile inside the door. "There are so many trees in the forest. How can you possibly tell them apart?" But the little girl scratched her head. "Isn't this tree so handsome?" "Oh, how handsome can a tree be?" Elder Shurchen stepped out and was about to smile at his granddaughter, but his words stopped abruptly. Immediately, he also expressed a strange sigh. "What a handsome tree!" Chapter 327A Game of Chess into Yun Temple. Elder Shurchen, there is no need to panic. Seeing that all the tribesmen in Gaoqiao Cave had come out, Li Chu transformed and returned to his original self. Oh, Elder Shurchen was relieved. It turned out to be Taoist priest Xiao Li's transformation. No wonder this tree is so handsome. Halfway through, he suddenly felt something was wrong, etc.
Shout Taoist Priestley. It's only been one night, and you can already change freely.
Thinking of this, Elder Chun was extremely shocked. It was as if I had spent more than 20 years and finally arrived in Rome ahead of everyone else, only to see someone's delivery room built just one step ahead of my finish line.
It can't be said that I am very comfortable.
Li Chu frowned and said,
I have been trying to make my tree body more ordinary, but I have never been able to do it. No matter how ugly it is, it will still be.
He shook his head, very helpless. Being an extremely handsome person is already tiring, but I didn't expect that I would have to bear such pressure when I become a tree. And the most important thing about the change is that no one can recognize it. If such a tree stands out from the crowd, anyone with a discerning eye can see that there is something wrong with it. So what use is it?
I've never encountered this problem before.
Elder Chun twirled his beard and thought, but why is this old man not proud at all? Kunlun and Baiyujing in the West. The ancestral court of Taoist sects in the world has gone through several turmoils since ancient times, and finally became the Baiyujing it is today. Although Baiyujing has now lost his status as the leader of the Taoist sect, he still has the endless Taoist inheritance. In terms of power and reputation, he is still the well-deserved number one among the 12 immortal sects. Tong Jiang, the head coach of this generation, is also recognized as the best in the world in combat power and is known as Tong Invincible. Later, he was as famous as Jiang Yi, the natural Buddha of Yunfu Temple in Tian'an Pure Land. He was the pinnacle of Taoism and Buddhism. On Baoshu Peak in Baiyujing, the peak is empty, with only countless formation talismans surrounding a brilliant tree. But seeing that the tree is tall and has luxuriant branches, the most surprising thing is that this tree seems to be carved from gold and jade. From a distance, the colored glaze, white jade, gold, silver, and agate above are clearly a piece of ingenious craftsmanship. But the roots deeply rooted in the ground, and the bright silver leaves falling down seem to show that it is not that simple. This is a sapling that Baiyujing's ancestors once brought out from the sacred ruins. It is the only immortal tree in the world. It took hundreds of years to grow to this size. In the early morning, a little Taoist boy carried a small bucket, as usual, to clean up the fallen leaves of the precious tree. The fallen leaves of this treasure tree are very precious treasures, whether they are used as medicine or for refining weapons. So each piece must be carefully collected and handed over to the sect. It's a pity that this precious tree has only grown leaves since it was settled in Baiyujing, but it has never blossomed or bear fruit.
Huh?
Just as the little Taoist boy was thinking this, his eyes suddenly froze. In the direction where his eyes were shining, a colorful glazed flower was shining brightly against the sunlight and morning dew. The little Taoist boy took a deep breath and didn't even care to pick up the bucket when it fell. He turned around and ran outside, shouting as he ran,
It's blooming! Sixth Elder! The treasure tree is blooming! Sixth Elder! Bloom!
When Li Chu and Lao Du returned to Diangyuan, they unexpectedly bumped into Yu Qian and Li Mao Qing, fighting in black and white, with their bayonets seeing red. That's right. The two men are playing chess. There is a go board on the stone table, one for each person. The little fat dragon held his chin with a pair of short claws and watched with interest. It's just that it's a little uncomfortable to sit on the stone bench, because it can't reach the ground with your feet, and it's not high enough to stand up. A pair of short legs was kicking around, but it didn't stop it from being interesting to watch. Li Chu went out to pick up 2 bricks and put them under his feet. When he looked up again, he found that Lao Du next to him had a solemn face and his brows were furrowed, as if he had seen some extremely terrifying scene. He asked strangely,
What's wrong?
Du Lang shook his head, turned his back. His chest rose and fell, and after a while, he said in a deep voice,
The master and the master are just 2 big stinky chess pieces. Ha.
Over there in the chess game, Yu Qian said mockingly.
Master National Preceptor's chess skills seem to be slightly lacking. There is no method in starting a move, no plan in making a move, and no thought when encountering an enemy. This is clearly a sign of extreme immaturity.
Li Chu hadn't looked at the chessboard yet, and upon hearing this, he thought the master had the upper hand. Then I heard Yu Qian continue.
I was able to win 2 out of 10 games. It's really a shame and a great humiliation.
Li Chu, Du Rank, facing Yu Qian's words, both the apprentice and his disciples felt a strong desire to complain. To use such words to belittle others. Who is more shameful? This messy game of chess was played for 2 hours, and the two of them fought back and forth. During this process, Lao Du watched it and couldn't bear to look at it and left. One Li Feisha came to see him, and left unable to bear his gaze. The fox girl and the little koi came back from school to see it, and they couldn't bear to look at it and left. Only the little fat dragon remained there. This child probably had a problem with reading a while ago. As long as he doesn't read, he finds everything he reads interesting. After a long time, Yu Qian suddenly raised his head and asked Li Chu at the side.
Apprentice, do you have something to ask my master? Huh?
Li Chu nodded immediately and said,
There is indeed something I would like to ask master to take a look at.
Yu Qian smiled at Li Maoqing and said,
Master, Imperial Master, I'm sorry. My apprentice has something to ask me about. How about this game be considered a draw?
Humph. Li Maoqing refused.
You have been playing for so long, and you just found out that your apprentice is looking for you. I have such a huge advantage. How can I play chess with you? Master, you don't cheat. Then forget it.
Yu Qian looked around and patted the little fat dragon on the head.
You've been watching for 2 days, so you can finish this mess for me. Master, you?
Li Maoqing obviously didn't expect this move.
Huh?
The little fat dragon was also stunned. Li Chu looked at the little fat dragon, who was serving the table ignorantly, with bricks under his feet, and felt that the master was a little shameless. But you still have to ask. He took out the black orb from his arms and said,
I got this from an evil spirit who practices fear. I wonder what it is.
This thing? Yu Qian took the orb and rubbed it in his hand.
Could it be the psychic magic bead in the demon soil? Psychic magic beads? The 4 great immortal treasure places are different. The divine ruins are vast and unpredictable, but lifeless. Ghosts are rampant in the Ghost Valley. Relics are everywhere in the Dragon Abyss. On the demonic land, there are many crazy monsters.
Yu Qian handed the beads back to Li Chu and said,
These monsters have been fighting each other for eternity, just like cultivating poison. And the strong ones remain. The function of this psychic magic bead is to recruit monsters in the demon soil to fight for you. However, this bead seems to be a little flawed. You should only be able to call once a day.
Said a few words in a hurry. Yu Qian caught a glimpse of the chess game over there, and hurried forward again. He patted the little fat dragon on the shoulder and said,
It's okay, kid. It's normal to lose the first time you play chess. Keep up the good work. Come on. Let me give you a try.
The little fat dragon raised his head and pointed to the opposite side. Master Yu, Li Maoqing pursed his lips and said with a complicated expression,
I lost.
Chapter 328, Tell me. Who to hit?
Gong Xiaofei Kai. Gong Xiaofei Kai.
Early this morning, Qin Huaji stepped into the residence and greeted his 3 fellow seniors with joy.
Xiao-chun, we want to congratulate you.
Several senior Xuani guards stationed in Shiqian City all looked at Qin Huaji with a smile. Due to the meritorious service he achieved soon after being dispatched to southern Xinjiang, and the daily confession diary written well, it is said that the superiors have already allowed Qin Huaji to be transferred back to Hangzhou. But there is only one transfer order left, which happened in the past 2 days.
When you return to Hangzhou, don't forget us. During the holidays, don't forget to give us something.
As he spoke, Brother Zhang began to shed tears reluctantly. This posture made Qin Huaji think that the next sentence was,
Don't forget to burn paper for us during the holidays. Although we brothers have only known each other for a few months, I think you have a bad temper.
Brother Li also patted Qin Huaji on the shoulder and said goodbye.
Yes, when you get promoted from now on, we will be brothers.
Brother Zhao also hugged Qin Huaji heavily.
Brother Zhang, Brother Li,
Brother Zhao. At this scene, Qin Huaji couldn't help but feel his lips flatten, thinking about the difficult days in southern Xinjiang these past few months. The scenes of everyone playing mahjong, eating hot pot, and visiting brothels together were still vivid in his mind. Just as I was feeling sad, I suddenly heard someone beating a drum outside the door.
Who?
Qin Huaji quickly wiped away his tears and went out. Outside the hall, a thin countryman wearing shabby and breathable cotton clothes came to Chao Yan K. Although serious cases of evil spirits are rare, there are quite a few people who come to Shangchaoshan K for such trivial matters in the countryside. After all, no matter how powerful the Tian 7 families are, they can't take care of all the trivial matters. So Qin Huaji didn't take it seriously and asked,
Uncle, what brings you here?
The thin man stepped forward and said with a frightened look on his face,
Something big happened in our village. Come on.
Sit down and talk slowly.
Qin Huaji asked him to sit down and talk in detail.
There is a river behind our village, which flows down from Shirluan Mountain. It is far from the village, but close to my home. So only my family members usually use it.
The skinny little man started speaking directly without writing any ink.
Yesterday, my duck went to the river to drink water. And then my duck died mysteriously.
Huh? Chinhuaji heard that it was all about chickens, ducks, geese and dogs. But he still asked very seriously.
Is the river water poisonous? Are you sure it's because of the water you drink and not something else? Listen to me.
The thin little man continued.
At first, our family didn't notice it. And we didn't know it was because of drinking the water. Later, my dog also went to drink water from the river. And then my dog, he's dead too. Surely it's because of the river water?
Chinhuaji frowned.
But rivers are all living water. So it is extremely difficult to poison. The most serious thing is that my mother-in-law didn't notice that she went to take a bath in the river yesterday.
The thin man added.
Anyone killed?
Chinhuaji was shocked. If someone was killed, it would be serious.
Yes.
The thin little man nodded heavily.
Lao Wang, who lives next door to me, is dead.
Chinhuaji blinked. As if he thought of something, he slowly retracted his body and scratched his head in embarrassment.
Brother, you have to be strong if something like this happens.
What are you thinking? The thin man frowned.
Then Lao Wang was hacked to death by my wife. My wife went crazy. Her eyes were red all over, and she was so strong that it took several young men to restrain her.
Ouch, ha. Chinhuaji quickly laughed twice and said seriously again.
So we are going to check the upper reaches of the river? That's right.
The thin man said.
My mother-in-law was sent to prison. And the yaman said she would kill people to pay for her life. But that woman usually has trouble killing chickens. How can she dare to kill people? There must be something weird in that river. Shangwan, can you, if you can't find out this matter, please save my mother-in-law? This.
Chinhuaji hesitated for a moment, then nodded.
It is obligatory.
The man was sent away first, and he walked back to the back hall thoughtfully. At this time, he is about to be transferred. If he takes on such a tricky case with human life again, whether it cannot be solved or the solution is unfavorable, it is very likely to affect the investigation of him by the superiors. If not done well, the transfer order may be ruined. Therefore, the safest way is to let others do it and wait for the order with peace of mind. So he looked at his three colleagues.
Brother Zhang, this is the matter. Hey, I suddenly remembered that I am going to my child's school for a parent-teacher meeting today. Xiaochen, please keep an eye on this matter.
Just as he was about to speak, Brother Zhang suddenly stood up and strode out.
Brotherly?
Chinhuaji looked at the second person again.
I suddenly remembered that I still have clothes hanging to dry at home. The weather is cloudless, and it might rain soon. I'll go and collect them.
Brotherly disappeared from sight in a flash.
Brother Zhao, we are brothers.
Chinhuaji quickly looked at the last person.
Good brother. I'm still cooking soup on the stove. So I'll take a step forward and write to you if I need anything.
Before Chinhuaji could speak, Brother Zhao had already arrived at the street corner.
Nice guy.
Chinhuaji looked at the empty residence in a blink of an eye, and suddenly felt extremely disillusioned with life. Is it so difficult to find someone who can do things nowadays?
Psychic beads.
Li Chu held the magic bead in his hand and came to an open space on the 10-mile slope. He is extremely familiar with this place. There will be many lantern monsters wandering here at night, which makes people feel friendly and safe. It's just that it's daytime now, and he came here just to worry about what might happen if he recruits monsters. The Yun Temple has just been renovated. Holding up the magic bead, it is as deep as night and seems to contain star sand. Li Chu tried to slowly sink his thoughts into it. Boom! Suddenly the stars were spinning, and he seemed to be in a big world. This magic bead is indeed connected to other spaces. In the endless darkness around him,
there were countless star-like points of light hovering. Li Chu could feel that each of them represented a powerful and manic aura. And behind it should be those monsters in the demon soil. It's just that these stars are dim. Or in other words, have nothing to do with me. This is normal. There is a price to pay for driving any magic weapon. So Li Chu slowly injected a trace of spiritual power into it. Call out. It was like the lights in the sky were electrified. And all the surrounding stars lit up, turning into huge light groups. And the restless existences in those light groups were obviously more closely connected to Li Chu. He could almost feel their heartbeats. He felt vaguely that the light group could be recruited. Looking around, the number of shining stars is endless. But there wasn't even one that didn't light up. It seems that the monsters in the demonic land are also very enthusiastic. Li Chu felt their friendliness. But he didn't dare to recruit two powerful ones in his first attempt. He just found a relatively average light group.
You are the one. Come out. The monster I recruited.
Boom. The psychic treasure suddenly emitted thousands of black lights, reflecting a black light curtain. In the blink of an eye, a huge 1 foot stepped out of the light curtain. Bang. Or hoof. A one-hoofed giant nearly 4 feet tall, with a huge bull's head, bulging muscles, and a ferocious mace in his right hand.
Human, did you recruit me here?
The bull-headed one-hoofed giant roared with a sense of pride. Li Chu's figure indeed seemed very small compared to it.
Yes.
Li Chu nodded. The giant roared again and asked extremely domineeringly, with incomparable bloodthirsty and madness.
Tell me, who to hit?
Li Chu's eyes narrowed slightly. Who to hit? What do you think? Chapter 329. Thank you. King of Food Fear. But the one-hoofed giant leaned down again and stared viciously at the little Taoist priest in front of him.
No matter who you are dealing with, you need to prepare the blood of 100 creatures as a sacrifice for me. If not, then you will be my sacrifice.
Really? This is the rule of the psychic magic beads. The monsters were not recruited in vain. They came here to obtain blood food. They cannot attack the summoner until the condition is fulfilled. But if the condition is not fulfilled, they will have the power to attack the summoner. You don't need to think about it to know that these recruited monsters are definitely not docile pets. They were all born from a world full of killings, and their ferocity is 100 times stronger than the demonic cultivators in the human world. Since the word devil is used, it is enough to explain his nature. Yu Qian once told Li Chu, when he first embarked on the road of fighting monsters and upgrading.
Monsters can be taught, but devil difficulty is difficult.
Later, as Li Chu came into contact with more and more evil spirits, he became more and more aware of the differences. Monsters are almost indistinguishable from humans. Every monster that can embark on the path of spiritual practice until it achieves magical powers will not lose to humans in terms of wisdom, and may even be better than humans. Humans can be divided into good and evil. So naturally demons can also be divided into good and bad. What they want to do is to let the good demons be rewarded, and the bad demons be eliminated. Don't be discriminatory just because you are not of my race. Monsters are all kinds of rare species. Compared with monsters, the intelligence of spirits seems to be uneven, and most of them are similar to ordinary beasts. Some monsters are hostile to humans or regard them as blood eaters, while others are extremely close to humans. This also depends on the situation. As long as it is properly guided, any monster may become a good friend of mankind. Monsters and ghosts are completely different. Killing them when you encounter them will never go wrong. The reasons for the two are also different. Ghosts are nothing more than the embers of the dead, their souls lingering between heaven and earth. The reason why we say we should remove them when we see them is because they may stay here due to various obsessions and harm others and ourselves. Sending them into reincarnation is the only way to bring them back to the right path. Like Li Chu. If a sword falls, his soul will fly away. But the real bit of true spirit cannot be destroyed and can still return to the right path. Only the kind that imprisons or refines the soul of a living person can truly prevent reincarnation forever. Therefore, even if some ghosts have good temperaments and do not harm people, it is not a good thing for them to remain in the world for a long time. Just like the 5 little devils raised by Zhao Lianchen. They were almost not aggressive except for their 2 screw teeth. However, for their own good, Li Chu also persuaded Zhao Lianchen to send them into reincarnation. Zhao Lianchen's answer was a bit reluctant. He originally encountered the 5 little devils in a ruined temple, and found them stealing the dry food in his luggage. Zhao Lianchen saw that they were pitiful, so he pretended not to know and let them go. Unexpectedly, these little devils actually remembered this kindness, and stood up to warn him when he was about to step into danger. So he adopted these little devils. Although only 4 of these 5 little ghosts are lazy, ugly, and have no ability or even know how to count. After getting along for a long time, they really developed feelings for each other. It was indeed a bit sad to have them say goodbye to Zhao Lianchen. However, his mind is also clear, and he knows that sooner or later, he will have to send them to reincarnation, which is the right path. Generally speaking, ghosts can be considered good or bad, but regardless of whether they are good or bad, it is right to send them to reincarnation. As for the monsters, there are no good ones. As long as this word is attached to it, it will definitely not be a good thing. The origin of demon should be the place of the first demon in ancient legends. No one knows what the original demon is, but all subsequent demons can be regarded as its descendants. They are born with bloodlust and madness. And they live by killing. And they also take pleasure in killing. The monsters summoned by the psychic treasure are in this category. Later, the existence and concept of demon penetrated from the demonic land into the human world. And the demon sect was born. A large sect with thousands of inheritances gathered together. At its peak, it could almost surpass the two sects of Taoism and Buddhism. The reason why the demon sect appeared is because some cultivators discovered that the bloodthirsty and madness of demons also contained unimaginable power. That power was so direct, powerful, and full of temptation. There will never be a shortage of people who want to take shortcuts. But there will never be a shortage of risks along the way. The risk of practicing magic is that while quickly gaining powerful power, your temperament will be continuously affected, and you will become cold and cruel. It is even more likely to explode at any time and be swallowed up by the indescribable madness. At that time, they will lose any sense and become a real, cruel and murderous monster. So from the perspective of any living being, as long as it is a monster, it must be evil. Even if they only wreak havoc in the demonic land, they always want to come to the human world. High-end existences in the demonic land, such as Immortal Killing City, have been working hard for this. If the demonic land really comes one day, then every ferocious monster may kill thousands of people. So, Li Chu's recruitment at this moment is entirely out of justice, and is a precautionary measure to solve the enemy and weaken the enemy's effective strength. It's definitely not for the experience points. It is not about enforcing the law for selfish purposes. It is an act of justice that is great, noble, and free from vulgar taste. At this moment, facing the one-hoofed giant, he looked calmly and said, "Hit me." "Hit you?" The one-hoofed giant was stunned. He has vaguely heard that some strange hobbies are popular in the world. This little Taoist priest looks like a human being, but he can't tell that it's okay. But this is no joke. "Are you sure?" It raised its stick. "This will kill people." "It doesn't matter." When it questioned, Li Chu had already drawn the pure yang sword. "I have never seen such a request in my life." The one-hoofed giant shook its head strangely. But it soon realized something was wrong and waved its big stick, because it saw that Li Chu had raised his sword. Boom! The roar of the wind filled my eardrums. The monsters that could survive in the demonic land were indeed extraordinary. Once they struck, they were filled with thunderous power. But Li Chu's sword has fallen. Roar! A red dragon roared out. Boom! The giant's body was suddenly swept away by the red dragon, like a large paper kite falling into the fire. It was burned and submerged in an instant, and disappeared instantly. A ball of white light slowly returned to its body. This monster was not weak in strength, and had significantly advanced its experience gauge. Li Chu was quite satisfied. This psychic orb is simply a leveling artifact. But it's a pity that only one can be recruited every day. It's like a limited copy, and you can't pay for tickets. Still, it's great. Thousands of words combined into one sentence. Thank you, King of Food Fear. It was still early in the day, and those ferocious, terrifying, road-blocking lantern monsters that would injure innocent passers-by had not yet appeared. This made Li Chu a little disappointed. I wanted to clean up some lantern monsters. Now when he fights the lantern monster, it's not for the experience points anymore. It's just for nostalgia. When I returned to Dianwen, there was a commotion in the backyard. Yu Qian and Li Maoqing are competing to play chess with Xiao Fei Long. Yu Qian has lost to Xiao Fei Long in 8 games. And Li Maoqing has also lost to it in 6 games. Opposite him, the little fat dragon with bricks under his feet was grinning, but also a little confused. I don't know how I, a cute new baby, became the Duyun chess sage. There is an inexplicable feeling of imperial decree. Lao Du was studying the 89 mysterious techniques behind closed doors in his room, and had not come out for several meals. That's right. After he mastered the 89 mysterious skills, Li Chu taught him directly without any secrets. Lao Du was immediately stunned. Not only did he not learn anything after joining Dianwen, he also learned how to control a sword. After learning about Li Chu's true skill tree, he basically gave up hope. The masters all started their careers by practicing iron cloth shirts. What do you want to learn? A golden spear piercing the throat, or a stone breaking in the chest? As for the 89 mysterious skills exchanged with Gao Qiaodong, although he was present, he did not expect Li Chu to teach him. You know, even among the 12 immortal sects, not every core disciple can learn an immortal method. He never thought that Li Chu didn't pass it to him immediately, but he was just worried that there was something wrong with the technique. After practicing it, he immediately taught it to Lao Du in detail, and increased his own practical experience. For example, the transformed tree should not be too handsome, etc. But, after all, it is still very difficult to learn immortal magic. As Elder Shurchen said, it can take as fast as 10 years or as slow as 30 years. However, this record has now been broken by Li Chu. From now on, it may take 30 years or one night. But Lao Du probably still apply the former. And apart from his face resembling tree bark, Li Chu didn't see any talent in him for turning into a tree. As for imparting the immortal technique to him so quickly, it was also based on Lao Du's age and the time required to practice the immortal technique. If it's later, he may not be able to survive that day. The fox girl and the little koi still went to school. But I heard that the fox girl was a little depressed recently, because she entered school late and had a poor foundation. Her exam rankings were always low. But no matter how the little koi takes the test, he always does well. But she studied with little koi, and knew that little koi didn't study seriously at all. Her answers are all nonsense. No matter how she was fooled, she could always get the correct answer. How can people who study hard not get discouraged? Before going out this morning, Li Chu comforted the fox girl.
Actually, the purpose of the exam is not to get a good ranking, but to verify the knowledge and culture learned. For example, I have a friend. He has been number 1 in exams since he was born. But he ended up ranking 2nd in the most important exam. But he didn't care, because he knew that the ranking could be taken away. But the knowledge he had learned belonged to him. No one can take it away.
The fox girl looked at Li Chu's gritted teeth when he talked about this and asked cautiously,
Does your friend really not care about ranking? That's right.
Li Chu replied decisively.
I don't care at all.
After the population of Yongwing gradually expanded, it felt a bit noisy at first. But gradually, Li Chu got used to this kind of life. In this noisy atmosphere of fireworks, there is also a different kind of tranquility of time. Then Shen Huaji came. Li Chu received him in the front hall.
Xiao Taoist Priestley, I haven't seen you for a few days. Your style is even better than before. As soon as I see you, my admiration for you is like the endless stream of a river. Are you transferred back to Hangzhou?
Li Chu quickly raised his hand to stop him.
Not yet.
Shen Huaji shook his head and said with a wry smile.
Isn't this why I came to beg you? Just when I was about to be transferred back, there was another mysterious case in the station. It's really unlucky. Fortunately, I know you. Taoist priest Shaoli. You are such an amazing and talented person. What kind of mystery is it?
Li Chu asked quickly. He was on guard, leaving no chance for Shen Huaji to stick out his tongue.
Well, that's it.
Shen Huaji calmed down his emotions and said slowly.
There is a small village dozens of miles away from our station, close to a peak called Sherluin Mountain. Recently, there was a river flowing from Sherluin Mountain. The livestock and poultry in the house died suddenly after drinking it. And when people were contaminated, they actually became crazy and started killing people. After I took charge of the investigation, I blocked the entire river, and then followed the upstream of the river to find the mountain. Sherluin Mountain is very vast, and I searched for a long time, but I didn't find anything weird. Who knew that I would go back down the mountain and return to the mountain? When we were in that village, we suddenly met an old blind man. Old blind man?
Li Chu raised his eyebrows keenly.
Yes. Both eyes have holes, which is really scary.
Shen Huaji grinned and said,
This old blind man is a bit strange, but he seems to be a good person. He told me that there is a demonic shadow cave on Sherluin Mountain, and every day it only opens when the moonlight sets. This river passes in front of the demon shadow cave, and the poison in it is contaminated there.
Li Chu looked thoughtful. When I first went to southern Xinjiang to look for villagers in the northern part of the mountain, I also met an old blind man. He claimed that he, personally, saw the villagers being robbed and taken to the Tuyong cave. And then he guided Li Chu and the others there, where they met the medicine demon for the first time. How similar is the behavior of the old blind man described by Shen Huaji at this time?
I was dubious about what he said, but if the mystery at hand is not solved, my order will not be issued. So I have to try my luck.
Shen Huaji continued.
I will wait until nightfall and then go up to Sherluin Mountain, upstream of the river. I actually saw a deep cave entrance. The demonic shadow cave actually exists. I mustered up the courage to escape into the cave entrance and lurked in it for a long time before walking the entire path. Behind the cave entrance, there was another extremely open mountainous area. However, there were only rocks and no vegetation, and there was a dead and gray atmosphere everywhere. It's completely different from the scene in Sherloin Mountain. As if you've entered another realm. I just walked around that mountain. What do you think I saw there?
Chen Huaji suddenly asked. Li Chu gave him a cold look and said to stop being playful when he came to ask for help. Chen Huaji smiled sarcastically. Stop trying to be pretentious, and said directly,
I saw it. A strange deep pool.
Chapter 330. Go through the process or kill directly.
Weird?
Li Chu asked.
What's weird? It's weird because it's always been very calm. But in the blink of an eye it boils up. And then a woman's head emerges, with flowing hair like kelp threads in a hot pot.
Chen Huaji recalled that scene. For some reason, as he was talking, his face suddenly turned red.
That woman has a beautiful face, flaming red lips, and so plump breasts. Then what?
Seeing that he was going off topic, Li Chu tried to correct him.
The breasts and then the waist must be there. She happens to be wearing clothes that reveal her waist. Her snow-white waist is amazing. The waist is next.
Chen Huaji was talking enthusiastically when he suddenly caught a glimpse of Li Chu looking at him with vacant eyes, and immediately realized that the then that Li Chu wanted to hear might not be the then he said. He quickly straightened his face and continued.
In addition to this woman,
there were other people coming in from the entrance of the cave one after another. I had been hiding underground and observing with my spiritual sense. Later, more people came in, and I didn't even have my spiritual sense. If you dare to poke out, you can only eavesdrop vaguely, and you don't dare to show your body.
Li Chu nodded. What Chen Huaji did was correct. This guy is good at escaping, and coupled with being so cautious, it's no wonder that nothing happens even when he's in danger. Chen Huaji continued.
Then the beauty came out of the water, and he said, that goblin is really powerful. I accidentally fell into her trap. Someone else said, just catch her and the mission will be accomplished. Someone also asked her, why are you so careless? She replied something like, a loser with 0 poles, and 4 still has the nerve to scream. The man then whispered, I'm just asking. I don't have any other meaning. Stop scolding me, please, or something like that. Which sounded very aggrieved. After that, I heard them say that the person who is caught can be thrown into the furnace to refine the medicine in 3 days. It must be some evil blood sacrifice method. There are more and more people there, and I don't dare to hide anymore. Go down and leave quietly. After leaving the demon shadow cave, I didn't even return to the station, but came all the way to find you.
Li Chu's eyes were firm.
If a living person is captured for sacrifice, then we must rescue him. Little Taoist Priestly never lets me down.
Seeing Li Chu offer to help, Chen Huaji immediately said,
he is indeed the combination of kindness and chivalry, the embodiment of wisdom and beauty. Wait a moment. I'll leave now.
Li Chu refused to listen to him and turned back to the backyard. Lao Du has been bored in the house for too long, so he needs to be taken out to do some activities. When you go out to do a task, it is necessary to have someone who knows the basics to help you. Although there are many living creatures in Diyun Temple now, there are really not many for Li Chu to choose from. Although the little Koi has invincible luck, he lacks substantial fighting skills, and his intelligence level has always been in doubt. Thousands of miles of flying sand will only run away, and can only play a limited role. Fox Girl is indeed considered to have a relatively high overall quality, and she once accompanied Li Chu on various travels. It's just that I've been to school recently, and it's not convenient for me to travel far away between Lao Du and Xiao Feilong. Although Lao Du's various indicators were a bit weak, he gained a lot of points for being able to speak human language, and defeated the little fat dragon who could only puff. After leaving the Yun Temple, Chen Huaji whistled and called down a big blue-feathered bird from the sky. This is a local spirit bird that he bought in Tianan Prefecture, and he relies on it to travel between the 2 prefectures. The 3 of them got on the back of the Kangyo together. Although it was a bit difficult, they still took off slowly. Anyway, the demonic shadow cave can only be approached at night, so there is no need to rush.
That's it.
After flying for a while, Chen Huaji stretched out his hand, and the bird landed in a large mountain. A silver-ribbed river was vaguely visible in the mountain, and the 3 of them landed here.
The demonic shadow cave is on the opposite hillside.
Chen Huaji stood in the bushes and looked left and right.
Let's find a good place to hide and wait for nightfall.
Lao Du also knew very well that his responsibility as an assistant was to solve all the worries for the master so that the master could concentrate on dealing with evil spirits. So he carefully observed his surroundings, thought for a moment, and asked,
Qin Xiaoxia, Is that the shadow cave you mentioned?
When he turned around, he found that Chen Huaji had disappeared before he finished speaking. Li Chu knew Chen Huaji's temperament. After all, this wasn't the first day they had worked together, and he has a keen eye and can feel Chen Huaji's aura. He pointed to a tree next to him.
Chen Huaji is there.
Oh! Lao Du nodded and asked towards the tree.
Chen Xiaoxia. Is the demonic shadow cave you mentioned wet?
Sure enough. Chen Huaji's voice sounded from the tree.
This place is close to the river, and there is groundwater. The soil is quite moist.
Okay. Lao Du nodded and said, it's dark and humid, so there will be a lot of snakes and insects. There are a lot of poisonous poisons in southern Xinjiang, so we have to be on guard. Come, Master, sprinkle some insect repellent powder on your body.
Li Chu nodded. After a while, Lao Du suddenly turned back and asked the tree.
Young Master Chen. He's over there.
Li Chu suddenly pointed to the stone next to him.
Oh?
Lao Du looked at the blue stone. Sure enough, Chen Huaji's voice came from above.
Yes. Taoists do change your position regularly to make it safer. Okay. I just want to ask.
Lao Du asked again.
The demon shadow cave you mentioned. Is it narrow? Huh?
Chen Huaji was asked a strange question. But he still replied.
Last time I sneaked in underground and didn't pay much attention. But it seems to be quite narrow. And it can only be passed by one person. Oh. This is not good. Only one person can pass. And the master must walk in front. So I have to stay behind. If there is danger behind me, I may not be able to withstand it. If the master turns around and draws his sword, then it will block the master. Master, how about this? Let's discuss it. Once there is danger in the rear, I will shout and fall to the ground immediately. You can ignore me and just draw the sword.
Lao Du thought for a long time and then said,
Okay.
Li Chu agreed. After a while, Lao Du asked again.
Young Master Chen, where are you? I'm still here.
Chen Huaji's voice came from the blue stone again.
Lao Du wondered. Why didn't you change positions this time? It changes from time to time, so people can't guess.
Chen Huaji said with a smile. Du Lang said again.
I just want to ask. Do you think it is hot in the demon shadow cave?
This time Chen Huaji was silent for a while, and then answered.
Taoist Du, is the demonic shadow cave you asked about serious?
Li Chu ignored their strange conversation, and instead used his mind-sighting skills to monitor the surrounding situation. In an instant, he could see all the qi in a radius of dozens of miles. As the saying goes, southern Xinjiang has been a land of evil spirits since ancient times. And it is indeed true. As far as he could see, there were the sense of at least dozens of monsters. But these monsters were still lurking in the mountains and forests. So he had no intention of taking action. At this moment, several strong auras suddenly erupted from the distance, which seemed to be mixed with something familiar, attracting his attention. Boom! A huge palm suddenly broke out of the ground. A black lightning-like light flashed in front of him, barely passing through the gaps between the 5 fingers of his palm, narrowly escaping the grip. However, this is just the beginning. In just a blink of an eye, another equally huge hand sprang out from behind this giant palm, more than 10 feet long and nearly 10 feet wide, pressing down like the sky and the earth. And there are 5 palms like this time. Bang! The giant palm suddenly fell to the ground. The black electric light flashed past the first and second blows, but it still did not escape the third blow. It was slapped to the ground hard. The 4th palm fell heavily immediately. And then the 5th palm.
Thousand-handed demon! Stop fighting! Stop fighting!
Urgent shouts rang out in the sky.
If you hit me again, I will kill you. But this black light ferret will live.
A figure hurriedly fell down, and was revealed to be the medicine master demon. And in the space where the smoke and dust dispersed, there stood a figure who looked like a young man with an unruly expression. He was wearing strange clothing that looked like a golden silk fabric, and his shoulders and arms were bare. At this time, in addition to 1 pair of hands, 6 more arms stretched out from his back. One of them was several times larger than the others, and it was holding a small black beast that was already dying.
Shut up! I don't need you to teach me how to do things.
The 1,000-handed demon glanced at the medicine demon with disdain.
How can you capture it without beating it half to death? Is this half death?
The medicine master demon was also quite unhappy.
There is only this one black light ferret within a few dozen miles. If you kill it, it will delay the rejuvenation potion. When the city lord is blamed, Who will bear the responsibility? Of course it's you. You loser.
The thousand-hand demon spat out a few words coldly.
0 bar 4. That's enough.
The medicine demon almost jumped up in excitement. Naturally, those born in the demonic land do not have a good temper. Except for the white-boned demon, who has restrained himself a little. The others have been sarcastic towards the medicine master demon these days. And he is also holding back his anger.
How many times have I explained that it's not my fault? It was the little Taoist priest who targeted me,
he said angrily.
Come on.
Thousand-hand demon sneered.
We all feel that we are not sure whether there is such a little Taoist priest. He is extremely handsome, extremely powerful, and extremely young. How can there be such a person in the world? Such a person still stares at you every day. Maybe you made up such a person just to cover up your incompetence. Fart. Why did I make up a person to lie to you? You are spreading rumors. I can sue you. Ha ha.
Thousand-hand demon waved his hand.
Is it possible to be killed by the same person 4 times and still not know who he is? You should find him. If you really find him, I will kill him for you alone. Revenge. Can you?
You. The medicine demon pointed at the thousand-handed demon and wanted to spray it back, but felt that nothing could be done. When I have 0 bars and 4. My breathing is wrong. After a long pause, he stamped his feet and grabbed the black light ferret.
Give me the black light ferret, and I won't be with you anymore,
he shouted angrily. Unexpectedly, as soon as the black light ferret came into his hands, he suddenly opened his eyes. The little beast, which looked like it was dying just now, suddenly burst out with a huge force. It was also the medicine master demon whose cultivation was not as good as before. He actually failed to restrain it. Instead, he bit him on the wrist, making an ouch. Whoosh! The little beast turned into a black light again and flew out. Thousand-hand demon's eyes suddenly widened.
Hurry up and chase!
Medicine Master Moya glared and stopped the other party from spitting out the fragrance. Just as the two were in a hurry, a flying fireball fell from the sky. Boom!
Eh?
The medicine demon blinked.
Why does this fire look familiar?
Immediately, Li Chu walked out of the smoke. He felt the demonic energy emitted by the medicine master demon and the thousand-hand demon while chasing the black light marten, and felt vaguely familiar. So he came to confirm. The medicine demon looked surprised. Not a little preparedness, and no trace of worry. You show up like this again. Li Chu looked at the medicine master demon opposite, and was a little surprised. It was actually him. How many times has this happened? It seems that whenever I come to southern Xinjiang, I will definitely run into him. The world is so big. Why do we always meet? Could it be fate? Is it God's will? One person and one demon looked at each other, confirming their eyes. The thousand-hand demon was outside the situation. But he had heard the medicine master demon's description of the little Taoist priest who killed him several times before. When he saw Li Chu's face, he immediately understood half of it. Extremely handsome. Looking at the expression on medicine demon's face, it seems that the other half is also in tune. So he asked,
Is this the little Taoist who killed you? Yes.
The medicine demon nodded and came back to his senses. He was very panicked at first, but then he thought about it. I already had 0 points and 4 points. What should I be afraid of? On the contrary, the thousand-handed demon beside him has never died once. And he always stands there and makes sarcastic remarks. Let him see the strength of the little Taoist priest this time. And I believe he will be much quieter in the future. Are you going to spray me again in the future? Thinking of this, medicine demon showed a proud smile on his face. Li Chu looked at his weird smile and couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Could it be that the price of his resurrection was his poor IQ? Then, the medicine master demon smiled proudly and said to the thousand-handed demon,
Don't you believe that this little Taoist priest exists? Go and beat him. Go ahead.
The thousand-hand demon was stunned, not understanding what was going on with the medicine demon's sudden arrogance. No matter how strong this little Taoist is, why are you so proud?
Ha ha. You are the only one who can do this, and that every day.
As if you are so powerful. Go ahead and kill him alone. I will call you Dad when you come back.
The medicine demon held his shoulders, curled his lips, shook his legs, and tapped his left foot rhythmically on the ground. It's like a little fox with a big tiger standing in front of it. Thousand-handed demon silently cursed the lunatic in his heart and set his sights on Li Chu. Although I can't feel his cultivation level, judging from the fact that he lost consciousness immediately after falling into the medicine demon. This little Taoist priest is definitely not simple. So the thousand-hand demon raised his hands, picked up the sealed Jew, and said with a warning,
Don't ask for trouble.
Li Chu also drew his sword. Since this person is siding with the medicine demon, he is probably not a good person. Li Maoqing said before that there are 8 demons in Killing Immortal City, and he may be one of them. The words of the medicine master demon over there further confirmed his guess. I saw the pharmacist demon over there shaking his shoulders and said,
Little Taoist priest, you should kill him with a sword quickly. This is a man full of evil. He is much worse than me. I have only been practicing for a year and a half. It's just a medicine. This guy has thousands of hands, and each hand was snatched from someone else. Everyone whose hands were snatched by him will be tortured to death by him. You see? If he doesn't speak, he is acquiescing. Shut up.
The thousand-handed demon couldn't bear it anymore and shouted angrily.
What? You don't dare to admit it in front of the little Taoist priest?
Medicine demon said proudly.
What am I afraid of admitting?
Thousand-hand demon said angrily.
Not only did I kill thousands of people and steal thousands of hands, I also wanted to kill that little Taoist priest. And even as my hand is also snatched. If you don't believe me, just wait. Hey. Yo. I'm so anxious.
The two of them are going back and forth, passionately facing each other. But Li Chu could clearly hear that there was obviously internal strife on the other side. The two people's attention is no longer on themselves. So just push them over. So he raised his sword.
Roar.
A red dragon roared out. Only when he heard the sound of breaking wind did the thousand-hand demon truly realize the seriousness of the problem. But it was too late to say anything at this time. He held his hands firmly in the seals and shouted,
Block. Bang.
During the explosion, thousands of pairs of arms appeared out of thin air. Among them are not only human arms, but also many of them are the front paws of wild beasts. What they have in common is that they are all strong. Strong and extremely powerful. Thousands of hands instantly formed an extremely solid shield. Compared with it, the mighty red dragon seems to be lacking in scale. But,
boom,
melts at the first touch. The red dragon melted all the arms in an instant, and the figure of the thousand-handed demon turned into a black shadow under the bright sun, and was destroyed in less than half a second. The smoke cleared.
Bang. It will break when touched.
The medicine demon snorted disdainfully. After mocking him, he looked up at Li Chu and praised.
Good kill, little Taoist priest. Thank you.
Li Chu thanked him politely.
Then,
the atmosphere became quiet for a while. The medicine demon slowly raised his head again, seeming to realize what was waiting for him next. But after experiencing it so many times, he is no longer the young self he was before. I saw Medicine Master Demon Dalla La opening his arms, like a child of the world, who generously went to death.
Come on. Let's go through the process or just kill him. Chapter 331 Little Taoist Priest.
Come here.
Gulyalu. Gulyalu. The deep pool suddenly boiled again. And a moment later, a head emerged from it. Judging from his sharp brows and unruly expression, he looks like an unruly tofu bubble in the boiling pool water.
Thousand-handed demon?
A woman flew down from the shore. This woman is tall and charming, with long hair, flaming red lips, and a black dress, giving her an extraordinarily seductive beauty.
How come you're going to catch a black-light ferret, and you end up dying?
The woman asked. Emoji Thousand-Hand Demon gritted his teeth, seeming a little aggrieved, but shook his head.
Don't mention it.
Gulyalu. Gulyalu. Only 3 to 5 breaths later, the water in the pool began to boil again. The thousand-handed demon suddenly showed a fierce look in his eyes. Hula la. When the medicine demon's head popped out, the thousand-handed demon immediately pounced on him before he could clearly see the surrounding situation.
I'll strangle you to death.
You bitch. The medicine man demon hurriedly grabbed the thousand-handed demon's arms with both hands and shouted,
What are you doing? I didn't kill you. Whoever killed you should go to you. If I could beat him, would I still meet you here?
The thousand-handed demon was grabbed by him, but a pair of stronger arms suddenly popped up from behind, and he grabbed the medicine master demon's neck fiercely. The medicine demon's face turned red immediately.
You're such a fool.
What's even more outrageous is that another pair of hands immediately popped out from behind the thousand-hand demon, and he opened his bow from left to right, and slapped the medicine master demon hard on the face. Bang, bang, bang.
That's enough. What are you doing?
On the shore, the tall white-boned demon stood up, imposing and imposing. Seeing the white-boned demon speak, the thousand-handed demon angrily threw away the medicine demon, snorted coldly, and rushed ashore. Although he couldn't defeat the medicine master demon, he couldn't lose his momentum. So he snorted fiercely and ran to a shore far away from the thousand-handed demon.
What happened?
The bone demon asked in a deep voice.
He and I went to capture the Black Light Martin, and we accidentally encountered the little Taoist priest who had repeatedly killed me alone before. Then we were both killed by him.
The medicine demon is very skillful in introducing the process of death. The bone demon looked at the thousand-handed demon again.
Then why do you want to beat one of your own?
He, the thousand-hand demon, pointed at the medicine demon, hesitated for a long time, and said angrily,
He is acting strangely on the other side. What's wrong? What's wrong?
Medicine demon spread his hands.
I neither rebelled nor surrendered to the enemy. Is the yin and yang strange behavior guilty? Is the yin and yang strange behavior illegal?
Hiss, all the demons nodded.
That seems to make sense.
Thousand-hand demon suddenly became angry again, opened his mouth, and seemed to be preparing to spit out some elegant and easygoing words. The bone demon quickly raised his hand to stop him, and then asked,
Who is that little Taoist priest?
This thousand-handed demon was also questioned, just like the medicine master demon before. He was killed instantly without even knowing the opponent's identity. After thinking for a while, he said,
I only know that this person is handsome. Extremely handsome.
That emoji chuckled.
As you said, I want to get to know that little Taoist priest.
At this time, a monster wearing a thick black robe next to him suddenly said,
Is the little Taoist priest you are talking about wearing a blue Taoist robe? Yes.
Medicine demon nodded.
It seems like he always wears a blue robe and never changes his clothes. Although he looks extremely handsome. His face is expressionless?
The black robe monster said again.
Yes. Yes.
Medicine demon nodded repeatedly.
He rarely makes expressions and doesn't speak much. He is very cold. Are you bringing a Taoist priest with a black face who looks very old? It seems that there was indeed one when I saw him the first 2 times. But I didn't seem to see him after that.
Medicine demon blinked.
Hundred-eyed demon. Have you also seen that little Taoist priest? I haven't seen it before.
The monster called the hundred-eyed demon said sullenly.
But now I saw a little Taoist priest walking into the demon shadow cave. Clam?
Several monsters were shocked. Especially the medicine master demon had the strongest reaction. His pupils tightened, and he said in a trembling voice,
Yao Shou. The little Taoist priest has come to abuse the spring.
Snapped. The bone demon stabbed his big sword heavily on the ground.
At this time, the 8 of us are gathered together. Even if the land gods come, we are not afraid. What are we afraid of? At worst, we can set up the 8 demon slaying immortal formation. Yes. You can't let others' ambition destroy your own prestige.
The faceless demon also shouted.
Well said.
Medicine master demon also slapped his right palm.
But I still want to ask if I can leave beforehand? I still have soup on the stove. Don't even think about it. 1 less is not enough for the 8 demon slaying immortal formation.
Emoji rolled her eyes at him.
An eyeball?
At the entrance of the demon shadow cave, Li Chu suddenly felt blessed and felt vaguely like someone was secretly watching him. Looking up, I saw a strange eyeball mural on the top of the stone wall. Not far ahead. There is another one on the right side of the cave wall. And there is another one in front. This road is actually full of eyeball murals like this.
Kind of weird,
he muttered.
Master, go forward boldly,
Lao Du said from behind.
If something happens, I will definitely run faster than anyone else and will never hold you back.
Li Chu nodded with satisfaction and commended his disciple for his steadiness. After killing the 2 demons, he returned here to join Du Lang and Chen Huoji. When the moon rose and set, the demonic shadow cave emerged, and the 3 of them entered it together. Of course, Chen Huoji is still in escape. So it seems that there are only 2 masters and apprentices. Only by opening your mind from time to time and feeling the flattering breath under your feet can you confirm that Chen Huoji is with them. However, there is also a misty red mist in this cave, which will block some aura detection. Especially the red mist ahead is getting thicker and thicker, and the situation is becoming more and more unknown. This red mist immediately reminded Li Chu of the scene in the slaughtering sheep cave. At that time, the red mist brought the dead back to life, which shows how weird it was. Could the villagers going crazy at the foot of the mountain have something to do with it? And the person who was refining the medicine at that time was indeed active nearby. Just as I was thinking about it, I suddenly saw a ray of light ahead, and I suddenly became enlightened. Just as Chen Huoji described, there is indeed an empty mountainous area here. But there are no rocks, grass or trees, and it is gray and dead. And not far ahead, there is indeed a deep and calm pool, through the lingering red mist. On the other side of the deep pool, you can vaguely see the source of the red mist, which is a huge alchemy furnace. Next to the alchemy furnace, there was a high pole, and a woman was actually tied to the high pole with a talisman rope. It's too far away to see the face clearly, but you can feel that its condition is very poor. Li Chu was about to step forward to save people when he suddenly heard footsteps in the fog from the side.
Lao Du, go up and rescue people. Chen Huaji will help from the side.
Li Chu gave the direct command and flew past the footsteps.
Okay.
Du Lang quickly responded, flew into the wind, and landed on the high pole. But he saw that the woman's complexion was pale. Her face was blurred, and her veins were bulging, and she was actually a strange golden color. At this time, he had not lost consciousness yet, but he was just hanging his head as if he was dying.
Girl, I'm here to save you. Don't panic. Thank you,
the woman said weakly. Du Lang came behind her and was about to untie the woman. Suddenly, he noticed that the blood around her body didn't look normal and there was a strange smell on her body. So he asked,
Girl, are you not a human being? I am a treasure cultivated in the mountains, and these monsters want to refine me,
the woman said bitterly. Du Lang pulled off the talismans and said,
That's really bad,
etc. Lao Du's hand suddenly relaxed. Precious medicine becomes essence. Suddenly, things like Red Lion, Tuyan Cave, Han Wu, and Shabei Village flashed through Lao Du's mind one by one.
Girl, don't you live in Mizunohara? And your name is Yao Nyang Yang?
Lao Du asked tentatively.
It's just a name given by others.
The woman raised her eyes weakly.
What's wrong? It's okay. Ha ha.
Old Du smiled honestly, and at the same time put back the 2 talismans he had just taken off, and patted them twice to avoid being false.
Why can't I take this talisman off? These monsters are so bad.
Li Chu swept into the red mist, and heard a burst of chanting suddenly ringing in his ears.
I am arrayed in the east. I am arrayed in the west. I am arrayed in the south. I am arrayed in the north.
There were faint wind and thunder surges all around, and the demonic energy quickly gathered and sublimated. And in front of Li Chu, a familiar figure appeared. Another medicine demon? Medicine Master Demon Chong mustered up his courage, stood in front of him, raised a finger, stretched it straight, then slowly bent it, and then his tongue burst into thunder. Little Taoist,
come here!
Chapter 332, The 8 Demons in Demon Shadow Cave refine Li Chu. And 1 sword and stone wheel mountain decides the world. White Bone Demon, 100-eyed Demon, 1,000-handed Demon, 10 Directions Demon, Formless Demon, Lost Heart Demon, Medicine Master Demon, Emoji. The 8 monsters from the Immortal Killing City each have magical powers. But in the eyes of the great powers in the world, they are not enough to be feared. But when 8 of them gather together, they can perform the 8 demons killing immortal formation that even the land gods are afraid of. The so-called immortal killing formation is to activate the power of immortal killing. According to legend, the immortal killing power is a trace of the ultimate power derived from the demonic land. It can compete with the immortal power. It is also extremely dark and dark. It is the true energy of all righteous ways. Nemesis. At this moment, Li Chu stepped into the 8 demons killing immortal formation. As the medicine master demon shouted to attract attention, 2 demons instantly landed 10 feet away behind Li Chu, forming a final encirclement. Then, the terrifying power of killing immortals surged out. Boom! In the large circle surrounded by the 8 demons, an ancient face faintly gathered, and that face let out a dull roar.
Kill the immortal!
Things are changing. A huge tornado instantly set off from the ground, sweeping away the air hundreds of feet in radius. Both Dulingke and Chinhuaji in the distance felt suffocated at the same time. At the same time, he was shocked by the ancient demonic breath, following a low shout from that face. In an instant, a huge ancient bronze sword fell from the sky. It seemed like a shadow, but also seemed real. It fell between the virtual and the real, and was doomed. Looking carefully, when the bronze sword fell, it seemed to be surrounded by endless wailing souls, with gloomy air and sharp and harsh cries. It is so powerful that when this sword is struck, the sky will collapse and the earth will sink. All the gods and monsters will just add another innocent soul. Bang! The sword fell, causing fierce ripples.
8 demons killing immortal formation?
The moment he found himself trapped in the formation, Li Chu also felt a slight sense of crisis. Because even someone as powerful as Imperial Master Li Mao Qing had suffered losses under this formation. He did not dare to neglect it. However, Li Mao Qing was still hampered by the Wooden King of the Yanyu sect at that time. At this time, he was only facing the 8 demons of the immortal killing city. Then the demonic shadow appeared, and the ancient bronze sword fell. But it only happened in a moment. After the ancient bronze sword appeared, Li Chu began to feel a surging force falling from the sky. This huge force is powerful and dark, with some corrosive characteristics. Judging from the quality, it seems to be as good as his own spiritual power. Is this the power of killing immortals? He was secretly shocked. This force is rapidly stripping away and dissolving the spiritual power in his body. At this speed, it may not take more than half a year. All your spiritual energy will be swallowed up. 8 demons killing immortal formation. It's really scary.
This little Taoist priest is really scary.
At the same time, the medicine master demon began to murmur in his heart. If an ordinary powerful person stood here, his legs would become weak within 3 seconds, and he would be walking and holding onto the wall after a few words. Even the national master Li Mao Qing was completely transformed into his cultivation within a short while in the immortal killing formation. But before the ancient bronze sword was completely chopped down, he used his magical power to escape. But this little Taoist priest, why can't I seem to feel the existence of the power of killing immortals? Does he have true energy in his body? Why can he stand in the immortal killing formation without changing his expression? At this moment, a terrible thought came to the mind of Medicine Master Demon. Could it be that even the power of killing immortals is useless to him? Then isn't he invincible? The ancient bronze sword hung more than 10 feet above the formation diagram, showing no sign of falling. Li Chu vaguely felt that it should not fall until his spiritual power was completely refined. The 8 demons around them are still changing their magic formulas to maintain the power of killing immortals. The wind and dust stirred up by the powerful power make them ethereal. This tornado is not only a restriction to trap Li Chu, but also a defense against them. This formation must be broken within half a year. Li Chu thought for a moment, and thought it would be better to try the stupid method first. So he raised the pure yang sword, looked among the 8 demons, and finally chose the medicine demon to strike first. He has always been a nostalgic person. A sword was swung out. Roar! The red dragon roared away through the wind, instantly piercing through the wind and clouds swept by the power of killing immortals, and landed on the medicine master demon. For some reason, the medicine demon didn't seem the least bit surprised. The moment he saw Li Chu raise his sword, he was ready to swim. Nothing but familiarity. Boom! The medicine master demon was evaporated, and the 8 demons killing immortal formation suddenly stopped. The remaining monsters, who were trying to maintain the formation, stopped and looked at Li Chu with confusion on their faces. Why? After standing in the immortal killing formation for so long, he could still swing such a powerful sword? So, if we sit in a circle and sing and work together for a long time, are we throwing away our handkerchiefs? Even if you haven't exhausted all your true energy, you should at least be a little weaker, right? The soul fire in the white bone demon's eyes flickered.
Who are you?
Boom! Li Chu struck out with another sword and killed the white bone demon. He usually doesn't answer the enemy's questions before killing them.
Split up and run!
Seeing how dark the Taoist priest's hands were, the Wuxiang demon suddenly shouted, turned around and ran away.
Good!
The remaining 6 monsters instantly decided to escape separately. And then, at the same time, they rushed towards the entrance of the demonic shadow cave.
Why are you all crowding here? Are you a big fool? There is only one exit here.
There is no way. Although this space is open, it is not outside after all. If you want to get out, this is the only way. This just gave Li Chu convenience. A sword. Boom. The enemy's positions were so concentrated that with one swing of the sword, the entire group was wiped out. In an instant, the red mist cleared and the dust settled. When Li Chu returned to the edge of the deep pool, he saw Lao Du still wandering behind the bound woman. Not only was there no talisman on the rope, but he seemed to be taking out his own talisman from his arms and attaching it to it. What is this doing? Seeing that he had defeated the enemy, Lao Du took the initiative to fly over and whispered,
Master, this woman seems to be the medicine lady from Shabei village. It turned out to be her.
Upon hearing this name, the previous clues were connected in Li Chu's mind. If those monsters wanted to refine some great medicine, they probably needed this precious medicine. It was precisely because of this that the medicine master demon robbed the people of Shabei village before. At this time, Qin Huaji also came out, gave a thumbs up and said,
Taoist Master Li's operation of annihilating one enemy and 8 people in an instant is really impressive. I don't know how to describe it other than the word.
Super God. Let's take her back first.
Li Chu turned and left. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly heard a gurgling sound coming from the deep pool over there. And it started boiling. Huh? Li Chu noticed and looked away.
Qin Huaji was also surprised.
The last time I saw the woman emerging from the water was boiling like this.
Several people stayed on the shore for a long time and saw that the water calmed down after boiling. But there was no movement. Qin Huaji looked around and picked up a stone.
I'll see if there's anything weird about it.
Boom. There was a muffled sound, and the stone hit the water, but nothing was thrown out. Qin Huaji thought again.
No, I have to try again.
When I saw him coming to the shore, I had to untie my trousers. The water would no longer be calm. The medicine demon came out and said angrily,
Throwing stones is okay, but peeing is too much. Thief's son.
Qin Huaji jumped back immediately.
Sure enough, this is the place where they will be reborn. Tan Shui is resurrected?
Li Chu looked at the pharmacist demon in the tank and raised his sword again. The medicine demon quickly raised his hands.
Don't kill. If you kill again, you won't be able to cultivate. Please. Humph. What do you want him to do?
The bone demon also poked his head out from beside him.
Just let him kill him. This pool is transformed by the great magic power of the Lord of the City. It can resurrect the demon body infinitely. Let's see what he can do to us.
The medicine demon suddenly widened his eyes and looked at the bone demon in horror. You've already been abused. Why do you still want to provoke me? Do you have to fight for that breath?
Yeah.
As long as this pool of water exists, you can be reborn indefinitely? Li Chu heard this and also had some concerns. He turned around and said softly to Qin Huaji and Du Lang,
Back off.
After receiving the warning, the two men immediately flew back dozens of steps. Then, a sword shot. Boom. On this day, the people around Sherluin Mountain saw a magical scene. An extremely thick red sword energy pillar suddenly pierced out from the mountain. Pierced half of the mountain. Melted most of the mountain peaks. And pointed straight into the sky. The dense flowing clouds in the sky were suddenly dispersed and never returned for a long time.
Folks.
After dawn, Qin Huaji affectionately held the hands of the villagers at the foot of the mountain and said,
We have driven away all the evil spirits in Sherluin Mountain.
Forehead. The people in the village looked at each other and were speechless for a while. They all turned their heads and looked at the half-collapsed stone wheel mountain. It was still a big mountain before going to bed, but with a loud noise in the middle of the night, it turned into the remains of a mountain.
The river water will no longer be poisonous.
Qin Huaji continued. The villagers looked at each other again. As Sherluin Mountain collapsed and rocks rolled, the rivers in the mountain also stopped flowing. Qin Huaji raised his hand.
Everyone can have a happy new year.
Chapter 333 New Year's Eve. Demon Soil. A place soaked in darkness and evil. There is no sun here. Only a red magic star hanging high in the sky. Shining forever. There is a legend that the demon star is the original demon, which gives power to all creatures in the demon soil. It's just that this powerful force is bound with irresistible bloodthirst and madness. In the center of the demonic land, there is a place where demons were born. No matter how bloody the fighting in the outside world is, no monster dares to approach easily in the center of the demonic land. Because there is a city of killing immortals here. In the main hall of Immortal Killing City, the cast bronze pillars reflected the brilliance of the bloody magic star, making every monster's face look uncertain. The 8 demons stood in awe. Directly in front is the high throne. The being on the throne is hidden in the darkness and is extremely oppressive.
What's going on?
The owner of Immortal Killing City tortured the soul of the 8 demons below.
I gave you unlimited resources, a pool of infinite rebirth, and a powerful boost. As a result,
the voice of the Lord of Killing Immortal City contained anger, like thunder lurking under the clouds.
That's it? Lord City Lord.
The bone demon took a step forward and paused.
All of this it's all the medicine master demon's fault.
The thousand-hand demon said first.
He's so dead. Can you blame me?
The medicine demon suddenly jumped to his feet.
Did I attract the little Taoist priest? I didn't force him to destroy the pond. Then how did the little Taoist know the location of the demonic shadow cave?
Thousand-hand demon asked.
Perhaps you told him after I died, when I captured Black Light Martin. Fart.
The medicine demon said angrily.
I returned to the pool 3 seconds later than you. What can I do in 3 seconds? There are so many things that can be done.
Thousand-handed demon said solemnly.
What's the point of arguing now?
The faceless demon on the side shook his head.
Yeah. What's the point of quarreling? It just destroys unity.
The medicine demon agreed. Then the formless demon said again.
I suggest some substantial punishment. Put the medicine demon in a black prison and lock him up for 1800 years. If he hadn't done bad things repeatedly this time, he would have been resurrected long ago.
The big medicine is driving Chenfu Huang. It turns out you have a darker heart.
The medicine demon was immediately shocked and retorted.
Who is not responsible for this bad thing? If you hadn't been seen through by Li Mao Qing and acted as Qin Jinghu, how could you have had so many troubles?
Enough. Just when the atmosphere in the palace was tense and becoming more and more depressing, the Lord of Killing Immortal City suddenly shouted again. The 8 demons were immediately frightened and did not dare to speak again. Then the Lord of the Immortal Killing City poked out his ferocious face from the shadows.
Do you know what day it is today?
Yes. The medicine demon did not dare to raise his head and asked in a trembling voice.
Is this the death date of your subordinate? What are you talking about?
The Lord of Killing Immortal City said slowly.
Today is New Year's Eve.
Ah. The demons were shocked. In this rush, I actually forgot about the day. Immediately, I heard the Lord of Luxian City spit out a few words with surging demonic energy.
New Year's Eve. Yes. It's the Chinese New Year.
The medicine demon smiled sarcastically and looked at the faceless demon. The faceless demon also showed a look of shame on his face.
It's the New Year's Day.
The 1,000-hand demon directly popped out 7 or 8 hands and raised his hands towards each monster.
Have a good New Year. Everyone. Have a good New Year. City Lord.
For a time, the dark clouds in the palace cleared away, and the atmosphere was joyful and peaceful.
Where's the baby Brontosaurus?
Li Chu and Du Lank returned to the temple and found that Diyun Temple was decorated with lights and colorful. Everyone was wearing new festive clothes, but the little fat dragon was missing.
7th young master took it out to play.
Wanli Facia said,
It's the Chinese New Year, so I'll treat it to a nice meal. Wang Longqi took it out alone?
Li Chu blinked, with a vague premonition. Sure enough, a little later, after Wang Longqi came back with Little Fat Dragon, he was caught and interrogated by the fox girl. He was sitting on a small bench in the backyard, while the Little Fat Dragon was sitting on a stone bench. They were at the same height and looked up at the fox girl with the same innocent eyes.
Tell me.
The fox girl looked at the Little Fat Dragon suspiciously.
Where did you go to play?
My home. Wang Longqi said hurriedly.
Let it speak, said the fox girl,
pointing at the Little Fat Dragon. The Little Fat Dragon shouted quickly. Wang Longqi translated.
It said that it came to my house with me to eat chicken drumsticks and drank a little wine. The wine was not good, but the drumsticks were delicious, and I was very happy.
Yeah. The fox girl nodded. Wang Longqi muttered in a low voice.
Is there any difference?
Then the fox girl asked again.
How many glasses of wine did you drink in total?
The Little Fat Dragon raised 2 fingers.
Hey.
The fox girl asked again.
How many chicken drumsticks did you eat?
The Little Fat Dragon simply raised all the fingers of both paws.
Ouch.
The fox girl suddenly asked again.
How many girls are accompanying you?
The Little Fat Dragon raised a paw.
Hey.
The next second, Wang Longqi reacted and immediately held its short claws.
I won't lift this.
But it's too late. The fox girl raised her eyebrows.
Okay. I'll tell you why you guys smell like rouge. You really took it to those inappropriate places. Teach the children a bad lesson.
Wang Longqi hurriedly explained.
No. It's the good girls from Chunminlu who heard that there is a cute little dragon in Diyun Temple, and said they wanted to see it. I am just fulfilling a small wish of them. But the fox girl's hand had already picked up the rolling pin from the side, and was about to drop it with the roar of the wind. Wang Long, with his quick eyes and quick hands, lifted up the Little Fat Dragon, blocked it in front of him, and shouted 4 words loudly.
New Year's Eve.
Call. The sound of the wind stopped suddenly. The rolling pin stopped 3 inches in front of the Little Fat Dragon's forehead. It was so frightened that it quickly arched its paws, bowed its hands repeatedly, and at the same time shouted,
Puff! Puff! Puff!
After calling for a long time, Wang Longqi translated.
It says good luck and prosperity.
There was a lot of commotion outside, and the little koi jumped out of the kitchen and shouted,
Come and eat dumplings! Eat dumplings! Eat dumplings! I love dumplings the most. Nothing beats dumplings.
Wang Longqi hurriedly pulled the Little Fat Dragon, and the dogs sneaked away together. After the expansion of Diyungwen, There was also a hall outside the kitchen where a large dining table could be set up. Unlike before, the master and apprentice could only sit around the stove to cook meals. At this time, a large table was set up in the hall, with all kinds of wine and delicacies on it. It looked like a New Year's Eve dinner for a wealthy family. The master and apprentice are now able to escape poverty and become rich. Li Maoqing and Yu Qian came hand in hand. On New Year's Eve, the atmosphere between the two bad chess players was no longer as hostile as in the past. From their demeanor to their conversations, they were very peaceful.
Master Yu's move to transform the demon is really exquisite,
Li Maoqing praised.
Li Guisher's practice of the great harmony of heaven and earth is also perfect. Ha ha.
Yu Qian twitched his beard and smiled, full of masterly demeanor. It was like two national players competing against each other. After everyone sat down, Wanli Feisha picked up the wine glass.
Let me mention one first.
He smiled skillfully.
Taurus celebrates the new year, bids farewell to the old and welcomes the new. On this great day celebrated by the whole world, a group of us orphans are gathered here. Hey, I still have a father.
Wang Longqi quickly stopped him.
Young Master Qi,
Wanli Feisha sighed.
You don't fit in well with others. Shut up.
The fox girl pulled him to sit down.
Eat the dumplings quickly. I made all the dumplings today,
the little koi said with a smile. Hearing this, Li Chu's heart skipped a beat, and he had an ominous premonition. So he ate with great care. Sure enough, after eating only two, there was a thud in his mouth, and he bit a hard object. When he spit it out, he saw that it was actually a copper coin. Fortunately, it wasn't fish scales. He breathed a sigh of relief.
Hee hee. It is our tradition here to wrap copper coins in dumplings,
the little koi said with a smile.
Whoever eats it will get rich in the coming year. What a wonderful blessing.
Li Chu nodded sincerely. Well, everyone was congratulating themselves on getting rich, when suddenly they heard Li Maoqing falter again.
Am I going to get rich too?
The imperial master took out something with a smile.
Huh?
I saw a piece of white fish scales in his hand.
What is this?
He looked horrified.
This is also our tradition here,
Wang Longqi, who had suffered a loss during the Mid-Autumn Festival, said with a wicked smile.
Yes,
Fox Girl said.
The dumplings are filled with fish scales, and those who eat them will have more every year. Huh?
The imperial master looked suspicious.
This is the first time I have heard of it. That's right. That's right.
Everyone nodded repeatedly and hurriedly spoke auspicious words to Li Maoqing. Yu Qian said,
There are so many peach blossoms.
Wang Longqi said,
Have a son soon.
The little koi said,
Good luck.
Du Lank said,
The longer you live, the younger you become.
Wanli Feisha said,
Happy family.
Li Chu said,
Congratulations on getting rich.
The little fat dragon said,
Pa.
Chapter 334 Eat Fish. Today is the first day of the Lunar New Year, a day of auspiciousness. A red lantern hung at the door, and Abeo was sitting at the table, eating fish cooked by his mother. He is a 6-year-old boy, fair and clean, wearing new red clothes, just like the fat doll in the New Year paintings. Uncles and aunts from all over the country dote on him. His mother doted on him especially, because Abao loves to eat fish. His mother cooks him fish every 3 days. If she couldn't afford it, my mother would go fishing in the river herself. Once it's done, you have to carefully pick out the thorns for him before letting Abeo eat it in his mouth. The fish is done and served, steaming hot. Abeo looked forward to it, picked up his chopsticks, picked up a large piece of meat from the belly of the fish, dipped it in the sauce, and put it into his mouth. The reason why he took the meat from the fish's belly in the first place was not because Abao was greedy, but because he was a filial child. My mother had previously said that she loved fish heads and tails, so Pa always left the meat from the heads and tails to her mother. But as Abeo ate, he felt something strange. He raised his head and asked,
Mom, why does the fish you cooked today taste a bit strange?
Yeah. My mother's voice was faint.
What's so strange? It just feels tasteless.
Abeo frowned. Mother's voice seemed a little nervous.
Abeo doesn't like it? Yeah.
Abeo thought for a while and said with a smile,
As long as it's fish cooked by my mother, I like it. Abeo is such a good boy.
Mother praised. But Abeo suddenly felt that not only the fish was weird, but also his mother seemed to be weird today. She was all wet, and there was even water dripping from the ends of her hair and the corners of her clothes, dripping on the chopping board and the floor, making a ticking sound. And in the past, his mother always smiled when talking to him. Today, For some reason, her disheveled hair blocked half of her face, and she didn't seem to be smiling at all, although she was still wearing the simple green clothes and the apron. When Abeo looked at her, he suddenly felt that she was not as warm as usual and was still a little cold. But he still eats hard. His mother likes to see him eating big meals, as it is said that he can grow taller in this way. So every time he eats, he pretends that it tastes delicious, even though sometimes it doesn't taste that delicious. There was a big red lantern hanging outside the door, and brand new Spring Festival couplets on both sides of the door. Inside the door was a fair-skinned baby eating fish, while a wet woman stood aside and watched. A warm scene. A gust of wind blew over and blew the red lantern at the door. Abeo shuddered, raised his head and said, "Mom, I'm so cold." "Yeah." His mother looked at him with concern, as if she wanted to reach out and touch his head. But halfway through, she retracted her hand, as if she didn't dare to touch him. "Be good. Bow. Eat more. If you have something in your stomach, you won't feel cold anymore." "Okay." Abeo nodded again. Mother looked at Abeo, and her voice suddenly fluctuated. "Abao is such a good boy. I will live well even without my mother." "Mother? What are you talking about?" Abao raised his head, his lips turning purple. "Abao can't live without my mother." A thin, stooped, strangely dressed old woman stood outside the door with her hands on her sleeves. She looked at the sky, then at the candlelight in the red lantern, and said quietly, "The time has come." It seemed as if there was a gust of wind blowing, but it seemed that there was not. But the fire in the lantern was extinguished quickly. Inside the house, Abeo's hand suddenly stopped. His teeth kept chattering, and he trembled. "Mother, I'm cold." Following this groan, Abeo's figure suddenly faded, and then disappeared as if it was gradually fading, and the fish on the table was there completely, as if it had not been touched from beginning to end. "Abeo, my Abeo." The woman with disheveled hair couldn't bear it anymore, covered her face and cried. She covered her face and cried for a while before staggering out of the house. The old woman outside the door had just put away the red lantern and held it in her hand. The woman held her hand and begged, "Goddess Zhang, please, let me see Abao again tomorrow night." "Okay, Abao Nong, I also know your situation. If you want to catch a fish, you have to go to the river to catch it. It's like this in the winter." The old woman shook her head. "How can you have money? My family really has no money," the woman cried. "But I can't live without Abao. Goddess Zhang, please, let me see him again." "Okay." The old woman looked embarrassed. "This is something that is harmful to Tianhe. If I do too much, my life will be shortened. To be honest, if I didn't see how pitiful you are, I would never do this for you. It's a serious matter. You'd better express your condolences, Goddess Zhang." The woman knelt on the ground and grabbed the old woman's clothes tightly. "Let's do this." The old woman hesitated for a while and said, "Abao's soul will not dissipate within 49 days. As long as you gather 5 taels of silver within 49 days, I can let you see you again." His sighed. "Oh? Goddess Zhang, how can a family like me collect 5 taels of silver?" The woman panicked. "That's not my business." The old woman put aside her hand, turned around, and said slowly, "If it doesn't work, then I can only advise you to be sorry and accept the change." "Goddess Zhang." A woman's wailing came from behind, but the old woman ignored it and moved forward. The old woman was walking alone on the forest road in the mountain village, carrying an unlit lantern. As she was walking, suddenly there was a sound of crows flying in front of her. A trace of vigilance appeared on her old face. After walking a few more steps, her steps suddenly stopped. "Whose friends are you coming from? Please come out and mark the way. Why hide your head and show your tail?" the old woman said slowly. "Hee hee." A sinister laugh came from the forest. "You old woman, you imprison the soul of another person's child and make her spend all her wealth to come to see you. Aren't you afraid of retribution in the underworld? What did you say?" The old woman sneered back. "That woman dotes on her children. She always picks out the fish bones for her son to eat, so that the son doesn't even know that fish is bones. Only once did she not pick out the fish bones completely, and the child was killed. The fish bone choked her to death. She was filled with self-blame and had no interest in life. What I did was just give her some thoughts of living. So what retribution is there? You are very sharp-tongued," the voice replied. "The woman's desire to live is the dead soul of her son. So what kind of dead soul is your desire to live? What did you fart?" The old woman frowned.
Who are you? What do you want to do? Nothing. I just want to ask you if you want to avenge the dead soul you miss.
There was a rustling sound in the forest, and a small figure floated out from the trees.
There is a Soul Gu master from southern Xinjiang. He just went to Shalua City to collect his due reward. But he was unreasonably killed by a little Taoist priest. Don't you want to avenge him?
The figure was only the size of a palm, and looked like a small figure carved out of wood. The expression on his face was either crying or laughing, and it was extremely evil. When the old woman saw it, she stared at it for 2 seconds and suddenly said in surprise,
I recognize you. You are the Wooden King of the Yinyu sect.
Chapter 335 The heart-destroying demonic sound in the Valley of Dark Water. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, we welcome the God of Wealth. Li Chu got up early, washed and dressed, and opened many doors of Diyun Temple. After Lao Du got up, he was surprised to find that his master had gotten up earlier than him, and he immediately blamed himself.
How can you do these things? We should be our apprentices.
Old Du said repeatedly.
I have been lazy recently, and I didn't wake up until I heard the rooster crow. I must get up early tomorrow. I'll go just call the chicken. It's nothing. I was the one who did all these things before you came.
Li Chu said calmly.
What's more, I need to take the lead in welcoming the God of Wealth when he comes today.
Du Lang shook his head and sighed.
I have followed the master for so long, and this is the first time I see you respecting an immortal so much.
Li Chu said.
It doesn't cost anything anyway. Just trust me.
After bathing in the warm sunshine of early spring outside for a while, Li Chu returned to the front hall, because he had been to Shalua City for many days before, and because of the renovation of Diyun Temple, his popularity showed signs of declining. So after he came back, the master and the apprentice came up with a wonderful advertising model to let Wanli Feisha go door to door to distribute flyers. Now all the villagers in Shaliba village know that little Taoist Master Li has returned. Those who need to chase stars can take action. Of course, you can also come if you want to find someone to exorcise evil spirits. Guanju had to accept the fact that he had completely lost his appeal. There was no other way. One version after another. Most of the girls who admired him back then have bad legs and feet now. And it is not that easy to go out.
Fortunately, I have trained a disciple who looks just as good as I did when I was young.
The old Taoist priest could only comfort himself in this way. Li Maoqing looked at the old Taoist priest strangely and said in shock,
Master Yu's thick skin is really amazing.
Humph. Yu Qian looked at the current imperial master with a proud look on his face and said coldly,
Mortal.
The scornful aura made Du Lang, who was watching on the sidelines, want to tremble. Li Chu greeted him for a while, and he really welcomed the God of Wealth. There is a round man wearing a brocade weaver's coat, with a round head and a round belly. His clothes are all embroidered with copper coins. His belt is inlaid with gold. The tips of his shoes are covered with gold, and his neck is covered with gold. He has 4 jade fingers on each hand. He just had the word, rich, printed on his head.
Little Taoist Priestly, wish you a happy new year. I have long admired your name.
As soon as he entered the hall, he held Li Chu's hand and greeted him warmly.
I am Jin Yugan. My surname is Shin, and I am Qiankuan. What a respectable name,
Li Chu said. After sitting down, Shin Yuqian directly explained the reason for his visit without talking nonsense.
I am a businessman from Tianan Prefecture, and I often come to Jiangnan Prefecture for business. So I have heard of Mr. Shaoli's name. I happened to be in Hangzhou Prefecture when the incident happened, and a friend recommended me to come to you,
Shin Yuqian said.
My wife at home suffers from heart disease, and has not been cured all year round. She was fine when I left home yesterday, but in the evening, a family member came to report that she fell ill and fainted again, which was extremely serious. I wanted to go home to visit, but my family said that they had asked a famous doctor to see me, and that a miracle medicine called Heart of Sticks must be obtained within 7 days to be able to save me. Instead of going home in a hurry, I should go get the medicine quickly. Heart of Sticks? Yes. I asked someone to ask. It is a legendary medicine that grows in the illusory ghost country and the sea of underworld. It is difficult to find in the world. Ghost country?
Li Chu frowned.
Do you have a way to get in?
This place is quite nostalgic. If possible, he wouldn't mind visiting it.
Of course not.
Jin Yuqian looked at Li Chu in surprise.
Little Taoist priest, what's going on with that expression that looks like you're remembering your first love?
Looks so dangerous. Li Chu regained his composure and motioned for Jin Yuqian to continue.
Although the Ghost Kingdom is inaccessible, It is said that there is still a place in the human world where the Styx heart grass may grow, which is the Styx Valley in southern Xinjiang.
Zhen Yuqian continued. Underworld Valley, Li Chu recited the name. It sounds weird.
It is said that there is a strange river flowing here that has the same source as the Nether Sea. A feather cannot float, and a leaf is difficult to cross. And the Styx heart grass grows at the bottom of the nether water. It is as difficult as climbing to the sky to get it.
Zhen Yuqian looked at Li Chu eagerly.
I invited all the sects in Hangzhou, but no one dared to go. They told me that if you want to have such strength, you must have a great power. But how can it be so easy to recruit the great power of heaven and earth? In the end, an elder from Feilai's sect and I said, if we can invite Taoist priest Shaoli to take action, we may be better than ordinary powerful people.
Li Chu said.
It's a bit ridiculous, but our Dayun temple has always been high quality, low-priced, and honest. Little Taoist priestly.
Zhen Yuqian paused again.
My wife will be entrusted to you.
Although Li Chu thought this was strange, he nodded slightly and accepted the commission.
Hey.
In a remote place in southern Xinjiang, there is a small wooden house in the wild mountains. A thin and hunched old woman sat cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by scattered paper lanterns. For some reason, these lanterns looked a bit eerie in the shadows, and faces seemed to be reflected behind many of the paper sheets. Some of them were even drumming and making low and strange sounds, as if they were trying to escape. But opposite the old woman, the palm-sized wooden man looked at these lanterns. Not only did he not find them scary, but he found them interesting.
Goddess Zhang, your soul-arresting technique is unparalleled in the world. I'm afraid if we go back thousands of years, not many can surpass you. Why are you willing to live in seclusion in this remote place in southern Xinjiang and do such a shameful thing?
Wooden King sounded regretful.
Ha.
The old woman smiled self-deprecatingly.
Where else can our craftsmanship go? We are just lingering in a corner of southern Xinjiang, seeking to pass on the incense. If we really go under the sun, we will be killed by Halua before we even breathe. The imperial court and the 12 immortal sects are all wiped out. Not to mention that my old woman is lonely. But you, the Yin Yu sect, are so powerful. How can you meet people? It's almost time that our contemporary leader, Emperor Yu, is in retreat. When he comes out of seclusion, it will be the time to sweep across the world. Now we are about to do some sensational events in the world to build momentum for the day when Yin Yu ascends.
The Wooden King said generously. He changed the topic again.
The destruction of Shenluo City was supposed to be one of them. But due to various accidents, Lord Songhai's plan actually suffered a huge failure. Afterwards, the sect sent people to investigate. Although the specific reasons are still unknown, we have learned that Kang Heijin's failure is inextricably related to a young Taoist priest from Jiangnan. And a few days ago, the forces sent to the human world by the demonic land-killing immortal city that I cooperated with were also wiped out by this little Taoist priest with extremely cruel methods. So, the little Taoist priest must die. Ha. Wooden King.
The old woman shook her head.
The old woman is old, but she is not stupid. You are right. I really want to avenge that person who killed 1,000 swords. But you will kill him one by one. The little Taoist priest Wuqiang has said it. How can I still serve as a sword for you? If you have that strength, you can kill him yourself. If you don't have that strength, what can you do with me? Adding you will make a big difference.
The Wooden King said in a bewitching tone.
Of course, I won't hide behind my back and use you as a knife. I will take action myself. I just need your help. My soul-arresting technique?
The old woman asked.
Did you know that there is an immortal weapon in the world that is specially designed to hit people's souls? No matter who it is, as long as the soul is hit by this object, it will definitely break and collapse and fall instantly. Even the legendary true immortals are not immune. Are you talking about the magic whip?
The old woman's eyes widened.
Not bad.
The weird expression on Mu Ren's face was clearly motionless. But at this moment, you could see that he was smiling.
In the early years, I was almost killed by Li Maoqing and Shinchu. But in the end, I not only escaped with a slim chance of survival, but by chance, I got this treasure.
The Wooden King raised his hand and created a small shadow like a steel whip out of thin air. It was only 3 inches in size in his palm, but its simplicity and majesty made a cultivator with a sensitive soul like the old woman almost want to kneel down and worship on the spot.
It's a real magic whip, an ancient fairy weapon,
she exclaimed.
Although there are a few cracks, it is still a first-class fairy weapon. How's it going? Did your soul-confining technique, plus the divine whip, work? Asked the Wooden King, although the old woman looked shocked. She still hesitated. After a moment, she shook her head. Still not. Why? The Wooden King said. No matter who it is, as long as their soul is captured by you, they will definitely not be able to escape being killed by my whip. Hey, do you think the old woman's soul-detaining technique is some kind of peerless magic? You can detain anyone you want? The old woman smiled again. If it were a mortal soul, I would naturally restrain myself as much as I wanted and kill people invisible. For some people, it may take a little more effort, but you can avoid attracting the other person's attention. For those whose cultivation level is not weaker than mine, you need to take a higher level. The Dharma platform requires 3 times of practice and 9 rounds of sacrifices before you can be forcibly detained. If your cultivation level is higher than mine, then you have to risk your life to do it. If you are not careful, you will be killed like the little Taoist priest you mentioned. It is very possible that even your 5 Dharma kings, Lord Songhai, are no match. If I arrest him, am I not seeking death? Of course I've also considered this. The Wooden Man King's expression remained unchanged, but he seemed to be smiling confidently. I am going to lead the little Taoist priest to a strange place. This place is also in the southern border. There is a river flowing with the same source as the ghost country Nether Sea. At the same time, every day at sunset, there will be a weird heart-destroying demonic sound. That under the heart-destroying demonic sound, even the powerful ones will be unstable. Under the powerful power, it will be difficult to move even an inch. And when his soul is unstable, the effect of your soul-arresting technique will be hundreds of times stronger. Then, Netherworld Valley. The old woman explained in shock. The heart-destroying demonic sound of Netherwater Valley. We practice this soul-detaining technique in southern Xinjiang, so we naturally need to know this place. If it is there, I dare to detain the land gods. Did the soul-confining technique, divine whip and Shuegu's heart sound work? The Wooden King asked with a sinister smile. At this time, the old woman's eyes sparkled, as if she had finally been convinced. With Mizutani's heart sound, of course there's a lot to be done. Outside the Mingshui Valley, there is an inn called Sisters Inn. Of course, this inn is not just for women. The name was chosen because this inn was opened by several sisters. Although the female shopkeepers of the inn are all a little older, they are all beautiful and charming, and all the wealthy guests are fascinated by them. On this day, it was approaching dusk. Li Chu, Du Lank and Boss Shen came here together. Hey, gentlemen, come on. Come on. Should I stay in the hotel? A female shopkeeper in a red dress quickly moved her waist and came out. Just serve some side dishes. We plan to eat and go to the valley overnight. Du Lank said. That's not possible. You have to stay in the hotel. The female shopkeeper said. Eh? Lao Du was startled. The question you gave me just now was not a multiple-choice question. No. Listen to what I'm telling you. The female shopkeeper row pressed Lao Du's shoulder and asked him to sit down. You are probably guests from afar and are not familiar with this place. In this valley of the underworld, after sunset every night, a heart-destroying demonic sound will be heard. Even powerful people cannot stand it for a moment. We are little even if the store is outside the Mingshui Valley. I will always feel uneasy about it. It is getting late now. If you enter the valley at this time, are you not asking for your own death? Du Lank was so close to her, and she could only feel the sweet fragrance. She didn't listen carefully to what she said, but she already wanted to stay here for one night. He turned back to look at the master, and Li Chu looked at Boss Shen. Jin Yuqian said, it's not bad for one night. So let's stay here. Okay. I'll arrange food and drinks for you right now. The female shopkeeper turned around and walked into the kitchen like a butterfly. Unexpectedly, as soon as she entered the kitchen, her face changed. Sisters, sisters, she shouted excitedly, but a good skin has come, and none of you are allowed to snatch it from me tonight. We will guard this place, and with the help of the heart-destroying demonic sound. Although the yang qi I get and ask for everything every night, but this is my first time seeing such a good-looking man. In front of her, there were 6 women also dressed in colorful clothes. Their appearance, figure and age were all similar. Second sister, this little Taoist priest. One of the women in yellow said. He is third sister's enemy. Huh? The woman in the red dress said in a blink of an eye. Third sister? Not bad. The woman she looked at was also a woman who still had charm, and she nodded seriously. Originally, Jinjin. AI.
And Lian and I lived happily on the Suaya plain absorbing the yang energy from people. But when he got there, he used force to interrogate Yao Empress about her whereabouts, making it impossible for us to gain a foothold on the Suaya plain. That's why I have to come and seek refuge with you sisters. It turned out that she was the spider spirit from Mizunohara that day. After Li Chu asked about the information he wanted, he saw that their guilt was not serious and that they had already made an agreement. So he did not embarrass them. But the spider spirit family had confessed to the vicious Yao Empress. But they did not dare to live in Mizunohara anymore, and did not want to hold a grudge from now on.
Third sister, have you ever admitted your mistake?
The woman in the red dress felt a little unwilling.
His handsome face is still so handsome even if it turns into ashes.
The woman gritted her teeth.
How could I admit my mistake?
Although this sounded strange, several sisters still felt her resentment.
But this little Taoist priest has great magical powers,
someone said.
How can we provoke him? Hey, it doesn't matter.
Another woman in a purple skirt waved her hand.
When the heart-destroying demonic sounds, these first-timers must be mentally unstable. No matter how high their cultivation level is, they will definitely be like this. I suddenly landed in his house, and I put up a spider web and tie him up first. Then the confinement plus spider poison will be whatever it takes. That's all. If the second sister wants to inhale the yang energy, let her inhale it to the fullest. If the third sister wants revenge, let her inhale it to the fullest. Isn't it beautiful for us sisters to take turns to have the best time?
All the spider spirits suddenly beamed.
Big sister is mighty.
Not long after, night enveloped the land of southern Xinjiang. An eerie voice suddenly sounded, like the singing of the oldest ghost on this land. Chapter 336. This is what young people are like nowadays. Du Lang sat quietly in the room for a moment, wanting to rest, when he suddenly heard the faint, heart-rending demonic sound coming from the Nether Water Valley. This demonic sound is not harsh to the ears, and is even pleasant to the ears. It is like a woman whispering softly, telling someone something. This voice has been lingering in your ears, but when you want to hear the content clearly, you find that no matter how hard you try, you can't hear what she is saying. It's like a listening test. As he listened, Lao Du suddenly felt something was wrong. He felt that his soul was in a trance, and he fell to the floor at some point. The female shopkeeper clearly said that you can't hear the heart-destroying sounds in this store. What's going on? His brain struggled to react. Wrong. This store is weird. 80% of it is a shady store. Du Lang struggled to get up, but his vision went black and he fainted. The last thought that ran through his mind before passing out was, I don't know if this is a robbery of wealth or sex. If you are robbing wealth, please go to my master. If you are in trouble, come to me. Li Chu sat alone in the room, listening to the sudden heartbreaking demonic sound, and felt a little strange. It's just that the magic sound sounded different to his ears. It was like crying, and the meaning was difficult to understand. But he could vaguely feel the emotion in it. It's nostalgia and resentment. If you listen carefully, you can still hear some content. Violent. Gua. Een. Confused. She. Li Chu silently remembered these tones in his heart, feeling like a poem or another profound language, inexplicably familiar. He suddenly remembered that in the bull-riding Taoist's calabash cave, a woman with holy light emerged from the deepest treasure gourd. This was the language she chanted. Is there any connection between the two? With this thought in mind, he continued to close his eyes and listen carefully. What's even more strange is that after a while, the voice of an old woman seemed to be mixed into this heartbreaking demonic sound. She was shouting in a hoarse voice, Li Chu. Li Chu.
The soul is here. The soul is here.
At the same time, above their heads, a spider spirit quietly came to the top floor of the inn. Although she still maintained her human body at this time, several twisted jointed legs popped up under her ribs and behind her back, supporting her body half suspended in the air. It is precisely because of these spider legs that it can move silently. This spider spirit is none other than the female shopkeeper who previously received Li Chu and his party, the second sister in the spider group, because they have lived here for a long time. Although they will still be affected by the heart-destroying demonic sound, they have adapted to this state and will not faint like the first time they experienced it. It is precisely because this can help them absorb a lot of yang energy that they have settled here for many years.
Ha.
Air Spider came to Li Chu's roof and smiled evilly.
At this time, it has been half an hour since sunset. The little Taoist priest and his party must have been unconscious from the heart-destroying demonic sound. And my sisters and I have agreed to start work at midnight tonight. Isn't this a waste of time? I just happened to come first. Find a little Taoist priest to absorb a wave of yang energy from him, and it won't be considered a waste of natural resources.
I saw the two spiders crawling to the skylight of Li Chu's roof. They used their spider legs to lift the tiles above, and connected their bodies with a transparent silk thread. The graceful figure was instantly hung upside down. Extremely silky. Little Taoist. When the spider spirit landed, its first sight was Li Chu, who was sitting on the bed. He saw the Taoist priest sitting cross-legged in silence, seemingly unconscious. She was about to spit out a big net and completely entangle him. Suddenly, the little Taoist priest opened his eyes again. The second spider's eyes suddenly widened, obviously shocked. But the next second, her body suddenly stiffened again, pulled by the transparent silk thread, and seemed to be frozen in the air. But Li Chu did not take action. Of course he was not unconscious. But listening to the strange call, he felt as if someone was pulling his soul. Although the pulling force is very small, almost non-existent, it can still be felt. He was just trying to figure out the source of the call, so he wasn't distracted by the situation outside. I didn't expect a spider spirit to suddenly hang upside down from the roof. But the strange thing is that before he took action, the spider spirit suddenly stopped moving, and his eyes dimmed instantly, as if he had lost his soul. He recognized that this was the female shopkeeper from the daytime, but he still didn't understand what she was doing. Li Chu carefully observed it for a while before confirming that there was no fraud. She seems to be dead? No. There are no wounds on the physical body. It's just that the soul has left the body. In the middle of the night, a monster body suddenly parachuted down. What is this for? What kind of weird room service is this? Li Chu slowly frowned, thinking of a terrible possibility. Touch porcelain. On an empty hillside 10 miles away from here, a tall stone altar was erected at some time. The altar was covered with strange runes, and was sprinkled with warm blood. I don't know. What kind of creature's blood is it? Goddess Zhang was dressed in colorful satin, and a costume from an unknown Namen cave. She held a white spiritual flag on her right hand. Li Chu is in the first left-hand room on the top floor of that inn. The heart-destroying demonic sound has been started for a long time. It's time to do it. The little wooden figure hanging in the air reminded him, by the side of the altar. Goddess Zhang looked at the desolate Mingshui Valley in the night. Her expression was as solemn as worshipping. After a pause, she glanced at the wooden king and said, "You must also prepare your magic whip. Once my soul arresting technique is used, the soul will only appear in an instant. Don't worry," the wooden man king said as he turned his fingers and pressed down. Boom! There was an explosion, and a 7-foot body appeared out of thin air, as if he had pulled it out of the earth. This body is that of a man of ordinary stature. His whole body is covered with ink-colored paint, and he seems to have some kind of supernatural power. There is an extremely complicated talisman printed on his forehead. Although there were no obvious wounds on the body, one could feel from the strong aura of death that this was probably a corpse. The wooden man king waved his hand, and the talisman burned out instantly. Then he jumped up and suddenly turned into a stream of light, hitting the Tianling cap of the corpse, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The next second, this body suddenly opened its eyes. I am a demon puppet, who is a soul cultivator in the realm of decline in southern Xinjiang. He was also very famous at the beginning. You must have heard of his name. There are still many people in the world who don't know that he is dead. Please ask Zhang Goddess. Don't spread the word. He spoke slowly again, making a sluggish voice. Don't worry. As long as we have a happy cooperation this time, the old woman will definitely keep it secret. Goddess Zhang said with a smile. The wooden man king drove the puppet, pointed his eyes, and suddenly lit up 2 soul fires in his eyes. Then he flipped his palm and held the magic whip in his hand. He said confidently, use this body to control the divine whip, and you will be invincible in the virtual world. Goddess Zhang no longer spoke to him, but turned back, picked up a large white calming lantern, and lit the candle. As she lit the candle, several faces of the lantern reflected black faces at the same time. A soul lamp, always illuminating the underworld. Zhang Shimpa shouted leisurely, let go of her hand, and the calming lantern flew towards the sky. After the calming lantern left her hand, she took out a small knife full of patina and cut her wrist with the small knife. Laugh. A stream of blood splashed out, and a ball of oozing green fire exploded on the high platform. This ball of soul fire spread instantly, almost covering the entire high platform. Goddess Zhang stood behind the flames.
shaking her hands as if dancing around the bonfire. A faint light emanated from the will-o'-the-wisp and shone on the lantern in midair. It seemed invisible, but it shone through the sky and reflected far away to a window of the inn. That was Li Chu's room. In the world of nothingness, that dim light had easily penetrated all barriers and enveloped the entire room. Li Chu. Li Chu. Goddess Zhang began to chant like she was dreaming. The soul is here. The soul is here. Li Chu. The soul is here. The soul is here. Li Chu. Soul. Dawn. For a long time, the Wooden King looked at Goddess Zhang, who was singing and dancing over there, and asked in confusion, "Will it help if you scold him like this? Do not bother me." Goddess Zhang's forehead was already covered with sweat. She said sternly, "My soul-binding magic circle has enveloped the entire room. Not to mention the heart-destroying demonic sound assisting me. His soul is absolutely unlucky inside. But he hasn't been detained yet." The Wooden King reminded. "I know." Zhang Shenpa shouted. She shouted loudly, but actually her heart was pounding, and she was not as confident as she showed. Goddess Zhang doesn't know when the most glorious moment in the lives of other cultivators is. But for those like her who practice the soul confining technique, it is now, within the range of the heart-destroying demonic sound. She could arrest any soul she wanted within 100 miles radius, and even the land gods could not escape. There is also a magic whip standing by to rely on, so there is no need to worry about being caught and unable to beat him. But why is the spirit of that little Taoist priest still as stable as Mount Tai? What's wrong? Just as she was hesitating in her heart, the soul fire around her trembled violently. "Here we come," Goddess Zhang said in surprise. There was no place to be found after wearing iron shoes, and it took no effort to get there. Under her persistent calling, the little Taoist priest finally, the Wooden King was also in high spirits, picked up the magic whip, and was on alert. Bang! The soul fire jumped, and a phantom of the soul appeared out of thin air. Bah! As soon as this phantom appeared, the Wooden King raised his divine whip high and lowered it heavily. Boom! Ah! A woman screamed. Before he could see clearly what was happening, the soul had been beaten to pieces by the whip. There is no way. The power of the immortal weapon is too great. When the divine soul encounters the divine whip, it can be said to be touched and killed. If it is hit with such force, it will inevitably collapse and disappear. The attack was successful, but neither Goddess Zhang nor King Yuren showed any joy. Instead, his face became solemn. That scream just now sounded like a woman's? Goddess Zhang was confused. Don't doubt it. It's just a woman. The Wooden King looked solemn. Do you think it's possible? Asked Goddess Zhang. That little Taoist priest disguised as a man is actually a woman? Is this reasonable? The Wooden King stared at her. Goddess Zhang scratched her head and said, "There is a woman in the little Taoist priest's room. But I captured the woman's soul. That's very reasonable." The Wooden King agreed this time. "Hateful," Zhang Shenpa said. "I will continue to do this." After that, she once again surrounded the soul fire, singing and dancing. The Wooden Man King said, "My divine whip is damaged after all, and I don't know how many times I can use it again. But if I don't take action in advance, it may give the little Taoist priest a chance to react. So I hope the goddess will be more cautious. Directly capture the spirit of that little Taoist priest." Goddess Zhang gritted her teeth and said, "Next time for sure." Li Chu took off the body of the 3 spiders and placed it on the floor. He examined it carefully and found no wounds. It seemed to be a sign of the spirit leaving the body or the death of the soul. But the latter was quite rare. When I was thinking about how to deal with it, there was suddenly another breath coming from the roof. Li Chu raised his brows, returned to the bed, closed his eyes, and crossed his legs again. At the same time, his mind has been fixed on this breath. Here comes the eldest sister among the spider spirits. She propped herself up on the ground with her spider legs, quietly approached the skylight of the roof, and then smiled evilly. The third sister had a grudge against that little Taoist priest, but she lost this good skin in vain. I specially ordered the sisters to start at midnight, and I will suck in a wave of yang energy first. Wouldn't it be beautiful? I suck him first and then kill him. Sucking and killing again is not a waste of natural resources. Thinking of the emotional point, the big spider twisted around and hung upside down on a silk thread, which was extremely smooth. At the same time, she also entered the scope of the soul-binding magic circle. Swish. Li Chu kept his eyes on the big spider and saw that she had indeed fallen into his room. He opened his eyes and was about to stop her and ask her, The big spider suddenly became stiff again, motionless, and turned into a soulless body.
How is this going?
Li Chu looked at these two strange spider spirit bodies and fell into deep thought. They all seemed to lose their souls the moment they entered their room. Is there something weird? Thinking like this, Li Chu sat cross-legged again, and in an instant, his soul came out of his body.
Boom.
As soon as he entered the world of Yuanshan, the appearance of his surroundings suddenly changed. Everything that is
real
turns into lines, and everything that is
virtual
turns into flames. Li Chu was surprised to find that he was in a miserable green fire. This fierce fire kept burning my soul, but the feeling was a bit hard to describe. It's like soaking in a warm pool in a bathhouse. And the influence of the heart-destroying demonic sound became more obvious. Each murmur caused weak ripples to ripple in his own soul. It's like there's a 3-year-old child rubbing his back next to him. This level of hurt makes people think carefully for a while before they dare to say something uncertainly. This is probably an enemy attack. Right. Before he could think about it for a while, another breath came from the roof. This time, it was the smallest of the spider spirits. Following the procedure, she quietly approached the roof with her spider legs, smiled evilly, and said to herself, "Suck it first and then kill it." After all of this was fast-forwarded, 7 spiders quietly shouted a slogan.
Suck it to your heart's content tonight.
After shouting slogans, she slid down while hanging upside down by a silk thread. This time Li Chu was able to see clearly from the perspective of his soul. The moment the spider spirit hung upside down, it was roasted by the fierce fire. In an instant, its body was filled with soul fire and then dissipated. Follow a ray of light into the high sky, and then fall into the distance. What a complicated formation. Li Chu was secretly shocked. This was a method he had never seen before.
Boom.
With one blow, the soul was shattered.
Ah!
As the woman screamed, the Wooden King could no longer hold back.
This is the 3rd time, and every time it is someone else's soul. When will we be able to capture the little Taoist priest's soul?
He asked angrily in a deep voice.
This whip is already broken and damaged. I don't know what else to do. I could drive you several times, but they were all wasted on these unimportant people.
Goddess Zhang's expression was also very bad.
How do I know why there are so many women in his room?
Are you sure your magic circle is not wrong?
The Wooden King was a little doubtful.
Ha ha. If the Dharma King doesn't believe it, you can go and try it yourself.
Goddess Zhang couldn't bear the ridicule and sneered directly.
I'm just impatient. Even if there are 3 women in his room, it's not unreasonable.
After all, the Wooden King was in an extraordinary state of mind. He quickly calmed down, exhaled a filthy breath, and said slowly,
"That's what young people are like these days."
Chapter 337. Goddess Zhang was frightened, and the Wooden King whipped people to death. A night without stars. The night wind blew by, and the heartbreaking demonic sound echoed endlessly, as if a ghost was crying at night. A ferocious figure appeared on Li Chu's roof again. It was none other than the 3rd child among the spider spirits. The cherished and loving mother whom he had interrogated before on Mizunohara. The mother and daughter were happily living in Mizunohara, eating hot pot, singing songs, and inhaling yamchi every day. Unexpectedly, they were suddenly robbed by Li Chu. From then on, he was targeted by the Yao Empress, and had to flee Mizunohara to seek refuge with his sisters. Although it was Yao Empress who really forced them to leave. She did not dare to hold a grudge because of Yao Empress' cruel methods. Li Chu, who was relatively gentle, became the enemy in her heart. A strange but common psychology. If these 3 spiders knew that the Yao Empress had been punished, and the person who punished her had been sanctioned by Li Chu, I don't know what they would think. But she didn't know after all. When the eldest sister said she would do it at midnight tonight, she was a little worried. She was familiar with the practices of those sisters. They rowed without oars and relied entirely on waves. The 6 sisters together can push a dragon island with their energy. This little Taoist priest looks so good. They must come first to absorb a wave of yang energy. If the sucking goes smoothly, maybe it will take a while. Why not come first and kill the little Taoist priest directly to save them from having other thoughts? When she came to Li Chu's roof skylight, she was a little afraid again. If he hadn't completely lost consciousness due to the heart-destroying demonic sound, then things would be bad. After all, she had learned Li Chu's body-holding method. I know that this little Taoist priest can make himself unable to move with just one finger. He can do whatever he wants, whether he wants to live or die. Anyway, it just has to be steady. At this time, The 3 spider corpses had been hidden behind the screen by Li Chu. Looking down from the skylight, the 3 spiders could only see Li Chu's body sitting cross-legged on the bed, in an unclear state. Then she had an idea. But when I saw the spider spirit raised his right hand, he pulled out his silk thread and made a hissing sound. The almost transparent spider silk suddenly pulled a dog over. It was the big black dog tied as a guard in front of the inn. These creatures who were born near the Netherwater Valley, regardless of the strength of their souls, almost all have the ability to resist the heart-destroying demonic sound. So they did not faint at this time. The 3 spiders used their strength and threw the black dog down. I want to see if it can get Li Chu to take action if it gets close to him. Well, the black dog landed on the ground. And before it could even utter a complete bark, its soul was already taken away, falling with a bang. Li Chu was in the spirit state at this time. When he saw the 3 spiders approaching, he was surprised and recognized her appearance. At the same time, he also understood why these spider spirits came to his room one after another. Obviously not here to pay New Year greetings. It should be to avenge this fellow tribesman. Originally he was hesitant to take action, but after seeing her confusing behavior, Li Chu held back. What's the point of leaving a dog behind? Attack or humiliation? He wanted to wait and see again. From the perspective of 3 spiders, she originally wanted to leave a living animal behind to test how much consciousness Li Chu still had. But who knew that Li Chu didn't move? But the dog immediately stopped moving as well. Fallen to death? It's not that high. With hesitation in her heart, she was even more afraid to land. After thinking about it, she opened her hand again. And with a hiss, she pulled out a sheep, which was also a living animal kept in the backyard. With a flick of the spider silk, the sheep was also thrown down. Just like before, the sheep also lost its soul instantly. 3 spiders took a breath. There is something strange in this little Taoist priest's room. Could it be that he set up some kind of formation to protect himself? Probably. Thinking of this, she raised her hand again, raised a spider web, and fished out a few fish from the pool in the backyard. I want to see if your formation can kill anything. When they saw the soul of a dog captured in the soul fire, both Nuren King and Goddess Zhang fell silent, thanks to the Wooden King, who was worried about damaging the divine nature of the whip, and was ready to see the enemy clearly before taking action. He finally saw the full picture of this black, strong and vicious dog. A long time, Goddess Zhang asked weakly, His Holiness, even if there are 3 women in his room, is it reasonable for him to still have this dog now? The Wooden King gritted his teeth. It's not like young people today are like this. Oh? Goddess Zhang looked at him in disbelief. Yeah. The Wooden King nodded heavily. The world is going down. The world is going down. Goddess Zhang shook her head repeatedly, glanced at the big black dog, and shot out a cold light, shattering the soul instantly. It seems like one more look will dirty your eyes. Then she continued to cast spells to restrain the soul. But she felt that her mind was still unable to calm down, and many mosaic pictures popped up in her mind uncontrollably. Then, another sheep's soul appeared in the soul fire. This time she looked at the Wooden King again, with even more confusion in her eyes. Dharma King, you can even do this. Today's young people. The Wooden King pondered for a moment, then said, It's not like they don't have this kind of thing. Hey, Goddess Zhang showed a disgusting look on her face. This is too wild, the Wooden King said slowly. Times have changed. Then, when several eels appeared in the soul fire, Goddess Zhang couldn't help but get angry. Although any hobby is human freedom, she said angrily, but I still want to say it's too perverted. This thing has already come out. The Wooden King touched his chin. It's really a bit too hard. Is that room the little Taoist room? Or is it a zoo? Why are there so many weird things? This group of people can't be described as lewd. It's simply outrageous. The Wooden King couldn't help but said, Goddess Zhang, can you focus on the target? If this continues, maybe an elephant will be captured later. I've been calling the little Taoist priest's name. If his soul was unstable, I would have arrested him long ago. Only when he really can't be restrained will I arrest the other spirits. Goddess Zhang couldn't help but wonder. Maybe his soul is stronger than a land god, and I can't stop him at all. Let's try again, the Wooden King said. If it really doesn't work, we have to give up. Good. Goddess Zhang agreed. She calmed down again and chanted quietly. Li Chu. Li Chu. The soul is here. The soul is here. The desolate and hoarse voice penetrated the night sky and reached the ears of the distant soul. Suddenly, someone from the front responded. Are you looking for me? Zhang Shenpa suddenly opened her eyes, and saw an extra spirit in the open space in front of the altar. Although the body of the soul is ethereal and vague, shrouded in a faint blue glow, it can still be seen that it is an extremely handsome soul. Surprisingly, it was the little Taoist priest. "Ah!" Goddess Zhang exclaimed. The Wooden King also noticed the arrival of Li Chu Yuanshen, and immediately held up the divine whip. "Bah! Be careful, Dharma King. This soul was not captured by me," Goddess Zhang warned in a trembling voice. "Anyway, his soul is already in front of you. Is there any difference?" The Wooden King said in a deep voice. "The difference is huge." There was deep fear in Goddess Zhang's words. When the three spiders threw countless messy things into the room, Li Chu, who was in the form of a soul next to him, was able to completely see the path of those souls disappearing. It seems that every time a soul appears in this magic circle, it will immediately escape along the dim light, thanks to the three spiders constantly throwing things downward. The path of the dim light became increasingly clear. After thinking for a moment, Li Chu decided to follow the dim light to find out who wanted to assassinate him. Of course, he didn't forget to immobilize the spider spirit before leaving. Even if you don't think about your own safety, you still have to consider the feelings of the surrounding animals. The first stop of that soul-binding light was a will-o'-the-wisp lantern in the sky. And the second stop was right here. A goddess singing and dancing on the altar, and a rather strange man with a lifeless face. If this scene were less spooky, it would be more like a fan meeting of a has-been idol. And the name of the goddess also caught his attention. Dharma King? Could that man be one of the 5 Dharma Kings of the Yin Yu sect? The den in Killing Immortal City that I destroyed a few days ago seems to have colluded with the Wooden King. Is this the other party's revenge? At this time, the whip that was sacrificed to the sky also fell with the sound of wind. Li Chu watched as the divine whip engraved with complex ancient patterns was struck down. Logically speaking, since he was in the state of the soul now, he should not be afraid of these physical blows. But out of caution, he flew back to avoid it. But what was unexpected was that this magic whip seemed to have the ability to lock in. I had already retreated in time, but I was still chased down by it. It seems that it is as flat as my own sword and cannot be avoided? Bang. There was a muffled sound, and the magical weapon filled with divine light finally landed heavily on Li Chu's soul. Jia jia jia. Seeing this, the Wooden King finally stopped suppressing himself and let out a cold and wild laugh. If you go against my Yin Yu sect, this is what you will end up with. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly stopped, because he strangely discovered that when the whip fell on Li Chu, his soul did not shatter into dust like the previous fragile souls. Instead, there was a ripple, and then nothing seemed to happen. Kara Law. Then, there was a shattering sound. An ominous premonition surged in the Wooden King's heart, because according to his experience, this was not the sound when the soul was broken. That's when the weapon is broken. He knew that there was a damage on the divine whip, so it was not considered a damageless magical weapon. But there are no real gods in the world. So what if there is a trace of injury? It is still the existence of humans standing in the way of killing gods, and Buddha standing in the way of killing demons. He never imagined that this whip would actually break. Kara Law. The tiny crack on the whip gradually spread into a circle, and then broke suddenly. Huh? Li Chu was also startled. At first, the sound of the whip falling made him think it was something extraordinary. But when it really hit him, a huge force hit him at the first moment. But the force suddenly cut off the next second, and he was surprised. Was it because it was broken? Immediately, I heard a wail from the Wooden King. My whip. I had high hopes for it. But is it so fragile? This huge sense of disparity made the Wooden King suddenly despair. But Goddess Zhang had already foreseen the scene. When she discovered that Li Chu heard her soul-binding voice at such a close distance, but still had no fluctuations, she had a terrifying guess about the strength of Li Chu's soul. Now this conjecture has only been confirmed. At this moment, she could only shout, His Holiness! Don't worry about your whip. It's important to save your life. Of course the Wooden King also knew. While wailing, he controlled the puppet body to rush forward. At the same time, a stream of light emerged from the back of the puppet's head and quickly streaked towards the night sky. Gecko tail docking? Li Chu stared at the stream of light and raised his halberd finger. Call out. A flying fireball hit directly, and the demon puppet was passed by with a gentle sword in its path. It continued straight upward without any pause at all. Boom. The stream of light was eventually caught up by the flying fire meteor and turned into a bright firework in the night sky. This sword and 2 eagles killed both the Wooden King and the demon puppet he released. The Wooden King just whipped people to death. After killing the Wooden King, a ball of white light entered his body. But Li Chu was not happy, but frowned slightly, because the experience value this wooden man brought to him, although it was not small, was still slightly inferior to that of the previous masters of the Decline Realm, let alone the level of the 5 Dharma Kings of the Yin Yu sect. Seems a little weird? But then I thought about it. It was indeed difficult to say that a powerful person of this level could be completely killed. It wouldn't be surprising if there were some life-saving backups. Goddess Zhang, who had just flown a few dozen feet, suddenly froze when she saw this scene in the sky. She had a premonition that if she continued to run away like this, she would turn into the second firework in the night sky before even taking a breath. After struggling for a while, she slowly turned around and looked at Li Chu. Hee. She reluctantly straightened her stooped body and said with a smile, "Little Taoist priest. Actually, I don't know him very well." "Yeah." Li Chu nodded. At the same time, he waved his fingers to recall the pure Yang sword. This old woman's resentment is almost as strong as that of the Wooden King. She must have done many things that are harmful to nature, and it is impossible to let her go no matter what. "I have a special method of manipulating souls, which allows you to control countless women and enjoy them to your heart's content." Seeing the word danger coming to her head, Goddess Zhang immediately shouted loudly. He tried to use this method of playing his favor to get Li Chu to let him go. But after hearing this, Li Chu felt that this person was even more evil. "Not only can you manipulate people, but dogs can do it too." Seeing that Li Chu didn't seem to be soft-hearted at all, Zhang Shenpa hurriedly worked harder to do what he wanted. "Sheep will do too. Also eel will do. Any elephant will do." Call out. Boom. In this starless night, a second fireworks exploded next to the Netherwater Valley. Chapter 338. Taoist priests get it. But I can't. Li Chu's spirit returned to the inn and found that his body had been tied up by layers of white spider webs. In just a short moment, the other 3 spider spirits all arrived in his room. The last 3 spider spirits all came here for some indescribable reasons. But when they entered Li Chu's room, they saw the corpses of small animals all over the floor. "Eldest sister, second sister, seventh sister." In addition to these corpses, there are also 3 immobilized spiders. After they exclaimed for a while, they simultaneously pointed their fingers at the little Taoist priest on the bed. Although he didn't seem to be moving, there was no one else here. They imprisoned Li Chu first. Just as Li Chu's soul returned, he slowly opened his eyes. He met Lu Dao's frightened and angry eyes. "You did all this, little Taoist?" a spider spirit asked. "No," Li Chu flatly denied. He tried to move his wrists, but felt that the spider silk binding him was a little fragile, and he could break free easily. But he was not impatient. "There is no one else here except you. Can you deny it?" another spider spirit said angrily, and looked around again. "You don't even let the guard dog go." "She did that." Li Chu looked at the 3 spiders who were immobilized. "You have locked up my third sister, so you can frame her up at will. Do you dare to let her go?" another spider spirit said. "All right." Li Chu raised one hand, pointed at 3 spiders, and untied her acupuncture points. "Ah!" The 3 spiders let out a cry of surprise as they were freed. "The eldest sister, the second sister, and the 7th sister were all killed by him. Let's avenge them. We have restrained this little Taoist priest and made him fight for his life." Several spider spirits were filled with indignation. Upon hearing this, the 3 spiders who had regained their freedom immediately said with horror on their faces, "Don't! Are you letting him untie me just so that I can commit suicide with you?" She quickly moved her hands together. But before she could say anything, the sisters over there raised their hands, revealing their monster bodies. And suddenly, a sinister wind blew. The surrounding houses, which were exquisitely decorated just a moment ago, turned into a sinister black stone cave in the blink of an eye. The surroundings were covered with spider webs, and there were countless white skeletons on the spider webs. It was difficult to count them all. It was these spider spirits that had harmed people in the past of human lives. Several large spiders hung upside down from the top of the cave, suddenly showing their fierce looks. Those 3 spiders were in a state of confusion as they were being held hostage. "How come you guys are the boss now?" Before she could stop him, the sister said again, "Third sister, you have the deepest hatred for that little Taoist priest. Go and take his life with your own hands. We should have listened to your suggestion earlier and killed the little Taoist priest directly, so that the eldest and second sisters would not be killed." "Hey, don't talk nonsense." The 3 spiders resisted weakly.
Actually, it's not that big of a grudge. And I didn't make any serious suggestions.
A spider spirit next to her saw her fear and encouraged her.
Third sister, why are you still afraid of him? Now that his whole body is restrained by us, and he can't even move a finger, how can he threaten us?
Then, the 3 spiders asked speechlessly.
How do I unlock my immobilization method?
The other 3 spider spirits were stunned. Looking at Li Chu on the bed, he found that he was slowly drawing out the pure yang sword. Wow! The 3 spider spirits screamed at the same time, like they were seeing ghosts. The third sister, on the other hand, had a confused expression on her face, waving her hands hard in an attempt to explain to Li Chu that she was not familiar with these pig teammates at all. But Li Chu had already given her a chance. This time, everyone was treated equally under the Chunyang sword. Roar! A red dragon swept out, instantly sweeping away the lingering demonic energy in the cave, and also swallowed up the bright bodies of several spider spirits. Boom! When Durank woke up, he found that the sky was white, and he was lying on a blue stone. Looking up again, Boston's chubby body was hanging precariously on the top of an old tree.
Huh? That inn and the beautiful female shopkeeper.
He scratched his head, then stared, and stood up in excitement.
Then, there is a problem with both the inn and the shopkeeper. Indeed.
Li Chu nodded beside him.
Master!
When Du Lang saw the master beside him, he immediately felt that nothing was going to happen. From some unknown time, he seemed to have developed the feeling that,
as long as the master is here, it will be okay even if the sky falls. The inn and the shopkeeper both have problems,
Li Chu said.
They are both gone now.
Listening to this matter-of-fact tone, Du Lang completely calmed down, stood up, looked at Boston on the tree, and called out,
Get up! Boston!
Huh? Boston opened his eyes drowsily and turned over. The treetops could no longer hold him back and suddenly broke. Boston suddenly fell down, and Durank's long arms held him firmly in his arms. The leaves are falling all over the sky, and the scene is extremely beautiful. When Boston figured out what happened last night, he immediately thanked him profusely.
Thanks for inviting Taoist priest Xiao Li. If it were someone else, I'm afraid he would have died without knowing it. Thank you very much. It doesn't matter. It should be done.
Li Chu nodded lightly, and suddenly asked,
Boston, you want to ask me to get this Styx hard grass? Is it really the elder of Fei Lai's sect who told me? Or is it someone else instructing?
The reason why he asked this question was because he felt that this location seemed to have been specially chosen. Those spider spirits last night were just minions. The Wooden Man King of the Yin Yu sect and the Soul-Binding Goddess had evil methods that made it difficult to guard against them. And the magic sound here can obviously assist her soul-binding magic circle, which may not be a coincidence.
Hey!
Boston smiled sheepishly.
Actually, there is nothing shameful. It is true that my wife is seriously ill and needs the Styx hard grass. But it is indeed not an elder from the Fei Lai sect, but someone who asked me to say so. The reason why I lied to Taoist Priestley was because that person asked me to say it this way. Only then can I please move you.
Oh, Li Chu asked.
Who is that person?
He's an old blind man. Jin Yuqian recalled.
She looked like a beggar, but she looked weird. At that time, my wife's heart disease relapsed, and all the doctors in Chiqian City were helpless. He suddenly came to the door and said that Styx hard grass could cure the disease. But few people in this world can get it. If I want to invite you,
I must ask you, Taoist Priestley. Having said this, I rushed to Hangzhou Mansion to invite you at night.
Listening to his description, a somewhat familiar shadow gradually appeared in Li Chu's mind. Could it be him again? That weird blind man who appears whenever the plot needs to be pushed forward, who has some unknown purpose. Seeing Li Chu thinking deeply, Jin Yugan thought that he still didn't believe it. So he quickly added,
If Taoist Priestley doesn't believe it, you can wait until you get the Styx hard grass, and then come back to Chiqian City with me to see with your own eyes how my wife treats her.
Sick. When the time comes, I will definitely keep my promise, and pay you another 30,000 taels of silver as the final payment.
Li Chu held Jin Yuqian's hand.
How could I not believe Boston? Your face is full of love for your wife.
The little Taoist said sincerely. A few miles deep into the Styx Valley is the deep Styx River. The closer I get, the more I feel that the surroundings are cold and unbearable, with little life, hard to find vegetation, and filled with a dead atmosphere. Even the ground beneath his feet seemed to be extremely cold and hard. When he arrived at the shore of the underworld water, He saw the dark gray water flowing slowly by. The majestic death aura even affected Li Chu a little, and he felt extremely depressed. As for Du Lang and Jin Yuqian, they had both entered a state of depression. Lao Du looked at the river and sighed.
You said I am old, although I am only 2 years older than you, Boss Jin. But just looking at my appearance, I look like your father. Of course I am not scolding you. I am talking about Jin.
Boss, you already have a successful career and a fortune. But I still have to leave my hometown and work hard. Brother, my family knows their own affairs.
Jin Yuqian also lamented.
Although I am rich, I have also lost a lot of things. The thing I regret most in my life is that I created such a big business. The happiest time in my life was when I only earned 900 yuan a month.
After hearing his troubles, Durang became even more depressed. Li Chu in front stared at the underworld water, only to feel that the energy in it had reached a terrifying level, and it was almost impossible to detect the breath inside. After a long time, he decided to go down and give it a try. So he hung the waterproofing beads around his waist, said H low, and jumped down. As soon as I entered the water, there was that familiar feeling all around me again. Soft, moist, moist, soft. The water tongue licks it, and it feels particularly cold, because the depth of the bottom of the water was completely unclear from above. As soon as I entered, I realized that the underworld water was terrifyingly deep, and it took me a long time to reach the bottom. What he stepped on was a thick layer of black ice. Through the unknown thickness of the ice, you can vaguely see some shadows, which seem ferocious and terrifying. What kind of world is below? Li Chu had no intention of exploring. He moved forward, just wanting to find the Styx hard grass quickly. Then he saw a clump of waterweed. It was very sudden. I didn't seem to see it when it fell, but it suddenly appeared at my feet. Moreover, among this clump of water plants, there are 2 bright red grass leaves with transparent veins, exactly like the Styx hard grass described by Boss Jin. Huh? Come so easily. This thing came so easily, which made Li Chu wonder if there was something fishy in it. But the mission items have been delivered to you, so there is absolutely no reason not to accept them. But if I just leave like this, I feel empty inside. The thrills and excitement I expected didn't happen. Li Chu picked off the Styx hard grass and felt a little disappointed. He wanted to explore further, but when he looked forward, not far ahead, there is actually a clump of Styx hard grass. It seemed empty here just now. What happened? Is the Styx hard grass here so hospitable? After thinking about it, he still chose to pick grass and go up. After all, the bag is safe. Wandering around in that unfamiliar area is very dangerous and unnecessary. When they came out of the water, they heard Lao Du and Boss Jin still complaining to each other. Seeing Li Chu coming up so quickly, Boss Jin's expression suddenly darkened.
Isn't it still possible? He lamented. I know that my wife and I still have a weak fate after all. Alas. But if she dies, even if I accept another 28-year-old woman who is as beautiful as a fairy, how can she replace her? Where is she? It seemed that he thought Li Chu couldn't get deep into the underworld water, so he would come back quickly. Then Li Chu handed the bright Styx hard grass to his face. That action seems to say, you think beautifully. Not long after Li Chu and the others left, 2 bald heads slowly poked out from behind the rocks in the distance. The 2 bald heads are both wearing monk's robes. One has 2 mustaches, and the other has 2 eyebrows. They all look like practitioners, but I don't know which mountain or temple they practice in. Mustache looked at their retreating figures and murmured, Junior brother, we have been observing here for so long. Are we a little too cautious? Look at the little Taoist priest. You don't see how powerful he is? But with a sword Shuizhu, it took almost 10 breaths to pick a Styx hard grass. The brow frowned and said, but there are countless resentful souls in the underworld, and reputation does not come overnight. Even powerful people do not dare to approach easily. This is no lie. Isn't it inappropriate to jump into the water rashly? What's the point of it? Seeing them walking away, Mustache simply got up and said, the Taoist priest has it. But I can't. But? There seems to be some worries about the splayed eyebrows. The older you get in the world, the less courageous you are. Most of those powerful people are frightening themselves, and they are still following what others say. Just now, when he was going up and down, you can see that there is not even the slightest ripple in the water, not to mention the great danger. There are not even 2 little water ghosts. In my opinion, it's probably nothing weird. For most of the day, we were basically fighting against the air. Why don't we take a look again?
The brow still said. I heard Mustache say.
In this case, I will go down with the water-resisting beads. If I see a lot of sticks hard grass, I will pick one for you, so that you, a coward, can get it too. But if there are other treasures, I won't share it with you.
It turns out that the two brothers also wanted to take the Styx hard grass to assist in their cultivation. But they were afraid of the name of the Styx water, so they did not dare to enter the water after waiting here for a long time. At this time, when he saw the little Taoist priest entering the water and landing successfully in a blink of an eye, he felt that he had been a little too cautious. After saying this, Mustache smiled again, came to the shore, took out a water-repelling bead and hung it on his waist, and then took a leap, bald head in the water. Not a trace of water splash. Boom. As soon as Mustache entered the water, it sank less than halfway, and his eyes were looking for the shadow of the Styx hard grass at the bottom of the water. But Zinco didn't see it, but suddenly caught a glimpse of a white figure. How can there be any living things in the underworld? This is obviously not a good thing. His pupils tightened, and he immediately turned his bald head around, wanting to go back the way he came. But the white figure didn't give him a chance. It looked like a woman in white, standing under the water, her long hair rippling in the water. Looking up, suddenly he raised his hand. Bang. The surrounding dark water seemed to suddenly turn into a copper and iron wall, squeezing him into a ball of blood mist, just like squeezing an insignificant insect to death. He crushed the flesh and blood body into the dark water. On the bank of the river, the monk with splayed eyebrows was still struggling.
Am I really too cautious, senior brother?
As soon as he lowered his head, he saw sheets of blood mist filling the water.
Ah!
He exclaimed. Brother, he died so miserably. Underwater. The white figure raised her head and seemed to be looking at the water. But through the heavy water and mountain wind, the direction she was looking at was not so much the water as the sky. After a long time, she slowly moved her lips, let out a sound that implies fear.
This world really exists.
Fairy? Chapter 339. The Master is right. Chitian City, one of the 7 prefectures in Tianan Prefecture. It is the easternmost prefecture. Some people say that
Chitian means the Qi family is the sky,
which means that the Qi family controls everything in this city.
Chitian City is very large and has a large population. But compared to the prosperity of the cities in Jiangnan Prefecture, although the city built on the mountain is majestic, it lacks some bright colors and looks a bit gray. Of course, this cannot be blamed on the Tianan 7 families. Tianan Prefecture is surrounded by mountains, and the terrain is rugged, making it difficult to communicate with the outside world. No matter who is in power, they will definitely not be able to compare with Jiangnan, the land of fireworks and land of plenty. Bastian's home is also here. The broad main street of Chitian City is crowded with people, and the dust raised by the carriages and horses is everywhere. Not far after entering the city, the first big house along the street is Bastian's house.
Madam! Madam! I'm back!
Bastian yelled as soon as he walked in. The doctor had already been arranged to live at home. As soon as he got the Styx hard grass, he hurriedly sent it to brew medicine. Du Lank and Li Chu were sitting in the front hall, and the servants had already served melon and fruit tea. The architecture in Tianan does not pay attention to exquisite craftsmanship, but is mainly large-scale. This is especially true for Bastian's house. Looking at the countless large courtyards inside and outside, Lao Du sighed sincerely.
Because Tianan Prefecture only has 7 cities that can be considered large cities, the housing prices here are no cheaper than those in the big cities in the Central Plains. Bastian is here. There is a mansion like this on the side of the main street. It is really luxurious.
Li Chu also nodded.
A role model for our generation.
The master and apprentice were looking around as if they had never seen the world. Bastian watched the Styx hard grass finish the medicine and gave it to his wife to take, and then hurriedly came out to greet her. Hearing what the two said, he smiled and said,
Actually, we are all ordinary families. Nothing special. At most, the house is bigger.
After saying that, he waved his hand again and called to the servants.
Go to the accounting office to get 30,000 taels of silver notes and ask for Jiangnan Prefecture's ticket number.
Ha. Lao Du also smiled, thinking that your behavior is too ordinary. He casually took out tens of thousands of taels of banknotes, which was so ordinary and confident. After chatting for a few words, I heard a woman wearing plain clothes walking out behind her.
Madam?
Bastian looked back and immediately stood up to greet her.
You have just woken up. How dare you move around rashly? Go back and lie down. It's not bad.
The woman was dressed plainly, and her illness was not cured. But she could already tell that she looked better. She said softly,
I just drank the medicine, and I feel that the pain in my heart no longer hurts, and my strength has recovered. After lying in bed for so many days, it's time to get down and take a walk.
Seeing that they were in deep love as husband and wife, Li Chu and Du Lank wisely stood up and left.
This cooperation is very pleasant. Next time something like this happens in your home, Boss Shin can come to me directly. If you come more, you can get a discount.
Li Chu promised.
Congratulations to Boss Shin. Now that your wife is in good health, you don't have to consider hiring a few more beautiful women in their 28s to replace her. I wish you both can grow old together as soon as possible.
Du Lank also said. Mrs. Jin's eyes changed instantly. Boss Jin was about to cry, so he had to say goodbye while saying,
You two, master and apprentice, are really better at talking than the other.
After going out onto the main street, Li Chu noticed something strange. The energy in this city is so strong. It seemed that there were thousands of cultivators releasing their true energy at the same time to display their magical powers. Looking up, there were indeed many shadows passing by in the air, like a flock of migratory birds migrating south. The children on the street raised their heads one after another, pointing at the cultivators who were wielding wind or swords, cheering and feeling very envious.
What happened?
Du Lank also found many cultivators who were heading outside the city in Yufeng, and felt a little strange. However, Li Chu was never very curious about other people's affairs. Although he didn't know why it was so lively, he had no intention of going over to take a look. As I continued walking along the street, I suddenly heard a surprising voice coming from the side.
Oh, Taoist Priestley and Taoist Du. I see you again so soon.
Looking around in the blink of an eye, it was Chen Huaji again. The three of them met and said hello to each other for the new year. Du Lank also asked,
Mr. Chen, didn't you go back to Hangzhou to celebrate the new year? Don't mention it.
Chen Huaji waved his hand with an unlucky look on his face.
Last time we killed the devil in Sherluan Mountain. After you went back, I stayed to help the villagers dredge the river, and I was busy for most of the day. I wanted to go back and have a good time. Unexpectedly, when I returned to the station, I found out that all three of my colleagues had taken 2 months of annual leave, and I was the only one staying here. So this year, I can only celebrate the new year here.
Du Lank said angrily.
Isn't this bullying an honest person? Who says it's not the case?
Chen Huaji could only smile bitterly.
It's better to celebrate the new year right here, so as not to cause trouble to the family.
Lao Tu had no choice but to pat him on the shoulder again to comfort him.
Well, as a result, it will take at least 2 months for my transfer order to come out. If something happens in these 2 months, it will be completely out of reach.
Chen Huaji lamented.
I was just curious.
Du Lank happened to ask.
What happened in Chitian City? Why are all the cultivators in the city rushing to one place? This.
Chen Huaji looked at Li Chu.
Maybe it has something to do with Taoist Priestley. Is it related to me?
Li Chu was a little curious now.
Didn't you mention before that you saw the legendary Fu Wang demonic body in the Uncanny Valley, and then he shattered into the void and left?
Chen Huaji recounted.
A few days ago, a giant appeared out of thin air in front of Waran Mountain in southern Xinjiang. He knocked down Waran Mountain with one punch, opened an extremely wide black crack, and got in. Waran Mountain is located between Chitian City and Chushan City. The Qi and Chu families were the first to know about the incident, and then sealed the news tightly. It was not until yesterday that the cause of the incident was announced. Now that I think about it, that giant must be the resurrected demon body of Fu Huang. The secret realm he created is probably the secret realm of the great demon Qin Fu Huang 500 years ago. When he fell in southern Xinjiang, his tomb was unknown. Leaving behind, no one has discovered the secret realm. The Qi and Chu families were previously coveting the treasures that might be left in the secret realm, so they did not make it public. This kind of thing is not uncommon.
Du Lank nodded. The big Xianmin family is well informed. Once they discover a secret realm or treasure, etc., they will definitely make great efforts to block the news to avoid attracting others to compete with them. But Lao Du asked again.
Since they have blocked the news, why are they releasing it now?
Chen Huaji said.
It's because the secret realm is extremely vast and has special rules. Even the 2 great families need help. There is a legend that Qin Fu Huang transformed the secret realm of the ancient Huashu kingdom as my own secret realm. Therefore, What may be discovered in it are not only the treasures of Qinfu, but also the secret treasures of the ancient Huashu kingdom. Now, the Qi family has recruited all the cultivators in Qiqian City to go to the secret realm to help. Those who go there do not need to contribute at all. As long as they show up, they will be rewarded with 500 taels of silver. Everyone naturally flocks to it, as long as you don't have to do any work. Is there such a good thing?
Li Chu blinked.
Of course. It's not that I don't contribute at all. It is said that I still have to help with some small things,
Qin Huaji said.
What's the matter?
Li Chu asked.
I don't know the details, but I heard people say what it is.
Qin Huaji scratched his head and said,
Cut it with a knife. A chop? What kind of cutting method is it? I will know when I get there.
Qin Huaji smiled and said,
I was about to go over and participate. You want to join in the fun too?
Lao Du asked.
Hee hee. As a subordinate of Chaotian Palace, something big happened in the place where I am stationed. For the safety of the people here and the dignity of the imperial court,
I naturally have the obligation to go and investigate.
Qin Huaji said righteously.
Stop making it up. You're just coveting other people's wages.
Lao Du looked at him with squinted eyes.
Why are you still talking about useless things? Actually,
Li Chu looked at Du Lang.
We, the Yunguanmen, do not have such obligations. For the sake of the court and the people, I think we both should go and have a look. Master is right.
Lao Du immediately nodded solemnly and expressed his strong agreement. Qin Huaji looked at Lao Du with anxious eyes, sensing a slight sense of crisis. We haven't seen each other for a few days, and this guy's realm has improved again. If he is allowed to develop like this, I'm afraid that within a few days, my status as the #1 dog licker will not be guaranteed. Chapter 340, I'll give you a super double. Waterin Mountain. As its name suggests, the mountain is tens of thousands of feet high, but at this moment, it breaks from it, opening a huge black crack. At this time, both sides of the chasm were filled with people of different colors, guarding the door tightly, with a large flag flying behind each team.
The word Chu
is written on the left, and the word
Qi
is written on the right. The distinction between Jing and Wei is clear. Not long after, the mountain wind blew, and a large shadow slowly came from the direction of Qiqian City. Only when we got closer could we see clearly. It was actually a huge giant turtle. The whole body is pale green, with rugged bones and flesh, hideous scales, and complex patterns on the tortoise SHL. On the back of this giant turtle, there are at least 1,000 people. Most of these people carry swords behind their backs and wear different colors. You can tell at a glance that they are practitioners. It was the helpers recruited by the Qi family from Qiqian City, plus the cultivators from the Qi family. And this time, they had nearly 2,000 people. Li Chu, Du Lang and Qin Huaji were also among them. This also surprised Li Chu. In terms of population, Hangzhou Prefecture far exceeds Qiqian Prefecture. But if something like this happened in Hangzhou Prefecture, even if all the major sects were included, it would be difficult to gather thousands of cultivators. And on this day, Nanzhou was able to gather such a large number of cultivators at once. It seems that this place that is difficult for the king to reach is even more attractive to practitioners from all walks of life. The giant turtle reached the middle of the mountain, and after the leading Qi family disciples informed each other, they waved the big flag again. The turtle head slowly pushed into the crack. The crack didn't look so exaggerated, and it didn't seem to be sluggish even if this huge thing advanced. Boom. The rules of the secret realm this time were that only those below the level of Zhan Shay were allowed to enter. But Li Chu was not worried. Back in Yuhang Town, he had also entered the secret realm that only people below the dragon form were allowed to enter. It must be that the alien inheritance was different. After the short period of darkness and the roaring in the ears, when the light came again in front of the eyes, the scene changed instantly. Even though the practitioners present had traveled all over the world and seen the world, many people couldn't help but exclaim, the sky and the earth were empty. And suddenly there was nothingness. There are only a few floating islands in this world, hanging in the air in an inverted cone shape, carrying everything, and they are far apart from each other. There is nothing else on these suspended islands except for one most conspicuous existence. A tree. A tree that is hundreds of feet wide and thousands of feet high. So huge that it can occupy the entire island. And its crown can almost cover the sky and the sun. It's just that the tree is wrapped in a layer of something similar to amber, which looks a bit dazzling. The leaves are also golden, shining with a magical brilliance. When the wind blows, There seems to be a strong fragrance, which is refreshing and refreshing. Outside the amber-like package, there were many messy knife marks.
Washi Wudong. This is the Washi Wudong. Legend has it that it can grow into a sacred tree.
Someone exclaimed.
Yes. The outside world has almost disappeared. But there are still so many trees here.
The giant turtle walked to the side of a suspended island,
facing a Washu sycamore tree in front of it. There are some figures wearing Chijia uniforms on the island. And one of them rises from the ground. Everyone. The one flying towards the giant turtle also looked like a young man, wearing white clothes, long gown flowing, slender figure and gentle temperament.
I am a descendant of the Chi family, Chikashio. I will be in charge of all matters in this secret realm today.
He spoke with a high voice using magic techniques.
Chikashio? Is he the sixth young master of this generation of the Chi family? Yes. The sixth young master of the eldest family is also the most promising one. It is said that the elders of the Chi family intend to train him to be the head of the family.
The cultivators on the giant turtle spoke to each other and began to whisper.
First of all, I would like to thank you very much for answering my family's call and coming to help.
The young man from the Chi family continued.
Let me first explain why I invite you to come today. There are 3 levels of heaven and earth in this secret realm, and we are only on the first level now. After many days of exploration, we have discovered many mysteries in this secret realm. Every day at noon, a divine beast, the golden phoenix, will fly out from it and lead a suspended island to the next level of heaven and earth. The key to getting the guidance of the golden phoenix lies on the Washi Wudong. Every Washu sycamore tree here has been covered in dust for many years. During these long years, they will form a layer of aura crystals to protect themselves. This layer of crystals we call tree clothing. This layer of tree clothing is extremely tough and has the power to absorb spiritual energy. So it is extremely difficult to peel off. While it protects the tree body of Washi Wudong, it will also cover up the spiritual energy and fragrance released by Washi Wudong. And that cover the aura of Washi Wudong is the key to attracting the Golden Phoenix clan. That's why we invite everyone to come here. We just want to ask you to help cut off the tree coat of the Washi Wudong. Even if we can't completely peel it off, we just need to try our best to let it reveal more breath. Our competitors are only.
With that said, Chikashio turned his head and looked to the other side. On another suspended island standing far away, the Chu family also invited a large number of cultivators to help.
As long as our progress exceeds that of the Chu family, we will be guided by the Golden Phoenix. Our Chi family can promise that as long as we can be guided into the next world today, each of us will receive an additional reward of 500 taels. More efforts will be made or there will be extra bounty. In addition, if you gain something in the next few worlds, my Chi family will definitely ensure that all your gains belong to you.
After some explanation, everyone knew what they needed to do. Du Lank muttered in a low voice.
What did I think I was doing? It turns out that I am a lumberjack.
It's easy to say. Just release your flying sword, aim at the big tree that can reach the sky, and slash through it with one sword. It's just that there are many cultivators, so coordination is not an easy task. The Chi family arranged for a while before they arranged the order and scope of each cultivator's attacks. Then, he began to chop vigorously. Boo-hoo-hoo. But in the blink of an eye, hundreds of flying swords came out from the back of the giant turtle and struck the Washi Wudong tree. Clang, 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 clang. For a time, the sound of gold and iron clashing was endless. But that layer of tree clothing is actually extremely tough. And when most sword energy falls on it, there is only a shallow white mark. Only a very few people with advanced sword skills can cut through a layer of tree clothing with one sword, leaving a sword mark. Whenever this happens, Chikashio will shout, "More money!" He is accompanied by 2 followers who record in real time, and whoever wields a sharp sword will receive an additional reward. After the first batch of hundreds of flying swords pass by, no matter what the result is, they must first circle around the Washi Wudong tree, and then the next batch of flying swords continue to attack here. In this way, all attacks can be concentrated in one place. Clang, 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 clang. There was another clanging sound, among which one of the cultivators carrying a big sword was the most powerful. The big sword flew from behind and opened the deepest sword mark currently. With a sneer, a green aura visible to the naked eye escaped from the sword mark.
10 times more!
Chikashio raised his eyebrows and said happily. Not long after, an indifferent swordsman silently drew his sword, and actually cut through the tree's coat with one sword, and also cut through a layer of bark on the tree body. The spiritual energy that escaped almost formed a small, thick fog.
100 times more.
Chikashio laughed again. If there were a few more such masters, it would be easy for the Chu family's team to defeat them today. He turned his head and glanced at the hanging island of the Chu family. The tree-cutting operation there was also in full swing. And the scene was similar. It's just that the Chu family's progress is obviously not as fast as theirs. In fact, this kind of struggle between the two families has been going on for more than a day, and they would not have been so vigorous in the first place. Since the secret realm was discovered, they have sent their family elites to explore it and find the rules. But recently, the news has gradually come out, and other companies must get involved sooner or later. As a result, both the Qi and Chu families are now eager to increase their chances of exploring the secret realm. And the struggle in this first level of heaven and earth becomes extremely important. Looking at the time, it was already approaching noon, and the golden phoenix was about to appear. Chikashio's eyes were full of expectation. Chu Xiangyu, you were born with a domineering body and are the best among the 7 families. But so what? This time, I will defeat you. While he was thinking about this, the flag waved again, and the next batch of cultivators had already drawn their swords. Clang, 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 rumble, rumble. Chikashio's ears twitched. This voice seems to be different from before. He turned around and looked back. His eyes suddenly bulged a few inches and almost fell out of their sockets. The huge tree body, like a jade pillar, is slowly falling. The root cause of the collapse was that a huge hole was opened in the middle of the tree, and there were still raging flames burning in it. The remaining short connection was obviously not enough to support the big tree. Boom, boom, boom. But in the blink of an eye, the Huashi Wudong tree on the suspended island broke off and fell high, leaving only a huge, dark tree stump covered with annual rings. Chikashio was sluggish throughout. The occurrence of this situation was obviously not within his expectation. After a long while, he looked at a little Taoist priest in the center of the crowd. Because everyone is looking at him, this little Taoist priest looked a bit dazzling. Chikashio squinted his eyes before he could barely look straight at him. And then he flew down. Good. Just now, it was Li Chu's turn to take action. And it was Li Chu who raised his halberd and fired with a flying fireball. A scene that shocked everyone's eyes happened. Li Chu's pure yang sword whizzed past, and the sword penetrated the Huashi Wudong tree, and exploded most of the tree body, directly breaking a tree. Master, Du Lang tugged on Li Chu's sleeve.
He's here. Do you want to run away?
Li Chu shook his head helplessly.
I didn't mean it either.
Call. Chikashio fell gently, looked at the little Taoist priest in front of him, hesitated for a long time, and asked,
What do you call this little Taoist priest? Duyun Temple. Li Chu.
Li Chu answered truthfully. In fact, at this second, he had the urge to say his name was Wang Longqi. How embarrassing.
What's going on?
Chikashio gestured with his hands in the air for a long time, probably saying,
How can a tree be as big as me? I was thinking about it.
Li Chu replied hesitantly.
I'll give you a super double.
Unexpectedly, this sword was too harsh. Chikashio seemed a little angry. He finally received such an important task. Recruited so many people, planned for so long, and worked so hard, and it seemed like he was about to succeed. With a click, the tree was gone. It would be hard for anyone to accept. But he restrained himself, because reason told him that the person who could penetrate the Huashi Wudong tree with one sword, maybe not easy to mess with. After hesitating for a long time, he managed to squeeze out a smile and said,
I'm afraid it won't work.
At this time, the attendant next to him suddenly shouted,
Master! Golden Phoenix is out!
Everyone saw it at this moment. Intense golden light filled the sky and the earth. A loud phoenix cry echoed throughout the place, and the huge golden body dragged its gorgeous tail feathers with red gold flames. It is really the golden phoenix in ancient legends. While everyone was shocked by the beauty and power of this golden phoenix, only Chikashio still maintained a look of despair. One is because he has seen golden phoenix many times in the past few days, and the other is because no matter what comes out, it has nothing to do with him.
My sycamore trees are gone. What's the use of the golden phoenix?
The 6th young master of the Qi family suddenly had a hint of crying in his words. Li Chu looked at his aggrieved look and had nothing to say, and felt very guilty. He thought for a while and said,
If you have to ask for a tree, I can actually compensate you for one temporarily.
Chapter 341. The phoenix of the first heaven changes its path, and the second heaven slays the demon and continues its fire. On the hanging island in the Chu family camp, In the center of the crowd was a very tall man, at least 2 heads taller than an ordinary person, dressed in dark purple clothes and covered with a thick black cloak. He has broad eyebrows, a nose as high as a mountain, and deep and gloomy eyes. Surrounded by several generals of the Chu family, he sat on a large chair carved with beasts. There was also a tall woman standing behind the chair, also wearing a black robe, with long dark black hair and a cold face. Looking at the progress of the Qi family's beheading Shui, the woman gently leaned over and said,
"Young master, we may not be able to keep up with the Qi family's progress today. It doesn't matter."
Although the man is tall and burly, if you look closely, you can see that there is actually a bit of youthful heroism in the strong outline. And he must not be very old. He waved his hand and said,
"Chikashio is a bit clever. This time he thought of the idea before me. So it is normal for him to be ahead of us. This secret realm will be open for many days. So it doesn't matter if he wins this day first."
When the man spoke, his eyes turned around, and there was a shadow of double pupils. Wherever his eyes passed, there was a strong pressure.
"Huh?"
He smiled coldly at first, and then said in a low and domineering voice,
"As a sage surnamed Lu said, if you get fat first, you are not fat. And if you get fat later, you will overwhelm the Kong. Yes."
The woman behind him seemed to be intimidated by the aura in his words, and she unconsciously took a step back before nodding in agreement. Unlike the Qi family, which has several successor candidates in this generation, there is still a lot of competition within the family. This generation of the Chu family, from the day the child born with a domineering body was born, it was determined that he would be the sole heir of the Chu family. The last natural hegemon that appeared in the human world was the last owner of this secret realm, Qin Fu Huang. The strength of the hegemonic body is evident. The young man in front of him is the young master of the Chu family, who is also considered to be the leader of the 7 families in this generation, Chu Xiangyu. However, before he could finish his words, he heard a rumble and explosion from the hanging island on the side of the Qi family. Chu Xiangyu turned his gaze again and saw that the Huashi Wudong tree on the island was cut off by a flying fireball. After a rumbling sound, such a huge ancient sycamore tree fell down. When Chu Xiangyu saw this, his pupil shrank, and he said in an extremely domineering voice, "Ouch." The woman behind the chair's eyes lit up.
"The sycamore tree of the Qi family is broken? Then it must be us who are picked up by the golden phoenix. This is a surprise."
Chu Xiangyu nodded. While he was talking, suddenly another ray of golden light spread out from the distant sky, and in the blink of an eye, there were thousands of rays of light.
"The golden phoenix is coming!"
someone shouted. The golden phoenix that fluttered out of the darkness was extremely large, with its wings spread enough to support a suspended island. The giant turtle that carried thousands of people inside couldn't help but shrink its head after seeing it. No wonder it was afraid. Compared with this big bird, it could only be regarded as a small turtle. Each of the golden phoenix feathers seemed to be shining with dazzling golden light. The distant darkness was instantly illuminated. With a little flutter of wings, it flew to the top of several suspended islands. It seems to be looking for something, but there aren't many options right now. The other suspended islands are all empty, and only the islands of the Qi and Chu families have people on them. When its jewel-like shining eyes swept over the treeless suspended island, it seemed to reveal a fleeting confusion. It's like a multiple-choice question with only 2 options, and one wrong answer is ruled out. So it's obvious how to choose. Who? The golden phoenix let out a loud and clear cry, and then flew towards the hanging island of the Chu family. However, just when it was about to take over the hanging island where the Chu family was located, another change occurred. On the slightly empty island of the Qi family, another green tree suddenly sprouted out. As soon as this tree appeared, it instantly swept away all the Wei-Qi around it, forming a whirlpool of Wei-Qi that grew crazily. But the most eye-catching thing about it is not how fast it grows, but the tree. So handsome? Although it is very strange to use this adjective to describe a tree, this word came to everyone's mind at the same time. And it is so accurate and appropriate when applied to this tree. It seems that not only humans can feel this handsome golden phoenix suddenly stopped in midair. Obviously, this was the first time he had seen such a scene. As the saying goes, if you don't have a plain tree, you can't attract a golden phoenix. There is an eternal bond between the golden phoenix clan and Huashi Wudong, which is almost like a blood contract. But as the saying goes, green plums are no match for what falls from heaven. The moment it saw this tree, the golden phoenix suddenly felt that it was shaken. The Huashi Wudong that had been with it for thousands of years suddenly became so worth mentioning. after going through a long struggle that lasted almost half a breath. This golden phoenix resolutely changed the direction of its flight, turning to the small island where the Qi family is located. Chu Xiongyu frowned as he watched this scene unfold. He looked disillusioned and said in a deep and domineering voice,
"I'm such a good guy."
The woman behind him also shook her head in confusion.
"This secret realm is really strange."
Chu Xiongyu stood up in a hurry and ordered,
"It seems that we still lost today. But we must find out where the handsome tree and the Qi family came from." "Yes,"
the woman named Chu Xiai responded. In fact, it's not just the Chu family who are confused. Even people on the Qi family side were confused, including Qi Kishio, who watched Li Chu transform into a tree. Li Chu's idea is also very simple. Just give it a try. If I chop down a tree for you, I will turn it into a tree and put it on top. Anyway, as long as there is enough wood, it can grow indefinitely, and it is not impossible to reach the position of the Huaxi sycamore tree. However, Li Chu himself did not expect that the effect would be so good. When the golden phoenix saw the tree it had transformed into, it changed its path without hesitation. Bang! The golden phoenix flew under the suspended island, held up the island with his back, and took it with the cultivators belonging to the Qi family on the island to advance forward. The dense darkness gradually enveloped everyone on the island. Li Chu also changed his body shape and exhaled a long breath, finally not causing trouble. Opposite me, Shikishio looked at Li Chu hesitantly and asked,
"Brother, who are you?"
Li Chu heard this and replied,
"As I said before, I am just a little Taoist priest in Duyun Temple in Jiang'an."
Shikishio was even more confused. This Duyun Temple is not a famous celestial sect, and the name sounds a bit unseemly. How could such a person appear? The transformation technique he used just now was clearly an immortal technique. Forget about immortal magic. How can it have such power? It's simply outrageous. But there were so many outrageous things that he didn't even know where to start. Amid countless surprised eyes around him, Golden Phoenix entered the second level of heaven and earth. Boom! Fire! When Shinhuaji opened his eyes from the darkness, there was only a small cluster of leaping red flames in front of him, and the firelight enveloped a small area of 3 to 5 feet in radius.
"Lao Du! Little Taoist priestly, where have you been?"
Not being able to see his own people, Shinhuaji suddenly felt a sense of crisis and hurriedly shouted,
"Stop screaming! They won't hear you if you break your throat."
Another voice came from near the fire. Shinhuaji looked over again. The fire was burning in a short tree stump. Besides him, there were 4 or 5 other people beside the stump, looking at each other. When their eyes met, they were both a little strange and fearful, and they obviously didn't know each other. The person who spoke just now was a middle-aged man wearing Qijia uniform.
"I am a steward of Qi's family room. I have entered this second world before. I can tell you about the rules here first."
The steward of the Qi family held his neck high and glanced at the people with his eyes lowered.
"The first level of heaven and earth in this secret realm is the Golden Phoenix Guide.
And the second level is Demon Renewal Fire. The darkness outside is full of monsters and ghosts. And there are many powerful evil spirits among them, which are quite dangerous,"
he said. "Ah!" Someone suddenly panicked.
"When the Qi family asked us to come, they never said we would die. Don't worry."
The steward of the Qi family turned over his hand and pressed it, and said,
"It happened too suddenly, so I didn't have time to explain it to you. But our Qi family has explored the laws of this place before, and the evil spirits in the darkness are what we are most afraid of. As long as you don't leave the range of the fire, you won't be attacked by any evil spirits."
"Huh?" Shinhuaji let out a long breath.
"That's good. But this fire will eventually go out."
The steward of the Qi family suddenly added,
"Ah? And the fuel that continues this fire is a kind of blood magic crystal that will be dropped by those evil ghosts after they die. Therefore, if you want to live safely, you must hunt down the evil ghosts."
The face of the steward of the Qi family shone with fire, as if it was cloudy or sunny.
"As long as we can persist for 12 hours. Once the time passes, those with strong fire will be led to the third level of Secret Realm, and others can also leave safely." 12 hours?
Shinhuaji asked weakly.
"Then how long can we hold on to this fire?"
The steward of the Qi family said,
"It will gradually burn out in less than an hour."
"What?" Shinhuaji immediately put his hand on his forehead. "But everyone here is a cultivator. After knowing the specific rules, they are not so afraid."
"What are you afraid of?"
Someone shouted.
"We are here to make a fortune anyway. Instead of being timid, let's make the fire bigger and break into the third secret realm." Well said.
The manager of the Chi family smiled and said,
I wonder what state you are in. We can communicate with each other, and we will know the root cause if we work together.
Immediately, everyone informed each other about their realms, and found that except for the steward of the Chi family, who was in the early stage of transforming into a dragon, everyone else was only at the Shinha realm. After hearing this, the manager of the Chi family frowned and said,
I'm afraid we can't hunt down too many evil spirits with our strength. So we should mainly protect ourselves by guarding the fire. How to protect yourself?
Someone asked. After a pause, he continued,
if many people enter the darkness together, it will inevitably attract more powerful evil spirits, which will be very difficult to deal with. The best way is to find one person to step into the darkness first to attract the evil spirits, and then the evil spirits will be attracted. If the evil spirits are attracted to this fire, let's take action together to kill them.
That's good. Chen Huaji agreed happily.
As long as one person can attract evil spirits, the rest can stay in the firelight, which is much safer.
After he finished speaking, there was silence. Chen Huaji asked again,
then who is going to attract evil spirits first?
The air remained silent.
Eh?
Chen Huaji blinked.
Why are you looking at me?
The manager of the Chi family said,
you have the lowest cultivation level here, so naturally you should be the first to attract evil spirits. What's the point?
Chen Huaji wanted to protest, but looking at the ferocious faces opposite him, he immediately understood the reason. Because no one can beat the person with the lowest cultivation level. If you don't bully anyone, who will bully you? After thinking for a while, he added,
I am the Xuani guard under the Chaotian Palace Gate. If anything happens to you, you will all be involved.
Huh?
Chaotian K? Hee.
The people in the fire looked at each other and sneered in unison. Chen Huaji also pursed his lips. If it were elsewhere in the Halua dynasty, how could Chaotian's disciples be bullied like this? But in Tiananmen, Chaotian Tower is just a decoration, and naturally no one respects it. In addition, if Taoist Priestley was still here, no one would dare to bully him like this. The steward of the Chi family said coldly,
Master Xuani Wei, don't waste your time. I'll give you a stick of incense. If you haven't thought about it yet, don't blame me for sending you out. Don't think I'm afraid of you.
Chen Huaji shouted, then flicked his sleeves, stood up, and said in a sonorous tone,
I can walk by myself. Li Chu also came to such a fire. In the dense firelight, there were 4 or 5 figures around. Looking around, there were 2 young men of the same age opposite. They looked similar in appearance and clothing. They seemed to be disciples of some immortal sect. They were obviously very happy to be together, and such a random rule could actually lead to the same sect. On the left is a tough-looking man with a scar. He is carrying a big knife on his back. A scar running through the left and right sides of his face is very frightening, making his appearance inevitably fierce. On the right is a smaller girl, whose facial features appear somewhat delicate against the firelight. She is blinking her big eyes rather uneasily and looking around. However, when her eyes caught sight of Li Chu, her anxiety suddenly dissipated. In fact, not only her, but the other 3 people were also silent for a while when they saw Li Chu. Just now outside, they saw with their own eyes that the little Taoist priest cut off the Huashu sycamore tree with one sword, and then transformed into an extremely handsome tree, attracting the golden phoenix. This series of god-level operations is simply inhuman. Others might not be able to remember his face clearly, but it was impossible to recognize his face even if it turned into ashes. When Li Chu saw several people looking at him, he realized that he should break the silence. So he asked,
Do you know what is going on here?
I know. A young man raised his hand flatteringly.
My master has a relationship with the steward of the Chi family, so he told us the laws of the second world before coming here.
Then, he briefly talked about the rules of the place, which were similar to what the steward of the Chi family said.
In this case, if you want to protect yourself here, someone has to go out and lure the evil spirits here.
The scarred face also said immediately. There was a fierce light in his eyes. He glanced at the 2 young men from the same school, and then at the little girl. No one dared to look at him. Then, he glanced at Li Chu again. Then he quickly looked away, not daring to look at Li Chu at all. After a while, he said in a deep voice,
Then it seems that I must be the first one to attract evil spirits. Eh?
The other people were a little surprised. Li Chu asked,
Why is this?
Scarface said,
Those young people have never experienced the dangers of the world at first glance, and the situation outside is not clear. It is better for someone to go out and explore the road first, Li Chu said. It will probably be better if I go. You?
Scarface was startled.
But isn't your cultivation the strongest among us? Is this a conflict?
Li Chu asked. But Scarface was stunned by the question. According to his experience in the world, in such a dangerous situation, the strongest person will inevitably push out those weaker than him to explore the way first, in order to preserve his own strength. It has almost become a rule. The reason why he took the initiative to apply to be the first to go out to attract evil spirits was because he was worried that if Li Chu opened his mouth, he would push out a few weaker young people, which might lead to their deaths in vain. But when Li Chu asked this, he obviously didn't think so. If he says it again, it will be bad if it reminds him. After thinking about it, he still said, I am the oldest here, so in terms of seniority, I should go. How can we talk about this at this time? Li Chu shook his head and said,
if strong people take action, the possibility of damage will be smaller. Anyway, I'll go ahead.
Scarface couldn't help but still insisted.
It's better if I go.
Li Chu refused to give in. Scarface said,
if you don't let me go, you are looking down on me.
Li Chu said,
then give me some face.
Scarface said,
at least let me go once, and I'll come even if I come.
Li Chu said,
don't argue. It's Chinese New Year.
Scarface said,
why don't we come together? Huh?
Li Chu paused, nodded and said,
that's fine.
The three young men next to me looked at each other in a daze. Somehow, they felt as if they were checking out at a restaurant. As he spoke, Li Chu and Scarface walked out of the small area shrouded in fire. Away from the fire, it was filled with thick darkness. With Li Chu's eyesight, he could barely see a foot in front of him. And it is isolated from all spiritual consciousness and breath. And it is completely impossible to predict what will emerge from it. The two walked forward side by side, taking every step cautiously.
Hey, what do you call me? Brother?
Scarface suddenly asked.
Do you in temple? Li Chu.
Li Chu replied, and then asked,
what about you? My name is Niu Sandao. I am a swordsman traveling in southern Xinjiang. I have no master.
Li Chu agreed again. Scarface smiled and said,
I think you are a good person. You have strong cultivation and don't bully others. You are a person who can achieve great things. If you continue to practice hard, you can expect to be defeated.
When he saw that Li Chu could enter this secret realm, he thought that his cultivation level was also below the level of decline. While they were chatting, Niu Sandao suddenly shouted,
be careful!
It turned out that a dark shadow flashed from his side and behind him, and a lightning-like shadow suddenly jumped out. He could not see his figure at all, and it came very quickly. Go straight to Li Chu. In desperation, Niu Sandao had no time to dodge, so he used all his strength and pushed Li Chu hard. Bang! He originally wanted to push Li Chu away to avoid the blow, but unexpectedly, a huge force suddenly rebounded back. Li Chu didn't move at all, and he instantly lifted into the air. Li Chu had already reacted before he exclaimed. The pure yang sword in his right hand had already come out of his bag and struck hard. Boom! A red dragon slashed across the head and face, and the flying black shadow was swallowed up without even revealing its figure. The red dragon flew dozens of feet further, dispersing a large area of darkness before dissipating. The darkness around him flowed back again like thick ink.
Huh?
Only then did Li Chu notice that the Niu Sandao beside him was missing. He shouted,
Brother Niu! Brother Niu! I'm here!
A vague voice came from dozens of feet away. Li Chu walked over quickly and found Niu Sandao lying on his back on the ground with his hands in a weak posture, as if he had been seriously injured.
Why are you injured?
Li Chu asked.
Yes,
Niu Sandao said, somewhat puzzled.
Why am I injured?
Chapter 342. Let's hunt those ghosts in the dark together.
Sixth Elder. Sixth Elder. Blooming again.
Kunlun Baiyujing. On Baoshu Peak, a little boy wearing a Taoist robe ran through the path with beautiful vegetation and came to the elegant attic, shouting loudly. In the attic, several Taoist priests were talking to each other. At the top of the list is a man with white beard and hair, but an ageless appearance. The color of his robes is different from those of the people around him, making him the center of everyone.
It's just that the fairy tree that hasn't changed for hundreds of years has blossomed under my careful cultivation in just a few years. There's nothing to shout about.
The man smiled slightly, as if scolding the boy, but his tone was very gentle. At the end, he added,
This is not the first time. Yes, I was reckless.
The boy bowed his head to admit his mistake very obediently, then raised his head and said,
This disciple was overjoyed when he saw that the fairy tree had bloomed another glazed flower this time. So he became anxious. Sixth elder, please don't blame me. I know. You go back and take care of it first. I don't know what to do with this flower yet. But don't make any mistakes.
The sixth elder waved his hand.
That fairy tree has bloomed another precious flower. This is a big event for me. By Yujing.
After the boy retreated, a young Taoist priest said,
Yes.
Someone else echoed.
The treasure flower last time had endless magical uses. It is said that Danding Pavilion offered a large price to exchange for it. But the headmaster rejected it because this flower is unique in the world. I didn't expect that in just a few days. The sixth elder actually cultivated another flower. The sixth elder is worthy of being the sixth elder. Even if he comes to take charge of Baoshu Peak, he will make great achievements.
Several disciples licked the sixth elder thoroughly with their words.
You can't say that. What's wrong with being in charge of Baoshu Peak? Every one of the Kunlun peaks under my jurisdiction, by Yujing, is indispensable.
The sixth elder waved his hands and said,
The second elder is guarding demons at Baoda Peak. The seventh elder is refining his sword power at Jianxi Peak. And I am taking care of the immortal trees at Baoshu Peak. Although our responsibilities are different.
We all have a bright future. The words of the sixth elder are really shocking and make this disciple feel deeply ashamed.
Someone else said immediately.
The structure of the sixth elder is really enough for a disciple to learn for a lifetime. Yes, the sixth elder was only famous for his swordsmanship back then. Who would have thought that when he came to Baoshu Peak to cultivate immortal trees, he could achieve such an achievement? This ability to blossom across borders is really admirable.
After saying a few words, another licking came.
Uh-huh.
The sixth elder just smiled faintly at this, and then leaned back sharply.
What is a senior elder?
A burst of light like a small sun shone through another circle of darkness, lasting for a few breaths before slowly dissipating. Li Chu put away the little Bodhi mantra and asked,
Brother Nyo, how do you feel?
The scar-faced Nyo Sandow stood up with a look of surprise on his face.
Little Taoist priestly, your magical power is so effective. It just looks like the Buddhist Bodhi mantra. How do you do it? As a Taoist priest, it is reasonable for me to learn a Buddhist teaching,
Li Chu said lightly. Naturally, Nyo Sandow didn't dare to say it was unreasonable. And he added,
I just killed the evil spirit. But did it drop the blood demon crystal? That is the key to continuing the fire. Blood demon crystal?
Li Chu was surprised. The incident happened in a hurry. Or the evil spirit died too hastily. And the surrounding area was too dark. So Li Chu really didn't notice what items were dropped. The two went back to search again. And sure enough they found a blood magic crystal. It was quite trivial. No wonder Li Chu didn't pay attention. When he was fighting monsters in the Uncanny Valley, he didn't even bother to pick up broken diamonds like this. Later, the Mulan girl followed behind and picked them up. Just by picking up the broken diamonds that Li Chu didn't want, he became the holy son of Gao Qiao. Unexpectedly, the evil spirits here would drop blood demon crystals after death. Sure enough, they are inextricably linked to the demon body of Fu Huang. Nyo Sandow picked up the broken diamond like a treasure and said,
Let's go back. Going back now?
Li Chu wondered.
This blood magic crystal is enough to last the flame for a long time,
Nyo Sandow said. And then he scratched his head.
Of course. Taoist priestly, you have great powers. If you want to hunt more evil spirits and try to get in, the third level of heaven and earth is also normal. So I will sacrifice my life to accompany you. Forget it. Let's go back first,
Li Chu said. Since people have said that they would sacrifice their lives to accompany a gentleman, naturally he cannot really let others sacrifice their lives. The two of them immediately turned around and went back. The two young cultivators and the little girl were waiting anxiously by the fire. The light of the fire was already a little weaker than before. Although it was not obvious, it was enough to make people panic. Seeing them coming back, the little girl immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
Shout Taoist priest, you are finally back. You worried me to death. Are you not hurt? I feel relieved to see you back. I'm fine.
Li Chu nodded. I'm hurt, Nyo Sandow said weakly, being left aside.
Oh.
The three of them looked at him. Sure enough, he was covered in dust. Although there were no wounds, he was still quite embarrassed.
I just met an evil spirit, and it suddenly shot out from the thorns. And it was quite fierce. Although we killed it, I also accidentally suffered some injuries in the process.
Nyo Sandow spoke slowly.
Fortunately, Taoist priest Shaoli knows the magical power of recovery. So I can come back intact.
Wow. Several young people were stunned for a moment, as if they had seen some thrilling scene.
Fortunately, I lived up to my mission and brought back this blood magic crystal.
Yo Sandow opened his hand, and in his huge palm was a small blood magic crystal, which looked very inconspicuous. Wow. Several young people once again showed their unseen screams. Look! Yo Sandow raised his hand and threw the blood magic crystal into the fire. Boom! As expected, the cluster of flames jumped up, suddenly expanded in a circle, and became even hotter. Wow! Great! Several young people cheered and even clapped. Li Chu beside him had been watching them quietly, not knowing what was so exciting about this broken diamond.
This moment, human beings' joys and sorrows are not the same. Soon after the fire calmed down, Li Chu stood up and said,
I'll go out and take a look.
In fact, he didn't care much about whether he could enter the third world. But it was rare to find a place full of evil spirits. Going back with only a small amount of experience points was tantamount to entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed. He couldn't accept this.
Xiao Tao is masterly. Are you going out alone?
The little girl stood up immediately.
Then how can I rest assured? It's okay.
Li Chu shook his head.
How about I go with you?
The little girl gathered her courage and said,
In that case, I won't worry.
Li Chu sat her down and said,
Don't worry. I will come back if there is danger. Indeed.
Niu Sanna nodded with deep feeling.
Daozhong Xiao Li's strength is far superior to mine. There is no need to worry at all.
After saying goodbye to a few people, Li Chu disappeared into darkness again. They mentioned before that the distance between each cluster of fires here is extremely far. So walking in all directions will lead to deep darkness. And the possibility of walking to another fire is extremely small. Li Chu did not choose a direction, but just walked forward. Unexpectedly, not far away, he actually heard Chen Huaji's voice.
Little Taoist Priestley, it's really you.
Li Chu turned around and saw Chen Huaji's flattering smile peeking out of the darkness.
Why are you here?
Li Chu asked.
Forget it. My teammates who cheated me forced me to come out to attract evil spirits. How could I let them get their wish? I just kept running and didn't go back. In the end, I ran all the way here.
Chen Huaji said.
It just so happens that we are traveling together.
Li Chu said.
Okay.
Chen Huaji immediately followed Li Chu. Li Chu just turned around and suddenly felt something was wrong. Although this Chen Huaji has its form, it seems to have no spirit. This time when he appeared, there was no such vague licking feeling in the air. Wrong. This Chen Huaji is fake. Li Chu turned around suddenly and was met with a sharp sword light. Clang. Dang-lang-lang. A few crisp sounds. It turned out that Chen Huaji indeed took out a short blade from behind his back, and then stabbed Li Chu hard in the back. Then the knife broke. Forehead. Chen Huaji stabbed the knife, but felt something was wrong. So he retracted his hand and stabbed out again. But this time it was half shorter. Li Chu looked at him calmly. He made several thrusting movements mechanically, but it obviously had no effect.
You are indeed lying,
Li Chu said coldly.
I am joking with you.
Chen Huaji suddenly smiled. Then, it was Li Chu's turn to stab him. Boom. With such a close sword strike, Chen Huaji melted instantly. A medium-sized blood demon crystal fell down, and Li Chu caught it in his hand, while also becoming more vigilant. The evil spirit here can transform into the human form in the memory. So be careful. He held the Chunyang sword. This time he did not put it back into the sword pouch, but silently recited something in his heart. Let's hunt those ghosts in the dark together. Chapter 343. A Sun? Roar. A red dragon's correction broke through thousands of black tides in an instant. With a snap, another blood magic crystal fell to the ground. Li Chu took a quick look. The size of this magic crystal showed that the evil spirit was pretty strong. This level of evil spirits, whether stronger or weaker, has only a very slight difference in experience points. It can be judged by the progress of the experience tank. It is really not obvious, and can only be seen with the help of some other things. This blood magic crystal was of some value. So Li Chu stepped forward and bent down to pick it up. Nowadays, he doesn't care about the broken diamond at all. After all, the action of bending down to pick up the broken diamond takes more time than killing the evil spirit. Picking up the blood magic crystal, Li Chu looked back. The star point was completely invisible, and I walked a long way without realizing it. But since it is said that the evil spirits become more powerful the closer you get to the depths of darkness. It would be a pity not to go further. After all, we have come. And it's still the Chinese New Year. Although Li Chu is still a child. But he is not afraid. He was about to continue walking into the darkness, when he suddenly heard another surprising voice coming from the other end.
Little Taoist Priestley, it's really you.
As soon as he turned his head, he saw a flattering smile peeking out from the darkness. Is it Chen Huaji again?
Etc.
Li Chu stopped him with a horizontal stroke of his sword.
Hey, Taoist Priestley, what are you doing?
Chen Huaji was stunned, obviously not expecting that his warm and innocent smile would be met with such a cold reception.
Why are you here?
Li Chu asked.
Hey, don't mention it.
Chen Huaji waved his hand and complained.
My teammates who cheated me actually forced me to come out and lure Xie Sui back to kill them. How could I let them get what they wanted? I just kept running and didn't plan to go back. In the end, I ran all the way. When I got here, I didn't expect to meet you.
Li Chu nodded slowly. This rhetoric is exactly the same. But you are not evil? Seeing the cold light bursting out of Li Chu's eyes, Chen Huaji realized that something was wrong. He quickly raised his hands and said loudly,
Xiao Taoist Priestley, why are you looking at me again with your deep eyes that seem to contain thousands of stars? With a cold, ruthless, and cold look? You will make my admiration like a torrential river.
After hearing this, Li Chu put away his sword again. It's not that he likes such flattery, but it's just right. It has an internal smell.
Then we just happen to be traveling together,
Li Chu added. Chen Huaji immediately shook off his tongue and followed.
Little Taoist Priestley, were you also forced to come out to attract evil spirits? Bah! Look at my brain. Taoist Priestley is so upright and upright. He must have taken the initiative to kill evil spirits and eliminate harm for the people. Right,
Li Chu said.
Since your identity has been confirmed, there is no need to do this. Okay, set up the formation.
Chikashio gave a clear shout, and two generals from the Qi family stood in front of him, unfurling their big flags, standing at the top of the battle, with their feet on the sky and the earth, mobilizing the Qi of the surroundings for him. Chikashio himself stood still, picked up two talismans, and punched them in the sky. He spoke plausibly, as if he was thinking of something. The next moment, the two talismans suddenly burned in the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Bang! At the same time, a double-headed evil dragon on the opposite side suddenly stiffened, and then its two heads exploded at the same time. Flesh and blood flew everywhere for a while. Chikashio flew back 2 feet, dodged the splash of flesh and blood, and frowned slightly. Two generals stepped forward, found a blood magic crystal from the mess on the ground, presented it to them, and said,
Young master, this is such a powerful talisman that it can destroy both the body and spirit of this two-headed dragon with one blow.
Faced with the general's praise, Chikashio maintained a humble demeanor and said with a smile,
We destroyed this two-headed dragon together. Half of the blood magic crystal is mine, and half of it is the two of you.
The two generals looked at each other. I thought to myself that this young master is really a math genius. Chikashio put away the blood demon crystal, and his waist bulged, different from the fire next to it. The fire that Chikashio descended on had two generals from the Qi family besides him. After all, the Qi family accounted for nearly half of the crowd this time. So meeting only two of them was not a lot. Unlike those cultivators, who are new here, and just want to protect themselves, Chikashio has already entered this secret realm several times, and is now the leader of the Qi family here. So his goal is naturally greater. He wanted to collect more blood magic crystals, stoke the fire, and strive to enter the third level of the secret realm. So soon after arriving here, he took two generals with him, and also walked into the darkness, embarking on the road to kill the evil spirits. It's just that unlike Li Chu's brave and diligent progress, their progress must be much more cautious. And it can be said that they are taking steps step by step. But it was also very rewarding.
It should be almost done.
Chikashio took out a round jade pendant from his arms. There were gold-carved hands on it, which seemed to indicate the weather in the dark.
Let's go back. Young master, how many more evil spirits are you going to kill?
A general asked.
The time is coming. If we don't go back, if we accidentally start a fire,
we will lose more than we gain.
Chikashio smiled slightly.
Don't be greedy for merit. When you return to the family, I will reward you for your merit. Hee. Thank you, young master.
The two generals nodded in unison. This is the reason why Chikashio is the most popular in the family. among the contemporary candidates of the Qi family. He may not be the one with the highest cultivation level, nor may he be the smartest, but he has the ability to take care of everyone. His emotions make people sincerely believe in him. He gave everyone the impression that he was a humble gentleman, and he had an excellent reputation among Tian Nanqi's family. Some people say that to have this ability, you must have read emotional intelligence while in your mother's womb. The three of them quickly returned to the fire. Chikashio took out a bag full of blood magic crystals and threw them into the fire. Boom! Fire explodes. An area of dozens of feet in radius was illuminated at once, and a few evil screams even came from the darkness. They were caught off guard by the sudden firelight. Haha. Young master. This time, there is only a lot more than before. It seems that this opportunity to enter the third world belongs to us. A general on the left praised. I dare not say it yet, Chikashio said with a smile. Our Qi family is not the only one who entered the secret realm this time. Yeah. Like the little Taoist priest who cut off the Huashi Wudong tree with one sword. If he takes action. A general on the right continued following Chikashio's words. As he spoke, he suddenly noticed that his young master's smile gradually disappeared. He stopped immediately. The minds of these superiors are sometimes very strange. If you tell lies, they will happily refute you. But if you tell the truth, he will be unhappy. How could it be? The famous master on the left quickly said. Even if he has a high level of cultivation, no young master will understand the laws here. Not to mention that the young master still has my eyes. Boom. Golden light rises from the ground. What did I see? A general on the right exclaimed. Yes. Chikashio was also startled when I saw something. What the hell is that? A sun? Chapter 344 The Most Handsome Man in Huashu Kingdom. When Li Chu took Chenhuaji back to the fire, he was greeted by a circle of surprised eyes. Niu Sandao looked at Li Chu. Little Taoist Priestly, have you captured the evil spirits? What are you talking about? Have you ever seen an evil spirit with such a warm and innocent smile? Chenhuaji puffed up his chest. Indeed. Niu Sandao nodded. Looking at your temperament, you should be willing to surrender. You are insulting the character of a Chaodiank disciple. Chenhuaji said angrily. Young hero, I don't mean to insult you. Niu Sandao said solemnly. Before you speak, can you put down the hand that was beating Taoist Priestly on the shoulder? How can that be done? Chenhuaji changed his beating to rubbing and said seriously. Taoist Priestly is so tired of killing evil spirits. Of course we have to do some small things within our ability to contribute. I want to touch you too. And I also want to contribute. The little girl over there stood up immediately. That's not necessary. Li Chu stood up and dodged all their hands. It seems that the time is almost up. I'll put the blood magic crystal in first. As he spoke, he had already opened his packed luggage, revealing a small mountain of blood magic crystals. He was not surprised by this. This was less than what he had gained in the Uncanny Valley last time. What he enjoyed was just the manufacturing process. But the few people around had never seen such a scene before, and all of them suddenly opened their mouths. Little Taoist Priestly. Niu Sandao looked at him blankly. You have wiped out the whole family of evil spirits here. No. The darkness here restricts movement. Li Chu said with regret. No. Everyone was even more confused. What's going on with that dark, slippery, unsatisfied, and unfinished expression on your face? He looks really perverted. Just when they froze in shock, Li Chu threw all the blood magic crystals into it. Only then did Niu Sandao react. And he shouted loudly. No. But it's too late. Boom. A mushroom cloud suddenly exploded into the sky with a dazzling red light. Everyone except Li Chu was knocked back several times by the wave of air. In an instant, almost the entire second level of heaven and earth was illuminated. Originally, the distance between each cluster of fires was very far, and it was almost impossible to sense each other. But at this moment, the intense firelight radiated to every corner. Even after the mushroom cloud fell, it still enveloped several surrounding fires. It was as if Li Chu was rising as a sun. Within the scope of this light, it is easy to say that the cultivators were astonished. But the evil spirit inside was simply dumbfounded. In the past, you would shy away from the light of fire. But now you come directly to the sun. What should you do? Apart from dying in agony, there seems to be no other decent way to exit. At once, there were screams all around. The black clouds in the sky were almost broken by the light. And suddenly a huge vortex spun out. There seemed to be a light and shadow cast in the vortex, covering the people beside the fire. That is the holy light guidance of the third level of the secret realm. Young master.
A chief family general looked at Chikashio blankly.
It seems that I can't catch up. Let him go.
Chikashio shook his head.
I'm just curious. Who will a character like him be in the projection of the ancient Huashu kingdom? And whether he can save the Huashu kingdom. Didn't you say that it is extremely difficult for men in Huashu kingdom to do anything?
Another general curled his lips and said,
I guess he is also an insignificant person. Ingli. Ingli?
It seemed like someone was calling me. Li Chu opened his eyes and saw that the scenery around him had changed drastically. The bright light just now enveloped several of them, and it seemed that there was some powerful force that pulled part of their souls out of their bodies. At that time, he felt that he had the ability to stop this withdrawal. But because the power was very gentle, he did not stop it, because he realized that this might be the way to enter the third level of the secret realm. Some secret realms do not require all the soul and body to enter, and may also change the human form. After experiencing several secret realms, he is already somewhat prepared. This seems to be a prison. It is surrounded by cave-like caves, but at the end of the cave is a prison door made of black iron, indicating that this is not a simple cave. Some complex memories flooded into my mind, like traveling through time again. Li Chu didn't rush to sort it out for a while, but turned his attention to the cell door. There, a heroic woman wearing armor, and with her hair upturned, was calling a name. Ingli. Li Chu realized that it seemed to be him. In order to be on the safe side, he agreed first.
Who? It's me. Wu Lan. Who loves you the most?
The woman shouted without hesitation. Li Chu felt a little weird, but he still moved closer to the cage. As he walked, he realized that he was wearing a strange long robe with long sleeves. Something similar to a gauze skirt. Could it be that he is a crossdresser? This discovery gave him a chill. But the related memory that was triggered immediately made him settle down. He was not a pervert. But this was what men in this country wore. Women, like Wulan outside, are responsible for fighting and dress simply. When men all over the world wear women's clothing, then women's clothing cannot be called women's clothing. This is also a philosophy. Li Chu was so relieved.
What's wrong?
Li Chu looked at the woman's face. Although some related memories emerged, it was still a bit unfamiliar to his intuition.
I'm here to persuade you.
Wulan sighed and said,
Hey, sir, although it's too much, why are you so stubborn? What do you think is so stubborn about me?
Li Chu suddenly asked. There were too many memories in his mind at the moment, and he couldn't accurately extract effective information. He had to find a way to get her to give more hints.
You are not stubborn enough to refuse to dance at the Spring Festival Gala,
Wulan said.
That is the grandest gathering in the country once a year. All the citizens of Huashu Kingdom will come to participate. How big an opportunity is it for you to perform on the stage alone? If you weren't the number one in Huashu Kingdom, how can a beautiful man be so favored? He has never been so favored in decades. But you still want to refuse. I don't know what you think,
Wulan said with a long sigh. It seemed that Ingli had done something extremely incomprehensible and confusing to humans. I see. Relevant scenes emerged in Li Chu's mind. So he shook his head again.
I won't change my mind. Even if they imprison me, you can go back. No, Ingli.
Wulan grabbed the railing with both hands.
You don't know. I paid a huge price to bribe the guard to get this opportunity to visit the prison. Just to persuade you. Don't let me waste it. It's hard work. It seems so,
Li Chu said without mercy.
Tell me.
Wulan frowned and said,
You men can't practice martial arts or fight. So you can only work with your face turned to the earth and your back to the sky all day long. Being able to surpass everyone with your beauty and be on the Spring Festival Gala is already a great achievement. This is the pinnacle you can reach in life. What are you dissatisfied with?
Li Chu turned around and ignored her altogether. One reason is that when you are confused about the situation, it is better to speak less to avoid making too many mistakes. Furthermore, he felt that this person had a problem with his thinking.
Ingli.
Wulan called a few more times. At this time, it seemed that a guard on the other end called her, saying that the time was up. Wulan had to bow her head for the last time.
Ingli, just take care of yourself. No matter what. As long as you can come out alive. My position as third lady will always be reserved for you.
Li Chu didn't even bother to wave to her. After Wulan left, Li Chu roughly sorted out the situation at this time based on some previous history and anecdotes. In this world, the ancient era 20,000 years ago is usually called the ancient times. That era experienced major events in the world. such as the rule of dragons, the rise of humans, the origins of Buddhism, Taoism, and demons. The specific time is unknown, but the ancient era is definitely longer than the following two eras combined. The era between 20,000 years ago and 10,000 years ago is usually called ancient times. In this era, humans have become the masters of the world, but have not yet formed a unified dynasty. The many tribes that survived the devastating catastrophe in the ancient times, like fire, gradually developed into many small countries. Among them, the ancient Huashu kingdom was a relatively famous country at that time. For thousands of years, it is called modern times, after the many kingdoms were disrupted by indescribable power. This time they began to gather into a unified dynasty. The dynasty went through successive changes, and finally came to the present Hulud dynasty. Let's not mention modern times. I had heard before that Qin Fu Huang occupied the secret realm left by the ancient Huashu kingdom, and transformed it into his own. Therefore, it is not too strange that there are projections about the ancient country of Huashu in his secret realm. Today's ancient Huashu country is also very different from the later human countries. Huashu kingdom is a country dominated by women. Although men are naturally stronger than women in physical strength, there is an inherited physical training method spread in Huashu kingdom called Huashu Jing. This physical training method is extremely powerful and can only be practiced by women. The difference between men and women is naturally incomparable to the difference between practitioners and ordinary people. Therefore, in Huashu kingdom, women have always been responsible for fighting, and naturally they are the main ones. For example, the key positions of the country, such as the king of Huashu, the head of the state religion, and the general of the Shu kingdom, are naturally occupied by women. Of course, some men will choose to practice the Huashu Sutra, but if they want to practice the skill, they must make some necessary sacrifices. Probably just 2 ounces of meat. Nothing worth mentioning. As for beauty, for men here, it's hard to say whether it's a blessing or a curse. There was a mirror in the cell. Li Chu looked at the bronze mirror, and found that his face did not seem to have changed at all. No wonder he became the most handsome man in Huashu kingdom. In his memory, many women looked at him with ill intentions since he was a child. When he grows up, he will be offered olive branches by dignitaries from all walks of life. As long as he nods, he can fly up the branches and become a phoenix. But he is not interested in the relationship between men and women. He only has his sister in his heart, and in order to take care of her, he has to shoulder many of the burdens of life. As my sister finally grew up as she wished and studied under the head of the state religion, she thought she would have a bright future. Unexpectedly, news suddenly came back from the state church that my sister was dead. Ingli didn't believe it. He could vaguely feel that his sister was not dead, but was suffering from torture somewhere. But no one told him where to find his sister, so he could only resist in his own way. For example, he refused to perform at the Spring Festival Gala. After sorting out his memory, Li Chu was quite speechless about the life experience of his bitter elder brother. He tried to use his spiritual power. Seems like it's still there? This discovery gave him some relief. Although the pure yang sword and other equipment were not brought in, as long as his spiritual power was still there, he was invincible in Jalippo with only an iron sword worth 2 taels of silver, and killed many lantern monsters crying for their fathers and mothers. He looked around, and when he was thinking about how to escape, there were footsteps again from the other side of the iron prison. Ingli? This time it was a woman with long hair and a brocade dress. Her appearance was softer than the previous Wulan. Sankong? Li Chu tried to call her name. It's me, Ingli. The woman named Sankong smiled. I am Sankong who loves you the most. What are you doing here? Li Chu asked. I'm not here to persuade you. Sankong approached the iron cage and whispered. I know your mind, and I will never change it because of the coercion of the head of the state religion. Li Chu recalled her identity. Sankong is also one of his many fans, but he is better than Wulan, a warrior who knows nothing. She is a civil servant, and seems to be quite favored by King Huashi recently. I'm here to tell you the news about Chengzi, Sankong said again. Li Chu almost blurted out. I'm not interested. But when the words came to his lips, he remembered that Changzi was the good sister he cared about. If he acted too indifferently, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. So he showed his strongest emotion and said lightly, What? Huh? Sankong suddenly felt a little unconfident. What's going on with this sudden indifference? Did he lick the horse's hoof? But it needs to be said. Do you know? She lowered her voice and said, The chief is crazy. She wants to create a new Huashu kingdom.
New Huashu Kingdom?
Li Chu frowned.
Yes. The monarch has been worried about this matter for the past 2 days,
Song Kong said slowly.
It is said that it was the first divination to the sky before, and received the revelation from the gods. The heaven and earth collapsed, and Huashu's country was destroyed. In order to save Huashu country, the leader of the state religion is determined to implement a big plan. We don't know what the plan is exactly, but it should be terrifying. She took the monarch into a mysterious place. After returning, the monarch had nightmares for several days. And today I accidentally heard the monarch mention that Changzi's child seems to be there too,
Song Kong said.
Where?
Li Chu asked directly. Although he personally had no feelings for any sister, he suddenly felt a wave of waves in the dark. Is saving that sister one of the tasks I should do? And now, this storyline has been touched upon. This inexplicable revelation made him feel a little interesting. Entering this projection, you really have a mission. And having tasks also means there are rewards. Although all the scenes in front of you may be false, the rewards given at that time must be real. The ancient country of Huashu has been around for so long, so the rewards that can be preserved must not be ordinary things.
Don't worry. Of course I can tell you.
Song Kong suddenly turned his head and said a little shyly.
It's just that I told you about that matter many times before. How have you considered it? I am different from other women. I really love you. As long as you nod your head, I can immediately abandon those 6 ladies and fly away with you, even if it means disobeying the leader to help you rescue Changzi.
Russell. After Song Kong finished speaking, she suddenly heard another sound of wind. She glanced at the prison and found that it was empty. Looking up again, he found that Ingli's handsome face had appeared in front of him. Looking at the indifferent but slightly sharp eyes, Song Kong suddenly felt that the Ingli in front of him seemed different. What's going on with this invisible pressure?
The first seed of the state religion. Right.
Li Chu looked at Song Kong and just uttered 2 words coldly.
Lead the way.
Chapter 345. Fair Competition. Ingli. Song Kong looked at Li Chu blankly, a little confused about the situation. Lead the way what way? Looking at your posture, it looks like you are going to kill the head of the state religion with a knife. Is there something wrong with this murderous aura? Where is my gentle and lovely Ingli?
Someone has escaped from prison. Lord Song Kong, how dare you release Lord First's heavy prisoner without authorization?
Suddenly there was a shout from over there. There was a loud sound, and 7 or 8 female guards wearing armor rushed out.
I'm not. Don't talk nonsense.
Song Kong quickly raised his hands to deny 3 times in a row. The laws of Huashu country are strict, and jailbreaking and prisoner robbery are serious crimes. If you don't give up your resistance quickly, you will probably be killed on the spot. But in her frightened eyes, Li Chu had already strode forward to greet her.
Stop! Give up resistance!
There was a clanging sound of swords being unsheathed, and a bunch of bright sharp weapons were pointed at Li Chu. The energy on them was suffocating, and the sword light was looming. It was obvious that these guards had good cultivation. Li Chu's eyes glanced at their weapons. I wonder if it was an illusion. The guards thought his eyes were a little strange for a moment, as if he was picking something. Just when they were about to start taking action, they saw the other party suddenly raise their finger. Bang, bang, bang. Song Kong had an unbearable look on his face, begging Ingli to stop his strange behavior quickly, and not to be killed by the guards. It was discovered that he did not know whether he had used some magical power or a demonic method. But in an instant, all the guards were frozen and fixed in place.
Huh?
Song Kong was dumbfounded. Immediately, Li Chu stepped forward and took off a bright long sword, put it in its sheath, and carried it on his back. Although this sword equipped by the guards of Huashu Kingdom cannot compare with the famous swords of later generations, it is still a more or less sophisticated weapon, and can still be used.
Why are you still standing there?
Li Chu looked back at Song Kong. The look in his eyes was obvious, and he still said the same thing. Lead the way.
Ah. Okay.
Song Kong didn't dare to refuse anymore, and ran out of the cave. He turned back and smiled sarcastically.
Follow me.
As soon as we came out of the cave, the sunlight was quite dazzling. This prison was actually built at a very high point on the mountain. Looking down, one could vaguely see most of an ancient city-state. The various buildings made of white wood and stone, the round roofs, and the colorful flags fluttering all over the streets are all 100% realistic. If this is really a projection, it would take considerable magic power to manifest it. After Song Kong took Li Chu down this mountain, they did not enter the city, but went to another mountain far away. A mountain that is obviously vast and deep.
This is the forbidden mountain of the state religion, and it is extremely heavily guarded.
When he came to the edge of the mountain, Sankong lowered his voice and said,
No matter what happens, don't make trouble. Once discovered, we will quickly capture him without any help. Relying on the monarch's reliance on me, the expectations he has for you shouldn't be too difficult for us.
Who? Before she could finish her words, she saw a woman in red jump out from behind a huge boulder in front of her. She had 3 strange streaks of paint on her face, and 2 Dharma flags behind her back.
We are good people.
Sankong quickly raised his hands high. Then I heard a slightly familiar bang.
You're crazy!
Sankong's eyes widened.
How dare you attack a disciple of the state religion?
In Huaxu Kingdom, there has always been a consensus that it is better to offend the imperial officials than the disciples of the state religion. The status of the state religion is transcendent. The leader of this generation's state religion has cruel methods and has always been feared by people. Li Chu shook his head and said,
Continue to lead the way.
In his memory, the state religious Forbidden Mountain was indeed strictly forbidden to Huaxu citizens. Previously, Ingli had no idea how to go up there. Officials like Sankong were lucky enough to accompany the monarch to the summit once or twice, and barely remembered the way. The further the road goes, the more dangerous it becomes. She really doesn't want to go on it again. But even though Li Chu has already taken action, she can only bite the bullet and continue to let him go. Then the 2 people climbed up the high-back mountain.
You subdued more than 30 disciples of the state religion along the way.
Sankong looked at Li Chu in disbelief.
It's so crazy.
Li Chu looked at the deep cave in front of him and just asked,
Is this here? It should be,
Sankong said weakly.
I'll just go in by myself next. Thank you.
Although Li Chu has not yet stepped into the cave, he has already scanned it with his mind. The rich demonic energy in it almost covers everything, hiding hundreds of restless and dangerous auras. If Song Kong is brought in again, there might be danger. Seeing Li Chu's back walking into the cave, Song Kong suddenly felt confused. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? How Duan went to visit the prison, and it seemed that he became an accomplice in his escape from prison and then to the Forbidden Mountain? What a disaster. But, although it was a big sacrifice, I just saw that extremely handsome face saying thank you to me. I still feel so relieved. Ing. Roar. Ah.
Kill! Kill! Kill!
Along the way down the deep cave, Li Chu subdued many state religion guards. When we came to the depths of the cave, we saw a horrifying scene. There are more than 100 prison cells built in this huge cave, which are more like cages than cells. In the narrow space, complicated iron ropes and talismans suppress the existence in the cage. And I don't know if the person locked in the iron cage can be called a human being. Some are covered in flesh and blood, with eyes as scarlet as blood. Some are covered with long brown hair, making it difficult to distinguish humans from beasts. Some have simply lost their human form and are covered with tentacles, with only their eyes revealing some emotion. Demonic energy surged. At this time, they were all either going crazy or wailing in their respective iron prisons, and it felt like purgatory on earth for a while. Li Chu walked among them, taking every step with extreme caution, relying on the familiar atmosphere in his memory. He found a quieter cage in the depths. The reason why it is relatively quiet here is because the surrounding iron prisons are empty. It was not empty, but covered with blood and broken pieces of flesh. It seems that something tragic happened.
Changzi?
Li Chu tried calling. In the center of that iron prison was a little girl who had not been demonized very much and had retained most of her human body parts, but had 7 or 8 purple long tails and her limbs turned into sharp claws. She raised her eyes, and her eyes had turned into purple pupils.
Elder brother?
Her voice seemed a little uncertain, and her eyes looking at Li Chu were also very suspicious.
It's me.
Li Chu came to the iron prison.
Are you my brother?
Changzi's eyes were still flashing with purple light, and it seemed difficult to confirm. Maybe. It's not only because of her demonization, but also because of Li Chu's changes. As the closest person, even though she is unconscious now, she still has a deep feeling. Instead of simply believing his identity based on his appearance, Li Chu didn't explain much, but continued.
I'm here to save you.
Save. After Changzi's eyes flickered for a while, they finally softened, as if Li Chu's words made her put down her hostility and believe in his identity.
Brother, please leave quickly.
She looked at the place where the cave came from.
You can't save me.
Li Chu had already drawn his sword. Since he has received the task, he will naturally not allow failure.
It's useless.
Changzi continued to shake his head.
Even if you cut through this iron prison, I can't walk in the sun. We are all monsters who cannot see the light. Huh?
Li Chu stopped, because Changzi's words reminded him that this task didn't seem so simple. Is the so-called rescue really just as simple as releasing her from the cage? So he put down his sword and asked one more question.
How did you become like this? It's Master,
Changzi said. But he hesitated and changed his words.
The head of the state religion. She is crazy. She claimed that she had received a revelation from the gods, and that the Huashu kingdom was about to perish. She said that the only way to save the Huashu kingdom was to uplift the whole country. Sublimation? The first one got an eye of the first demon from nowhere,
Changzi said.
After being illuminated by the eye of the first demon, the physical body will be transformed and greatly sublimated.
As she said that, she smiled bitterly and said,
Just like us. She calls this sublimation?
Li Chu frowned.
Yes, we have indeed gained extremely strong power. But this power, accompanied by bloodthirst and madness, is simply uncontrollable,
Changzi said painfully.
I have practiced the soul before, and I can barely suppress it. Those ordinary warriors, unable to struggle at all, they all turn into monsters.
Li Chu didn't waste any time and asked directly,
How can I save you? It's very difficult.
Changzi hugged his head with both claws and said,
Some people have tried it, but even death can't free them. I'm afraid there is no other way but to destroy the eye of the beginning demon.
I see. Li Chu knew in his heart. Maybe this is the real mission content?
Where is that thing?
He asked again.
Only the leader of the state religion knows where it is,
Changzi replied.
Only the leader can summon it and drive it. The power of the eye of the first demon is unmatched.
She suddenly raised her eyes and asked doubtfully again,
Are you really my brother?
Li Chu hesitated, because I don't know what the most appropriate answer is. In such an open world, it would be too bad if one sentence was wrong and affected the direction of the subsequent plot. Admit? Still don't admit it? Or ignore it? Just as he was thinking, there was a sudden sound of footsteps outside.
Ingli!
It was Sankong. She actually didn't leave, but ran in again.
What's wrong?
Li Chu asked.
The first master has received the news.
Sankong came forward in a hurry. Although everything around her was shocking, that was not what she was most worried about.
Ingli! Stop it!
She said urgently.
There are all disciples of the state religion outside.
Oh! Li Chu raised his brows instead.
The head of the state religion is here too? This doesn't seem to exist,
Sankong said.
The first master just said the day before yesterday that he would be in seclusion in the temple before the spring flower ceremony. Right. Ingli, what's the matter with that disappointed look in your eyes?
As she spoke, she was suddenly startled by the change in Li Chu's eyes. Aren't you disappointed that you didn't get the First Lord to take action personally? Isn't it good to live?
In this case, fighting with outsiders is not a wise choice,
Li Chu said.
Of course.
Sankong paused and said,
Ingli, you finally figured it out. Surrendering is the wisest thing. What are you doing?
Halfway through her words, she saw Li Chu suddenly point his halberd upward and unsheath his long sword with a clang sound. Then, Li Chu grabbed her arm and pulled her onto the sword. Although Sankong is a civil servant, as a woman, she has been taught the method of body training since she was born. Her body is already quite strong. She should be able to withstand a short period of sword control. Right? Call out. A stream of light suddenly emerged from the hole. In the blink of an eye, it had fallen within the city walls of Huashu Kingdom. Boom! After falling to the ground, a burst of smoke and dust filled the sky.
Are you okay?
Li Chu asked. When the smoke and dust cleared, Sankong was seen collapsed on the ground in a large shape, his body and limbs twitching constantly, his mouth and nose humming indistinctly, and there were vague signs of rolling his eyes. Hey, Li Chu called again. His own sword was indeed not that gentle, so he never dared to take anyone with him. Only then did he feel that it was not good to leave Sankong there by herself. So he tried to take her with him.
Ah!
Sankong groaned and seemed to gradually come back to his senses.
Where is this?
She looked around, then suddenly glared at Li Chu and said,
You are noddingly.
Discovered? Li Chu was silent for a moment, mentally weighing the necessity of killing and silencing him. Unexpectedly, Sankong's next words were,
You are a god!
After saying that, she fainted very neatly. Li Chu observed with his mind that there was nothing much wrong with her body. It was just that the speed just now was too fast, and she couldn't bear it. She should be able to wake up after a while. So he simply left her where she was. There is no danger of being arrested by the state church here. As for what to do next, it is up to her to decide when she wakes up. Not to mention, after she wakes up, it is not certain whether Huashu Kingdom will still have the head of the state religion. Li Chu sheathed his sword and walked towards the temple in his memory. The National Religion Temple has a long history, numerous buildings, and its area is constantly expanding. It is already wider than the Huashu King's palace. After Li Chu arrived, he flashed through the high wall and arrived inside the temple. The roads here are complicated and the buildings are difficult to distinguish. But Li Chu doesn't care and directly uses his mind's eye to focus on the strongest aura in the center. That person must be the head of the state religion. After walking all the way, not long after, we came to the outside of a white palace that was not tall but very elegant. The goal of this trip is inside. There was nothing much to say, so Li Chu stepped forward and wanted to go straight in. As soon as I got close to the palace, I heard one of them say loudly, "Your Majesty, no matter what, you must take care of your health. You can't skip eating. You have been working hard on state affairs and thinking about the people all day long. If you don't go out to eat now, what will you do if you are hungry and lose weight? I will feel bad." This voice is very high-pitched, and it sounds like a voice that has experienced suffering. But for some reason, this strange voice gave Li Chu a hint of familiarity. Get lost? This was the woman's deep response. Okay. After being scolded, the owner of the shrill voice still sounded very happy and turned around to leave. When he saw the figure walking out of the palace, Li Chu was slightly surprised. Sure enough, it was him. Qin Huaji was seen walking out cheerfully wearing a black and red brocade suit and a small hat. Li Chu lurked around the corner and pulled Qin Huaji over as he passed by. Hero, spare your life. Qin Huaji's first reaction when he was frightened was to squat down with his head in his hands at lightning speed. In this way, even if someone wants to kill him, it will be too late to take action, and they will be confused by his decisive giving up of resistance. If the opponent makes further moves, he still has the back hand to kneel down. It's me, Li Chu said. Ah? Qin Huaji raised his head and was immediately surprised. Isn't this the little pride of Yuhang that I admire most? Little Taoist Priestly? Li Chu didn't bother to pay attention to the strange name he called, and asked directly, "Why are you here and what are you doing?" This, mentioning his life experience, Qin Huaji suddenly flattened his lips, dilated his nostrils, and filled his big eyes with tears. Little Taoist Priestly, I am incomplete. Li Chu was silent for a moment, not knowing how to comfort him. I was illuminated by the bright light, and I found myself in the temple of the state religion. I was still a close disciple of the leader. There was nothing wrong with it at first, until I felt like I wanted to pee. Qin Huaji sobbed and said, I found that I couldn't find the tools to commit the crime. Seeing him crying more and more fiercely, Li Chu had no choice but to advise. Squatting is more environmentally friendly. Wow. Qin Huaji seemed to be crying. Li Chu quickly said, First tell me who you are. Oh. Qin Huaji stopped crying on the spot and introduced. My identity is a steward in the temple. My name is Wu Ji. A very appropriate name, Li Chu thought, but he didn't dare to say it. After all, Qin Huaji had just suppressed his crying. I am responsible for taking care of the food and daily life of the first adult all day long. Other than that, there is nothing important. Qin Huaji continued. That's right. Li Chu nodded. So is it possible that he is the only one with complex tasks? Hey, Taoist Priestly, why are you coming to the temple? Who is your identity? Qin Huaji asked. Li Chu didn't hide anything and told his identity and goals. Unexpectedly, after finishing speaking, Qin Huaji was suddenly startled. Ah? You want to kill the first master? What? Li Chu looked at him strangely. No. Alas. Qin Huaji sighed. Now, I have no way to hide it. In fact, in addition to being the steward of the temple, I also have another identity secretly. I am also the licking dog of the head of the state religion. There's no conflict between these two identities. Right. Li Chu wondered. No. Qin Huaji shook his head and said, I was also the son of a wealthy family before. But later I committed a serious crime in my family, and almost all my family members were executed. It was the man who had not yet become the leader at that time who rescued me. From then on, I will remember it deeply in my heart. Live her. Later she became the leader. But I was just a loser who couldn't practice the Huashu Sutra. I thought since I can't be with the one I love, what's the use of this iron rod? Li Chu grinned.
He's a man. So I cut off the root of my troubles with one knife, and then threw myself into the temple, and practiced the Wasu Sutra assiduously, just to protect the safety of the First Lady. Even though she has great supernatural powers, she does not need my protection, and I am always ready to do it for you. Protect her and sacrifice your life. Li Chu looked at his moved expression and asked, Is this a background story, or your personal experience? Why do you look so involved? Oh, ha. Chen Huaji was startled for a moment, then smiled sheepishly. The main thing is that Wu Ji's character is so suitable for me, and he has a strong sense of empathy. As he spoke, he scratched his head again and said, And I seem to have a feeling in the dark, as if I must protect the First Lady, not let her get any harm, and help her complete what she wants to do, so that I can get something. Oh, Li Chu blinked. So it seems your mission is to help the leader? But doesn't this conflict with your mission? Chen Huaji looked at Li Chu in embarrassment. What should we do? There is no good way. Li Chu was very indifferent and said slowly, In this case, let's compete fairly. Huh? Chen Huaji's face was full of horror, and his words were also crying. Is this really fair? Chapter 346. Kill the big eyeball with one sword. Bang, bang, bang. 3 cannons were fired and colorful flags were waving. The monarch's throne was carried by more than a dozen strong women through the sea of people, and arrived at the highest point of the grand ceremony. The beaded curtain above hung down, and the king's appearance could not be seen clearly. What can be seen is that beside her throne, there is a golden phoenix with brilliant feathers. After the throne reached the top, another moment passed. Another grand procession came from the direction of the temple. At the top of the procession was the holy seat, the first seat of the state religion, carried by the same dozen of strong disciples. There was a faint cold snort from behind the bead curtain of the throne. In such a grand ceremony, the person who arrives last is naturally the most prestigious. Among the figures following the holy seat, the most conspicuous one was a steward with cheerful steps. It seemed that as long as he could follow the holy seat, it would be the happiest thing in his life. Wherever they passed, the children threw flowers and colorful satin. It seemed that the people loved the first adult more than the king. Not long after, the holy seat reached the height of the throne. The 2 women standing at the top of Washu Kingdom seemed to have opened the bead curtain on one side and said something to each other, but it was impossible to know. The people who came to watch the ceremony could only hear that a ceremonial officer came on the stage and said loudly, The throne and the holy seat have arrived. Now the spring flower ceremony begins. Boom, boom, boom. Another series of cannons were fired, and the ceremony began immediately. Many arranged performances were performed on the stage one by one in order, and the singing, dancing, acrobatics, tricks, etc. were very noisy. There were more and more people watching the ceremony in the audience. The performances during the day were ordinary, but as evening approached, the most exciting shows were about to be staged, and almost all the people of Washu Kingdom had arrived. This is a grand celebration that has existed since tribal times. People across the country gather together to celebrate the year's harvest, singing, dancing, and reveling all night long. It has been passed down to this day and is still the same. However, there were more and more complaints from the crowd. Grand ceremonies in recent years have become more and more boring. A passerby complained. Yes, I heard that the most beautiful Manning was going to perform on stage, and I was still looking forward to it. Who knows? Or not. I really don't know how these people are better than Ingli. Passerby said disappointedly. The huge Washu Kingdom doesn't even have a few people who can perform interesting shows. It's really true. Passerby shook his head and sighed. The present is not the same as it used to be. It's not that there are no people who can perform interesting shows. It's that no interesting shows are allowed. Passerby Ding said angrily. Those stupid officials who organize the festival have no idea what they are doing all day long, and they are simply not worthy of eating what we grow. Rise. It's too extreme. It's too extreme. Seeing his fierce words, Passerby quickly pulled him back and said, Maybe times have changed. Maybe young people today like this kind of thing. Who are you scolding? Passerby B, who was young, suddenly glared. He obviously felt that this sentence caused all-round insults to his aesthetics, intelligence, morality, etc. Let me tell you, those good performers don't dare to act anymore. The officials above will pick out some of your mistakes first, and you won't be able to correct them. Women will pick on you when they see it, and men will pick on you after they see it. Some of your mistakes are wrong, so why don't you just stop acting?
Anyway, you won't be paid for performing at the grand ceremony. In the past, it could be said that performing for the people of the country was an honor. But now, only those who have nothing and a guilty conscience need this kind of honor.
Passerby C shook his head and sighed.
I'm afraid we'll never see each other again in good times. Indeed.
Passerby Ding continued to be indignant.
If you put a plate of food here, there will always be people who will pick on the saltiness and detract from the taste. But if you put a piece of shit here, no one will find fault with it. Because it is a piece of shit. Shit. This is the biggest problem. Forget it. No one is paying attention to the ceremony now anyway. We just use the lively background to do our own things.
Passerby advised again.
Yeah. Any serious person would seriously watch the grand ceremony.
Passerby asked.
Are you watching the grand ceremony? No.
Passerby C shook his head hurriedly and asked.
Are you watching the ceremony? Don't look.
Passerby also shook his head immediately. The two looked at each other and smiled.
Boring.
Although no one doubts that this increasingly bad spring festival will sooner or later be abandoned by the people of Washu. But at least today, most people still abide by this custom that has been passed down for many years. Even if everyone just uses the background of the festival to do other things such as chatting, entertaining, partying, streaking, dancing, drinking, etc. Especially after night falls, dozens of grand bonfires are lit next to the stage, and people enjoy the carnival. But when a certain time came, everyone tacitly stopped the noise. Because anyone who is familiar with the process knows that the monarch and the head of the state religion have given speeches. A golden phoenix carrying the monarch descended from the sky and landed on the stage. A woman wearing a golden robe appeared in front of everyone. There was cheers all of a sudden. Although this generation of monarchs did not make any major achievements, they also did not make any major mistakes. To the people, such a monarch is already a good monarch. So everyone does not begrudge their applause. The monarch's speech was also very simple. As in previous years, probably saying that we were in the same boat through thick and thin in the past year, and we will be in the same boat in the next year. Then, the monarch exits, and it is the head of the state religion. When the first one came on stage, there was a brief silence, and then there was a roar like a mountain and a tsunami. The first one is beautiful. She had long silver white hair, covered with a floor-length robe with white tassels, and had a cold face and gloomy eyes. But even if he is as cold as ice, he can't hide his delicate face. Everyone. Just when everyone thought she was going to give a routine speech, the leader suddenly made a heavy statement.
I received a revelation from the gods earlier that Washu Kingdom is about to perish.
Wow. Suddenly there was an uproar among the crowd. There were also doubts in the throne room of the
first
monarch.
And this was obviously not discussed with her in advance.
And I.
The leader's voice suddenly rose again.
I have a way to save this Washu Kingdom. The first one is crazy.
The same thought echoed in many people's minds, including the king of Washu.
Come here.
The monarch walked out of the throne eagerly.
Bring the leader down to me. I want to ask her what she really wants. Does she really want the people in the country to become like her?
But, outside the throne, all the subordinate officials in the palace defected one after another. They looked at the monarch and said coldly,
Your Majesty, please be patient. What do you mean?
The monarch frowned. You guys.
The first one is to save this country.
The subordinate official said piously. The monarch's face froze, and he glanced over. Many of his cronies had been infiltrated by the leader at some point. Is it just for this day that she is so deliberate? Could it be?
If you want to save Washu Kingdom, everyone must complete their sublimation. Tonight, I will let the eye of the first demon lift into the sky.
The leader raised his hands high. His voice trembled uncontrollably, and his eyes shone with hysteria. As her hands transformed into complicated seals, the sound of breaking glass sounded in the night. The crack spread, and finally there was a loud bang. A dark purple eyeball of flesh and blood was exposed in the air. It turns out that the eye of the prime demon is in the void, and her summons only breaks this boundary.
What are you going to do?
The monarch shouted. She knew how terrifying this thing was, and anyone exposed to it would turn into a terrifying monster. The first one had taken her to the cave in the Forbidden Mountain before and vaguely revealed such an idea. But she firmly refused. I feel that even if the end is approaching, we should find another way to survive. Unexpectedly, the first one was so decisive. She even did not hesitate to use such means at the spring festival to complete her plan. Gulyalu. The weird huge eyeball turned over suddenly, and the blood veins were clearly beating. Although it was just an eyeball, it seemed to be alive. A flame-like divine light danced in the air, and his eyes were full of indescribable bloodthirsty and madness, like a red moon in the sky. The children in the crowd were the first to groan in discomfort. Their flesh and blood were the most fragile, and they were immediately affected by this gaze. Old and young, boys and children, these weak people are the first to feel it. Finally, there are the strong women. Just one glance made countless people's hearts suddenly tighten.
Subliminate it,
the leader chanted loudly.
Give the eye of the first demon to Huashu Kingdom. Okay.
She was looking up at her eyeballs in midair when she suddenly saw a white light streaking across from the distant sky, like a shooting star or a half-moon, with a biting cold air. What is that? While confused, an ominous premonition suddenly arose in the leader's heart. Why do you feel that the direction of this white light is impartial, heading towards the eye of the first demon in midair? Oh, how could anything in this world dare to offend the eye of the first demon? The leader's voice stopped abruptly. Laugh. The white light passed through the eye of the first demon in an instant, became slightly lighter, and continued to draw into the distance. It seemed that it would not stop until it cut off the moon. But that doesn't matter anymore. At that moment, it seemed that there was no change in the eye of the first demon. But in the next breath, a violent white light suddenly burst out from the huge eyeball. White light seeped out in an instant, and the entire eyeball was cut into two halves. Then it fades at a speed visible to the naked eye until the transparency disappears and merges into the void again. The night sky was quiet, as if nothing had happened. It was quiet all around. Countless people in Huashu Kingdom looked at the first master, their eyes full of confusion. Originally, I saw her talking seriously about the impending doomsday, that only she could save everyone, and what she wanted to do to improve the country. Everyone thought she was going to make a big move. In fact, the movements are not too small. He dances and summons a weird big eyeball. As soon as this big eyeball appeared, everyone's heart beat faster. Then, it exploded.
It exploded?
Some people couldn't believe it.
That's it?
More and more people broke away from the previous shock and looked at the leader in confusion, not understanding what happened before. Is the first one on top a job for the people of the whole country?
Is this some kind of funny show?
Someone raised the suspicion.
It is indeed much better than the previous festival. That's true.
The whispers and discussions below reached the ears of the head of the state church. But she has not yet been freed from the sluggishness. After all, her shock was stronger than anyone else's, because no one understood the eye of the first demon better than her. It was a power that she learned from the revelations of the gods, and was able to control with great difficulty. A power that could both destroy and save the world. Just now she tried to contact the eye of the first demon again, but found that she could no longer sense it at all. As existence. She vaguely understood what happened, but she was a little afraid to admit it. It is dead. That's not to say that you haven't thought about failure, but it's just too hasty. Right? Even she herself wanted to ask. Is this it? The leader here was stunned, but the monarch over there was already furious. She naturally knew that this was not a simple job. She really wanted to turn Huashu Kingdom into a shady monster kingdom. The troops outside the ceremony have also gathered around. Although the leader had infiltrated the state religion disciples into the monarch's side, they still could not compare with the strength of the army. And soon the situation on the field returned to the monarch's control. Countless women wearing armor and holding swords surrounded the stage. Standing on the top, her eyes changed slightly. Her biggest support had disappeared. In fact, she no longer cared about the outcome. Of course, the monarch will not bypass her. But at this moment, another meteor-like white light fell from the sky and landed in front of her in an instant.
Ingli?
The leader recognized that dazzling face at a glance.
Certainly.
The visitor's response to her was just a finger. Then, he swept her onto the sword. Boom! The roar of the wind suddenly poured into his mind. And in an instant, his limbs and bones seemed to have experienced a fierce fight. Ah! The moment he landed, the leader let out an indescribable groan in his heart. In just a short moment, she had reached the top of a mountain in the distance. There is no doubt that the person who kidnapped her was Li Chu. The same goes for the person who cut off the big eyeball. Li Chu raised his hand again and opened the first acupuncture point. Yeah, the leader said again, standing unsteadily, pulling his legs together inward, and fell to the ground tremblingly. At the same time, he bit his lower lip tightly. His brows and eyes seemed confused and painful. Her cultivation level was much higher than Song Kong's. But she wasn't so weak that she fainted. But it's not enough to be able to withstand Li Chu's speed. Li Chu waited quietly at the side. After a while, she regained her consciousness slightly. Looking up, her first words were,
"Can you do it again?"
Li Chu was silent for a moment. "Can swordsmanship be addictive?"
"Master in the first seat! Master in the first seat!"
Qin Huaji jumped out from under the hillside at the right time. He made an agreement with Li Chu here, so he couldn't be too late.
"I miss you so much!"
The leader glanced at him indifferently.
"Wu Ji! Why are you here too?" "Ha ha! Little Yingli is my good big brother,"
Qin Huaji said with a smile.
"What happened today?"
The leader looked at Li Chu.
"Is it all your plan?" "No."
Li Chu shook his head.
"My plan is just to kill you."
He didn't lie. Previously in the temple, he really wanted to simply get rid of the first one to solve the problem. And later, he almost had a collision with Qin Huaji. But then, he thought about it again. There might be a way to complete both his and Qin Huaji's tasks at the same time. If he wants to save his sister Changzi, he only needs to destroy the leader's plan and cut off the eye of the first demon, which can be easily accomplished. Qin Huaji's mission is to protect the first one and help the first one fulfill her wish. But is the chief's wish really to turn the entire Huashu kingdom into a land of demons? No. She wanted to save Huashu kingdom from the predicted doomsday.
"I will be responsible for the end of Huashu kingdom,"
Li Chu said lightly. "You?" The leader looked at Li Chu in surprise.
"Can you save Huashu kingdom in the apocalypse? Although I don't know where you got the power to break the eye of the first demon. The apocalypse may not be solved with one sword. Matter? If it can't be solved with one sword,"
Li Chu said,
"then let's strike again."
Chapter 347 The True Identity of the Wooden King. Things can change in an instant. The head of the state religion had just been doing his job in public. And in the blink of an eye, he was brazenly kidnapped. That meteor fell from the sky. And the person passing by was clearly Yingli, the most beautiful man in Huashu Kingdom. How did he? A weak man with nothing but good looks. He had such magical powers? And what did the leader of the state religion want to do before he was kidnapped? For a time, suspicions arose. The king of Huashu sat on the spot and directed all the people to deal with the aftermath. He first asked the people who came to attend the grand ceremony to leave early, and then controlled all the cronies of the head of the state religion. Especially those young men who infiltrated into the palace must be taken down. Things were just halfway through when a loud noise was suddenly heard from a very distant direction. Immediately afterwards, a guard flew up to report.
"Your Majesty, drastic changes have occurred in Jingwa Mountain, and there seems to be something strange underground."
In fact, no one needs to tell it. Anyone with eyes can see it. In the distant sky, there seemed to be a volcanic eruption. A black fire dragon rose straight into the sky, and then exploded into black flames that filled the sky and fell. As the flames fell to the ground, rumbling explosions sounded intensively. This looked like fireworks from a distance. But it must have been like H.L. on Earth where it happened. The black fire dragon, which was like a volcanic eruption, continued to spray upwards, and became more and more rapid. In the black flames all over the sky, there were seemingly invisible roars, like wind and thunder. The roar was full of anger. The monarch looked at this scene that seemed to be destroying the world, and he was stunned for a moment.
"Jingwa Mountain,"
she murmured.
"Could it be that the legendary thing was born again? Why?"
Boom. The fire dragon sprayed higher and higher, and the black flames had fallen near the city. There was also the faint sound of rolling waves, which seemed to come from underground.
"Your Majesty,"
someone said anxiously,
"if this continues, it won't take long before the capital city will be destroyed by Lu Yin." "The capital of the country?"
The king of Huashu looked a little desperate.
"I'm afraid the entire Huashu kingdom will not be able to escape disaster today."
On the top of the nameless mountain, the head of the state religion looked a little desperate when facing Li Chu's words.
"How can you be so confident?"
The leader lowered his head and said softly,
"I want to use the eye of the first demon to sublimate the whole country. And I just want everyone to gain the power to survive here,"
she murmured.
"I have seen the scene of the doomsday in the revelation of the gods. The earth shook. Volcanoes erupted. Black flames filled the sky. And great evil came to the world. You can't even imagine how desperate that scene is." "I probably know what that scene is,"
Li Chu said. Ha, the leader sneered and was about to refute.
"I probably know it too,"
Qin Huaji also said. The leader glanced at him. A little strange.
"What are you two looking at? Look over there."
Qin Huaji raised her hand and pointed behind the leader. It turned out that just when she was speaking, a mountain peak in the distance was shaking violently. Following the sudden explosion, the angry black dragon rose into the sky and the terrifying black flames fell to the ground. They roared everywhere they went, blasting out deep pits. But this is not the end. The turbulent black magma flows out of the volcano and is slowly covering the surrounding areas. Everywhere it passes, life is cut off.
I gotta go see.
Li Chu said something, pointed his halberd upward, and suddenly the sword light suddenly turned into a stream of light and went away. The leader's eyes trembled, and he said,
I want to go too. I can't watch Huashu Kingdom be destroyed in one day. What were you doing there?
Qin Huaji pulled her and said confidently,
Just stay here and watch the gods.
Roar. The closer you get to the majestic mountain peak, the clearer you can hear the roaring sound mixed with the roaring in the sky. Li Chu collected information about this mountain from his memory. Zhangguoshan. According to legend, in the early years, a ferocious beast caused chaos and harmed people everywhere. As a result, a huge mountain fell from the sky and suppressed the ferocious beast. From then on, the nearby tribes' people lived and worked in peace and contentment, and gradually multiplied and became the Huashu Kingdom. This mountain is also known as Xinghua Mountain. Of course, the legend is just a legend. Some people say that this mountain suppresses the national destiny of Huashu Kingdom, hence its name. But at this time, this mountain was about to become the source of the destruction of Huashu Kingdom. Could it be that he was really about to witness Huashu's destruction of the country and history? If it were just a natural disaster, it might not be able to completely wipe out such a country. After that, something terrible would definitely happen. Boom. Xinghua Mountain was violently shaken again. Li Chu came to the edge of the crater and looked down with his mind. I only felt the endless darkness and heat. And there was also a majestic vitality that was slowly reviving, with ferocious destructiveness. It seemed as if the purest evil was about to be born here. Could it be that the legend is true, and that there really are some terrifying creatures from ancient times down here? The thought flashed through Li Chu without any hesitation. Panic screams could be heard in the distance. If he hesitated for a second longer, one more citizen of Huashu Kingdom might die. So he held the long sword in his hand, and waved it hard towards the existence below that was about to revive. Laugh. Wow! At the same time as a dazzling half-moon-shaped white light fell, Li Chu's sword was broken again. This familiar feeling. This is not the first sword that has been damaged by him. Although its quality is much better than the long sword that cost 2 taels of silver back then. Li Chu's spiritual power has also increased a lot now that it is wielding it with all its strength. It is no wonder that it cannot be attacked. But fortunately, the sword light has already been swung out. The half-moon-shaped sword glow rose up in the storm, and instantly became a falling sky moon. As the Xinghua Mountain gradually widened from top to bottom, the sword glow also gradually expanded. Laugh. Boom. The white light instantly sank into the ground, followed by the sound of the mountain breaking. At that moment, there seemed to be some angry wails. But as the sword fell, they all disappeared. No matter what evil is hidden below, there is no chance of reappearing. One sword to open a mountain. Distance. At the scene of the spring flower ceremony, King Huashu was staring blankly at the Xinghua Mountain erupting. We have just arranged for our subordinates to evacuate the people, hoping that as many people as possible can escape this catastrophe. But she knew that as long as the things under the mountain peak came out, no one would be able to escape alive. After all, that is. As a white light cut through Xinghua Mountain, his train of thought suddenly stopped. After a while, the voice of a palace official sounded weakly. Your Majesty's Xinghua Mountain seems to have been cut open by something. The king of Huashu Kingdom stood there in a daze. After she regained his consciousness, his eyes were still full of disbelief, and he said slowly, Saved? White light falls from the sky. Li Chu's whole body was wrapped and he rose high. Dazzling bright light also appeared on Qin Huaji's body. A clear understanding arose in their hearts at the same time. This projection was probably over. It seems that saving Huashu country is the ultimate mission of all this. Only, Li Chu thought that the Huashu Kingdom in history should eventually be destroyed here. The terrifying existence at the foot of the Xinghua Mountain has probably been revived successfully. It is not difficult for those evil beings with the power to destroy the world to destroy a country. This secret realm is probably the last legacy left by Huashu Kingdom to the world. Although there are still some problems that have not been solved, it can only be brought to an abrupt end. No one will know the subsequent plot, because it does not exist. Call out. White light fell to the ground. Li Chu found himself in an empty white space. In addition to himself, there were Qin Huaji and others who had previously entered the third level of the secret realm. Niu Sandao, 2 young Taoist priests, and a little girl. Everyone was in a trance, and felt a little uncomfortable when they suddenly returned to their own bodies. In addition, there is a tall figure standing at the front of this space.
Shen Fu Wang?
Li Chu's eyes became solemn. I had heard before that it was Fu Wang's demonic body who came back on his own initiative after awakening and opened the door to this secret realm. Entering the deepest part of the secret realm, it would not be surprising to see him. Ha ha. The big devil from 500 years ago suddenly laughed heartily. At this time, under normal proportions, his figure was quite tall and handsome.
This secret realm has been open for some time, and you are still the first batch to successfully save Washu Kingdom,
he said. Then, he looked at Li Chu and said,
maybe you are the first one to successfully save Washu Kingdom.
Li Chu was noncommittal and said nothing. It seemed that the other party's attitude was not hostile. But since he could not tell whether the other party was a friend or an enemy, he had no interest in talking to the other party.
You don't have to look at me like that. Ha ha.
Shen Fu Wang smiled proudly.
If I were here, and I met an opponent like you, I would definitely fight you. It's a pity that I'm just a distraction that he left in this secret realm 500 years ago. I can only stay here and wait for the destined person. As for the real self, he has already fallen.
It turns out that this is just the divine thoughts left in the secret realm. Hearing this, Li Chu relaxed slightly. Just listen to him continue.
You saved Washu Kingdom. No matter what, you should get the rewards you deserve.
Shen Fu Wang waved his hand, and a book wrapped in a few balls of light appeared in front of everyone. Several people took the book in their hands and looked at the words on it, with various expressions of emotion.
Is this a magical secret book?
Chen Huaji asked.
Yes. They are all inheritance left by the Washu Kingdom in ancient times,
Shen Fu Wang said.
Although some of them have fallen behind today, they still cannot be underestimated. Although my body was born with a hegemonic body, I also relied on only by following the inheritance of Washu Kingdom can one cultivate to the ultimate state.
Oh! Everyone was surprised. Li Chu looked at the thick book in his hand, which had the 3 characters, Washu Jing, written on it.
You saved the Washu Kingdom with your own hands, and you have the greatest credit. So your reward is the entire realm of the Washu Sutra,
Shen Fu Wang said.
Shen Fu Wang also practiced the Washu Sutra back then?
Li Chu suddenly asked. The expression on his distracted face suddenly became stiff. After hesitating for a long time, he nodded and said,
Yes.
Niu Sandao was shocked.
Only women can practice cultivation. Isn't it, Shen Fu Wang? Noisy.
Facing Niu Sandao, he was no longer so patient. So he just flicked his fingers and kicked him out of the space with a bang. No one dared to ask any more questions. Only Chen Huaji sighed leisurely.
Who would want to make a decisive decision if not forced by life?
This long sigh. I feel the same feeling. Extremely sad. The distraction seemed to be moved and said,
Yes. When I was a young man, I was originally a child of a noble family, who knew that I was framed by the righteous power. My family was ruined, and I also encountered life and death dangers many times. In desperation, I resolutely cultivated.
Okay, Washu Jing.
After he went back to take revenge, he was falsely accused of being a demon again. From then on, he simply embarked on the path of a giant of the demon.
He looked at Chen Huaji, as if he was seeing a fellow man, and with a wave of his hand, another ball of brilliance fell.
I see you've hit it off, so I'll give you another magic weapon.
This was indeed an unexpected surprise, and Chen Huaji smiled slightly. Low emotional intelligence surprise is not a man. High emotional intelligence only concerns the pressures of life. After receiving the reward, distraction sent them away from the secret realm. When the light flashed, several people appeared a few miles away from the entrance of the secret realm. At this time, he didn't know what time it was. Li Chu took a quick look and found Lao Du's familiar aura at the entrance. So he went over and called Lao Du, and they turned around together. Not only did Chen Huaji go back to his residence, Li Chu and Du Lang also returned to Dayun Temple together. In Dayun Temple, Yu Qian and Li Maoqing were still playing chess under the tree. This pair of bad chess players have probably never encountered such well-matched opponents in their past lives, and their interest is extremely strong. Li Maoqing was probably about to lose, and was thinking hard with his brows furrowed. Yu Qian was sitting there looking around, his eyebrows full of pride, as if he wanted to find someone to witness his victory. It happened that the apprentice and his disciple came in.
Hey, you are back.
The old Taoist priest did not show off, but said calmly,
This matter took a long time. As long as our game of chess. I just don't know your results. Are you as victorious as me? Oh?
Li Maoqing.
Although there were some twists and turns. Overall it went smoothly.
Li Chu sat down and said. Then, he briefly talked about his experience. When talking about killing the Wooden King, Li Maoqing raised his head and was a little surprised.
That Dharma King of the Yan Yu sect has done many evil things. I thought I had killed him in the early years. I don't know if Taoist Master Li has killed him completely this time.
He said.
Maybe not,
Li Chu whispered. He always felt that the experience value should not be the amount of a magic king.
Of course not.
Yu Qian twirled his beard and said firmly.
Oh.
Li Maoqing saw his look and asked.
What does Master you know? I don't know much about it. I just know a few anecdotes about the world.
The old Taoist priest chuckled.
I would like to hear the details.
Li Maoqing stretched out his hand.
Actually, it's nothing.
Just Yu Qian said slowly.
Who said the Wooden King will be a wooden man? Huh?
Du Lank asked a little strangely.
What is the Wooden King if it's not a wooden man? Then if someone calls Clayman Zhang, then he is a clay man?
The old Taoist priest shook his head and said.
The Woodman King has never been a wooden man. But the carpenter.
His words made several people under the old locust tree look surprised and understanding. The so-called Wooden King. It turned out to be a wooden man made.
No wonder killing the wooden man can't get rid of him. It turns out that he is not his true form at all.
Li Maoqing blinked and asked curiously.
Since Taoist Master you know so much, do you still know his original identity? I know a little bit about it.
It is rare for an old Taoist priest to win chess. So he should be in a good mood and seem to know everything.
You probably wouldn't have guessed. That carpenter. He's still blind.
Chapter 348 The Origin of Lunar Worship Cult.
Blind man?
Several people were a little puzzled after hearing this.
How can a blind man become a carpenter? This is a long story.
Under the cool breeze of the old locust tree, Yu Qian began to tell the story of the past with a smile.
The original body of the Wooden King was a craftsman in the sword-forging city. But he was not a blacksmith, but a carpenter. He even won the title of Ghost Axe back then.
Li Chu was a little surprised when he heard what the old Taoist priest said. He also had some understanding of sword-forging city, one of the 12 immortal sects, different from the ordinary sects and gangs. The power structure of sword-forging city was extremely loose. The entire city is composed of a group of craftsmen who are obsessed with refining weapons and the cultivators who surround them. The best weapons and magic weapons in the world come from here. More and more cultivators come here to maintain the city. There are more and more people. Within the sword-forging city, heroes are never judged based on their cultivation, but rather their weapon refining skills. There is an annual citywide competition, and the final winner will be awarded the title of Ghost Axe for that year. The Ghost Axe of sword-forging city means that he is the best weapon refiner in the world. Although there are some other craftsmen who have won the title of Ghost Axe. The most famous and outstanding one in the sword-forging city is naturally the sword-forging. And usually those who receive this honor are sword-forging masters. If a carpenter can get the title of Ghost Axe, it means that he must have extremely extraordinary attainments.
The name Wooden King also started to be called at that time.
The old Taoist priest continued.
It's a pity that such a talented person suddenly became ambitious for some reason and wanted to usurp the position of Lord of Sword-Forging City in an attempt to lead Sword-Forging City onto another path.
He shook his head and sighed.
After a bloody dispute and failed to usurp the throne, the Lord of Sword-Forging City still took pity on his talent and was not willing to kill him. But if he was allowed to leave intact, where would the laws of Sword-Forging City be? In the end, everyone decided, poke his eyes blind, destroy his cultivation, and drive him out of the Sword-Forging City. Such a useless person. I don't know what kind of opportunities he experienced later. He actually regained the ability to refine wooden figures, and took it to a higher level. Many years later, a wooden man with great supernatural powers appeared in the demon sect Yin Yu sect, and he killed all the 5 Dharma kings on his way to the throne.
Yu Qian looked at Li Maoqing again.
Just killing the wooden man will never really kill it, because the wooden man is just a puppet after all, and the real person behind the scenes is the craftsman who made the wooden man. It turns out that the origin of the Wooden King is like this.
Li Maoqing nodded clearly. Suddenly, he raised his eyes and looked at Yu Qian.
Such a secret from that time has never been spread in the world. Master you. And how do you know that?
Forehead. The old Taoist priest smiled and twirled his beard.
This can be regarded as a scandal in Sword Forging City. Naturally, it will not be reported to me. A friend from Sword Forging City told me. Master Yu has a wide circle of friends,
Li Maoqing said.
Yes,
Yu Qian was not modest, and said with emotion,
when I was young, I had no other hobbies. Just this one. If I didn't have sex for a day, I would feel uncomfortable all over. It's a pity. Now that I'm old, I can't do it anymore.
Li Maoqing was stunned for a moment.
What does this have to do with age? The kidneys are not working anymore,
Yu Qian replied. Li Maoqing, ? Speaking of this, Li Chu thought again of the blind man he met in southern Xinjiang. Originally, he had always felt that the blind man was quite suspicious. But for some reason, when the master told him, he seemed to have a premonition that the blind man should be the mysterious Woodman King himself. Only, the 2 times he appeared before, he clearly led people to the place where the 8 demons were in killing Immortal City. And it was only right that they had a cooperative relationship. Could it be? He had some vague guesses in his mind. After telling this matter, the 2 old guys Li Maoqing and Yu Qian immediately started to argue.
So,
Li Maoqing nodded and said,
the person you meet is probably the Wooden King himself. Otherwise, who would know so well what those demons are doing? And he is very likely to know you,
Yu Qian said.
It must be related to what you did in Shenluo City. Although the fact that you killed the soul of Lord Songhai was not spread, the people in the demon sect should still know something. That is to say,
Li Chu said,
those demons also have their own agendas. It's very possible.
Yu Qian nodded.
That's a bunch of bad guys. It's not unusual to get together to plot against each other. It seems that the Wooden King used the power of the Immortal Killing City to find the Fu Huang tomb and awaken the Fu Huang demon body. But he doesn't really want to help them bring the Immortal Killing City to the world. Maybe he just wants an invincible puppet with a physical body. That's right.
Li Maoqing also agreed with this guess.
It seems that everything was planned in advance. The only mistake he made was probably because your cultivation level is so strong, Mr. Li. Otherwise, he will get the demon body of Fu Huang, send the 8 demons back to the Immortal Killing City, and then get rid of you to avenge Lord Songhai.
Li Maoqing frowned and said with deep fear,
this beast is insidious and cunning, and its plan is really deep. Such a calculation,
Yu Qian said in deep agreement,
compared to the National Preceptor who can even lose to me in chess. I don't know how high he is.
Li Maoqing. After chatting for a while, the little koi came back from outside. She must have just finished school. But looking at her face, she didn't look as cheerful and lively as before. Instead, she looked worried. When Lao Du saw this, he asked,
what's wrong with Miss Yuer?
Li Chu noticed it and looked over. I saw the little koi frowning, sitting on the stool, and said with a little confusion,
I often meet some very strange people recently. Who?
Li Chu asked.
There are always people following me on the way to and from school,
Xiao Yuer said, scratching her head.
Huh?
The old Taoist priest also came over, looking nervous.
Is there someone who wants to do something evil to my Yuer?
Li Chu's hand was already on the hilt of the sword. Du Lang felt the awe-inspiring murderous aura erupted by the master and apprentice at the same time, and grinned in fear. It was the first time that he felt so deeply that the little koi's pet status was so firm and unshakable.
They seem to be either bad people, or they will say some very strange things to me, and sometimes they will even look at me.
Xiao Yar blinked her big clear eyes.
Bao? Clam?
Several people were a little confused. What was this doing?
Let's do this. You go to school tomorrow, and I'll follow you and take a look.
Li Chuzi thought for a moment and said,
we have to investigate clearly. After all, we must be on guard against others. That's very good.
Yu Qian also nodded in agreement. Early the next morning, the little koi and the fox girl walked to school again. Li Chu was far behind, monitoring everything around him with his mind. After a while, there were indeed a few scents, sneaking up behind the little koi, walking and stopping all the way, indeed following it. And as she moved forward, the group grew larger and larger. But they are all mortal, although these mortal auras are unlikely to pose any threat to the 2 goblins. For the sake of safety, Li Chu is still prepared to teach them some lessons to prevent them from having any evil intentions and causing trouble again. When the 2 little girls entered the school, Li Chu followed them. There was a group blocked outside the school. Li Chu looked at the faces of these people. They were all uncles and aunts living around Yuhang town. Many of them were familiar faces from Yongwen. Although I don't know the others, they certainly don't look like bad people. The threat that came to his mouth with, suddenly became unspeakable. On the contrary, When the villagers saw Li Chu, they greeted him warmly without hesitation.
Ah, isn't this Mr. Li Chu? Long time no see. Why are you here too? Have you? Taoist Priestley. Eden? Are you married? Yes. How old are you this year? Mr. Li? Do you still plan to marry a wife? I have one at my relative's house.
Seeing that the topic suddenly went off the rails, Li Chu quickly raised his hand to stop everyone's chatter and pulled back.
What are you guys doing chasing you all the way to school? Well,
an ant smiled.
We are worshipping the moon girl. Worship Xiaoyer?
Li Chu asked.
What are you going to do? Hey,
the ant smiled sheepishly.
I want to have another child this year. I want to find another wife.
Another old man said. Everyone talked and expressed their wishes one after another. But Li Chu explained.
Even if Yura is a koi, she just has a little more luck. And she won't be able to make your wishes come true. Who says it can't be done?
A lady glared.
Little Taoist Li, don't hide it. We already know it. Miss Yura is extraordinary. My nephew said that in their school. Only those who worship her before the exam they all got high scores. Later, one of the students' family members got sick, and they paid homage to her. Guess what? That person's illness was cured the next day. After that, come to Yura. Many of the wishes the girl made came true.
Li Chu wanted to refute it immediately, because he felt that this might be just a superstitious deviation. Just like people who pray to gods and worship Buddha. People whose wishes come true will believe that it is true. And people who do not come true will believe it is true. Will not come again. But after a pause, he suddenly felt that this was not the first day that many of these villagers had known Xiao Yur. Earlier, she sold handwritten amulets into Yun Temple. But she stopped this business later when her income increased, and she went to school. Even if you have to be superstitious, you wouldn't start today. Is there really a reason? Thinking like this, he opened his mind again and looked at Xiao Yur in the school. After taking a closer look, I discovered that Xiao Yur's majestic sea-like seven-colored vortex of luck was much more powerful than before, almost covering the atmosphere of the whole room. And from time to time, there will be drops of colorful, liquid-like luck falling from the thick, colorful clouds. Like it was a rain cloud? And in the small area centered on her, everyone was enveloped in the drizzle. Every drop of colorful rain falling on the body would cause a sudden fluctuation in luck. How is this going? Li Chuwei hurriedly returned to the Taoist temple with doubts. During this period of time, I was always running around outside, and I did neglect the changes in the people around me. Nowadays, Xiao Yur is so lucky that it rains. I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse.
Luck brings rain?
Upon hearing this, Yu Qian didn't say anything. Li Maoqing stared in shock and said several times,
This. Is this a good thing or a bad thing?
Li Chu also asked anxiously.
Since the Imperial Master knows, let him explain.
Yu Qian raised his hand.
This thing is just a legend. This is the first time I have heard of such a vision.
Li Maoqing frowned and said,
I just regret that my cultivation level cannot be restored at this time. Otherwise, I really want to see it myself using the qi-gazing technique. According to legend, only when you reach the realm of immortals can you have such a relic-like vision.
Li Maoqing began to say,
the old saying goes, when a person achieves enlightenment, chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Ancient legend says that wherever demons and immortals pass by, they will leave a trace of Taoism, allowing even animals to turn into demons. In the waters where the dragon passes, fish and shrimps will turn into dragons. There are even women who can conceive a divine fetus if they touch the footprints left by the gods. The birth of these legends is similar to this phenomenon of luck legacy. Maybe because there is an upper limit to the amount of luck that the human world can accommodate. So if the immortal's luck exceeds that upper limit, it will be distributed to everything around it. But this is just a legend.
Li Maoqing emphasized again.
After the ancient times, how can anyone in the world have seen a real immortal? The theory of immortal fate is illusory. And how can it be true? If Miss Yoyer can really achieve qi, is it possible that it is a legacy of fortune? That's not the case.
Yu Qian quickly waved his hand to stop the National Preceptor's random thoughts.
Good guy. The more you keep talking, the more nonsense you are getting. Xiao Yur will be flying into the sky in a little while. Let me guess. Xiao Yur is a rare colorful koi, and her luck is already at the peak of the world. Maybe it was because the connection with Li Chu was weak at first after she recognized her master. But as time went by, the connection between the two is getting deeper and deeper. As a result, Li Chu's cultivation will increase, and Xiao Yur's luck will also increase. Maybe over time, he will break through some so-called realm.
The old Taoist priest analyzed it rationally, and did not find it strange at all. In order to appear that he was not like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world, the imperial master also coughed and restrained his surprise. But the inner shock is unavoidable. Ever since he moved into this Dayun temple, he has been constantly surprised by new things. He thought he was about to get used to it. But there are still things happening that refresh his knowledge. It's just that such a vision will be publicized sooner or later. So the master and apprentice carefully considered it. When the little koi came back in the evening, he saw Yu Qian and Li Chuji sitting there seriously. There is also a thick book on the stone table.
Well?
Looking at the atmosphere, the little koi pursed his lips.
I just came back from school. Do you want to study again? I'm not asking you to study. I'm asking you to practice,
Li Chu said.
This is the Huaxu Sutra, a treasure book of the ancient country of Huaxu. Chen Fu Wang relied on this practice to become the best in the world,
Li Chu said.
Now you have some abnormalities in your body, and I can't always guard you. You guys, you have to practice diligently and have the ability to protect yourself as soon as possible.
This, Huaxu Sutra, can only be practiced by women, so it is of little use to him. But it is just right for the little koi and fox girl to practice. As he was talking here, there was another sound of flying dragons and dogs jumping over there.
Puff! Puff! Puff!
The little fat dragon ran into the yard covered in dirt, grinning widely. A king dragon 7 ran out from behind, also smiling happily. It was unclear who was walking whom.
Ha.
Wang Longqi was chasing the little fat dragon over there. When he saw the little koi here, he immediately stopped and came over. And then, he bowed to her very seriously.
What are you doing?
The little koi was worried about matters that aggravated his practice. Seeing that he was doing the same, he frowned and asked,
Make a wish.
Wang Longqi raised his head calmly and said,
Now it is spread outside. I am also your disciple. Huh?
Little koi looked confused.
What teaching? Don't you know?
Wang Longqi smiled, blinked, and said loudly,
The moon worship cult.
Chapter 349, Although you didn't do it, can you apologize? But Wang Longqi suddenly came to Dayun Temple. After walking around the dragon and worshipping the moon, he sat down carelessly.
What's wrong?
Seeing him like this, Li Chu knew that something had happened.
My house is haunted,
Wang Longqi said calmly. Seeing him like this, Li Chu suddenly felt a little emotional in his heart. I remember when Wang Longqi first came to the Taoist temple. He had just finished drinking sugar water with the ghost bride. At that time, he was so frightened and shivering that it took him a long time to say a complete sentence. When describing his first intimate contact with the ghost bride, he even covered his face and cried. Now, this guy is sitting there, eating melon seeds and fruit. His face is rosy and shiny, as if his aunt came to visit the house yesterday and told him that the house is haunted. Not only was there no resistance, there was even a hint of enjoyment. Life is really like a ruthless knife.
What the hell?
Li Chu also asked calmly. Now he is no longer the young Taoist who is just starting out. As a young Taoist priest who has been practicing for a year and a half, ordinary evil spirits can no longer cause fluctuations in his heart unless it is very big. Refers to experience value.
A female ghost in red, her hair disheveled, her face covered with blood, and her body a lot broken.
Wang Longqi described it calmly, spit out the melon seed skins in his mouth, and said,
Forget it. I'll tell you from the beginning. Things still have to start from the time we came back from southern Xinjiang.
It turns out that last time Li Chu and the others went to southern Xinjiang together, they temporarily resolved the matter of Wang Longqi's father, and they thought it would be over. Unexpectedly, the next night, the Wang family had an unexpected guest. A woman in red with disheveled hair walked quietly through the Wang family's residence. A servant of the Wang family, who was patrolling at night, was so frightened that he pissed himself on the spot and ran out yelling. This was Wang Longqi's yard. After he was awakened by the screams, he ran out of the door in a panic and asked hurriedly,
Stop! What happened? Shishao! It's haunted! Shishao!
The hurried servants didn't dare to stop at all, and shouted as they fled.
Hi! It's haunted!
Wang Longqi couldn't help but rolled his eyes, yawned with his right hand, and closed the door casually with his hand. But the next second, the door suddenly opened again. A smile appeared on Wang Longqi's face when he woke up.
A male ghost and a female ghost? It's a female ghost. A female ghost in red. Young master,
the servant replied. At the same time, a group of Wang family members and servants ran over from the other side, shouting as they ran.
The ghost is over there! The ghost is over there! Look at how you look like you have never seen the world!
Wang Longqi muttered and lifted up his nightgown. Stand up for yourself.
A heartless man! A heartless man!
A shrill voice suddenly pierced the night sky, and a blood-stained red dress slowly floated over. Wang Longqi stood in the wind, looked at the female ghost, and said with a smile,
Girl, who are you looking for?
Heartless man. The female ghost seemed confused, staring straight at him with a pair of terrifying eyes. Still just repeating those words. Wang Longqi has seen a lot these days, and he knows that most of these are unjust souls who died with resentment, broken souls, and incomplete intelligence. All in all, he just doesn't look very smart. Alas, Wang Longqi sighed as if he couldn't bear it, and then asked,
The heartless man you are looking for is in my house?
Heartless man is still just the same sentence from the female ghost. Seeing that she had returned to her human nature, Wang Longqi simply turned around and walked towards the lobby without asking any questions. In the lobby, his father and 6 brothers were huddled together and shivering. A bunch of little heads were crowded near the crack of the door, peeking at the situation outside. Seeing Wang Longqi approaching, the female ghost followed him quietly, shouting, Heartless man, and also had the tendency to follow him. The Wang family father and son suddenly burst out into a touching display of affection. 7 of them shouted in unison,
You bastard! Get away! Don't come here!
When Wang Longqi heard this, he still insisted on his desire to reunite his family and pushed the door open. The 6 brothers quickly blocked the door with all kinds of tricks.
Don't be afraid. It's just a little resentful spirit.
The 7 old gods. Wang Long sat on the chair on the ground and said to his father and several brothers,
A heartless man. A heartless man.
The female ghost lingered outside the door and continued to scream.
Oh!
Wang Longqi's father and several brothers saw that this female ghost really didn't seem to have any plans to kill, so they slowly dared to gather around and sit down, still looking at her with some horror.
Achi! Why aren't you afraid?
Asked an elder brother.
When you bump into a ghost, it hurts once, numbs twice, and hits your forehead 3 times and 4 times. In short, you just get used to it. In fact, there is nothing to be afraid of.
Wang Longqi waved his hands to signal everyone not to panic, and then said,
The wrong soul is nothing more than resentment in her heart. As long as she finds the source of her resentment, the problem can be solved. What is the root cause?
His father spread his hands.
This is what I'm going to tell you.
Wang Longqi lowered his voice and glanced at the brothers.
From what she said, we got a scumbag.
Before he finished speaking, the eyes of a father and 6 brothers had all fallen on his face.
What are you looking at me for? What are you looking at me for?
Wang Longqi's eyes widened immediately.
You are all my brothers and eldest brother. Why are you nodding your head? Except for you. Achi, I believe you can definitely do such a thing.
The eldest brother Wang Daolong nodded and said,
If you ask me, you should admit your mistake quickly. It seems that this girl is not an evil ghost. If you apologize well, maybe she will forgive you.
The second brother Wang Longer also said,
But I don't know her at all.
Wang Longqi looked innocent.
Of course I dare to admit what I did. Which of you did it? Please stand up like a man. Heartless man.
Heartless man. The female ghost was still shouting outside. His father and brothers looked at each other for a few times, and finally focused on Wang Longqi's face.
Achi, no matter what, you are the one who is the most suspicious.
Dad said sincerely.
I just brought her here alone. I'm fine.
Wang Longqi argued.
If I was the heartless man, why didn't she get up and kill me? She still has feelings for you.
Wang Daolong said tentatively.
What the H.L.?
Wang Longqi said anxiously.
It's obviously because I'm not the one she's looking for. If nothing else, do you guys dare to go out alone and give it a try?
He never thought that his father was also a cruel person. He slapped the table, stood up and walked out. Strangely, as his father opened the door and went out, the sounds outside suddenly stopped. The female ghost looked at his father's face and actually fell into silence. His father went out for a walk, then walked back to the house arrogantly.
How is it? How is it? It's not me. Which one of you little brats is it? I'll go.
Wang Daolong also slapped the table, stood up and went out. After walking around for a while, he came back safe and sound. Not long after, the Wang family's father and 6 brothers bravely went out for a walk. No one had any trouble. And the female ghost remained silent the whole time. Several people looked at each other in confusion. After a while, his father looked at Wang Longqi.
Achi,
His father advised.
although you didn't do it, can you go and apologize?
Huh? Wang Longqi was stunned.
If there is nothing we can do, it won't be a problem if she stays there all the time. I'll try to communicate with her.
Wang Longqi stood up. As a result, as soon as he went out, the female ghost screamed again.
Heartless man. Heartless man. Look. And you said it wasn't you. TSK. 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 TSK.
A flurry of voices immediately started ringing out. Wang Long couldn't argue, so he could only plead to the female ghost.
Girl, I really don't know you. Have you recognized the wrong person? Look carefully at my handsome face. If you have recognized the wrong person, how about leaving now?
The female ghost seemed to have heard what he said, and actually turned around and left, suddenly drifting away.
Ha.
Wang Longqi breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, pointed to the place where the female ghost's back disappeared, and said with a smile,
You got the wrong person. What a little fool.
As a result, before he could walk back into the house, he saw the wall on the other side flash, and the female ghost floated over again. And this time it's not just the female ghost in red, but also a little girl in a red skirt. The older female ghost held the hand of the younger female ghost and floated closer together. Then she spoke to Wang Longqi again.
A heartless man. A heartless man.
Oh! The brother suddenly exploded.
We even have children. Destroy the family tradition. Disgrace the family.
Although several days had passed, Wang Longqi still had a headache expression on his face when talking about what happened that night.
No matter how I explain it, they just refuse to believe it. They insist that I did it.
He spread his hands.
Obviously they are family members, but they don't understand me at all. I think it's possible that they know you too well.
Lao Di said quietly.
Why are you talking about what happened a few days ago now?
Li Chu asked.
I didn't want to prove to them that the female ghost had recognized the wrong person, so I didn't ask anyone to exorcise the evil spirit. I was sure she wouldn't come back the next night.
Wang Longqi gritted his teeth.
Then what? Then she came for several nights in a row.
Wang Longqi was about to cry without tears.
Now, as long as the weather lasts for one night, no matter where I am, a female ghost called the Heartless Man will appear outside my door. How can I survive in the future? Yuhang Town, what do the good girls from Hangzhou think of me? What do the good girls from Hangzhou think of me? Who dares to spend the night with me? An innocent soul is easy to deal with. But our first choice is to resolve the grievances and then redeem ourselves.
Li Chuzi thought for a moment, then suddenly raised his head and asked,
Isn't it really the bad thing you did?
Poof! Wang Longqi vomited blood and lay on his back.
This situation is not very rare.
National Master Li Maoqing listened for a while and said,
It's probably a lost ghost. A lost ghost?
Wang Longqi and the cart jumped up and down.
Most of the resentful souls are mentally retarded. Some still remember who their enemies are, and some may have blurred memories. At this time, if a similar person happens to be passing by, she will most likely follow him. You?
Li Maoqing said.
You are truly worthy of being the master of the state.
Wang Longqi came here often and became familiar with Li Maoqing. He held his hand and thanked him.
As the saying goes, an old man in a family is like a treasure. You are truly worthy of being Diyun.
It is one of the 3 auspicious treasures.
Du Lang said with a smile.
What are the 3 treasures that Qi Shao said? Apart from the master and the national master, who else in Diyun Temple is old?
As he spoke, his smile suddenly faded. Wang Longqi asked again.
Is there any solution to this matter? It's not difficult.
Li Maoqing said with a smile.
Just let the girl tell who her enemy is. The problem is that she can't tell it.
Wang Longqi said with a bitter face.
You can try to strengthen her yin qi a little bit. Maybe it can make up for some of her memories. Anyway, I'm not afraid of her making a big fuss.
Li Maoqing glanced at Li Chu and asked,
Does your Taoist temple have a yin gathering pill?
I have it.
Du Lank raised his hand.
That's fine.
Li Maoqing smiled and nodded. Wang Longqi also raised his thumb and praised.
As expected of you. Sanbao.
Wang Longqi spent the night in the Yun Temple. All the bored old and young people in the Taoist temple sat here with him, witnessing the haunted moment. As night fell, there was indeed a dark wind.
Here we come!
Li Chu was the first to feel the change in Yin Qi and said. Sure enough, the next second, a dark wind blew up from the ground, and the figures of a big female ghost and a small female ghost floated into the Yun Temple. Burden, arriving behind Wang Longqi. She was about to speak her lines when she suddenly stopped, because she seemed to have noticed that there were many people surrounding the place, and there seemed to be something wrong with the atmosphere. And vaguely, there was something that made her hesitant to speak. Come, Wang Longqi looked at her tenderly and handed over a pill.
I'll give you a big treasure.
Although I think this person looks strange. The strong Yin Qi of Ju Yin pill does have an irresistible attraction to the little innocent soul. So she finally took the pill. Bang. After the Yin gathering pill entered the body, the female ghost's eyes suddenly raised. Her long hair flew away, and the Yin Qi around her body became many times stronger. At the same time, there seemed to be more energy in her eyes, and she began to look around with some fear. The stronger she is, the more fear she feels here. This girl, seeing that she was a little flustered, Li Chu spoke first, pointed at Wang Longqi and said,
Do you know this friend of mine?
When the female ghost saw Li Chu's face, she blinked and suddenly calmed down. He glanced at Wang Longqi casually and replied,
I don't know him. Then why do you always follow him?
Li Chu asked again.
I'm following him. The heartless man.
The female ghost seemed a little confused, and suddenly she held her head and screamed twice. After a moment, she raised her head in pain.
I recognize the wrong person. The heartless man I am looking for is not him. Look. Look. I'll tell you.
Wang Longqi immediately stood up excitedly and said to the female ghost,
This girl. I hate scumbags the most in my life. Just tell me. It will make you feel unkind. Who is Han? I will definitely seek justice for you. Go and punish that brat who almost made me take the blame.
Heartless man, the female ghost gritted her teeth and said,
It's Yin Wuxia from the Yin family in Tianan. The Yin family?
Wang Longqi was stunned.
Which Yin family? The Yin family in Tianan.
The female ghost said again.
Whose family is Tianan?
Wang Longqi asked again.
The Yin family in Tianan.
The female ghost said faintly.
You have to speak clearly.
Wang Longqi said with a smile.
You sound like you are the Yin family of Tiananki's family. Ha ha. It's so easy for people to misunderstand. It's the Yin family of Tiananchi's family.
The female ghost looked at him expressionlessly. Wang Longqi's face twitched slightly. The smile faded. Chapter 350 How can I talk to your Uncle Li? The female ghost looked at Wang Longqi. Wang Longqi looked at Li Chu. Li Chu looked at Yu Qian. Yu Qian looked at Wan Li Feisha on the side. A question mark slowly rose above Wan Li Feisha's head.
It's a bit wrong to push it to me, isn't it? Don't be stupid. Go to the house and get my treasure box.
Yu Qian ordered.
Oh.
Wan Li Feisha finally understood. And with a swish, the whole person disappeared.
It's not a small matter to go to southern Xinjiang to find people from the Yin family to raise an army to hold the people accountable. Girl, can you tell me what happened first?
The old Taoist priest rolled up his sleeves and said. Yes, the female ghost responded weakly.
I was originally a singing prostitute in Yinling City. My name was Leonor, and I had a miserable life experience,
she said slowly.
Until one day, I met Yin Wuxia, the young master of the second room of the Yin family.
At this time, the female ghost was still a little agitated.
He cared for me in every possible way, and he even said he would marry me. I was obsessed for a moment and really believed that he would love me forever. Later, I got pregnant and had no choice but to leave the brothel with him. But he only said I was raised outside and never let my family know about my existence. Although he didn't keep his word.
I was born in Fengshan after all, and I never expected to really marry into the Yin family.
The female ghost Leonor gritted her teeth.
But a few years later, he suddenly seemed to disappear and didn't appear for a long time. Later I found out that it was a young lady in the family who had promised him a room with Zhao's parents. This couple for him. It's like a climb. When he showed up again, he said he would take us out for an outing. It had been a long time since he had come to see our mother and daughter, and we were all very happy. Who knew that this guy was so ruthless that he took advantage of the opportunity and pushed our mother and daughter down the mountain? That's when I thought. Probably because he wanted to get married to that young lady from the Zhao family. We couldn't be allowed to exist. But as long as he told me, It was okay for me to take the child and leave. Why did he kill him so hard? We have become what we are now with a breath of resentment. The Yin family is so powerful that even if I become a ghost, I can't seek justice. I just looked for it in the valley in confusion. I don't know why. And actually followed me here. Probably the temperaments of the seventh young master, and that young master Yin are quite similar.
Li Maoqing said.
Master, please don't make trouble.
Wang Longqi said with a serious face.
How come I have a similar temperament to that scumbag?
The female ghost leader nodded slightly and said,
It can't be said that they are quite similar. It can be said that they are exactly the same.
Wang Longqi was speechless.
Humph.
After hearing Leonard's life experience, the fox girl was quite indignant and said angrily,
Sure enough. It's a man's mouth. You are a liar.
Leonard frowned and said quietly,
What did we ghosts do wrong?
The fox girl immediately reacted,
Sorry. I'm insulting a ghost.
She changed her words again.
Men should be reliable. Sows can climb trees.
Leonard frowned again and said quietly,
Obviously he did something wrong. Why did he let the sow climb the tree? And why not the boar? Miss Leonard.
The old Taoist priest coughed and said,
Now that it's like this, let's not care about whether it's a male or a female. I just want to ask, is everything you just said true?
Leonard paused heavily, then straightened her face, raised 3 fingers, and solemnly swore.
Everything the little lady said is true. If there is even half a word that is false, I will be crushed to pieces. I will not die a good death.
The old Taoist priest blinked.
Although I am willing to believe you, I still want to say that this oath is quite weak. Anyway, I want to take a look.
Li Chu said.
Now that we know about this, there is no reason to let the perpetrators continue to live freely in the world.
He is very self-conscious. Even though there are many people in Taoist temples, whether human or not, if we really need people to fight, we have to do it ourselves. Certainly, he was also happy to have such exclusive experience points. Li Maoqing raised his eyes and looked at Li Chu, seeming to say with deep meaning,
Little Taoist priestly wants to seek justice. But the Tianan 7 families are quite powerful. We are alone and weak. But we have our own moral principles.
Li Chu replied seriously.
Well said.
Yu Qian slapped his thigh.
You are worthy of being the apprentice of the most righteous Taoist priest within 100 miles. The master did not teach you in vain.
Li Maoqing whispered.
Master you. Can we not add drama? Ha. Extra drama?
Yu Qian suddenly smiled evilly. He shook his head and said to Li Chu,
Disciple, you have to go over there to do something. The situation is complicated.
As a teacher, I will give you a saying. Take action when it's time to take action. Then he looked at Du Lank again. At this time, Wanli Feisha had already brought his treasure box to his hand. He rummaged through it and said,
This time, I will give you a gift bag. Master, I understand the rules.
Lao Du said directly.
Don't bother pretending to be a gift bag. Just say this is a token for someone to use.
Right? The old Taoist priest held a handful of jewelry in his hand and muttered.
Chi Chu Yin. Han Jiao. Wei Qin Yin.
This is it. Yanling City. As the city actually controlled by the Yin family among the 7 Tianan, its situation seems to be slightly worse than that of Qiqian City of the Qi family. After all, Qiqian Mansion is the closest to Jiangnan Prefecture.
So trade is a little more convenient. And the farther inward you go, the worse people's livelihood will be. Li Chu took Wang Longqi and Du Lank and walked on the streets of Yanling City. Although Miss Leonard was not here, they knew that she would appear at Wang Longqi's side on time as soon as night fell. They first sent Yu Qian's token to the designated place. They only saw the concierge, and did not see the person Yu Qian was looking for. So they had to leave the news for now. It seems you still have to rely on yourself. Arriving at the Yin family's second-bedroom mansion, he found the concierge, and Li Chu politely explained his purpose.
We want to find Yin Wuxia and ask about some things. What's the matter? About whether he killed his wife and daughter with his own hands.
Roll. Unfortunately, after a friendly exchange, we did not get a very satisfactory result. In the end, Wang Longqi stepped forward, stuffed 50 taels of silver in an unceremonious and simple manner, and directly asked where Yin Wuxia was. Rouge Garden. As soon as he heard the name, Wang Longqi knew that this was definitely not a serious place selling rouge. The 3 of them inquired all the way and headed straight to the Rouge Garden. As expected, this is the largest brothel in Yanling City, and it is ranked among the top 7 cities. It is a must-visit resort for the literati in Tianan Prefecture. As soon as they entered the lobby downstairs, the three of them were warmly received by the madam. And good girls also flocked to them. There is no way. These three people are too eye-catching. A handsome little Taoist priest, whose appearance was hard to look directly at. A young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Judging from his temperament, he seemed to have been visiting brothels since he was born. He must be a young master from a wealthy family. There is also a tall, thin, black-faced Taoist priest who doesn't know what use he is. In short, these three people together, at first glance, are a combination of tall, rich and handsome. Wang Longqi almost stretched out his arms to hug the two girls. But Lao Du coughed twice behind him. And he suddenly woke up and said hurriedly, "We are here to find a friend. Is Mr. Yan Wuxia Yan here? Hey, young master is a friend of young master Yan?" The madam's smile suddenly became even brighter. "He is in the private room at Tianzino upstairs. I will ask someone to inform you right now." However, although she was smiling at Wang Longqi, her body was leaning towards Li Chu honestly. "No need." Li Chu pushed her away without leaving any trace and said, "We can just go find him ourselves. But I haven't asked Master Yin yet." The old bastard hurriedly wanted to say something. Although Yan Wuxia is only the second younger brother in the Yin family, with this status, he can already dominate Yanling City. No matter who sees him, he must be afraid of him. "Don't worry. We are very close to him. His wife has been sleeping with me every day recently. How familiar do you think she is?" Wang Longqi waved his hands loudly and walked upstairs. "Eh?" The old madam was startled. But he didn't dare to stop him. Listening to what he said, everyone knows Yan Wuxia well. How dare she, a brothel madam, dare to stop her? In the elegant room of Tianzino, a young man in luxurious clothes was smiling, holding a good girl in his left and right arms, and was talking to everyone in the banquet. There were dozens of men, women and men around, holding a cheerful banquet. Just as they were drinking and drinking, there was a bang, and the door was kicked open. "Who?" The young master frowned and stood up in anger. "Come and expose your sins." Wang Longqi tried his best to look upright, but he was helpless. No matter how solemn his temperament was, he looked more like someone who should be standing in the group of prostitutes opposite. "Huh?" The young master frowned suddenly. "What nonsense are you talking about? Who sent you here?" "Who? Uh-huh. You are still thinking about having fun here. But have you ever thought about your resentful wife and daughter?" Du Lank also shouted. "You dare to come and make trouble at Yan's banquet. You really don't want to live anymore." The young master seemed to have gotten over his initial anger, calmed down, and said in a cold voice, "Yan Wuxia." Li Chu looked at him and said coldly, "What did you do to Miss Lianer? Don't you still want to admit it?" "Humph." The young master snorted coldly and asked, "Yan Wuxia, what did you do to Miss Lianer?" "Ah." At this time, a young man with thick eyebrows and a vulgar temperament stood up and walked out of the crowd. He also stared at Li Chu and the others with wide eyes. "Are you here to see me?" The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Li Chu looked at the man who walked out. His appearance, figure, clothing, and temperament were all exactly the same as Wang Longqi. It was no wonder that the wrong soul would admit his mistake. Looking at the young man in the center of the banquet in front of him, he looks nothing like Wang Longqi. Careless. A sage named Lu once said that as long as you don't feel embarrassed, then others will feel embarrassed. At this time, Li Chu firmly practiced the principle of, okay. He pretended that nothing happened, then turned to the real Yan Wuxia. "Do you still remember the girl Lianer who gave you a daughter?" "I don't know Lianer." Yan Wuxia frowned, looked at the young master and said, "Brother Ren, drive these lunatics out." It turned out that the young master was none other than Yin Ren, the second eldest son of the Yin family. He is also one of the few young people of this generation of the Yin family who is most likely to take over as the head of the family. "Did you hear that?" Yin Ren glared at Li Chu and the others. "He said he didn't know him. You'd better crawl out now before my good mood is completely destroyed. You said you don't know Miss Lianer?" Li Chu looked at Yan Wuxia and continued to question. "Do you know that Miss Lianer and her daughter have eternal resentment and have turned into ghosts of injustice?" As for Yin Ren's words, he seemed not to have heard them at all. Yan Wuxia took 2 steps back, was silent for a moment, and then sneered. "So you are with Xie Sui, Brother Ren. These people are here to cause trouble." Yin Ren over there had never been so ignored before, and he suddenly said angrily, "Where did you come from? I count to 3. If you don't report your family status, then don't blame me for being rude." 322. Li Chu still seemed as if he couldn't hear his words at all. He just stared at Yin Wuxia and said, "Not all evil spirits are bad. And not all people are good. If there were fewer ruthless people like you, how many evil spirits would be reduced in the world? I just ask you, do you dare to confront me in the government? Do you dare to accept the judgment of the law? Ha ha!" Yin Wuxia laughed twice. At first, when Li Chu and the others revealed the dirty things he had done, he was really a little panicked. After all, I don't know where these people came from. And even the children of aristocratic families dare not say anything. But Li Chu's words of offer made him laugh. Not only him, but all the surrounding Yin family children were amused.
He said he was going to send me to prison, haha. He was actually talking to me about the law. I still wonder who you are. It turns out you are just a fool. You want to arrest me and take me to the government? Haha. Then I will tell you that I pushed Leader down. Who let them block my future? But what can you do? What? Even if I say it in public. Ask the officials of Yanling City if you dare to go against the Yin family? You don't even know the surname of Yanling City. Right.
Yinren also sneered over there.
Don't be stupid. Our Yin family is the law in Yanling City. If I say killing is not illegal, it will not be illegal.
Li Chu suddenly turned his head.
Do you think it's not illegal to kill people here? Hey!
Yinren was stunned when he suddenly received Li Chu's response.
Why did you just listen to this?
But Li Chu didn't answer this question. What responded to him was a rainbow light like a flying fireball. Boom. Ah, the good girls around Yin Wuxia immediately screamed and ran away. But in fact there was no need. Because Li Chu controlled it extremely accurately. This sword control technique flew straight past, aiming directly at Yin Wuxia. In fact, he had been observing this person carefully just now. There are many people with resentment in this person. And Lianer and her daughter are definitely not the only ones killed by him. And judging from his attitude just now, it is absolutely true to admit this. His crime deserves to be punished. It happened that Yinren said something next to him. It is not illegal to kill people here. Which was clearly a hint that he would increase his efforts. A flying fireball fell. And the villain immediately disappeared from the world. The pure yang sword returned to the palm. And apart from the sudden increase in temperature, there seemed to be no other changes in the room. It was as if that big living person had just ceased to exist.
Crazy!
Crazy. Yinren originally had the intention to summon the generals to take action. But Li Chu's sword really shocked him. And he did not dare to scream immediately. He looked at Li Chu and said tremblingly,
"You really dare to kill my Yin family? Do you dare to leave your name behind? Why can't we kill such heinous people?"
Li Chu looked calm and replied,
"De Yungguan. Li Chu. Okay. Li Chu. Right."
There was a series of footsteps outside. And it seemed that people from the Yin family had arrived. Came quickly. Yinren admired in his heart and felt a little more confident. He said to Li Chu in a deep voice,
"You wantonly killed my Yin family in Yanling City. No one has dared to provoke my family like this in thousands of years. You will decide later.
You will regret it. Treason."
Before he could finish his words, he heard a shout coming from outside the door. This voice seemed a bit familiar to his ears. Then, I heard this voice roar again.
"How can I talk to your Uncle Li?